Ever since he had awakened, Chen Fan had been staring blankly at the wall. A rented room of less than 10 square meters, yellowed walls, a filthy washing machine, and a grimy ceiling fan turning sluggishly overhead all spoke of the helplessness and hidden bitterness of an ordinary office worker. Is this the world after death? After an unknown length of silence, Chen Fan roused himself from boundless despair and loneliness. The aura of death still shrouded him like a nightmare, yet the heart that should have ceased beating was stubbornly pounding in his chest. Chen Fan examined his body and found to his astonishment that he was completely uninjured. Could it be that I didn't die? Supporting himself, Chen Fan slowly sat up, staring in utter confusion at everything before him. The old mirror on the wall reflected a sallow face, the face of a man after a drunken night. My head hurt so much. Chen Fan suddenly clutched his head as his muddled mind flickered with scattered fragments of memory. In his memories, he should have been hiding amid ruins, locked in a life-and-death battle against a foraging tribe of serpentmen, then having his stomach ripped open by a monster and watching helplessly as the serpentmen dug out his heart. Recalling the experiences of his previous life, Chen Fan still trembled within. The terror of death seeped into every cell of his body. But why am I still alive? Where's this? A stabbing pain lanced through his chaotic mind. Chen Fan jerked to his feet and swept his gaze around the familiar yet strangely foreign room. Jingling. A long-forgotten ringtone abruptly rang out, shattering the stillness of the room. Chen Fan's hair stood on end in fright, and his slaughter-honed instincts made every muscle in his body tense in an instant. Then he was completely stunned. A mobile phone. How could an electronic device long since discarded by humanity still exist? His head still throbbed as he blankly flipped open the phone, and a familiar name leapt into his eyes. Chen Xiaoya, his younger sister. Wasn't Xiaoya already long dead? Chen Fan's heart spasmed. A powerful sense of guilt left his spirit in turmoil. Almost by instinct, he pressed the answer key. A voice like a yellow warbler's trill poured into his ear. Go, why aren't you answering my calls? Xiaoya, that really is Xiaoya's voice. I'm not dreaming. Deep within his memories, it boomed like thunder. Chen Fan stood there as if struck by lightning, utterly petrified. Hey, what are you mumbling about? If it's not me, who else could it be? Chen Xiaoya's voice was still crisp and clear, striking the cold, hardened shell around Chen Fan's heart and stirring up a fierce urge to weep. After nearly 10 years of struggling to survive in the apocalypse, to hear his sister's voice again was a blessing beyond words. Xiaoya, what's the date today? After a long, turbulent silence, Chen Fan asked in an extremely hoarse voice. Huh. His sister fell silent for a moment on the other end. Today? It's July 15th. Go, what's wrong with you? Did you fry your brain with a fever? What year is it? Hurry and tell me, what year is it now? It's 2019. What on earth is going on with you? On the other end of the line, Chen Xiaoya's voice was utterly bewildered. July 15th, 2019. I've actually returned to the world more than 2 months before the apocalypse. Chen Fan's eyes grew moist as he realized he had been reborn. What delighted him even more was that his family, who should have been dead for years, were at this very moment talking to him. Go, you're really acting weird today, you. I'll call you later. Snap. Before Xiaoya could continue, Chen Fan had already hung up. He drew deep, steadying breaths, forcing back his tears. On October 1st, 2019, a crisis unprecedented in human history would sweep across Blue Star. Another unknown world would descend, bringing endless slaughter and bloodshed, and the human realm would cease forever to be a land of peace. During 10 years of doomsday, he had exhausted every effort just to stay alive, scurrying and hiding like a rat in the gutter. Those were 10 years of indescribable hardship and humiliation. In the end, he still could not escape the fate of failure. In that frenzied battle royale for survival, Chen Fan lost his family, lost his friends, and could only drag out a wretched existence, living like a stray dog. He had once thought that was his destined end. Who would have imagined that heaven would grant him a chance to start all over again? Bang bang. Chen Fan's mind was in complete disarray when the front door of the rental room was suddenly knocked on by someone, jolting his thoughts apart. Who's knocking? He quickly smoothed his expression and walked slowly toward the door. Click. The lock turned, revealing a broad, greasy face. It was his office supervisor from 10 years ago, Sun Tao. You useless bum, do you know what time it is, and you're still sleeping like a pig? Where's the document you promised to rush for me yesterday? Sun Tao launched into a tirade the moment he entered, his scolding pouring down on Chen Fan's head and leaving him dazed for quite some time. A silence of more than 10 seconds finally brought back Chen Fan's memory of why he was being berated. Yesterday afternoon, when he should have been on leave, Chen Fan had received an urgent assignment from Sun Tao ordering him to finish a document before dawn and deliver it to the company. Because he had been in a foul mood, he went home and drank himself senseless and had long since forgotten the matter. He had not expected Sun Tao to chase him all the way to his rental room at dawn. His recollection broke off, and Chen Fan suddenly smiled. Right now I'm on leave. If you need something, wait until I'm back at work to talk. In the past, Chen Fan had been timid and compliant in the office, having long endured his old superior Sun Tao's bullying. But now, having walked back from 10 years in a slaughter-filled apocalypse, he was no longer the coward he once had been. Sun Tao was taken aback. What kind of attitude was this today? But he quickly recovered, putting on his usual swagger. So what you're saying is you don't intend to write it. Then do you still want to become a full-time employee or not? Sun Tao was exceedingly pleased with himself, thinking he had grabbed hold of Chen Fan's weak spot and waiting for him to bow and scrape as he had in the past. But Chen Fan again spoke shocking words. Even if I finish this report, I still won't be made permanent. Why should I write it? What do you mean by that? Sun Tao's guilt flared. He stared at him in utter bewilderment and asked. Chen Fan's smile grew more natural. You should be the one answering that. This report isn't for my sake at all. It's for that big-chested girl who keeps rolling in bed with you. As soon as I hand the report in, you'll kick me aside and credit it all to her. Isn't that right? That's absolute nonsense. With his thoughts laid bare in a single sentence, Sun Tao flushed with humiliation and roared incoherently, you're slandering me. Even if the company chooses her over you, it's because of her job performance. Chen Fan remained perfectly calm. Yes, her performance has always been excellent, especially when she's on your bed. I've been unable to become a full-time employee after 3 years at the company because you change secretaries every year. Those secretaries can do a lot of things I can't. For example, putting on the lingerie you buy for fun. Inwardly, Chen Fan thanked the heavens for giving him a chance to spit out all the grievances in his heart. Back then, he would never have dared to speak like this. Keeping his job had been all that mattered. But now things were different. If the memories of his previous life were not a dream, then in just over 2 months humanity's apocalypse would descend. At such a critical juncture, who would still care about a lowly job? You dare slander me. Believe it or not, I'll. Sun Tao was trembling with rage, his flushed shiny scalp like a glowing light bulb as he grabbed a fistful of Chen Fan's collar. Chen Fan followed the motion and drove a straight punch into his fat belly. The punch was so swift that Sun Tao barely had time to react. By the time he felt the blow to his abdomen, he was already clutching his stomach in agony, his body curled up like a shrimp. 10 years of bloody training in the apocalypse had taught Chen Fan how to silence others in the most efficient manner. Unfortunately, the effect of this punch was far from what he remembered. It only made Sun Tao squat down, clutching his abdomen, without leaving any obvious injury. It seems that after being reborn, my abilities have disappeared as well. Chen Fan silently withdrew his fist, frowning as he studied his hand, while his mind was already turning to another matter. You dared to hit me. Aren't you afraid I'll call the police? Sun Tao's face was ashen as he clutched his stomach, his voice rising in a hysterical roar. Only then did Chen Fan come back to himself. Rubbing his wrist, he said, of course you can call the police. However, last week I recorded you and the sales manager both stark naked brawling together. Should I upload it now and let everyone see how you got your position as supervisor? And while I'm at it, I can let our colleagues appreciate just how fast your marksmanship really is. You. Sun Tao was instantly horrified, his face flushing crimson as he choked on his words, unable to say anything more. If you don't feel like calling the police just yet, then get out of my home. Now. Chen Fan wore the smile of a victor as he patted Sun Tao's burning red cheek. Remember to deposit my salary on time. Oh, and I forgot to mention, last time I saw that big-chested girl at a clinic that specializes in gonorrhea. She was holding her test results and crying, looking really heartbroken. You've been using protection every time, right? Having spoken, Chen Fan calmly watched Sun Tao's face turn a ghastly green. Then he kicked him out of the room with one swift motion and slammed the door shut with a bang. Having vented his anger, Chen Fan ignored the curses from outside the door and instead calmed himself, pondering his next move. The memories of his previous life were by no means a simple, long nightmare. The apocalypse was truly on its way. At 9 o'clock at night, Chen Fan left his rented room and took a taxi straight to Wutong Street in the southern part of the city. The city he lived in was one of the largest in the southwest, a place where industrial civilization had reached a high level of development. The area around Wutong Street was filled with mechanical forging plants, and Chen Fan had come here to look for someone. Before the apocalypse arrived, Chen Fan needed to build a safe house for himself and acquire weapons with sufficient lethality. Preparing all of this would undoubtedly require money, and even more importantly, a craftsman capable of forging such weapons for him. By chance, Chen Fan knew just such a person, a childhood companion who had grown up with him named Wu Tian. In his previous life, surviving 10 years in the perilous apocalypse had depended largely on the weapons Wu Tian forged for him in the moments before his death. Unfortunately, those weapons had not been brought back to the present world, so Chen Fan thought of Wu Tian at once. Arriving outside the processing plant, Chen Fan dialed a number and smoked alone while he waited for more than 10 minutes. From the gate of the steelworks strode a dark-skinned, tall, and lanky young man. Chen Fan handed him a cigarette. Still working overtime? He asked. Taking the cigarette, Wu Tian gave a wry smile. If I don't work, how can I make money? You know what my family's situation is like. Chen Fan flicked away his cigarette but clapped his hands and said, I came to talk to you about something. Oh, what is it? Asked Wu Tian, lowering the lighter as he was about to light his cigarette. Silently, Chen Fan took out several sheets of blueprints and passed them to Wu Tian. I want a long blade, a crossbow, and many highly lethal tools. The materials for these must be made from the finest steel available. Besides hardness and toughness, their sharpness must reach the most perfect standard. The armor needs to be detachable and as light as possible. After the end of the world, human genes would be greatly strengthened and altered. Ability users would be able to vastly enhance their powers through evolution. Their physical resilience and offensive capabilities would rise to a whole new level, and some could even launch attacks at enemies from a distance through their abilities alone. Precisely because of this, Chen Fan needed cold weapons that could display their full power in close-quarters combat. Everything he needed was drawn on those blueprints. Every one of these weapons had been designed for him by Wu Tian in his previous lifetime. It was by relying on them that Chen Fan had managed to endure for 10 years in such a deadly environment. After his rebirth, however, Chen Fan's hands were utterly empty. Everything had been reset to the starting point. To prepare properly for the coming apocalypse, he had to obtain weapons as powerful as possible to augment his combat strength. Holding the blueprints, Wu Tian was dumbfounded. He studied them carefully from top to bottom, then clicked his tongue in amazement. What do you need all this for? Hunting, Chen Fan replied. Wu Tian was left speechless. He found that Chen Fan seemed somehow different from usual today, though he could not say exactly how. Chen Fan went on, I know you can do it. Roughly how much will it cost to forge this whole set of equipment? Wu Tian pondered for a moment. To meet your requirements, the material can only be titanium alloy tungsten steel. But there's no stock of that in the factory, and that kind of steel is extremely expensive. Just the raw material will cost several $100,000. Brother, can't we play it a bit more realistic? Our monthly salaries together don't even add up to 10,000. Where are we supposed to get that kind of money? Chen Fan cut in at once. Money is not a problem. At the latest, I'll bring it to you by tomorrow afternoon. With that, Chen Fan paid no attention to what expression appeared on Wu Tian's face. He turned and walked out to the main street, raising his hand to flag down a taxi. Where to? The driver asked. Gate 59 of Huayuan Community, Xingnan Road, Chen Fan replied. 15 minutes later, the taxi pulled up along Xingnan Road. This was the city's most famous wealthy district, a place where only high officials and magnates could afford to live. After getting out of the car, Chen Fan looked toward a rather imposing garden villa not far away and allowed an almost imperceptible cold smile to touch his lips. He walked straight to the front gate of the garden villa, closed his eyes, and thought carefully. 2 minutes later, he opened them, then deftly lifted the red doormat at the entrance and fished out a shiny bunch of keys from underneath. This villa belonged to one of the city's most notorious corrupt officials. Chen Fan was not worried about running into trouble by taking his money, because before long this man would be brought to justice and the illicit fortune he had scraped together over the years would be confiscated by the disciplinary authorities and turned over to the state. Back then, this incident had been a favorite topic of gossip among his colleagues, and Chen Fan had only heard of it by chance. He had never imagined that after being reborn, the dirty money this greedy official had painstakingly hoarded would become his own private stash. The thought alone was almost amusing. Chen Fan smiled faintly and pushed the door open with a light touch. He was not worried about the official being at home. At worst, he would simply deal with him in passing. Having grown accustomed to slaughter, he did not care in the least about killing one more piece of vermin. The lights in the living room were off. Chen Fan turned on the flashlight function on his phone and swept the beam quickly around. The furnishings were lavish, expensive sofas and furniture scattered everywhere, the floor paved entirely with marble, giving the impression of stepping into a palace. Worthy indeed of being the city's #1 corrupt official, Chen Fan sneered. Seeing that no one was around, he walked lightly up to the second floor, then kicked open the third bedroom on the left side of the corridor and ripped the quilt off the mattress. Beneath the sheet, the bed was nothing but an empty frame with no mattress at all. Half a meter of cash had been packed tightly into the wooden frame, filling it to the brim. The suffocating scent of money rushed at him, leaving Chen Fan momentarily breathless. He was deeply stunned by the half-meter-high stacks of cash before his eyes. This damned corrupt official actually keeps this much money at home. There was no way he could take so much cash away in one trip. Chen Fan hurried to another room and found some burlap sacks, then loaded the entire top layer of banknotes into them, filling 2 sacks to the brim. He had never imagined that moving stolen money would be such hard physical labor. The cash in the 2 sacks amounted to at least 5 million, yet the pile beneath the bed had been reduced by less than 1/5. There was far more than 10 million hidden here. A pity there are no extra bags, and if I pack in too much, I won't be able to carry it. Forget it. 5 million in cash is about enough. If it's not, I'll come back for more. With that, Chen Fan hoisted the 2 sacks onto his shoulders and strode away into the night. An hour later, he returned to his rented room with the 2 sacks of money. The place he lived in now was hardly any better than the sewers he had inhabited in his previous life. It was a tiny rented room with no extra space. He could only pile the sacks onto his rickety wooden bed and then sit facing the money, falling into deep thought. After the apocalypse, this money would ultimately become nothing but scrap paper. Thus, Chen Fan remained composed, utterly unconcerned with the nominal value of this fortune. All he needed now was to spend it as quickly as possible. Before long, Chen Fan unfolded a map and began comparing it repeatedly with the layout in his mind. In the end, he drew a red dot at a location in the outskirts of the city. That would be his first destination. After the end, the entire city would quickly be overrun by monsters. Chen Fan needed to choose a place to settle that was neither too far from nor too close to the city center, build a safe house tailored to his needs, and ensure convenient access to supplies while avoiding drawing the attention of large numbers of otherworldly creatures. After confirming the location of the safe house, Chen Fan spent the entire night drafting designs, working from midnight all the way until dawn. At daybreak, Chen Fan folded the completed drawings and tucked them into his wallet, then hefted one of the sacks of cash and left the rented room. His time was far too tight. He wished he could fly down the stairs. But as he was hurrying through the stairwell, a fierce-looking middle-aged woman blocked his way. "Where are you going?" "It's time to pay the rent, you know. You still haven't paid last month's." Chen Fan was about to take out money to make up the rent, but when his gaze swept over the landlord's bulging waistline, a thought flashed through his mind. "Sisterly, I'm a bit short today. My salary won't be paid until next week. Could you give me a couple of days?" he asked with an easy smile, walking toward her as if nothing were amiss. "No money again." Sister Lee's thick eyebrows shot up. Before her rough voice could really get going, Chen Fan pointed to the scraps of waste paper at her feet. "Sister Lee, you dropped your phone." "Oh, where?" Sister Lee immediately bent down to rummage through the paper scraps. Chen Fan's fingers brushed lightly over her waist in a motion no one would notice, then he hopped down the steps. "My mistake, I saw wrong. I'll bring you the rent this afternoon," he called back. "You little brat dare to fool me. If you don't pay up tomorrow, you can get out of here. Look at you, filthy clothes and lugging 2 ragged sacks. Off to pick up scrap, are you? If you don't have money, don't rent my place," she shouted after him. Ignoring her curses entirely, Chen Fan went down the stairs, fished her car keys out of his pocket, and pressed the button. The headlights of a Chevrolet flashed as the locks popped open. Driving the car, Chen Fan headed straight for where Wu Tian lived. On the way, he called Wu Tian and told him not to go anywhere and to wait for him at home. Wu Tian was filled with excitement upon receiving the call, never expecting that Chen Fan would actually bring money to him early in the morning. He ran to the front door with uncontainable joy, waiting. A few minutes later, a white Chevrolet sedan came to a stop by the roadside. Chen Fan slowly opened the car door and heaved out a tattered sack from the trunk, walking straight towards Wu Tian. "Open the door, we'll talk inside." Wu Tian hurriedly invited him in and closed the door, pointing at the tattered sack on Chen Fan's shoulder. "Is the money all in there?" "Yes." Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and tossed the sack onto the floor. Immediately, a large stack of cash tumbled out of the loosely tied sack. Wu Tian was completely dumbfounded, as the amount of money Chen Fan brought far exceeded his expectations. "Boss, where did you get so much money? You didn't rob a bank, did you?" Wu Tian was so shocked that he began to sweat, looking at Chen Fan in a daze. Before coming, Chen Fan had already thought of this explanation. He smiled slightly and said, "You didn't forget that I have a habit of buying lottery tickets, did you?" "Hiss." Wu Tian took a deep breath and asked how many tickets he won. "About 7 or 8 tickets, totaling around 30 million. Chen Fan casually replied, pointing at the money in the sack. "I brought 2 million for you, 500,000 as your reward, and the remaining 1,500,000 is for buying steel materials." "Is that enough?" "That's more than enough." Wu Tian clutched the sack tightly, as if holding a bride, tears of excitement filling his eyes. "No wonder you thought of making these things. It turns out you struck it rich. With so much money, you must be looking to splurge. Why didn't you tell me last night?" Chen Fan did not want to dwell on that topic. He shifted his gaze and asked, "You've got the money now. How long will it take to get the steel materials, and how much time do you need to forge them?" Wu Tian sat on the tattered sack, thought for a moment, and said seriously, "The factory has supply channels. I can privately help you contact them. It should arrive within a week at the latest, but the forging process for the items you need is quite complex that will take at least a month to deliver." "That's too slow." Suddenly, Chen Fan placed his hand on Wu Tian's shoulder and patted it firmly. "He'll come back in half a month. At least start by forging 1 or 2 suitable weapons for me. By the way, besides the weapons I want, you can have some of the remaining money to indulge yourself. Go ahead and enjoy, don't save a single cent." After saying that, Chen Fan quickly left. The next thing he needed to do was build his own safe house. He had already chosen the location and soon drove to the outskirts of the city, found the person in charge of an abandoned factory, and signed a lease agreement. In his previous life, Chen Fan had suffered greatly due to insufficient preparation, so in this life, he thought everything through meticulously. The basement was originally built with steel plate structures sturdy enough to satisfy him. However, this factory had been out of operation for a long time, and the basement was uninhabited, emitting a strange coal smoke smell. Chen Fan had to buy a large amount of decorative materials to renovate it himself. Then he used tools to dig a well in the basement, connected a pump to ensure a constant supply of drinking water. After the apocalypse, the water sources in cities were likely to be contaminated. In his previous life, Chen Fan had suffered greatly due to inadequate preparation and almost fell ill due to drinking dirty water. Therefore, resolving the drinking water issue was crucial. In addition to drinking water, food and strategic material reserves were also urgent issues to address. Fortunately, Chen Fan was now a wealthy man, and the preparations were going smoothly. Moreover, Chen Fan reserved several rooms, including those for family and future comrades, which included Wu Tian, who would forge equipment for him. After the apocalypse, all of Chen Fan's family and friends had died, and only Wu Tian had stayed with him for many years. Later, to help Chen Fan escape from the capture of alien beasts, even Wu Tian died in a chaotic battle. Chen Fan had always kept this gratitude in his heart, so he reserved a room for Wu Tian. Besides Wu Tian, Chen Fan also had a younger sister, his only family. However, he did not plan to see her just yet, as there were still more than 2 months until the apocalypse. Chen Fan did not want his sister to experience the panic of the apocalypse so soon. He had to prepare everything first to give her a huge surprise in the near future. For a whole week, Chen Fan spent money continuously purchasing all sorts of supplies, even clearing out 2 nearby supermarkets. Watching the supermarket owner trembling as he counted the money, Chen Fan couldn't help but coldly laugh inside. People would soon realize that these banknotes were merely a pile of useless waste paper. Even a piece of chocolate in the apocalypse would be worth more than any amount of money. After preparing the supplies, Chen Fan began to call Wu Tian, urging him. No matter how much food there was, it would eventually be consumed. Therefore, ensuring powerful combat strength was undoubtedly more important. Stockpiling supplies and forging weapons were just preliminary preparations. Next, he would seek ways to rapidly increase his strength. After the apocalypse, countless otherworldly spaces would overlap with Blue Star. When the real world intersected with these otherworldly spaces, a brand new energy would erupt in the crevices of these overlapping spaces known as Yuanli. Humans could absorb Yuanli to strengthen themselves and give birth to evolved superpowers. These superpowers were referred to as abilities, which were the power Chen Fan currently craved the most. The best way to obtain abilities was to enter the points where these spaces intersected and absorb Yuanli. Those who could absorb and master Yuanli were defined as ability users. Chen Fan had once been an ability user but awakened too late, and his abilities remained undeveloped, leading to his tragic death at the hands of low-level alien beasts. As for ordinary humans who could not absorb Yuanli, their fate was even more tragic. They would be eliminated in that brutal, bloody hell and become prey for the alien beasts. Furthermore, different people absorbed Yuanli at different efficiencies, which involved physical constitution and genetic issues. The more Yuanli an ability user absorbed, the faster their abilities would progress. In the entire ability user circle, Chen Fan was considered to have fairly good potential. Unfortunately, by the time he awakened his abilities, most of the resources on Earth had already been scavenged, preventing his abilities from evolving. Learning from past mistakes, the reborn Chen Fan reflected on his previous failures. He would not let the tragedy repeat itself. This time he decided to take the initiative to strike, heading to the place where Yuanli first erupted to absorb as much as possible and strive to become the first ability user. However, opportunities often coexist with dangers. Wherever there were fluctuations of Yuanli, there would inevitably be ferocious otherworldly monsters, so weapons were a necessary condition for survival. Having planned his journey, Chen Fan set off with only the simplest of luggage. Leaving the safe house, he first dialed Wu Tian's number. After a few rings, the phone was answered, and he heard Wu Tian's voice. Chen Fan, I was just about to look for you. Some of the items have already been forged. When are you coming to pick them up? I'm going now. Chen Fan hung up the phone, jumped into the car he had stolen from Li Jia, and hurried towards Wu Tian's residence at the fastest speed. It had been nearly half a month since he last saw Wu Tian, and he had noticeably become much darker and thinner. This was due to his recent relentless overtime work, striving to prepare Chen Fan's items in the shortest time possible. Fortunately, all the hard work was worth it. After spending such a long time, Wu Tian finally completed a portion of the blueprints as agreed. Ding-ling. The doorbell rang. Wu Tian, who was wiping a long knife, quickly ran to the door. When he opened it, he found Chen Fan standing at the entrance with a duffel bag, his eyes ablaze with excitement, asking, "Where's the stuff I wanted?" "It's here. I just finished it last night." Wu Tian hurriedly invited Chen Fan inside. As they brushed past each other, Wu Tian felt that Chen Fan was noticeably different from a month ago. Not only was his stride steadier, but his muscles were also much more defined, as if he had transformed into a different person. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Chen Fan, you seem to have bulked up a bit." Chen Fan eagerly grabbed a long knife. Hearing Wu Tian's question, he explained, "I've been working out every day recently." Wu Tian suddenly understood, while being wealthy really does make a difference. You never used to be into this kind of thing. He then walked over to Chen Fan and began to introduce the weapons laid out on the coffee table. "As per your request, I first crafted 2 weapons for you. One is a long knife, and the other is a crossbow. However, these items are very dangerous, so please do not expose them to others casually." "Don't worry, I won't," Chen Fan said, lightly flicking the blade with his finger, feeling the icy chill emanating from the knife and the crisp sound of the impact. He felt invigorated with blood rushing back into his heart. Without a doubt, Wu Tian's craftsmanship and skills were top-notch. Although this long knife's lethality could not completely satisfy Chen Fan's thirst for bloodshed, it was indeed the most suitable weapon at present, representing the pinnacle of human forging craftsmanship. Wu Tian continued to explain the characteristics of the long knife. The blade is 1 meter long, the spine is 4 millimeters wide, and the handle is crafted from leftover scraps, perfectly integrated with the blade, without any flaws. When you grip the handle, it may feel a bit rough as I mixed an iron sand with it. Chen Fan interjected, "I understand. The addition of iron sand is to increase the friction between the palm and the handle. During prolonged use, a person's hands tend to sweat a lot, and when the handle gets mixed with sweat, it becomes very slippery and hard to control. Therefore, a skilled blacksmith will always incorporate iron sand into the handles to prevent slipping." Wu Tian was slightly surprised and nodded. "That's exactly the principle." Chen Fan slowly placed the long knife into the toolbox and pointed at the crossbow next to him, asking, "What about this one?" Wu Tian quickly replied, "The crossbow is semi-automatic. I modified it based on my own design into a more portable folding crossbow. Its advantages are lightweight and easy to carry, capable of firing 3 bolts at once, greatly improving firing efficiency. It's versatile, allowing for both steel projectiles and crossbow bolts to be swapped at any time." Wu Tian paused for a moment and continued, "Of course, the drawbacks are obvious. Due to its lighter weight, the effective range is reduced by 1/3, only reaching 200 meters. Are you satisfied with it?" "Of course I'm satisfied. Your design exceeds my expectations. You are always a genius when it comes to weapon design." Chen Fan generously praised him, quietly toying with the folding crossbow, unable to take his eyes off it, completely captivated. "As for the other items you wanted, due to the time constraints, I can't craft them for you yet. It will take at least another half-month." "That's fine, I can wait. They'll come back to find you in half a month." Chen Fan smiled and stood up, only to realize that Wu Tian was staring blankly at him. He chuckled and asked, "Do you have anything else you want to ask?" Wu Tian pointed at the toolbox beside Chen Fan and whispered, "Are you really gathering all this gear just for hunting?" Chen Fan chuckled. Clearly, Wu Tian wasn't a fool. He had been suspicious of the purpose behind the gear from the very beginning. As a former childhood friend and his future closest comrade, Chen Fan didn't intend to hide anything from him. However, Chen Fan still didn't know how to explain it to him. Even if he did, Wu Tian wouldn't understand. So Chen Fan decided to remain silent, packing all the gear into his travel bag. Stretching lazily, he said, "I might disappear for a while. Keep your phone on, and I will come back to find you soon." "Disappear for a while?" Wu Tian was taken aback. "Okay, I won't go anywhere except the factory. You can find me anytime." "That's good." Chen Fan patted Wu Tian hard on the shoulder. Turning around, he strode out of the room. Getting into the car, Chen Fan turned on the electronic navigation system and entered an address in the navigation interface: Qingshan Realm Natural Ecological Park. Now that he had prepared the equipment, the next thing Chen Fan needed to do was head to the next location and embark on a journey to seek power. The cause of the apocalypse was the merging of an unknown space with the Blue Star world, which not only changed the environment of this world, but also brought various terrifying and unexpected monstrous beings to the Blue Star world. These monsters would bring endless slaughter and bloodshed to this world, even shattering the existing patterns and order of the human world. From then on, there would be no peace on Earth. Fortunately, the merging of different spaces does not happen overnight. Before that, many small spatial passages would appear in the Blue Star world. These passages would emerge in very concealed locations, lasting only for a short time, some lurking deep in the mountains, while others would randomly appear in densely populated cities and villages. Among them, the first spatial passage in the city would appear in the ecological area of Qingshan Realm. Only by entering there could Chen Fan obtain what he wanted. Furthermore, while Wu Tian's crafted gear was indeed powerful, it was still far from meeting the demands of the apocalypse. Chen Fan needed to search for materials from another world to comprehensively upgrade and modify this batch of equipment. These apocalyptic materials could not be found in the Blue Star world. Only by infiltrating the mysterious and terrifying spatial passages would there be a certain probability of finding them. After spending 2 or 3 hours, Chen Fan drove to the entrance of the Qingshan Realm scenic area. To his surprise, this area was actually sealed off by the military. Several soldiers in military green coats had set up a blockade on the necessary route to the destination, requiring all passing vehicles to detour. Chen Fan was quite puzzled. The military could not have known about the apocalypse so quickly, nor could they have been aware that a spatial passage would appear here. Why had they sealed off the route in advance? Looking at the soldiers guarding the blockade, Chen Fan felt it was a tough predicament. He did not want to engage with the military at this moment, nor did he want to prematurely expose his plans. Once the news of the spatial passage leaked, it would severely hinder his plans. With this in mind, Chen Fan quietly got out of the car and subtly approached the area where the military had set up the blockade. "Sir, please stop." Before Chen Fan could approach, a young soldier had already blocked his path, saluting him with a standard military gesture. "There is a drill ahead, and all civilian vehicles passing through Qingshan boundary are required to take a detour. This area will be sealed off for 24 hours. "I see," Chen Fan exclaimed, lowering his head, though his brows furrowed slightly. It seemed that this area was indeed sealed off, and the military drill was quite close to his intended destination. Such bad luck. Chen Fan was reluctant to engage in any conflict with the military, but he also didn't want to waste an opportunity to enter the spatial passage. After some contemplation, a sudden idea struck him, and he intentionally put on a troubled expression. "But I have a patient in my car. Taking a detour might take a long time. What if they can't hold on until we reach the hospital?" The young soldier was taken aback, glanced back at his fellow soldiers on duty, and said, "Wait a moment," before quickly returning to the camp. After what seemed like a brief phone call, he rushed back to Chen Fan, saying, "We have military doctors here. If your family member is indeed seriously ill, we can take them inside and arrange for emergency care." Chen Fan immediately became excited and nodded hurriedly, saying, "Thank you, please clear the roadblock. First, my patient cannot get out of the car." "Certainly." The young soldier understood and promptly moved the obstacles aside, gesturing for Chen Fan to proceed. As Chen Fan turned away, a sly smile crept onto his face as he quickly got into the car and started the engine, slowly passing through the roadblock. To make the act more convincing, he even retrieved a thin blanket from the trunk and completely covered the car windows. After passing the roadblock, the car was stopped again by the young soldier. Chen Fan rolled down the window slightly and said to the soldier, "Get in, oh please lead the way." The young soldier did not notice anything unusual and replied, "Okay," before opening the car door and sitting in the passenger seat. The moment the door closed, he instinctively turned to look at the patient lying in the back, but saw nothing in his line of sight. "What's going on in your car?" The soldier was startled and was about to ask Chen Fan what was happening, but before he could finish his sentence, a hand flashed out from behind him, pressing lightly. With a cracking sound as the joints were compressed, the soldier let out a grunt and then silently collapsed. "Phew." Chen Fan let out a sigh of relief, stretching his somewhat rusty body, muttering to himself, "This body is really useless," but fortunately nothing unexpected happened. Chen Fan didn't dare to delay any longer and immediately drove towards the target location. Of course, he didn't drive directly into the so-called military camp, but instead changed direction halfway and parked the car in a very concealed spot. A few minutes later, Chen Fan had changed into military clothing and got out of the car. He dragged the unconscious young soldier out and placed him in a relatively conspicuous spot, muttering, "If I place him here, the military should discover him soon. I hope nothing else goes wrong on the way." Robbing a soldier is a serious crime, especially in this peaceful era where almost no one dares to do such a thing. Yet Chen Fan not only did it, but felt completely justified without a shred of guilt. Because the order of the human world was about to change. When chaos and riots overshadow order, everything that could not be forgiven becomes perfectly reasonable. Wearing the military uniform was to avoid standing out too much. Even if someone spotted him on the way, they would only think he was a wayward military personnel. With this uniform, Chen Fan successfully exited the military drill area in just 2 hours, stepping into the place where a spatial passage was most likely to appear, and began to search quietly. After several hours of searching, he finally chose a small pond as his base. Near the pond was a small waterfall, which had formed the crescent-shaped pond after years of erosion. This location was at the highest peak of the entire Qingshan boundary, allowing Chen Fan to overlook the movements of the entire forest area. Backed by lush trees with abundant branches and leaves, it was convenient for him to find hiding spots at the first moment. Most importantly, this was to be the first point of the impending apocalypse. Before the outbreak of the apocalypse, many signs would appear, such as people disappearing, inexplicably frequent earthquakes, and endless natural disasters. A well-known incident was the crash of Malaysia Airlines a few years ago, which reportedly still had people searching through the wreckage worldwide, trying to figure out what had happened before the crash. Chen Fan knew the reason. When two worlds attempt to merge, they first create spatial wrinkles through compression. The The force of this spatial compression is terrifying enough to shatter any metal. Malaysia Airlines must have accidentally passed through these spatial wrinkles and got lost in another space, which is why no one could find its wreckage. Of course, Chen Fan did not dare to go to such a dangerous place. Even if he found that spatial wrinkle point, he did not have the ability to pass through it. The only place he could go was a small passage relatively close to Yunchi City. This pond was the first point of eruption and naturally became Chen Fan's primary target. He had been squatting near the pond observing for nearly 4 to 5 hours without moving his gaze. The appearance of the spatial passage would first cause changes in the environment. Now the number of bubbles accumulating under the pond had increased significantly, caused by the compression of space beneath the pond. According to Chen Fan's estimation, the time until the complete eruption was drawing very close. Just as Chen Fan was quietly calculating when the signs of the other world would erupt, a sudden shout interrupted his thoughts. "Kid, I've been watching you for a long time. What are you doing?" Chen Fan turned in shock to see 2 men and 1 woman behind him. The person speaking to him was a guy wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking cultured and scholarly, dressed in a well-tailored suit that exuded wealth. However, his gaze was filled with an arrogant disdain that did not match his appearance. Beside the glasses wearer stood a burly man with a dark complexion and a buzz cut. His sharp gaze and the navy blue t-shirt he wore highlighted his well-built physique, obviously a fitness enthusiast. In between the two was a tall and elegant beauty wearing a white blouse boasting nearly perfect long legs. Her ample bosom stretched the neckline high, inadvertently revealing a glimpse of her fair skin, quite eye-catching. Chen Fan's gaze lingered on the trio for less than a second before returning to the water surface. "You'd better not come over." The suited man pushed up his glasses resting on his nose and looked at Chen Fan through his nostrils. "What's your attitude? This is my home. Who allowed you to wander around near my house?" Chen Fan frowned. Before he could speak, the beauty in the middle stepped forward to mediate, introducing herself and the 2 beside her. She was Lin Shi. The one in the expensive suit was Zhao Gui, and the muscular man was Huang Hao. The 3 of them worked for the same company and had discovered Chen Fan while taking a stroll at the mountain peak. Out of curiosity, they decided to come over and take a look. Chen Fan glanced at them indifferently and suddenly stood up, saying, "Apologies, I'm military personnel who got lost in the drill area, and that's how I ended up here." Wearing clothes stripped from a soldier, coupled with his short, neat hair and a face that exuded cold hardness, he appeared almost flawless at first glance. "What of it? You're already out of the drill area. You should leave quickly." However, the bespectacled guy did not take it to heart, still maintaining an air of superiority, even expressing disdain for Chen Fan's military uniform. Zhao Gui was the son of the president of a publicly listed company in the city, and he had connections with high-ranking officials in various departments. He didn't care about a mere private soldier speaking in a condescending tone that was quite unpleasant. "Zhao Gui, could you not speak like that?" Lin Shi expressed interest in the mysterious figure, blinking her lively eyes and saying to Chen Fan, "This is Zhao Gui's villa. Today is his birthday, and we are here to attend the birthday party. You got lost from the military, right? Would you like to come sit with us?" The special profession of a soldier often sparks some fantasies in women. Although this peculiar man did not appear handsome, the solemn military uniform gave Lin Shi a sense of unique reliance, prompting her to invite him. The suited man Zhao Gui had his reservations and said awkwardly, "Lin Shi, you said we had to invite him to my house." Lin Shi shot him a glance and quickly replied, "Today is your birthday. What's wrong with having one more person to wish you well? Moreover, soldiers are also here to protect their homeland. Shouldn't you make it easy for them?" Zhao Gui reluctantly agreed on the surface, but looked at Chen Fan with displeasure, saying, "Kid, have you been squatting all day? Are you hungry? My house is everything, but once you're full you can't wander around, got it?" Chen Fan couldn't help but smile. If he were 10 years younger, he might have argued with this self-important fellow, but he wasn't in the mood for it now. It was evident to anyone with eyes that Zhao Gui's consent to let Chen Fan into the villa was not out of goodwill. It was merely to show off in front of the beauties. As for the muscular man Huang Hao, despite not saying anything throughout, his cautious gaze towards Chen Fan was akin to a police officer evaluating a thief. It was no wonder, after all, that the military uniform he wore was merely borrowed temporarily and didn't fit well. Besides, after walking nearby for a long time, he was now covered in dirt, and Chen Fan was also carrying a peculiar large box, making it hard for anyone to discern its purpose. It was perfectly normal for such an eccentric outfit to raise suspicions. However, Chen Fan did not mind this. He seriously considered Lin Zai's suggestion. Being able to stay in a grand villa was certainly better than continuing to stand here in the wind. So he stood up, patted his pants, and asked, "All right, where are we going to eat?" Zhao Gui pointed to the villa less than 200 meters from the waterfall, his face full of urban superiority, saying, "That villa over there is my home." Chen Fan nodded with a smile and immediately walked towards the villa. Just as he left, Zhao Gui nudged the muscular man beside him, saying, Huang Hao, keep a close eye on this kid, I feel like he doesn't look like a soldier. Huang Hao chuckled. Don't worry, aren't you familiar with people from the military? Why not give them a call to confirm his identity? If this kid isn't a soldier, I'll make sure he knows what's what. Zhao Gui, looking skeptical, nodded and said, fine, I'll call my uncle to confirm right now. While the two were discussing how to verify that strange person's identity, she had already quickly caught up with Chen Fan and initiated a conversation. Wait, are you really in a military exercise? What do you do in the exercises? Chen Fan walked on, focusing intently on his toes. His military identity certainly afforded him much convenience, but he couldn't let it go to his head. Too much talk could lead to revealing flaws, which might bring unnecessary trouble. Lin Shi, however, refused to stop and continued to ask, how old are you? What do you do in the military? Chen Fan still did not respond, and his uncooperative attitude bored Lin Shi, making her lose the desire to continue the conversation. Just as she was about to walk away, Chen Fan called out to her, Lin Shi, right? There's something I want to tell you. Lin Shi, who was about to leave, paused, frowned, and looked at Chen Fan with an odd expression. What do you want to say? It's not very safe here. You should immediately go down the mountain with your friends. If you wait too long, you might lose your life, Chen Fan said in a very serious tone, stating something that sounded quite absurd. Lin Shi was astonished. She stared at Chen Fan for a long time before suddenly bursting into laughter, her lively eyes filled with cunning. Aren't you a soldier? You will protect us, right? And besides, your troops are on the mountain not far away. Oh, what danger could there be? Chen Fan remained silent, choosing not to speak. Entering the villa, the lively atmosphere that greeted Chen Fan made him quite uncomfortable. The hall was filled with numerous men and women. The men were well dressed, while the women were stunningly beautiful. Clearly, most of those who could socialize with someone like young Master Zhao and receive an invitation to this banquet were elite figures from the city. Chen Fan's appearance caused quite a stir, with at least 20 pairs of eyes staring at this oddly dressed fellow. Someone quietly asked, who is this person? Is he also a friend of young Master Zhao? Why haven't we seen him before? Lin Shi was about to explain when Zhao Gui's half-smiling cough came from behind. Everyone, don't mind him. He's a soldier who got lost in the military exercise area and will leave after sitting for a bit. The crowd, suddenly enlightened, completely ignored Chen Fan, who stood in the corner. However, Chen Fan did not mind their gazes. He walked toward an inconspicuous corner, sat down, and began to observe the surroundings. He entered the villa not to look for food, but out of strategic necessity. Chen Fan was unsure how many strange beasts would appear next, or how long the otherworldly space would last. Staying alone by the waterfall posed significant risks, so he needed a place where he could interact with those beasts. Although the forest behind the mountain was also decent comparatively, this place had fine wine and abundant food, making it more suitable for a base. Even though the host's attitude towards him was not very friendly, Chen Fan didn't care. Who would argue with someone on the brink of death? Feeling a bit hungry, Chen Fan stuffed a piece of pastry into his mouth, chewing slowly, washing it down with a glass of water, then reaching for the toolbox. In truth, he would have liked to eat another compressed biscuit, but time seemed to be running out. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the banquet hall, Chen Fan could clearly monitor the changes in the environment across the waterfall. The pool had begun to mist. At first it was just a small wisp, but it spread quickly, white mist rising slowly from the pool, as if pushed by an invisible hand, gradually extending towards the villa. However, the mist was not yet very dense, indicating that the spatial passage had not completely appeared. This was the first spatial passage opened by Blue Star, and it might take longer to form. Chen Fan kept his gaze fixed on the window, watching the gradually spreading white mist, his eyes growing heavier. At that moment, someone approached from behind with a wine glass, a faint smile on their lips, standing still and scrutinizing the back of Chen Fan's head. What do you want? Chen Fan didn't even need to turn around. His instinct for killing allowed him to identify the person immediately. Zhao Gui, the villa's owner. You are definitely not one of the military, are you? Zhao Gui came closer, deliberately raising his phone with a mischievous smile. Not speaking means you agree, right? Another burly figure appeared beside Zhao Gui. It was the muscular man Huang Hao, who glared at Chen Fan menacingly and said in a low voice, You really have guts daring to impersonate a soldier and come here. Zhao Gui's uncle is the military commander in charge of this exercise. You probably don't even know that, do you? Chen Fan had quietly placed his hand on the toolbox, gazing at the increasingly thick, white mist outside the glass window. He quickly moved his fingers away, saying nonchalantly, What are you planning to do with me? I've already notified the military by phone. Their people will be here soon. If you are wise, just stay here quietly. Once the military arrives, they will take good care of you. Zhao Gui said, grinning with excitement. Zhao Gui spoke, laughing, unable to hide his excitement, while Chen Fan remained calm, a playful smile on his face as he said, I'm afraid you won't have time to wait for the military. What did you say? His words made both men tense up. Huang Hao casually grabbed a bottle of red wine, threateningly saying, I advise you not to have any funny ideas. We have at least 20 men here, Even if each of us gives you a punch, you will be flattened. Right, I suggest you don't cause any trouble, or you'll only embarrass yourself, Zhao Gui added with a sneer. He was not afraid of the numbers. He didn't believe this guy would dare stir up any trouble in front of so many people. Chen Fan continued to smile, but there was a hint of coldness in his grin. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, a dense fog swept in, obscuring vision like a veil. A familiar aura permeated the air. Chen Fan adjusted his breathing, his eyes growing fiery. They're here. Even if the military had truly arrived nearby, Chen Fan would not be the least bit worried. The appearance of this white mist indicated that the spatial passage was forming. The soldiers outside could not possibly reach here. By the time the mist dissipated, everything would have already concluded. Why is it getting foggy? In the lively hall, someone noticed the white mist drifting in the air and walked towards the floor-to-ceiling window. Zhao Gui paid no heed to the low cry of that person, gently tasting a sip of red wine, and continued to quietly press for Chen Fan's background. Who exactly are you? Chen Fan smiled, but did not answer. Suddenly he pointed to the area outside the floor-to-ceiling window where the white mist was rising, saying, "Instead of worrying about my identity, you should be more concerned about yourself. It's getting foggy." What's so strange about fog? Zhao Gui sneered, putting down his wine glass. Could there be monsters in the mist that will eat me? Though it was just a joke, it caused a twitch in Chen Fan's brow, and his tone turned even more playful. Maybe you're not wrong. Don't be ungrateful. Zhao Gui was beginning to grow impatient. If it weren't for the banquet being held here, he would have already pressed Chen Fan for answers. But just as he finished speaking, a faint whimpering sound came from outside the villa, causing everyone to freeze. The whimper was not loud and lasted only a short time, but in this eerie space filled with white mist, it sounded so hoarse and abrupt. Did you hear that? For some reason, Zhao Gui suddenly felt uneasy and immediately turned his gaze to Huang Hao, who was equally stunned. Huang Hao moved his lips, but hadn't spoken when a woman in a white dress stood up in the crowd, exclaiming, "Oh no, that's my little Bei. Oh, I left it in the car." Who is little Bei? Zhao Gui asked, momentarily confused. It's my pet dog, a white schnauzer. I might have been out too long and it got anxious. The woman rushed to push the door open, but before she could, the dog's whimper had turned into a piercing wail, its hoarse vocal cords filled with agonizing howls piercing through everyone's eardrums like thunder. The woman who was pushing the door was so frightened that she covered her mouth, trembling as she retreated back into the hall, her face turning pale with fear. Why is little Bei making that sound? Shouldn't we go out and take a look? You go check him. Not going. The suddenly surging white mist made everyone feel extremely uneasy. Coupled with the earlier abrupt cry of the little dog, everyone in the hall exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions unnatural. Chen Fan paid no attention to the emotions of these people. Instead, he lowered his head and focused intently on the palm of his hand. Because he had already sensed the fluctuations of source power. On his palm appeared a gray spot the size of a 50-cent coin, indicating that Chen Fan's supernatural abilities were gradually awakening. He immediately adjusted his breathing, each breath flowing rhythmically, the fiery aura spreading through his blood, causing the small spot on his palm to flicker, gradually eerie and profound. Evolution has begun. Yet this was merely the most rudimentary stage of evolution, far from true ascension. The events of his previous life were unfolding once more. The emergence of primal energy heralded the opening of interdimensional rifts, a portent not of wonder, but of imminent peril. That blood-curdling scream moments ago had already spoken volumes. As Chen Fan gazed absently out the window, a soft footfall approached from beside him. It was Lin Shi, who had invited him in earlier. Hey, do you have any idea why such thick fog has gathered outside? Before Chen Fan could utter a word, Zhao Gui's cold snort cut through the air. Forget it, Lin Shi. He doesn't know squat. Huang Hao, who had long coveted Lin Shi, pushed forward from the crowd. Don't worry, Lin Shi. I'll protect you the moment danger appears. Chen Fan observed their veiled rivalry with icy detachment, and his smile grew colder still. All three sensed something uncanny about that earlier shriek and hesitated to step outside. Then the woman in white spoke up. Fine, I'll go check myself. Without another word, she strode toward the front door and gently turned the lock. Junyi, wait. Let's go together. Lin, she called out urgently, but Junyi had already plunged headlong into the dense fog, deaf to her plea. Within seconds, she vanished from sight, her footsteps fading into the mist like a dying echo. Why did she go out alone? Alarmed for Junyi's safety, Lin, she turned hastily to the others. We should follow. She's not safe on her own. Relax, Lin Shi. Zhao Gui and Huang Hao exchanged glances before replying calmly. What danger could possibly exist here? If anything, the real threat lies inside these walls, not beyond them. As he spoke, Zhao Gui cast a pointed glance at Chen Fan, who remained expressionless, eyes locked unblinkingly on the half-open door. Suddenly, he knelt, opened the tool chest, and withdrew both a collapsible crossbow and a long saber. The saber slid free from its scabbard and rested within easy reach, its razor edge gleaming with lethal chill, drawing every eye in the room. Huang Hao, already stepping toward the door, froze and snapped. Who are you? And why carry weapons like this? At that very instant, a gut-wrenching scream erupted from Junyi beyond the threshold, cutting Huang Hao's words short. The cry lasted less than a second before ending abruptly, a silence so chilling it sent shivers through the entire room. What happened to Junyi? Lin Shi paled instantly, instinctively clutching her best friend close. Her friend was even paler, voice trembling. Lin Shi, why does this villa feel so wrong? Could there be a ghost? I don't believe in ghosts. If one exists, it's just someone playing tricks. Zhao Gui glanced sidelong at Chen Fan, then shouted toward the door, Junyi, what's wrong? Say something. Outside reigned absolute silence. Only the hollow sigh of wind drifting through the emptiness. This is downright unnatural. Impatient, Huang Hao snatched up a wine bottle from the table and marched toward the door. As the slightly ajar entrance swayed, a frigid gust surged inward, carrying thick white fog. A grating creak echoed from the frame. Huang Hao halted mid-step, his eyelids twitching twice involuntarily. Wind howled, fog flooded in. Everything felt profoundly alien. Unfathomable dread gripped them all. Breaths stilled, eyes riveted motionlessly upon the door. The doorknob turned slowly. The door swung inward, and from the swirling mist emerged a woman with vacant, lifeless eyes, her white dress billowing eerily in the cold wind. It's Junyi. Relief washed over the crowd. Huang Hao lowered the wine bottle. Junyi, you terrified us. What were you screaming about? Junyi stood silently on the threshold. Wind lifted her hair, veiling half her face. Slowly she raised her dull, unblinking gaze, and then with grotesque calm curved her lips into a faint, unnatural smile. She lifted a finger and beckoned Huang Hao closer. You want to say something? Huang Hao sensed nothing amiss, muttered under his breath, and stepped forward. Stop! From the corner, Chen Fan shot upright. His gaze sharp as a blade locked onto Junyi's hollow pupils. Without hesitation, he raised the collapsible crossbow to his chest and fired. Whip! A steel pellet pierced the air at blinding speed, leaving behind only a faint, invisible trail. With a muffled thud, skull met metal, a sickening crack echoed. The pellet struck Junyi square in the forehead, blasting open a thumb-sized wound. Crimson welled forth, streaming down her temples like twin rivers of blood, obscuring her sight. What are you doing? For a heartbeat, stunned silence. Then came shrieks of horror and roars of fury. A wave of icy terror seized their hearts, until Junyi's body collapsed rigidly to the floor. Panic exploded. Murderer! You monster! Who let this killer in? Call the police now. Outrage boiled over into rage. Dozens of furious eyes converged on Chen Fan, but he remained unmoved, stooping instead to inspect the crossbow's mechanism. He was satisfied with its performance. Wu Tian truly was a genius arms designer. The penetration power of this collapsible crossbow exceeded expectations. Even a simple steel pellet had punched clean through bone. With a proper bolt, its destructive force would be devastating. Why did you kill her? Huang Hao whirled around, crushing the wine bottle in his fist with an audible crack. Chen Fan ignored them all. Raising the crossbow, he narrowed his gaze toward the doorway, where the fog deepened thick with fluctuating primal energy and the unmistakable scent of otherworldly beasts, not one, but several. Amid the frozen aftermath of the murder, a sudden cry pierced the silence. Look, Junyi isn't dead. She's moving. What? Every head snapped back. Chen Fan, too, turned his gaze to the corpse. And indeed, the body began to writhe sluggishly, unnervingly. How could she still move, after a steel pellet had shattered her skull? Shoo! Silence fell like a shroud. Chen Fan fired again, bang. The second pellet tore through Junyi's trachea, erupting a viscous gush of blood. Her limbs jerked once, then she slammed lifelessly onto the floor. Son of a bitch, he's insane. Blood splattered across their vision. Rage flared white-hot. The crowd surged forward, encircling Chen Fan, ready to tear him limb from limb. Chen Fan held the crossbow steady, its muzzle aimed squarely at the mob. One pellet had already breached a skull. No one dared guess where the third might strike. All froze in place. Chen Fan's voice remained calm, unwavering. Someone. Close the door. Who the hell do you think you are? Enraged, Huang Hao raised the wine bottle high, just half a meter from Chen Fan's head, when the third steel pellet screamed past his cheek, gouging a vicious gash into the wall, sending plaster shards flying. Huang Hao's limbs went weak. He dropped the bottle, trembling, staring wide-eyed at the crossbow in Chen Fan's hands, never imagining this man masquerading as a soldier carried real weapons and dared to use them. Zhao Gui stood even more dazed, slapping himself mentally. He'd been reckless, exposing his intentions too soon. He should have simply waited for military reinforcements. None of them had foreseen that this lunatic would actually kill. Chen Fan swiftly reloaded and leveled the crossbow once more. I'll repeat myself, one last time. Who will close the door? This time no curses escaped their lips. No one dared meet Chen Fan's gaze. Huang Hao, having just brushed death, scrambled backward, crawling behind the crowd, refusing to resurface. Chen Fan paid no mind to their fear. His eyes remained fixed, cold, incisive, on the bullet wound in the corpse's chest, as if his stare could carve steel. After the otherworld descended, countless alien beasts invaded Earth, including one particularly insidious species capable of parasitizing human hosts and seizing control of their nervous systems, the Brain Eater. Unlike bloodthirsty predators, Brain Eaters possessed little inherent aggression. With preparation, even a 10-year-old child could slay them. Their true horror lay in their speed, infiltrating the human body and hijacking neural command in mere moments. Once infected, the host became a hollow vessel, devoid of thought, stripped of emotion. Clearly, Junyi's scream upon exiting the villa signaled her initial infection. The figure who now stood at the door was no longer Junyi, but a puppet animated by the parasite. Chen Fan had seen Brain Eater possession before. He recognized it instantly and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Yet none of these people understood. To them, he was merely a madman reveling in slaughter. Seeing no one move, Chen Fan advanced toward the corpse, only for a red-haired woman to dart from Lin Shi's side, throwing herself before the body and roaring, "Stay back. You've already killed her. What more do you want from her corpse?" Chen Fan frowned and instinctively paused. That single second of hesitation sealed fate. The stout woman berating Chen Fan had no inkling that behind her the corpse had risen, its unnatural movement unnoticed until too late. "Watch out. Move, now." The warning rang out, but the corpse lunged forward, arms snapping straight, wrapping tightly around the woman's torso, then sinking its teeth deep into her throat. Ah! Blood sprayed wildly, mingling with her shriek, a sound that seared itself into every mind present. Chaos erupted. Eyes widened in pure terror. Some screamed, "Ghost," while others fled blindly. Only Chen Fan retained composure. In one fluid motion, he raised the crossbow and fired at the corpse's temple. Shoo! Another steel pellet launched, shattering the skull with brutal finality. The double impact blew the cranium apart, revealing a sight both revolting and horrifying. From the shattered cavity sprouted a thorn-like barb, spiny, black, and venomous, lancing outward with terrifying speed, piercing the woman's lower jaw in an instant. Die! Chen Fan lunged forward, reversed his grip on the long saber, and swept it upward in a blur, his body launching like a cannonball. He reached the woman's side in a heartbeat and cleaved the barb cleanly in two. Shoo! Blade flashed, barb severed. A torrent of foul, ink-green ichor erupted, splattering the floor in a grotesque, nauseating stain. "Come out!" In a lightning stroke, Chen Fan flicked the blade upward, impaling the pulsating fleshy tumor attached to the barb, and hurled it clear across the room with a wet plop. The vile mass hit the floor and tried to rebound, seeking its next host. But before it could leap toward the wounded woman, Chen Fan's saber carved a silver arc through the air, splitting the tumor cleanly down its center. Unrestrained and unyielding, without a hint of hesitation, the flashing blade appeared to showcase an art of slaughter. As the silvery light retracted, the grotesque, repulsive lump of flesh was neatly cleaved in half, with putrid juices gushing from the severed edges, splattering wetly across the floor and adding an abundance of terror and ugliness. The crowd stood frozen, partly because the scene before them was simply too bizarre, and partly due to Chen Fan's decisive and ruthless demeanor amidst the carnage. This mysterious monster seemed as if it was born solely for slaughter. "Who on earth are you? Who are you?" Zhao Gui was on the verge of collapse. He could hardly fathom what was happening before him, nor comprehend why such a fuzzy, disgusting creature had sprung forth from Sister Wan's corpse. The monster was covered in gray, 8-legged appendages, its skin a dull green with patches resembling moss, giving it a plush appearance akin to a child's stuffed toy. Yet it was anything but adorable. Not only was it hideous, but its body was also permeated with a nauseating green slime that made many feel queasy, unable to suppress their retching. "What is this? What is it?" Everyone screamed, bursting into cries of despair. They could not be blamed for their exaggerated reactions, as the scene was overwhelmingly intense. A corpse with a shattered brain, a person whose jaw had been pierced by a poisonous stinger, and a mass that appeared fuzzy, exuding a foul stench, with brains and blood strewn across the ground, merging with the monster's ink-like fluids, emanating an extraordinarily bizarre odor, disgusting to the extreme and terrifying beyond measure. Chen Fan gripped his long knife, remaining motionless, not casting another glance at the heap of flesh split in two, his gaze fixated intensely on the pervasive mist outside, narrowing further. The reality deviated from his expectations. Chen Fan did not anticipate such a low-level brain eater to arrive. Logically, for a dimensional rift of this magnitude, one would expect higher-tier beasts to emerge. The dense fog in the darkness spread extensively, shrouding everything in the unknown. Chen Fan sighed, slowly walked towards the door and firmly shut it. When he turned back, he could already hear soft sobbing nearby. The one crying was Lin. She rushed to the side of the plump woman, disregarding the blood all over her, lifting the woman's drooping head and resting it against her abdomen. The plump woman's jaw had been pierced by the brain eater's poisonous stinger, her neck mangled beyond recognition, revealing glimpses of stark, white bone alongside a severed trachea exposed amidst shredded flesh, the trachea, now incomplete, with multiple bulging blood blisters forming. It's so tragic. The plump woman's plight could only be described as dreadful. All the women near her emitted soft whimpering sounds while the men huddled together, displaying expressions of horror, bewilderedly surveying their surroundings. Only Chen Fan remained indifferent, his expression apathetic, unchanged. No matter how horrific or bloody the scene before him, it could not stir even the slightest ripple of emotion within him. In the decade of apocalypse, he had witnessed too much slaughter and separation, honing a heart colder than stone. Such a minor scene was no longer sufficient to move him. Help! Can someone save her? Lin, she clung tightly to the plump woman in her arms, who could only emit a raspy breathing sound due to her severed trachea, her eyes rolling back, clearly struggling to breathe. Any discerning observer could see that the plump woman's vital signs would soon fade. There was no hope for her. Perhaps it was due to Chen Fan's conspicuous demeanor that Lin, she harbored a glimmer of hope and fantasy. She looked at Chen Fan helplessly, as if he could save her friend's life. Chen Fan said nothing, nor did he take any action. He merely glanced at the plump woman's neck, shook his head, and said, "Let me explain the situation. The creature that appeared earlier does not originate from Blue Star, but is instead a being from another parallel universe. Unfortunately, we have been transported to the interstice of two parallel universes. This place is neither Blue Star nor a foreign world merging with Blue Star, but rather a spatial passage created by the intersection of two worlds. To be more precise, this is a dining table." A dining table. Everyone displayed expressions of bewildered horror. No one cared about the origins of this murderer anymore. Zhao Guo trembled, asking in a particularly weak tone, "What dining table? What foreign world? I don't understand." "It's fine if you don't understand. In simple terms, the white mist you see is not conventional white mist, but rather an essence of another world. Furthermore, within the white mist there will emerge some exceedingly terrifying creatures, some of which can eat humans while others can poison them. We are all food for these monsters. It's that simple." Chen Fan recounted a harsh truth in an extremely calm tone. "No, this is impossible." Zhao Guo immediately countered loudly, "What you're saying is too far-fetched. I don't believe it." Chen Fan shrugged nonchalantly. "That's the truth. Slaughter won't change because one person doesn't believe it. What is about to occur has long been predetermined, and whether he believes it or not, it will happen in reality." Then he pointed at the limp, grotesque mass on the ground and said, "This fellow is a type of low-level beast known as the Brain Eater. Its combat power is not very strong, but it excels at utilizing neurotoxins to paralyze the human brain, turning humans into its puppets. Its favorite food is human brain matter." "How can this be possible?" Everyone, including the sobbing Lin, she exclaimed in disbelief. "Why would there be such a monster? What on earth is going on?" Chen Fan coldly regarded everyone, and then calmly stated, "Rather than feeling lost and helpless, you should consider how to survive in this environment. The Brain Eater is a social creature, generally not appearing alone." Lin, she trembled, asking, "What do you mean? Are there more of these monsters outside?" "Unfortunately, the number is unlikely to be small." Chen Fan nodded, then shook his head, saying, "But everyone need not worry. The Brain Eater is merely the most basic of monsters. Its combat power isn't that frightening. As long as you protect the back of your head and don't let the monster's parasites enter your body, you'll be fine." Seeing them still in a daze, Chen Fan had to remind them, "I've already said what needs to be said. Immediately seal all doors and windows. These monsters are relatively small and can very likely crawl in from various drafts. Do you understand?" "I'll go do it right away." Zhao Guo was so frightened he could barely think. He muttered about closing the windows, yet his feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground, unable to move. Huang Hao was also sweating profusely, looking at Chen Fan with a complex gaze. He said with difficulty, "So, how long will this phenomenon last? How many monsters are there?" "I don't know." Chen Fan shook his head silently. "If everyone wants to survive, it's best to follow my instructions immediately. Close the doors and windows and prepare some weapons for combat, whether it's furniture or something else. At the very least, don't face them empty-handed." As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, Zhao Guo, the owner, shivered and shouted uncontrollably, "How could you not know? I see you're clearly prepared." Chen Fan shook his head again. "I don't know." In fact, he truly did not understand the answer to the question. If he did, he wouldn't mind sharing all the information. The Qingshan massacre was the first spatial passage that erupted in Yunqi City with no survivors. The limited information about this incident could only be gleaned from snippets in the newspaper. The duration was unknown, as was the type of monsters that might appear. Although Chen Fan had control over this otherworldly passage, he was unaware of what had happened within it. Don't ask anymore, let's hurry and close the windows. At that moment, the plump woman had already struggled to take her last breath. Lin Zai's heart was in agony, yet she had to muster the strength to stand up amidst the sorrow, walking helplessly towards a slightly open ventilated window. Suddenly, a rustling sound of a monster climbing the wall came from outside the partially open window. Although the sound was faint, it was instantly captured by Chen Fan. Holding a crossbow in his left hand, he quickly aimed at the source of the sound. Before she could place her hand on the window, a steel ball shot out, hitting a dark green tumor amidst Lin Zai's scream. Bang! As the flesh exploded, a large amount of green fluid gushed out from the monster's soft body, splattering onto Lin Shi like paint. Lin Shi was momentarily stunned, but after less than a second of pause, she let out the sharpest scream of her life. At the same time, a figure rushed beside Lin Shi, inserting a long knife through the window crack. The silver blade flickered as it struck a black tumor phantom with lightning speed. The silver light from the knife transformed into a straight, bright line, piercing and lifting, sending the second brain eater flying as it fell into the room with a thud. This monster was slightly smaller than the previous one, but the 8 segmented limbs beneath its abdomen were even more frightening. Although its skin was soft when the monster launched an attack, those soft tentacles elongated and hardened, resembling sharp, poisonous stings, grotesque and disgusting. Despite being pierced by Chen Fan's gaze, it did not stop waving its limbs. Still not dead, Chen Fan raised the long knife that had impaled the monster, his bloodied hands giving him a somewhat sinister appearance. However, his grip was steady, not shaking at all, as he maintained one hand raised holding the folded crossbow, coldly staring at the half-open window. The fluctuations of the elemental energy grew stronger. With each breath, Chen Fan took a wave of heat accompanied it, as if his blood was ignited by fiery sparks of energy, crazily accumulating power. Lin Shi fell to the ground, desperately trying to stand up. She struggled to overcome her weak legs, unable to believe the scene before her. Before she could make any move, she cried out, "Be careful!" Crack! Something seemed to fall from the ceiling, aimed directly at Chen Fan's crown. As the warning shout came, a sharp wind descended upon his back. Chen Fan had no time to turn around, but the instinct of slaughter prompted his body to react faster than his brain. He quickly raised the hand holding the knife above his forehead, and with a flick of his wrist, a gleaming arc of the blade emerged. With a thud, a half-meter-long dark green, poison stinger fell to the ground. The third one. Chen Fan's face was as solemn as water. Before he could properly look at the monster on the ground, another tumor appeared, and the brain eater still lunged through the window, swinging its 8 sharp, poisonous stings like lightning. Chen Fan crossed the blade to block, and surprisingly, the 8 long limbs shrank back, the tumor crashing violently against the back of the knife. The tremendous force caused Chen Fan's palm to split, but he did not retreat a single step. With a shake of the long knife, he sent the monster that lunged at him crashing back against the wall, the blade sweeping away the longest limb. Even though one limb was severed, the monster still had 7 remaining limbs. All 7 limbs were now hanging over Chen Fan's head, the tumor wriggling rapidly, shooting towards Chen Fan's mouth. As people screamed, only Chen Fan remained indifferent. With no time to retract the long knife, he immediately flicked the blade, crossing his wrist to block. As he deflected the tumor, his left hand swiftly pulled the trigger, and the steel ball instantly shattered the air. The fate of the third brain eater was the same as the previous 2, exploding with just one encounter. Dealing with 3 brain eaters in succession was also a test of Chen Fan's physical stamina. He gasped for breath, numbly moving his wrist. A thick fog lingered outside, and the rustling sound of movement came again. Before the monster could squeeze through the window, Chen Fan immediately struck the handle against the iron frame of the window. With a loud bang, the last brain eater crashed against the window and was quickly bounced back. After driving back all the brain eaters, Chen Fan finally swung his sore arms around, looking towards the crowd that had been dumbfounded, and said calmly, "Are you all planning to just stand there watching? Do you remember what I said?" Yes. Yes. Everyone sprang into action, scrambling to close the windows, and soon sealed all doors and windows. Chen Fan did not go to close the windows. He returned to his previous position, sat down, and picked up a snack again, savoring it slowly, washing it down with water. Although he had repelled the first wave of attacks from the brain eaters, Chen Fan did not feel relaxed. His body still lingered at the most ordinary level, and his stamina and energy had been greatly depleted, forcing him to eat something to replenish his nourishment. The blood and viscous fluid of the brain eaters still clung to him, appearing extremely thick and disgusting, but Chen Fan did not care at all. He continuously ate, ensuring the food was thoroughly dissolved in his stomach juices, not wasting a single bit. Soon after, Zhao Gui and Huang Hao appeared again, but compared to their previous arrogance, the two now wore flattering smiles. Zhao Gui walked in front of Chen Fan and said, "Are you satisfied? If not, I still have more." "That's enough." Chen Fan pushed aside the plate Zhao Gui offered, lying back on the sofa with satisfaction. He didn't need to eat too much, just 6 parts full was enough, though excess fullness would affect his coordination and slow down his knife speed. Yes. Thanks to you for protecting us this time. I hope it's not too rude to ask, what exactly do you do?" Zhao Gui wiped his cold sweat and forced a smile, still not forgetting to inquire about Chen Fan's background. Chen Fan remained silent, shaking his head. "You've misunderstood. I never intended to protect you, nor am I capable of doing so." Chen Fan's ability to slay several brain-eating beasts in a single strike stemmed not from superior strength or endurance, wherein he was virtually indistinguishable from those around him, but from the ruthless killing techniques honed over 10 years of apocalyptic survival. After his rebirth, his body had been reduced to its baseline state, even weaker than many fitness enthusiasts. Of course, should he remain here and continue absorbing primordial energy from the air, his physical prowess would steadily increase. The same held true for everyone else. Evolution treated all equally. The emergence of primordial energy subtly reshaped every human body, though few yet realized it. But Zhao Gui blinked in surprise, assuming Chen Fan was merely venting resentment over his earlier rudeness. He quickly offered an apologetic smile. "You're clearly extraordinary. You must be able to protect us all. I sincerely apologize for my earlier behavior. Instead of begging me, why don't you think for yourselves, eh?" Chen Fan cast a cold, dismissive glance at him. "Observe what others are doing, and then look at yourself. A coward who relies solely on others for protection doesn't deserve to live." "You." Zhao Gui flushed crimson with rage, until he turned and saw to his astonishment that Chen Fan's words were indeed true. Many had already begun fashioning crude weapons from nearby objects. Their makeshift arms were comical. Some wielded dining forks and kitchen knives, others dismantled table legs into crude clubs, still others scrambled toward windows, prying loose steel bars from their frames. Yet undeniably, those who grasped the necessity of self-preservation far surpassed those who only sought shelter in others' strength. A simple wooden staff lashed firmly to the forearm became a surprisingly effective weapon. Though fragile, it sufficed, when wielded with precision, to repel low-tier aberrations like the brain-eating beasts. Seeing this, Zhao Gui and Huang Hao scattered to search for weapons themselves, only for the sharp, rhythmic crack of claws against metal to erupt outside the main gate before either could arm himself. The villa's security door was relatively sturdy, but its load-bearing frame was weak. The brain-eating beasts first assaulted the door. When their clumsy bodies failed to breach it, they dispersed. Some attacked the windows, others scaled the roof. A faint slithering shush echoed everywhere. Monstrous traces proliferated across walls and floors, and even the floor-to-ceiling windows were soon swarmed by furry, grotesque forms. "Ah, they're here. The monsters have returned once more." Panic shattered the crowd. Some bolted blindly, while others dove beneath tables, futile gestures. Once the beasts fully breached the hall, slaughter would be inevitable. "Stop hiding. You too, guard the left windows. You too, secure the rear entrance. All women, hold the floor-to-ceiling windows. Everyone else, defend the main gate. Remember, failure means death." Chen Fan rose swiftly, issuing orders with calm, unflinching authority. He cared little for their lives, but if every last person perished, or worse, became hosts for the monsters, he'd stand utterly alone, incapable of defending so vast a villa. Thus, though deeply reluctant, Chen Fan ultimately offered guidance, assigning each group to fortify a critical choke point leading into the hall. Whether they held the line, however, rested entirely upon themselves. Crack. The scratching against glass intensified. Though their cranial capacity was minimal, centuries of predatory instinct had honed their tactics, swiftly revealing the most efficient path to prey. They abandoned the door entirely, ignoring the reinforced security gate, and surged en masse toward the windows, tapping grotesquely jointed limbs against panes. Ordinary glass could not withstand such relentless percussion, nor could it resist the beast's formidable strength. One by one, windows shattered, cold wind and miasmic stench flooding inward as monstrous clawed limbs thrust through fissures, straining to squeeze inside and feast upon their delicacy. That unique, intoxicating scent, the aroma of living flesh, ignited primal frenzy in every beast. To them, these writhing, terrified humans were nothing more than succulent banquets, brains to be cracked open, meat to be devoured with ravenous delight. They were here. With a violent shatter, the left window exploded inward, a gaping, jagged maw. Frost-laced fog gushed and followed instantly by a jet-black, ink-green claw slashing through the breach. The first brain-eating beast lunged inside, then the second, then the third. Brain-eating beasts were inherently social predators, never acting alone, always appearing in overwhelming numbers. Those who had stood guard at the windows with their crude arms now panicked as the horde descended. Some bravely swung clubs, while the timorous recoiled behind comrades, refusing even to raise their heads. In truth, coordinated defense at the windows would not have been difficult. The narrow aperture allowed only one beast to enter at a time, denying them the advantage of mass assault. The fatal flaw lay in humanity's innate terror, the visceral dread inspired by the utterly alien. That fear spread like a silent plague, siphoning courage from most, leaving only two burly men bold enough to resist as the beasts flooded into the hall, while the rest cowered silently aside. Sometimes cowardice itself is a capital sin, and its punishment is invariably death. Scarcely moments after the window shattered, screams pierced the air. Chen Fan's expression hardened. He pivoted sharply, spotting a man in a green shirt already pinned and shrieking on the floor. Beside him stood only one other, nearly his height, who fought desperately. The rest of the hall's occupants stood, paralyzed, mouths agape, too terrified even to approach the monsters. Damn it! Chen Fan snarled, launching himself from the sofa and instantly acquiring a target, a brain-eating beast, before firing wildly. Schwip! A high-velocity steel round pierced the beast's viscous carapace, its innards detonating in a gory spray that drenched the green-shirted man's face. The man couldn't tell if he was wounded, but his terror was absolute. He flailed wildly with his club limbs, thrashing in blind panic, not striking the beast, but accidentally slamming the club into his comrade's leg. His comrade focused solely on crushing the monster's skull with full-force blows, felled one beast cleanly, yet failed to notice the swinging club descending upon his own calf. Struck hard, he cried out and collapsed onto the floor. Thus their two-man defense collapsed utterly, not to the enemy, but to their own hand. When the second man went down from the blow, the brain-eating beast stationed outside the window seemed to seize the opportunity, redoubling their assaults on the glass. With a high-pitched shattering, the entire pane exploded. 7 or 8 ink-green shapes surged onto the sill, flailing grotesque jointed limbs and hissing as they poured toward the crowd. They're here, stop them quick. In an instant, the hall filled with screams and curses. People roared, yet none dared advance. Within seconds, most of the beasts had leapt to the floor, wildly thrashing their ugly limbs and pinning themselves to the second fallen man. Whoosh! The ink-green limbs, as sharp as sickles, easily pierced his abdomen. The man let out a shrill, pitiful scream, his legs kicking as he rolled, but more beasts dropped from the window and thrust their thin limbs into the back of his skull. He struggled for a moment before all 4 limbs went limp, yet his body convulsed in frantic, high-frequency tremors like an electric shock. His hands and feet flailed uncontrollably in the air. The screams rose in ever higher waves. Save me, save me. The man rasped, unable to move his hands or feet, but still managing to roll toward the others. Human beings are social creatures. His last act was an instinctive plea for help, expecting others to ease his pain. Instead, they ignored his cries. Someone even kicked him, wanting the pathetic creature kept at a distance. Help, so disgusting. The woman nearest him screamed, flailing her arms so hard she lacked even the courage to glance back at the monsters. What a pack of bastards. Chen Fan had not meant to act so soon, but when the beasts finished the first brain and began crawling toward the second, he could not stand aside. He drew his long blade in an instant and launched himself like a great bird, a 2-meter leap that closed the distance. He slapped the backs of the onlookers with the spine of his blade to push them away, then whirled the edge in a phantom arc and pierced the fastest beast. As he swung, another beast sprang up, and its limb shot straight at his face. Chen Fan stepped back, set the blade upright, and drove it down with a borrowed momentum. The second beast was cleaved cleanly in half. A third, a fourth. The long knife in his hands became a small meat grinder. Each stroke tore scraps from the creatures. Thick, splattering gore burst into the air, and the stench of rot seeped through the hall, making everything nauseating. The blade drew terrifying arcs, forming a wheel of light that ripped open the second and third beasts. The edge stabbed forward and neatly felled the fourth. It was far from over. At least 7 or 8 beasts fixed on Chen Fan at once. Their bluish-black limbs wove through the air into an impenetrable net that obscured his sight. All he could see were the countless jointed appendages closing in. He spun the long blade ever faster. The wheel of steel spat a stretched silver web, shredding carapaces while dragging a smeared streak of dark green through the air. Chen Fan held his breath and moved like a tireless automaton, repeating slash after slash. Piles of flesh mounted into mounds. The smashed meat nearly covered his ankles until he flicked it aside with a foot and sent the mess crashing into another beast. The force of his kick pulverized the creature before him. Using the recoil, Chen Fan sprang back his left hand, pulling a trigger as a steel bead screamed through the air and burst another monster's skull. His right hand followed with the blade, chopping aside a limb aimed at him. The body collapsed into fragments beneath the whirl of his blade. Alone, he held the left window. The spinning arcs he issued were like a wall that allowed no light through. He made slaughter into an art. Yet every strike drained him, and his breathing grew tight as exhaustion crept in. When his blade finally tore through the last beast's dorsal shell, Chen Fan's face had flushed to its limit. He staggered a step back, planted the long blade in the floor, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. He had overexerted himself and was nearly spent. He was, after all, only ordinary flesh. His stamina was not that much greater than any man's. Even with the preliminary augmentation of his yuan energy, he could not sustain such a vast outlay. Sweat beaded and blurred his vision. Gasping, he lifted his head and coldly stared at the spectators huddled against the wall. Rage surged within him to its utmost reaches. He stood alone with a single blade shielding the front as the monsters breached the line. What of the others? They had weapons yet chose to shrink back. They did not hold the line. Even as the fight reached its fiercest, they refused to step forward and help. It seems I was wrong to hope. These people truly are not worth saving. Chen Fan shook his head fiercely. Human selfishness and indifference remained the same in any age. Bang! As his mood shifted, another window suddenly exploded. Glass shards sprayed heavenward, and with fresh screams, a dozen or more brain-eating beasts poured through the right window and swarmed the crowd. If they could remain calm, they would know there was no solution but to unite and resist together. The cold reality shattered Chen Fan's illusion about human nature once again. Those guarding the right window performed even worse than the people here. On this side, at least 2 people had found the courage to fight, but those at the right-hand window immediately abandoned the best defensive post. Some even ran while crying out to Chen Fan, "Please come save us. I beg you." Ridiculous. Chen Fan drew a deep breath and, propping his blade, stood up. This time he did not charge forward or heed the frantic screams. Instead, he turned immediately and ran desperately for the stairs. He had no intention of dying in a bloody brawl for strangers. If these people could not even defend themselves, then let them drown in the despair the slaughter brought. The villa contained more than just a single grand hall. Behind the hall lay a small door, granting direct access to all the rooms within. Naturally, in such a perilous environment, hiding alone in a relatively confined room was unwise. Doing so risked drawing an overwhelming assault from the brain-eating beasts. Yet Chen Fan had already resolved not to concern himself with these cowardly, self-preserving individuals. Rather than sacrificing himself for strangers, he would first seek a secluded corner to lie low. The moment Chen Fan turned and fled, the crowd collapsed into panic, as if their very faith had shattered, and screamed uncontrollably, surging after him in blind terror. At least 30 men and nearly 10 women filled the hall. Even if they abandoned the windows as a defensive line, they still possessed a fighting chance. If only they united and leveraged the terrain to their advantage. Alas, none of them had ever considered joining the battle themselves. The instant Chen Fan fled, they followed en masse, surrendering the hall's defenses entirely. The monsters surged forward unimpeded, flooding through the windows, and within 2 minutes the entire hall teemed with swarming brain-eaters. People shrieked and bolted madly, but no matter how fast they ran, they could not escape the monsters' relentless pursuit. Facing a helpless, defenseless crowd, the beasts showed no mercy. Leaping on his shoulders and backs, they launched into brutal, blood-soaked slaughter. Blood sprayed wildly, drenching the floor, splattering the walls, even coating the ceiling. For the brain-eaters cared not for flesh, they sought only the most refined essence, the human brain. Thus, countless corpses were left utterly ignored. Those forsaken bodies lay strewn haphazardly across the hall, and corridors drenched in thick ink-black blood, transforming the scene into a vision straight from hell itself. People screamed, hysterically wailed to heaven and earth, only to be met with ever more savage slaughter. Chen Fan, being the fastest, was also the first to locate a hidden refuge, a narrow room of barely 10 square meters. Inside stood only a bed and a large wardrobe. He dashed and yanked open the wardrobe and hastily stuffed old clothes, regardless of gender, into the window frame. The monsters tracked humans so swiftly because every person emitted a distinct human scent. By sealing the room and cutting off airflow, he could suppress that scent to its utmost, ensuring the beasts drawn instead by others' odors would not fixate solely upon him. Yet just as Chen Fan sealed the windows and moved to shut the door, a desperate wailing knock echoed from beyond the slightly ajar threshold. "Help me. Open the door." Bang! The unlatched door burst inward. First to appear was a face contorted in raw terror. Lin Shi, like a lone wounded fawn, gazed at Chen Fan with pleading eyes. "Please, may I come in?" "Come in," Chen Fan replied without hesitation, his decision made in less than a second. Lin Shi instantly murmured thank you and rushed inside, reaching for the door to slam it shut, when from deep down the corridor, two panicked voices erupted. Help us! Save us! It was Huang Hao and Zhao Gui. At the sound of their cries, Lin Shi froze mid-motion, her hand pausing on the door. Instead of shutting it swiftly, she began pulling it open again, intending to let them in. Lin Shi's over there. We'll join her. Her hesitation had betrayed their location. Huang Hao and Zhao Gui spotted the room instantly and broke into wild, reckless laughter as they sprinted toward it. I'm here, hurry! Lin Shi cried, urgently gripping the doorframe and beckoning them forward. But before Huang Hao and Zhao Gui could draw near, Chen Fan lunged behind Lin Shi and without warning braced his palm against the door, slamming it shut with a thunderous bang. What are you doing? Lin Shi's heart pounded violently as she glared fiercely at Chen Fan, already reaching to wrench the door back open. Chen Fan swiftly clamped his hand over her lips and whispered grimly into her ear, be silent. The beasts are coming. Her face was still pressed tight against the door, just beside the peephole, so she immediately pressed her eye to it. Sure enough, barely 2 seconds after the door sealed, several ink-green monstrous figures streaked past the corridor, dropping from ceilings and walls. They converged directly before Huang Hao and Zhao Gui. What are you doing? Save them now? Lin Shi's eyes blazed crimson with desperation, her voice breaking into frantic, muffled whimpers, her lips still tightly sealed beneath Chen Fan's unyielding grip. Chen Fan spoke coldly, be still. Watch nothing. Say nothing. Once they've devoured them, the beasts will leave. His words had scarcely faded when a piercing, soul-rending scream tore through the corridor, searing Lin Shi's psyche like a waking nightmare. Her vision blurred, tears cascading down her cheeks. Lin Shi knew instantly whose voice that had been, Zhao Gui's. The scream ended abruptly, a grim herald of the wealthy young man's demise. Lin Shi's world dimmed. She thrashed wildly, straining to break free of Chen Fan's iron grip, but his arm remained immovable, unyielding. Within 2 seconds, another familiar shriek pierced the air. Lin Shi, help me. Open the door. Don't abandon me. No, eh? Huang Hao's cry lasted no longer than 2 seconds before cutting off just as suddenly. Lin Shi dared not imagine what unfolded beyond the door. She squeezed her eyes shut, tears flooding freely. Zhao Gui and Huang Hao had always trailed Lin Shi like shadows, her most devoted admirers. Though she had yet to choose between them, she unquestionably regarded them as her closest friends of the opposite sex. Yet now her two dearest companions lay dead just beyond the wall, mere inches from her own survival. The horror of it crushed her spirit, filling her gaze with searing hatred toward Chen Fan. If only he delayed closing the door by a heartbeat, perhaps both Huang Hao and Zhao Gui might have lived. Why? Why was he so selfish? The corridor's slaughter lasted barely a dozen seconds. Then the alien beast's presence vanished entirely. Chen Fan silently withdrew his hand and retreated to sit on the bed. Lin Shi meanwhile slumped against the door, her back to him, shoulders trembling violently, betraying the depth of her anguish. After a long silence, Chen Fan said quietly, you should sit beside me. Conserve your strength. That is our best chance of survival. The killing had merely paused, not ended. This cramped room offered no lasting safety. It could easily become the beast's next target. Their immediate priority, therefore, was preserving every ounce of energy. Lin Shi turned sharply, eyes brimming with tears and blazing with bitter disappointment. Do you truly have the right to lecture me? I misjudged you completely. You're unworthy of wearing that uniform. Grief-stricken over her friend's brutal deaths and traumatized by the slaughter unfolding before her, Lin Shi felt powerless, her sorrow boiling over into venomous condemnation of Chen Fan's chilling detachment. Chen Fan replied, unruffled, you misunderstand. Perhaps Zhao Gui forgot to tell you before he died. I'm no military operative. I wear this uniform only to pass through the exercise zone. And those two men, I share no bond with them. Why should I save them? No wonder you're so cold. You're a monster. Lin Shi shrieked, enraged. Chen Fan rose calmly and said, don't look at me that way. I owe you nothing. Ask yourself. When each of you faced danger, you called only for my help. But who calls for mine? When I am in peril, who cares whether I live or die? Chen Fan was human. Like any human, he had limits. Relentless combat had worn him thin. Even if he perished defending them, would anyone mourn him? Lin Shi spat bitterly, is that your excuse for letting them die? Stop hiding behind pretense. You're merely rationalizing your cruelty. Whether selfish or selfless, Chen Fan did not care how others viewed him. He only did what he believed was right. Thus, even when faced with Lin Zai's accusations, he merely smiled indifferently, leaning against the wall, squinting his eyes to sharpen his focus. What are you doing? Lin Shi stopped scolding and looked at him in astonishment. This man seemed utterly carefree, as if he were about to fall asleep. Chen Fan replied calmly, I need to rest in order to have the strength to face the battles ahead. You need to do the same. Stop shouting. You will only attract more monsters. Lin Shi immediately refrained from speaking loudly, but still cast a disdainful glance at Chen Fan, muttering "coward." Chen Fan seemed not to hear her, continuing to lean against the wall in meditation. The tranquility lasted for about 2 minutes when suddenly the ceiling shook and a cacophony of footsteps and screams erupted from the second floor of the villa, along with the sound of sticks being swung in desperation as people fought against their dire circumstances. "Oh no, someone has been attacked by a brain-eating beast." Lin Zai's face changed immediately. This was to be expected, no matter how large the villa, it had its limits. With dozens of people hiding in different rooms, it was inevitable that some unlucky soul would be discovered by the monsters. It was precisely because of their presence that the monster's attention was diverted, allowing Chen Fan to remain safe in this room. Chen Fan silently opened his eyes, saying, "What does it have to do with you? Just rest obediently." Lin Shi gritted her teeth in hatred, glaring at Chen Fan, as she replied, "I can't do that, because I'm not as cold-blooded as you." For a woman who had never experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse, her kind nature ultimately triumphed over her fear of death. Lin Shi could not sit idly by as she picked up a clothes pole from behind the cabinet, deciding to venture out and assess the situation. Chen Fan continued, "If I were you, I would stay put. Your appearance now serves only to deliver meals to the monsters. You really can't do anything else. Are you planning to fatten them up?" Lin Zai's evolution talent was actually quite strong, and she adapted to her environment better than others. In just an hour, she transformed from a helpless woman into someone willing to confront the monsters. However, it was still not enough. Evolution was a slow accumulation process, and at her current level of evolution, she could not face those terrifying creatures alone. "You don't need to interfere, you selfish jerk. Enjoy your peace while hiding there." Lin Shi shot him a fierce glare, completely disregarding Chen Fan's warning, and immediately flung open the door, rushing into the corridor. However, Lin Shi had barely stepped out when she suddenly shrieked and ran back. A hideous brain-eating beast leaped out from outside the door, wildly extending its exaggerated limbs towards her neck. Instinctively, Lin Shi pulled her body back, but the beast took the opportunity to chase her, jumping through the door gap and violently thrusting its long limbs at her head. As the brain-eating beast was only interested in human brains, its attack methods were rather simple, focusing on her neck and above. However, despite its relatively weak combat power, its relentless hunting style frightened Lin Shi greatly. Her pole struck the target, even piercing the beast's skin, yet the injured brain-eating beast refused to retreat, continuing to leap and try to find a way to penetrate her skull. The room was too small for any escape, and Lin Shi could only grit her teeth and fight back, swinging the pole wildly to strike the beast, sending it crashing against the wall. A straight punch followed, surprisingly flattening the beast's soft belly, bursting it open and releasing a thick, viscous fluid. Not bad. Chen Fan did not intervene in the fight, but leaned against the wall, enjoying Lin Zai's performance. Her speed of evolution was indeed impressive. She had transformed from a defenseless woman into a formidable fighter. The punch that had pierced the brain-eating beast's belly exhibited at least double the explosive power of an average adult. Of course, brain-eating beasts were pack creatures. As one was repelled, another appeared. Just as Lin Zai's punch exploded the belly of the first beast, a second brain-eating beast had already squeezed through the door gap, followed by 2 more of its kind, all climbing along the walls and attacking Lin Shi from different directions. Chen Fan immediately stood up, yet he did not join the fray. Instead, he stepped aside from Lin Zai's swinging pole and jumped to the door to close it. Now only 3 beasts were attacking Lin Shi. Chen Fan then silently positioned his long knife on his back, continuing to enjoy the performance. The second brain-eating beast was similarly defeated by Lin Shi, but at the same time, another black poisonous spike struck, quickly leaving a scar on Lin Zai's delicate arm. In pain, she cried out and thrust her pole, forcefully piercing the second beast's abdomen. The dark green liquid oozed out, filling the room with a strong stench. Lin Shi felt like she might vomit, but she held it back. Her originally delicate features twisted with rage as she stirred the pole, tearing through the outer skin of the brain-eating beast. A mass of intestines and organs immediately spilled out, soaking the floor. The monster hissed in agony, completely ceasing its struggle. However, there was still one last beast remaining. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Shi attacked its kin, it suddenly leaped down from the wall, its exaggerated poison spike elongating in the air, stabbing straight at the back of Lin Zai's head. Danger! In an instant, Lin Shi caught a whiff of death, and despair flooded her heart. Yet her botus instincts reacted faster than her consciousness. Suddenly releasing her grip on the pole, she thrust a straight punch at the last brain-eating beast. The air whooshed with the sound of her fist as she struck the beast before its poisonous spike could reach her. Die! Lin Shi, now furious, became increasingly engaged in the fight. After knocking the target away, she lunged forward, simultaneously reaching out with both hands to grasp the slimy body of the brain-eating beast, forcefully tearing off 2 of its limb-like tendrils. However, the remaining limbs still left bloody scratches on her arms. But Lin she no longer cared. Oh, she let out a sharp howl, like an enraged she-wolf, smashing the monster into the ground, repeatedly stomping it. One stomp, two stomps, until it was reduced to a pile of mush. The three brain-eating beasts quickly became corpses as Chen Fan leaned against the wall, quietly enjoying the show. When Lin she finally collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath, he smiled faintly and said, "See, you don't need anyone to protect you. You can kill monsters on your own. The potential that humans unleash in despair is limitless. You are not weaker than anyone else. If you had shown this courage earlier, how could you have been driven to such a state by monsters? Are all of these my doing?" Chen Fan's words struck her like a cold slap. Lin she trembled all over, lowering her head in bewilderment to stare at the pile of slain monsters at her feet. Her body ached and throbbed, yet the shock in her mind banished all weariness. How could I possibly have done this?" she stammered. "But you did," Chen Fan replied. Chen Fan spoke with detached calm. "This other world may be terrifying and savage, yet for humanity, it is also a promising catalyst for evolution. Your body has already begun to accept transformation by Yuan power, subtly awakening abilities you were not even aware of. This is evolution. Yours has already begun." "Is that so?" Lin she murmured, numb, staring at her hands with an expression of disbelief. "So I can. What are you really, and how do you know all this?" "That is not important," Chen Fan said, slowly shaking his head. "What matters is your talent. Your body can adapt far better to this murderous environment. One must not judge by appearances. Though you are a woman, your performance surpasses that of many men." Lin's lips moved, but she did not know what to say. The initial excitement in her eyes ebbed quickly, returning to a mask of pain and numbness. She whispered, "Even if I know now, it is useless. The dead cannot be brought back." "Of course not," Chen Fan said. "But once you realize this, your chances of survival rise dramatically." Chen Fan leaned his back against the door, silently studying the wounds on Lin's arm. The monster's venomous barbs had pierced her at least 5 or 6 times. The wounds should have bled profusely. Yet the bleeding had stopped, and some lesser cuts were already showing the faint beginnings of scabs. This was another benefit of evolution. Evolution is a slow, accumulative process of building energy. Even the most gifted cannot fully evolve in an instant, so she remained essentially human, only slightly stronger, with greater explosive power and a healing capacity better than ordinary people. She still had a long way to go before becoming a full-fledged, evolved individual. The room fell deathly silent. Lin she was stunned by the changes in her body, while Chen Fan quickened his breathing, deliberately adjusting its rhythm so the Yuan power in the air would diffuse better into her limbs and bloodstream. Having already endured an apocalypse once, Chen Fan was undoubtedly among the first and fastest to awaken. Yet Lin's rate of evolution was no slouch. She was catching up quickly. This indicated a talent far surpassing Chen Fan's. If she could survive, she might one day become a force to be reckoned with in the human world. Half an hour passed quietly yet swiftly. The corridor remained filled with the screams and roars of slaughter, with desperate cries for help as people struggled helplessly. Chen Fan remained composed throughout, but Lin she was on the verge of collapse. Her agitation sprang from guilt. Now that she had awakened her evolutionary ability, a reckless impulse to act flared more fiercely. When a familiar woman's scream echoed down the corridor again, Lin she could not sit still. She pressed her hand to the wall and sprang up. "I can't stay here any longer. I'm going to help them," Chen Fan said with a hint of amusement. "You don't seriously believe that awakening a little evolution makes you invincible, do you? There are so many brain-eating beasts, even I couldn't handle them all alone. I can't just stand by and watch." Lin she glared at Chen Fan, fury and grief contorting her face. She ground her teeth. "If I join you, couldn't we kill them?" Chen Fan still shook his head. "First, I do not know the true number of monsters out there. It is too risky to gamble. Second, those who do not know how to resist forfeit their right to survive in an apocalypse. Even if you save them now, you cannot save them the next time. They'll die sooner or later, so why bother?" When the last apocalypse came in his previous life, Chen Fan had once gone through the same hesitation and resolve as Lin she, determined to save as many people as possible. But the cold reality taught him he could not save everyone. Interfering further would risk his own life as well. "Fine, I see why you are selfish, but I cannot accept it." Lin she snapped like an impulsive child. She shoved Chen Fan aside, yanked the door open, and dashed back into the corridor. This time the monsters had already vanished from the corridor, leaving behind patches of blood carcasses and the traces of desperate struggles. The walls were spattered with blood, numerous colleagues lay dead. Shoes clicked on the blood-slick floor with a crisp, sickening rhythm. Lin she felt as if she might vomit, but she gripped her wooden staff tightly, suppressing the urge, and forced herself step by step toward the source of the cries. Soon she spotted 2 survivors under the monster's assault, a woman with wavy long hair and a man riddled with blood-soaked wounds. The man's body was perforated by the beast's venomous barbs and looked beyond saving, but the woman seemed uninjured and fought back, swinging a shoe at several attacking monsters. "Get away from them. All of you get away," she shouted. That shoe was all she had as a weapon. In desperation, she cried out helplessly. Despite its limited lethality, she swung it with surprising force, the shoe cutting through the air with a whoosh. There was no doubt the woman had also begun to evolve. Though only slightly, her burst strength was respectable enough to keep her fighting for now. "Lin, she saved me," the woman cried, swinging the shoe frantically. As Lin Shi approached, the woman, like a fledgling returning to its nest, rushed toward her and screamed in desperation. "Li Ju, don't be afraid. I'm coming," Lin Shi roared. She swung her wooden staff straight and smashed into the oncoming brain eaters. Because she intervened, the remaining monsters turned their attention to her. In an instant, at least 7 or 8 venomous barbs shot out, aiming for different parts of her body. Lin Shi dodged, swiftly evading an attack from the left, but her right arm was cut, leaving a deeper, more sinister gash. "Ah!" she cried softly, sweeping her staff to block the barb that had pierced her. A dark shape leapt from the left of Lin. She had foreseen its trajectory and brought her staff down in a horizontal sweep, smashing it apart with a sharp crack. But the next moment, several other monsters attacked. Their barbs stretched through the air like lightning, astonishingly extending to a full meter in length. Lin Zai's power was indeed considerable, but she had never received systematic training, and her combat style was monotonous, lacking any skills in killing. She should not have recklessly charged into the encirclement of monsters. While she managed to defend against the left, she neglected the right. Soon numerous gruesome wounds appeared all over her body. Healing from such injuries would take time, but it was clear that Lin Shi would not have the luxury of waiting. 2 mind-eating beasts jumped onto her shoulders, and one used its poisonous stinger to pierce her calf. The excruciating pain made her howl as her body staggered and fell to the ground. In the next moment, the poisonous stinger on her left shoulder elongated violently, shooting straight towards her temple. Instinctively, Lin Shi turned her head, but she fell right into the attack range of another monster, and the stinger left a scar on her forehead. Lin Shi cried out in pain, rolling frantically to shake off the mind-eating beast on her, and upon looking up, she found that the female colleague she had just saved did not have the awareness to come back and help. "Li Ju, help me." Lin Shi swung her stick to block the monster's poisonous stinger, but she was severely exhausted, and the extensive bloodstains all over her body made her lose her sustained explosive power. In desperation, she had no choice but to call for help. Li Ju's reaction was rather amusing. She shouted, "No, I can't do it," and then ran towards a window that had been shattered by monsters scrambling out with hands and feet. "You?" Lin Shi was dumbfounded. It was only now that she understood what regret meant. Unfortunately, she had replaced Li Ju in the encirclement of monsters with at least 7 or 8 mind-eating beasts surrounding her, launching frenzied attacks. Even if she had any feelings inside Lin, she could not express them. She was rolling wildly, dodging poisonous stingers that were like maggots on her bones. A claw from a monster struck her back, leaving a 10-centimeter-long gash, and the penetrating wound in her left leg made it nearly impossible for her to get up. One mind-eating beast leaped up and landed on her head, its ugly and hideous stinger rapidly thrusting towards her forehead. "Is this how it ends, eh?" Lin Shi despaired. The imminent death made her stop all resistance, but the elongated silver arc in the air provided her with a glimmer of hope for rebirth. Chen Fan struck, first using fired steel balls to shatter the monster's carapace that was pressing down on her forehead. The silver light from his long knife extended in the air, transforming into a steady cutting lightning that split the monster's ground spikes in two. In the next moment, the blade slashed out from an odd angle, rising from below and obliterating the third monster. The terrifying knife became a cold meat grinder, instantly slaughtering 3 mind-eating beasts. Lin Shi gained a moment to breathe, leaping up in a frenzy and punching back the 4th beast. Chen Fan rushed forward and jumped in front of another monster, the silver blade piercing through the beast's moving limb as if it were skewering meat. The blade continued to swing, using the monster like a meteor hammer, smashing the encroaching mind-eating beast and brutally crushing it under Chen Fan's foot. Bang! The monster's body exploded, releasing a large amount of viscous, disgusting flesh, and the putrid juice quickly spread through the air. Chen Fan leaped back to Lin Zai's side, swiftly striking down the second-to-last monster. With only one monster left, Chen Fan had no intention of taking action himself, leaving it for the severely injured Lin Shi. Lin Zai's limbs were sore and numb, her body bleeding profusely, and her entire top was covered in blood and the monster's viscous fluids. She was too weak to move her arms anymore. Her stick had fallen aside. She truly had no strength left and helplessly called out to Chen Fan, "Help me." Chen Fan plunged his long knife into the floor and coldly said, "I've already taken care of so much for you. The last one is up to you. If you can't do it, then die." The poisonous stinger of the mind-eating beast was close at hand, gradually enlarging in her pupils. Despairing Lin, she suddenly found strength from somewhere and opened her mouth wide. As the monster's stinger pierced into her mouth, she bit down hard. Crack! The mind-eating beast's stinger broke a part of it, remaining lodged in Lin's mouth. The intense pain made it forget to use its remaining limbs, and then Lin, she fueled by the brink of death, delivered a powerful punch that shattered its body. Bang! The monster's body exploded, splattering blood all over Lin's face. She lay down, weakly struggling to spit out the half of the stinger in her mouth, looking at Chen Fan with cold, dagger-like eyes filled with hatred. He could have easily killed the last monster, yet he refused to lift a finger, choosing instead to force her to squeeze out her last potential. In Lin's eyes, this guy was nothing less than a devil. Not bad, I knew you could survive. Chen Fan was unfazed by the hatred radiating from Lin. Instead, he nodded in satisfaction, his gaze growing increasingly appreciative. It's a pity, though, that you are still too kind. If you cannot change this bad habit, you will never become a qualified warrior. Lin, she gritted her teeth and said, Devil, are you trying to say that you are actually training me? Sort of. Chen Fan's eyes flickered with a strange light. Then he shook his head and said, Forget it, you won't understand. After saying this, Chen Fan walked slowly towards Lin Shi. Just halfway there, a more piercing scream from a woman reached his ears. The voice came from outside the villa, clearly from the woman who had just abandoned Lin Shi to escape. She thought she would be safe outside the villa, but little did she know that was the true hell. Li Ju! Lin Shi cried. Although Li Ju had abandoned her at the last moment, she did not resent her. Instead, she felt sorrowful about Li Ju's fate and shed tears. What a kind yet useless woman. Chen Fan silently thought, shifting his gaze and saying, She abandoned you just now. I know. Lin Shi weakly murmured, saying, But she is my friend. Shouldn't I be sad for her? Chen Fan coldly laughed and said, Ignorant. A true comrade would never betray you in your most dangerous moment. Does someone like this deserve friendship? Why should I argue with a soulless guy like you? Lin Shi turned her gaze away, still wearing a face of disgust. You should leave. Perhaps only you can escape from here. I no longer have the strength to stand up. I know that's exactly the effect I want. Chen Fan smiled slightly, his gaze towards Lin, she growing strangely enigmatic. What do you want? You. Lin's expression turned horrified immediately as she tried to force herself to get up. After struggling a few times, she still felt powerless. No need to be nervous. I'm not interested in you. Chen Fan shook his head silently, suddenly pointing towards a massive blood-red footprint on the floor of the hall and saying, Did you notice that footprint? Footprint. Lin, she struggled to lower her head to look, and indeed, she found a footprint at the entrance of the hall about the size of a bowl. On the floor there were 5 scratch marks, as if some gigantic monster had once appeared there. What kind of monster left this claw mark? Lin's face was etched with utter despair. This imprint could not belong to a brain-eater. Those creatures possessed no claws, and thus could never inflict such grotesque gashes. The brain-eaters alone were terrifying enough, yet now another predator had set its sights on this place. At the thought, Lin, she trembled, not from cold, but from sheer paralyzing hopelessness. Chen Fan strode toward Lin, she gripped her shoulder strap with one hand and hoisted her upright before dragging her slowly upstairs. What are you doing? Let me go. Lin, she struggled repeatedly, yet her efforts were futile. Don't panic. You're gravely wounded. You need a safe place to recover. Without waiting for consent, Chen Fan carried her to the 2nd floor of the villa and deposited her in a concealed corner. You're supposed to be cold-blooded. Why save me? Her gaze held no gratitude, only raw suspicion. Chen Fan said nothing, instead scanning the 2nd floor corridor in silence. It had been meticulously cleared by monsters. He was not truly heartless. For someone like Lin Shi, exceptionally gifted, he saw value in intervention. Saving a potential powerhouse meant sharing the monstrous burden of the apocalypse. Lin Shi earned his aid not by pleading, but by proving again and again how swiftly she grew stronger. Others, however, were unworthy of his effort. After abandoning Lin Shi, Chen Fan slipped quietly into a 2nd floor room. The clashing of blades ceased abruptly. Seconds later, he emerged, dragging a man near death, his chest pierced by multiple bleeding wounds. Though his heart remained untouched, blood poured from him in torrents. His breath was shallow, his voice long extinguished. What do you intend to do? Are you trying to save him? Lin Shi asked. Chen Fan dropped the man at her feet and shook his head. His injuries are fatal. No healing would matter. He'll expire within 2 minutes. Then why bring him here at all? Chen Fan offered no reply. Instead, he knelt silently and drew his long blade across the dying man's throat, ending his suffering with quiet finality. Though Chen Fan refused to heal, he bore no qualms about granting mercy before fate demanded it. Oh! Lin, she screamed again, glaring at Chen Fan, with fury hurling curses that dissolved into sobs. He ignored her entirely. then smeared his fingers across the corpse's open wounds, coating his palm in thick, warm blood. Next, he pressed that crimson hand against her face, then her arms, torso, legs, until every inch of her skin glistened with gore. "You sick freak, what are you doing?" Lin, she wept helplessly, trying to recoil, but her limbs grew heavier, weaker, numb. She could not understand it. Her strength was draining her body, betraying her. Had she been poisoned? Then she remembered the venomous barb she'd bitten off from the brain eater moments earlier. Her entire mouth had already gone numb. Chen Fan continued methodically dobing her until not a single patch of bare skin remained, only the deep coppery sheen of death. Only then did he speak, voice low and steady, "This is how I save your life." Human blood emitted an overwhelming scent, one potent enough to mask the subtle, living aroma of a person. By drenching Lin Shi in it and placing a corpse beside her, the stench of decay would drown out her humanity. To the hyperacute nostrils of the brain eaters, she would no longer smell like prey, only like carrion. Once Lin Shi was fully coated, Chen Fan dipped his hands once more into the blood and smeared it over his own face and body. As he worked, he said, "I'll soon attend to my own task. Lie still here. If I succeed, you live. If I fail, the monsters will find you without delay." "What are you going to do?" Lin Shi's tongue thickened, her words slurred into indistinct murmurs. Chen Fan smiled faintly. "Do you recall the footprints downstairs? I recognize them. They belong to another creature, the nightwolf lycanthrope. Though biologically distinct, brain eaters serve as their subservient kin, lesser predators bound to greater ones." "Why?" Even as her jaw stiffened, Lin Shi persisted. "Have you ever heard the phrase wolves and foxes collude?" Chen Fan chuckled softly. "Lycanthropes possess advanced intellect. They command brain eaters like puppets. In return, the brain eaters offer them the flesh of their kills. They feast solely on brains, the lycanthropes consume the rest. It is a grim symbiosis, predator and parasite bound by mutual hunger. No wonder." Lin Shi stared blankly down the empty corridor and into the hollow expanse of the hall, nodding, slowly, comprehension dawning. The hall should have been littered with corpses, yet none remained. Colleagues' bodies had vanished without trace. The villa felt eerily sterilized. Now, paired with those clawed footprints, Lin Shi understood the corpses hadn't disappeared. They'd been consumed. Chen Fan continued, voice calm and resolute. "Kill the nightwolf lycanthrope, and the brain eaters will scatter. That is our only path to survival." "Then why didn't you act this way from the beginning?" Lin Shi gasped, pain twisting her voice. "It simply didn't occur to me, initially. And the nightwolf lycanthrope is cunning beyond measure. It never appeared, not once. It avoids direct combat entirely. Only after the brain eaters have gathered sufficient prey does it emerge to feast." Chen Fan spoke the words with quiet gravity. "Then what's your plan?" Lin Shi whispered, her breath shallow, her head swimming with leaden weight. He gave no answer, merely seized her arm and vanished deeper into the villa. Time blurred. When Lin Shi's vision began to spin, she suddenly glimpsed several figures being herded forward by monsters, and among them, unmistakably, was Chen Fan. Feigning terror, eyes wide, posture broken, utterly indistinguishable from the rest. The monsters were tightening their net. Every surviving human still breathing was now driven from the hall by brain eaters, forced outward into the suffocating fog. Once they fled the building, the assault intensified, brutal, relentless, focused solely on those who remained. Chen Fan moved with the crowd, naturally subjected to the same onslaught. Yet this time he did not fight back. Not only did he refrain from resistance, he was the first to fall. While others battled desperately for survival, he lunged wildly at a brain eater, striking with reckless, uncalculated fury, pure chaos masquerading as collapse. Soon his legs and back were scored with venomous lacerations. One brain eater leapt onto his chest, poised to drive its barbed stinger into his skull. Chen Fan seized the weapon mid-thrust, then collapsed backward, using his full weight to crush the creature beneath him. To onlookers, it looked like mutual annihilation. Deprived of Chen Fan's formidable presence, the remaining survivors crumbled instantly. Terror and despair had already eroded their will. Resistance became ritualistic, feeble, brief. One by one they fell. Stingers piercing forehead, screams cut short, bodies collapsing in silent heaps. The slaughter quickly ceased, leaving behind a heap of bloodied corpses sprawled haphazardly on the ground. The brain-eating beasts then burrowed into these bodies, releasing toxins to control them to rise once more. The dazed corpses clumsily began to rise, swaying like puppets stumbling towards the depths of the thick fog. Chen Fan also stood up, his limbs stiff and numb, mimicking the walking posture of the corpses under the brain-eating beast's control. The creature that had attempted to truly invade Chen Fan's body had long since been quietly crushed by him. Having advanced less than 15 meters, a pair of crimson eyes soon emerged from the fog, revealing a giant figure akin to a black tower, slowly walking out of the mist with an ugly, towering long nose, a damp mouth, and an unknown liquid dripping from the corners of its mouth, along with a long tongue that hung grotesquely beneath its wolfish jaws. The night demon werewolf stood nearly 2 meters tall and could mimic a human's stance and gait. Its muscles were exceptionally robust, with claws gleaming like black iron reflecting a faint light in the night. Especially at the tip of its wolf nose, a protruding canine tooth had grown resembling a wild boar's tusk, but longer and sharper. Soon the enormous beast approached the pile of corpses, exaggeratedly stirring its long nose. The overwhelming stench of blood in the air excited the werewolf, causing it to howl furiously, with its pupils radiating an even richer shade of crimson, filled with exhilaration. At this moment, all the brain-eating beasts lurking on the corpses dispersed, crawling away from the bodies and moving towards other places, while the formerly stiff and numb corpses collapsed one after another, as if they were falling down like onions. With blood-red light filling its eyes, the werewolf swung its claws, piercing the belly of a corpse, lifting it up and stuffing it into its gaping maw. The sound of bones shattering echoed through the mist as the werewolf devoured the flesh, voraciously relishing the taste, with its eyes squinted in delight. First it chewed through the upper half of the corpse, with copious dark red blood dripping from its wolf mouth, forming a foul puddle at its feet. Having finished the upper part of the corpse, the werewolf immediately spat out the bone scraps separated from the flesh, beginning to enjoy the delicacy of the lower half, with the mist eerily silent, except for the chilling sound of the werewolf crunching on bones echoing in the air. Chen Fan lay motionless on the ground, silently counting the remaining humans devoured by the werewolf. After finishing the first corpse, the werewolf extended its grotesque claws towards the second, gnawing at the flesh in the same manner, followed by the third and fourth. The werewolf's belly was like an insatiable black hole, greedily swallowing large amounts of blood and flesh mixed with bone scraps as it ate and swallowed, soon arriving not far from Chen Fan. Chen Fan had already gripped the hilt of his knife in secret, trying to relax his muscles. One strike, just one strike. When the night demon werewolf leaned down, swinging its claws towards him, Chen Fan would strike like lightning. He had calculated everything. At this close distance, just one strike would be enough to hit the monster's heart. However, just as the night demon werewolf swung its claws to grab the food in front of it, a woman's roar suddenly echoed from the mist. "Monster, let them go." Boom. A dark object was hurled from the darkness, striking the night demon werewolf squarely on the head. When the object landed, Chen Fan could see that it was actually a shoe. This stupid woman, how could she stand up so quickly after being poisoned? Chen Fan cursed internally, unable to imagine Lin, she suddenly appearing to disrupt the situation. At this moment, the foolish woman was waving a wooden stick, stumbling towards the night demon werewolf and crazily shouting, "Monster! You come here. Don't you want to eat humans? Come on." The night demon werewolf, however, was very cautious and did not attack Lin Shi immediately. Only after she struck it several times with the wooden stick did it finally unleash a mournful wolf howl, its eyes inexplicably turning crimson, and it viciously lunged at Lin Shi with its long sharp claws. Standing at only 1.6 meters tall and slender, Lin Shi appeared diminutive before the towering night demon werewolf. She was certainly no match for it. With a swipe of its claw, the wooden stick was shattered into 2 pieces. The werewolf then became agitated, roaring ferociously, and with a single paw it knocked Lin Shi down to the ground, its angry howl echoing throughout the area, frightening the brain-eating beasts surrounding it into fleeing. Lin Shi spat out a mouthful of blood. That one claw nearly shattered her collarbone. Yet the resentment in her eyes did not wane as she raised her head, screaming furiously, "You ate me." The werewolf swung its claw once more, this time targeting Lin Shi's crown. Though it never actively participated in hunting, this did not mean the night demon werewolf lacked combat power. Its black claws swung like a hurricane, causing Lin Shi's long hair to fly wildly. "Damn it!" Chen Fan cursed, springing up from the ground like lightning. He first flicked his hand to shoot a steel ball, then positioned his long knife upright and lunged forward, the silver glint immediately slicing towards the night demon werewolf's back. He had originally planned to strike when the werewolf was at its most careless, but Lin Shi's appearance had completely disrupted his plan, forcing him to act immediately. Taking advantage of the werewolf's moment of confusion, this was Chen Fan's only opportunity for a sneak attack. If he failed, he would surely perish. Bang! The steel ball struck its back, exploding into a spray of blood rain. The night demon werewolf roared in anger, not expecting a corpse to spring up behind it. Caught off guard, it suddenly changed its target, swinging its claws at Chen Fan with incredible speed. The air pressure from the iron claws was thick like a storm. Chen Fan's pupils shrank to pinpricks as he hurriedly pulled back his long knife to protect his chest. Clang! The searing sparks exploded. The blade was struck by the wolf's claw, creating a notch, and as the black claw continued its momentum, it slashed parallel wounds across Chen Fan's chest. Hiss! Chen Fan winced in pain, his nerves jolting, his eyes filled with shock. This creature was not a low-level aberration. It possessed combat power that was alarmingly close to the second tier. This is bad. Chen Fan stumbled to the ground, forcing himself to resist the urge to turn and flee. While the werewolf had not fully turned around, he immediately leveled his crossbow, pulling the trigger with lightning speed. Whoosh! The steel bullet cut through the air, striking the night demon werewolf's left eye perfectly, and the exploding eyeball released a burst of thick, sticky fluid. A perfect opportunity. Even Chen Fan himself hadn't anticipated that the steel pellets he'd fired in haste would strike the werewolf's eye. His heart leapt with sudden elation. He abandoned his crossbow without hesitation and launched himself forward in a flying lunge, driving the tip of his blade straight ahead. Under normal circumstances, Chen Fan stood no chance against a night demon werewolf, but surprise was on his side. 2 consecutive steel pellets had inflicted grievous wounds. Racked by searing agony, the beast howled in anguish and instinctively clutched its ruptured eye, with its claws leaving its chest utterly exposed. Chen Fan seized the opening without delay, thrusting his long blade deep into the creature's heart. A flash of silvery light cleaved through the werewolf's outer carapace. Fortunately, its hide armor offered only modest defense. Amid Chen Fan's furious roar, the blade sank 3 inches deep. Half an inch more would have pierced the night demon werewolf's heart, but at that very moment the beast regained its senses. It erupted in a feral, thunderous bellow, seizing the advancing blade tip with one massive claw, while the other swept down, with a shrieking gale, aimed squarely at Chen Fan's crown. Chen Fan could not withdraw his blade. If he lost the advantage of surprise, he stood no hope against this enraged monster. Yet if he refused to retreat, that colossal claw would surely shatter his skull. Just as Chen Fan teetered on the edge of desperation, a figure lunged forward once more, recklessly hurling herself onto the werewolf's bulging arm. It was Lin Shi. The claw meant for Chen Fan froze mid-swing. The night demon werewolf roared in incandescent fury, thrashing violently to dislodge the fearless human woman clinging to its limb. Yet Lin Shi held on with iron resolve, refusing to let go. That split-second delay granted Chen Fan the perfect opening. He drove his blade forward with every ounce of strength, piercing straight through the beast's heart. Thwip! Though the blade failed to fully penetrate the werewolf's dense hide, even with Chen Fan expending his last shred of strength, it sank only 5 or 6 inches. It was more than enough. For the tip had pierced the creature's heart. No matter how formidable its external defenses, its internal organs remained soft and vulnerable. The ruptured heart spurted a gush of dark, crimson blood, streaked faintly, with emerald green splattering across Chen Fan's face. With a final guttural howl, the dying werewolf summoned its last reserves of power and flung its arm. Lin Shi went flying with a scream, hurtling straight toward Chen Fan. He had no time to evade. She struck him like a battering ram, sending blood erupting from his mouth as they tumbled chaotically across the ground, skidding 2 or 3 meters before coming to rest. Such tenacious vitality. Even as he hit the ground, Chen Fan sprang upright in a single explosive motion, instantly assuming a defensive stance. Fortunately, the werewolf did not charge again. No matter how resilient a monstrous beast might be, a heart pierced clean through could not sustain life. Amid a series of mournful, shrill howls, the night demon werewolf's massive body toppled backward, crashing onto the rocky earth with a hollow thud that carved a shallow crater. As thick mist and dust swirled upward, its corpse convulsed once, then fell still. Huff! Chen Fan pressed a hand to his aching chest and collapsed back onto the ground, his gaze hardening with cold disdain as it settled upon Lin Shi, who lay motionless nearby. Lin Shi's plight far surpassed his own. Her clavicle had fractured, and she suffered severe internal injuries. She lay limp, unable to rise, a thin trickle of blood slowly seeping from the corner of her lips. "Why did you rush out?" Seeing her condition, Chen Fan refrained from further scolding, but his eyes burned with undisguised contempt. Had that reckless woman not intervened, Chen Fan's ambush would have unfolded flawlessly, never ending in such ruin. Spitting out a clot of blood, Lin Shi rasped, "I saw everyone slaughtered. This monster was devouring their corpses, so I couldn't hold myself back. Do you imagine yourself a hero? Your recklessness only doomed us." Chen Fan gripped his blade with icy composure, his gaze fixed unflinchingly on Lin Shi's battered, blood-streaked face. "Heh, how was I supposed to know it was your plan? I charged out for my colleagues, not for you." Lin Shi clenched her teeth in bitter resentment, her eyes still blazing with undimmed hatred. At last she grasped his scheme. He had deliberately mingled among the fleeing crowd, feigning helplessness, using their panic as cover to draw near the monstrous beast. Though his plan was undeniably efficient, the simplest, least demanding path to victory, watching so many innocents butchered without reaction, remaining utterly unmoved as he executed his cold calculus. In Lin Shi's eyes, his heart was colder than forged iron. To her, he was not merely a demon. He was the demon among demons. "Enough. Regardless of how we arrived here, the outcome is satisfactory." Chen Fan stared at Lin Shi for a long, silent moment, disinterested in quarreling with a woman. Slowly he rose to his feet and limped toward the werewolf's corpse, withdrawing his long blade with deliberate care. His eyes flickered with quiet sorrow as he examined the chipped edge where the monster's claw had struck. Yet he quickly steadied himself. The werewolf's death marked the end of this slaughter. Nothing else now threatened him. As for the damaged blade, it could be repaired upon returning to the Blue Star world. Hardly a concern worth dwelling on. More importantly, his evolution had reawakened, and he now possessed the intact corpse of a night demon werewolf. Night demon werewolves were reclusive beings of otherworldly origin, mysterious, cautious, and cunning. Though their raw combat prowess was not extraordinary, their innate wariness made them exceedingly difficult to track or capture. This specimen, nearing the threshold of level 2 aberrant beast, was itself a treasure beyond measure. First, Chen Fan used his long blade to sever the fangs from the werewolf's snout, so dense and resilient that they formed the core of its physiology. It took him nearly 2 hours to extract them cleanly. Then he severed its claws, gathering these extraordinarily hardened materials together. Next, his gaze settled upon the creature's abdomen. Closing his eyes as if in solemn prayer, he stepped forward, blade in hand, and sliced open the werewolf's tough hide. He worked carefully along the lower belly until at last a smooth, round orb rolled free, radiating a profound glacial chill. Only then did he cease. Cradling the white orb in his palms, he studied it intently. Crystalline and flawless, it shimmered like polished quartz, its surface veiled in a delicate mist that exuded an intense, bone-deep cold, causing his hands to tremble, not from pain or fear, but from sheer electrifying exhilaration. The werewolf's demonic core, a rarity even in the apocalypse. Only aberrant beasts that reached a certain stage of maturation could generate such cores. The most precious substance within any aberrant beast, it pulsed with immense primordial energy, the very essence of its being. Harnessed wisely, it would grant Chen Fan new formidable advantages. Magic cores are inherently rare, especially those of such purity, which nearly meet the second-level standard. I didn't expect to be this lucky this time. It seems the harvest is substantial. Chen Fan murmured to himself as he quickly stored the magic core, then dragged Lin Shi back to the villa's hall, searching for the remnants of the brain-eating beast's carcass while collecting a significant amount of fresh blood. Lin Shi lay flat on the ground, coldly watching Chen Fan until he silently returned to her side. Only then did she speak. "Why are you collecting their blood?" With the crisis averted, Chen Fan relaxed again and calmly explained, "Though the brain-eating beasts are repulsive, the neurotoxins they release are quite peculiar. These toxins linger abundantly in their blood, and after refining and purifying we can obtain some medicinal powder that might prove to be extremely useful." "Then what about the claws of that werewolf? What else did you find in its belly?" Lin Shi continued to question. Chen Fan shook his head, saying, "The hardness of the wolf claws surpasses that of any metal in the human world, and they carry its energy fluctuations. These materials can be used for refining weapons." Lin Shi scoffed, "I didn't expect you to be a weapon master." "I'm not, but I have a friend who's particularly talented in weapon manufacturing." Chen Fan smiled indifferently and checked Lin's eyes wounds. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "The passage to the other world should be closing soon. It seems we won't be able to fully heal before it shuts. Your injuries are severe. Once we return to the human world, it will take at least a month for you to regain your mobility. Although evolution can promote the self-healing of human wounds without the aid of spiritual power, this self-healing ability will gradually return to normal. Thus, before the passage closes, Chen Fan needs to absorb spiritual energy as much as possible, striving to recover even a little bit." Gradually, the dense fog was no longer as profound. The disappearance of the fog signified the closing of the spatial passage. As the heat flowing through his blood gradually calmed, Chen Fan saw no further reason to stay. He quietly stood up, glanced at Lin Shi, who was still lying motionless, hesitated for a moment, and decided to take the woman out first. Though Chen Fan had spent more than 10 hours in the otherworldly passage, the timelines of the two worlds were not connected. For those outside, only a few minutes had passed, rendering the area outside the villa still shrouded in darkness. After walking for a short while, Chen Fan said to Lin Shi, whose face was filled with resentment, "There's no need to look at me with such hatred. Ew, at least you're still alive, aren't you?" Lin Shi gritted her teeth, saying, "Not only am I alive, but you survived too. But my friends and colleagues, I don't care about their lives or deaths. You're fortunate. You performed exceptionally in this massacre and escape, which is why I decided to save you. As for those without talent, their deaths are meaningless. But they are all human beings, living, breathing people." Lin Shi screamed again. Chen Fan smiled coldly and was about to say something when a flurry of footsteps approached from the villa's surroundings. Both of their expressions changed. The otherworldly passage had closed, so where did these footsteps come from? Before Lin Shi could figure it out, a beam of flashlight light pierced through the darkness. Chen Fan's eyes widened as he saw several figures clad in military coats. His heart shook as he recalled Zhao Gui's previous words. This guy had already called the military to confirm his identity, and evidently these individuals in military coats were the personnel Zhao Gui had summoned. The military showed up so quickly. Chen Fan immediately furrowed his brow. He didn't want the military to see what had transpired behind him, especially not to fall within their line of sight. After a moment of thought, he quickly placed Lin Shi on the ground and said, "The military is here, you will no longer be in danger. Remember not to mention my involvement. Boss, there's someone ahead. Quick, go check it out." Before Chen Fan could finish speaking, those figures had already dashed toward them. Chen Fan could only shut his mouth and hurriedly ran away, quickly disappearing into the darkness before Lin Zai's astonished gaze. The flashlight continued to sway, and first out of the darkness was a burly, dark-skinned, middle-aged officer shining the light on Lin Shi and immediately exclaimed, "There's someone injured here. Quickly take her back." Wang Yi, a person, just ran from that direction. "That guy's clothes look very similar to ours." Another slender, stern-looking officer frowned. Officer Wang Yi immediately shouted, "I'll go chase." But before Wang Yi could take off, another soldier pointed to the villa, which was suffused with a strong smell of blood, and exclaimed, "Heavens, what happened in the villa?" "Forget the chase, Dill, check the villa." Wang Yi had no choice but to return, rushing back toward the villa. Soon after, he yelled sharply, "Damn it, don't leave. Call for reinforcements, hurry." Since being placed on the ground by Chen Fan, Lin Zai's consciousness had remained hazy, and soon after she developed a high fever. The soldiers guarding the ambulance exchanged glances as they had all heard Lin Zai's delirious mutterings during her fever. She first called out a long list of names: Chen Fan, Huang Hao, and the villa's owner Zhao Gui, along with many others who had perished in this massacre. Then she kept shouting, "Monster," her limbs flailing wildly, even in her sleep, displaying a look of terror and helplessness, which was particularly eerie. The dark-skinned soldier Wang Yi immediately took out a notebook, recording every name Lin she shouted in her fever, and then said to another young officer, who looked thin and stern, "Zhou Tao, have you reported the situation in the villa to the commander?" "I've already reported." Soldier Zhou Tao nodded silently, then revealed an incredulous expression. "This is too strange. What exactly were those flesh balls?" Moreover, almost all the brains of the corpses were empty, and the corridor was littered with scratches made by claws. This didn't resemble a typical massacre at all. What kind of pervert would create such a bloody scene? Wang Yi said with a bitter smile, "Who knows, I even suspect aliens have been here." "By the way, what did the commander say?" Zhou Tao asked with a serious expression. "I sent some of the scene photos to him. The commander ordered us to seal off the area and ensure no information leaks, then bring this woman back to the military." Wang Yi pondered, "Shouldn't we go through the police? And what about that guy who escaped? He attacked our men first, and then appeared near the villa. Could he be the murderer behind this massacre?" "This matter is likely not as simple as it seems." Zhou Tao interrupted Wang Yi's words, gazing at the unconscious Lin Shi, and said, "To understand the ins and outs of this situation, we must wait for this woman to wake up. Look at the blood and wounds on her body. She is clearly a direct witness to the massacre. Once she wakes up, and we question her, we'll know everything." However, Zhou Tao suddenly paused, carefully examining the injuries on Lin Zai's arms and thighs, revealing an expression of extreme confusion. What could have caused these wounds? They don't resemble gunshot wounds or cuts from sharp objects. They seem like the result of an encounter with a wild beast. Are there large wild animals in this area? Wang Yi patted his head and said, "Forget it, let's leave everything to the superior's decision. I never expected such peculiar events to occur during this exercise. What is happening in this world?" As the ambulance transported Lin Shi back to the city, Chen Fan, dragging his exhausted body, found the car he had hidden in the woods and changed out of his blood-stained military uniform into the attire he had worn before setting out. The plan proceeded relatively smoothly. The only surprise for Chen Fan was that the military personnel arrived at the scene shortly after the otherworldly passage was closed and took away Lin Shi, the sole survivor of the massacre. This was a very bad sign. A massacre of such scale was shocking enough to attract global media attention. Although the military would certainly seal off the scene to prevent information leakage, the bodies of those otherworldly creatures would have also fallen into military hands, and the higher-ups could not possibly turn a blind eye to it. What worried him the most was Lin Shi. He wondered if this woman would leak information about him to the military. Chen Fan sat in the car, calmed his mind, and suddenly felt a bit of regret. Perhaps he should not have rescued Lin Shi at all. However, since the event had already occurred, Chen Fan did not wallow in self-pity. He started the car, navigating the familiar route back to his safe house as quickly as possible. After a good night's sleep, Chen Fan finally regained some energy, though he still felt a dull pain in his chest. The wound inflicted by the werewolf's claws would not heal so quickly. It seemed he would need to wait for the next otherworldly passage to open before he could recover rapidly. After taking a shower, Chen Fan changed into clean clothes and brought the materials he had retrieved from the spatial passage, heading once again to his good friend Wu Tian's house. When Wu Tian opened the door, he was surprised. Just a day later, Chen Fan's entire demeanor had changed. His gaze had inexplicably grown sharper, and he walked with a newfound vigor starkly different from his previously sickly appearance. Even more strangely, Chen Fan brought a wealth of materials of unknown origin. These materials resembled metal, but also looked like the claws of some creature with remarkable hardness and density. What on earth did you do yesterday? Wu Tian stared at Chen Fan, whose aura had transformed, filled with questions. He felt this guy was both mysterious and unfamiliar, resembling two entirely different people from the Chen Fan he had known since childhood. Chen Fan first sat down to have a glass of water, then shook his head and said, "I didn't do much, just wandered around the city outskirts and did some hunting on the side." "You really know how to stir things up," Wu Tian scoffed, pointing at the unknown materials and asking, "What are you bringing these things for?" Chen Fan picked up the long fong he had pried from the wolf's snout and said to Wu Tian, "Can you use this to forge me a dagger?" "I could, but..." Wu Tian was momentarily at a loss, scratching the back of his head as he was about to ask a question. Before he could continue, Chen Fan pointed at the wolf claws he had brought back and said, "Can you melt down all these materials and reinforce the long knife for me? That should be doable, right?" "I'm practically becoming your assistant," Wu Tian grumbled as he got up. "All right, you can drop off the materials. Don't bother me unless it's necessary, and come back in half a month to collect your things." "Thank you." Though Wu Tian's attitude was quite impolite, Chen Fan didn't mind at all and even smiled. The more Wu Tian scolded him, the more at ease Chen Fan felt. Not for any other reason, but because in his previous life, after the apocalypse broke out, Wu Tian had sacrificed himself with 2 specially made grenades to cover Chen Fan's escape. He owed him this much. "Get out, get out." Wu Tian waved Chen Fan away like shooing away a fly, closed the door, and muttered as he looked at the materials on the table, "Why does this guy seem like a completely different person now?" He scolded him, but only smiled foolishly. How strange. Wu Tian certainly had no idea why Chen Fan's personality had changed so drastically. If he knew, he might be so shocked that his eyes would pop out. However, many things would eventually come to light. It was just that Chen Fan had yet to figure out how to tell him. After delivering the materials, Chen Fan drove back to the safe house, locking himself in his room without going anywhere, and began researching the remaining magic core and the essence he had extracted from the brain-eating beast's corpse. The wolf claws and fangs could be entrusted to Wu Tian without worry. After all, he was a tech-savvy person indifferent to society and wouldn't repeatedly ask about the origins of the claws and fangs. But the magic core and the essence from the brain-eating beast could not be given to him for processing, as these 2 items were particularly dangerous, especially that second-level magic core. The enormous energy stored within the magic core was akin to a ticking time bomb. If all the compressed energy in the second-level magic core were released, at once its power would be no less than that of a heavy missile. How should I utilize this magic core? Chen Fan gazed at the otherworldly beast's magic core in his hand, lost in thought. He faced 2 choices. One was to directly absorb the energy from the magic core, amplifying his abilities with a slim chance of fully evolving into a true junior ability user. However, this probability was very low, almost non-existent. The difficulty of human evolution surpassed that of otherworldly beasts and required even more energy. Perhaps it was due to the different worlds that made it impossible for humans to adapt to such evolution. In any case, even if he absorbed all the energy from the magic core, Chen Fan might not necessarily become a first-level ability user. Moreover, within the magic core there existed remnants left by the monsters before their death. If Chen Fan could not suppress these remnants, he might suffer a backlash and become a mindless killer, which was not the outcome he desired. After repeated contemplation and hesitation, Chen Fan decided to opt for the second alternative, to forge the magic core into a weapon. Of course, completing this step was not as simple as it seemed. Fortunately, the next otherworldly passage would not open for a while. Thus, Chen Fan had ample time to refine it meticulously. As for the essence collected from the brain-eating beast, Chen Fan refined it into a fine powder. Since the brain-eating beast was particularly adept at releasing neurotoxins, these repeatedly purified powders had also turned into poison powder. Just a small amount was enough to impact a person's cognition. For now, Chen Fan did not need to use them. He kept the poison powder close as a precaution. Anything could happen in an apocalypse, and there would always come a time when he would need to use them. After spending nearly a week, Chen Fan finally completed all the production steps. He carried these collectibles with him and walked out of the safe house, driving to the school where his sister was. It was currently remedial class time. Chen Xiaya loved studying and had good grades, so she chose to stay at school for extra classes during the summer break, which meant the siblings had few opportunities to meet. Chen Fan had no intention of disrupting his sister's peaceful life. He simply found a cafe outside the school to sit quietly, staring blankly at the school's main gate. He sat there for the entire afternoon without seeing his sister. When night fell, Chen Fan stood up, planning to find a place to grab a bite. However, shortly after leaving the cafe, his phone suddenly rang. Chen Fan took out his phone and a mysterious smile spread across his face. The call was from his landlady's sister, Li, likely reminding him to pay the rent. Chen Fan found a sheltered spot and quietly answered the phone. As soon as he put the phone to his ear, a furious roar came from the other end. Chen Fan, you deadbeat. Where have you been? Did you steal my car keys? What are you doing driving my car? Chen Fan remained calm, replying nonchalantly, Sister Li, you have no proof. What makes you think I stole your car? Stop playing dumb. I met you the day I lost my car keys, and the car disappeared that day. You haven't returned to the rental since. Who else could it be? Do you think you can just run away without consequences? Don't underestimate me. Oh, do you believe I can make it impossible for you to stay in this city? Sister Li's words were somewhat arrogant, but she indeed had the capital to be so. This landlady had deep connections, rumored to have an ambiguous relationship with a crime boss, something Chen Fan had heard about when he first rented the place. However, Chen Fan didn't care about her background at all. He smiled and said, all right, I did take the car, but I can't return it right now. Come back for it later. What did you say? Chen Fan, I command you to bring the car back right now. If there's even a scratch on it, I will make you. Before Sister Li could finish her boastful threat, Chen Fan hung up the phone, his face indifferent, and turned off his phone. The car he borrowed was merely for convenience in his actions. He never thought borrowing it would bring him trouble, nor did he care about such trivial issues. If it were peacetime, Chen Fan certainly wouldn't offend a woman with such a complicated background, but now he truly didn't care at all. Even if Sister Li wanted to cause trouble for him, she would never know where the safe house was. After a few leisurely days, on the morning of the second Sunday, Chen Fan received a call from Wu Tian informing him that all the equipment had been crafted. Just in time. Chen Fan, who was studying the next interworld passage, immediately broke into a satisfied smile, put down the map, and headed straight to Wu Tian's house. After knocking on Wu Tian's door, Chen Fan was immediately drawn to the weapons displayed on the table. The long sword had been repaired flawlessly. Its blade, modified and repaired, became more slender and smooth, a 1-meter-long sword radiating a silver gleam of lethal sharpness, shimmering under natural light, as if imbued with a pulse of life. Chen Fan eagerly grasped the long sword, swinging it effortlessly. The smooth lines of the blade felt almost like an extension of his body, maintaining the continuity of slaughter, while the thickened blade added greater force to his strikes. Beside the long sword lay a delicate dagger, its blade only 3 inches long, crafted from the sharpened fangs of a werewolf, measuring just 3 centimeters in width. A compact and exquisite weapon perfect for close-range thrusting. Beneath the long sword and the dagger lay a set of metal armor. The armor was detachable, extremely convenient, and nimble. However, the metal's insufficient toughness in the human world meant it couldn't fit perfectly against the body, so Wu Tian hadn't crafted a complete suit of armor, but rather several independent parts to protect Chen Fan's shoulders, waist, back, and chest. Wu Tian rubbed his dark circles and sat beside Chen Fan, saying, where did you get the materials you gave me? When I processed them, I found they were not only terrifyingly hard, but also far more flexible than any metal I've encountered. Even I don't recognize this material. How could a reclusive programmer like you obtain it? He'll tell you later. Crafting these weapons must have cost a lot. Is the remaining money enough for you to splurge? The money is enough, but you still haven't told me the purpose of these weapons. Wu Tian said suspiciously. When it's time to tell you, I will. I need to go to another place now. See you. Chen Fan quickly stood up with the toolbox, found a cap in Wu Tian's house, and ignoring Wu Tian's expression, walked out of the room. Once in the car, Chen Fan immediately rolled up the window and let out a long breath. There were many things he couldn't explain to Wu Tian, and he didn't want this guy to get involved in the brutal slaughter so early. However, the apocalypse was inevitable. Chen Fan was not deliberately hiding anything, but simply did not want Wu Tian to collapse too soon. He started the car and slowly drove towards the suburban area, aimlessly wandering the streets until night fell, when he finally drove to a private hospital. Deguang Hospital was Chen Fan's second target. The second interworld passage would erupt here tonight. For this day, Chen Fan had been preparing for nearly half a month, arriving early at the parking lot outside the hospital before the passage opened. As a relatively famous private hospital, many people were queuing in the waiting hall. Chen Fan did not rush to get out of the car, but sat inside, surveying the surroundings and memorizing all the spaces that might be covered by the interworld passage. Deguang Hospital was the most renowned private hospital in the city, with a continuous flow of patients. It consisted of 3 buildings. Excluding the outermost emergency room, there were 2 inpatient buildings for internal and external medicine. Such a large hospital would not be entirely covered by the interworld passage. Only the surgical building would be affected. Chen Fan silently recalled the memories of his previous life, then sighed lightly and headed straight for the surgical building with his toolbox. The corridor was filled with the smell of medical alcohol and medical staff, and patients passed by. Chen Fan was not accustomed to this environment. He quietly looked at the time on his watch, planning to take a stroll outside in the garden first. However, before he could walk far, an astonished yet furious scream came from behind Chen Fan. Stop, right there. Chen Fan was taken aback and instinctively turned around only to find Sister Li wearing a patient gown, furiously glaring at him from the corridor, her eyes filled with a desire to devour him. How come you're here? Upon seeing the visitor, Chen Fan couldn't help but smile. With a resident population of at least 2 million, the vast city of Yunxi encountered his creditor. Here, truly this world is small. Sister Li strode up to Chen Fan, furious, pointing at him and shouting, "Where's my car?" "It's outside." Chen Fan had no choice but to take out the car keys and toss them back to Sister Li. "Your car is on the 3rd floor of the parking lot in perfect condition. You can take it now." Sister Li accepted the car keys, but her gaze remained fixed on Chen Fan, her eyes nearly burning with rage. "Do you think returning the car is enough? If my car hadn't been stolen by you, how would I have ended up in an accident while hailing a cab? How will you account for this?" Sister Li was relentless, and Chen Fan was not surprised by this. He smiled and replied, "What does your accident have to do with me? You don't seem seriously hurt. You should leave the hospital quickly." Sister Li said threateningly, "You stole my car, and you don't intend to give me an explanation. The car has already been returned to you." Chen Fan's tone became somewhat impatient. Sister Li was the type of woman who was particularly overbearing, relying on her wealth and a husband with ties to the underworld, thus never treating them, the tenants, as human beings, often issuing commands with an air of superiority. Once Chen Fan was merely a struggling programmer at the bottom of society, lured by the cheap rent. He didn't want to provoke someone like Sister Li, nor could he afford to, so he always bowed to her, flattering her excessively, yet that was all in the past. "Stop right there." Seeing Chen Fan turning to leave, Sister Li immediately tugged at his arm and arrogantly circled in front of him, hands on her hips. "This matter won't be so easy. I tell you, I've already informed Jungu about it. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation, he definitely won't let you off." Jungu is Sister Li's man and a well-known figure in the underworld, reputed to be quite capable. Chen Fan, however, said nonchalantly, "Let him come find me. All right, I have other matters to attend to, please step aside." After saying that, Chen Fan decided not to engage with this troublesome woman any longer and turned to enter the hospital building. However, Sister Li was not planning to let him go easily, immediately grabbing Chen Fan's hand and shouting, "Where do you think you're going? You're really not afraid of death, do you believe I?" "Enough." Chen Fan's eyes flashed with intensity as he turned to glare at Sister Li. Although his face remained expressionless, the chill in his eyes became 2 daggers, causing Sister Li to instinctively shrink back, her demeanor turning alarmed. "Say it again. If you don't want to die, leave this hospital with your car immediately. Don't blame me for not warning you if you're late." Chen Fan held no goodwill towards Sister Li. Although they had been neighbors for 2 years, this landlady was accustomed to being domineering and was quite difficult to deal with. Chen Fan had endured her disdain and sarcasm for 2 years in his rented room, so to remind her to leave quickly was already showing mercy. Sister Li was stunned, too. She had never seen such an intimidating look in Chen Fan's eyes. But she quickly regained her usual arrogance and shouted, hands on her hips, "I refuse to leave. What are you going to do about it?" "This lady, please do not raise your voice. This is a hospital. If you have personal matters, please resolve them outside." Just as Sister Li was about to throw a tantrum, a doctor in a white coat stepped out of the ward building, kindly reminding the two to stop the noise. However, upon hearing this, Chen Fan was taken aback, as the voice also felt familiar to him. Filled with curiosity, Chen Fan turned around and quickly spotted a tall, scholarly-looking man standing behind him. The memories of 2 lives began to merge, and soon he let out a low exclamation, "Wang Feng." "Chen Fan." The tall doctor blinked his eyes, equally excited, and immediately walked up to Chen Fan, giving him a playful punch on the shoulder. "How come you're at the hospital? Are you sick?" Chen Fan, however, couldn't feel any joy. Instead of the delight of a long-awaited reunion, his smile was somewhat bitter. Wang Feng was his high school roommate, and although they had a good relationship, they hadn't met in years. He never expected this guy to be working at this hospital. It was truly an unbelievable coincidence. Seeing that Chen Fan was still in a daze, Wang Feng enthusiastically put his arm around his shoulders, saying, "Why are you silent? Haha, what a fate to meet you here. Do you want to sit in my office for a bit?" Sister Li rudely blocked their way, her face dark as ink. "Where do you think you're going? You aren't going anywhere until this matter is cleared up." "Who is this?" Wang Feng asked, perplexed, pointing at Sister Li. Chen Fan, still a bit confused, didn't want to explain the messy situation and shook his head, saying, "This isn't the place to talk. Wang Feng, do you want to go outside the hospital to chat?" Although Chen Fan was indifferent to strangers, he couldn't be completely heartless. This place was about to turn into a hell of slaughter. As a former dorm mate, he felt it necessary to help Wang Feng, at least to get him out of this hospital. "No way, I haven't finished my shift yet. By the way, there's someone you definitely want to meet. Let's go, we'll take you to see her," Wang Feng said, without hesitation, pulling Chen Fan toward the ward. Meanwhile, Sister Lee, after secretly making a phone call, also followed the two into the hospital building. Chen Fan's mind was in chaos. He didn't care whether Sister Lee followed him or whether she had called someone to trouble him. He was still pondering how to send Wang Feng away. But before he could think of a suitable excuse, another astonishing event unfolded. Wang Feng led him straight into a private ward. As the door opened, a familiar yet strange face appeared before Chen Fan once again. A tall beauty with a fair complexion and an oval face was quietly sitting on the bed peeling an apple. Upon seeing Chen Fan, she immediately put down the fruit knife, surprised and delighted, as she stood up saying, "Chen Fan, is it you?" Chen Fan felt like cursing. The surprises were unending, and he never expected to encounter so many acquaintances in one day. The woman peeling the apple was not a stranger to Chen Fan, as she was also his high school classmate Xia Ming. Xia Ming was naturally filled with joy at Chen Fan's appearance, but Chen Fan was not as pleased. He silently looked at Wang Feng and said, "How many old classmates are there? Perhaps we should call them all out." "None." Wang Feng laughed. "Who would have thought that after graduating from high school and going our separate ways we would meet in the same hospital? It's truly a coincidence. I think we should celebrate with a drink after work. What do you think?" Chen Fan pondered for a moment and then smiled, saying, "You're right. Why wait until after work? Let's find a place to catch up now." "Now?" Wang Feng was taken aback and sighed. "But it's work hours." "It's fine. It won't take much time." Chen Fan immediately grasped Wang Feng's hand and pulled along their old classmate Xia Ming, without further ado, swiftly dragging them out of the hospital ward. There were still about 10 minutes before the interdimensional passage would erupt, and Chen Fan could easily drag them out and re-enter the passage. However, as soon as they reached the corridor, their path ahead was blocked. Beside Sister Lee stood a man with 2 floral dragon tattoos on his arms, glaring at Chen Fan with an unfriendly gaze. "Kid, you stole Sister Lee's car and still want to go somewhere. The brothers outside are all waiting for you." Chen Fan's expression immediately fell. "Stole a car?" Hearing this, both Wang Feng and Xia Ming were stunned and quickly released their grip on Chen Fan's arm, saying, "No way, Chen Fan, how could you do such a thing? You all seem surprised, don't you?" Sister Lee, facing their shocked expressions, said with a sarcastic smile to Xia Ming, "Little girl, be careful. When choosing a man, make sure to keep your eyes wide open and don't get fooled by bad men." Xia Ming seemed to change her gaze towards Chen Fan slightly after hearing Sister Lee's words, hurriedly shaking her head, saying, "He is not my boyfriend. Forget it, Chen Fan. I've been feeling unwell lately, and the doctor advised me to rest. You go drink with Wang Feng, just don't count me in." People in this era are rather pragmatic. To Xia Ming, Chen Fan was just a long-lost classmate. They had no significant ties in life. There was nothing particularly close about their relationship, especially after hearing that Chen Fan was a car thief. Her eyes were already filled with indifference. Wang Feng also looked confused and quietly said, "Did you guys make a mistake?" Sister Lee continued to smile sarcastically. "Yes, this guy looks so honest on the outside, not at all like a thief, yet he happens to be a thief. Who can you blame for that? Should we blame his lack of ambition or society for not guiding him properly?" The word thief was pronounced with great emphasis by Sister Lee. Chen Fan ignored Sister Lee's mockery and quietly turned to Wang Feng and Xia Ming, saying, "It seems you both are unwilling to come with me, right?" Wang Feng did not respond, while Xia Ming put on a distant expression, saying, "Let's wait until you're free someday. We can gather again then." Xia Ming spoke very politely, but this proud urban white-collar worker would not associate with a self-deprecating thief. Chen Fan smiled and said, "All right then, I won't disturb you. Make yourselves comfortable." Not all friendships from school can withstand the test of time. After years apart, Xia Ming had already become a department manager at a publicly listed company. Without mentioning her career achievements, just her stunning beauty had garnered countless compliments and pursuits from men, leading her to develop an aloof and proud demeanor. If others found out that her friend was a thief, it would be too embarrassing. As for Wang Feng, he was now a specialized doctor with a decent career outlook. How would his colleagues react if they saw him bringing a thief into his office as a brother? In fact, Chen Fan understood their mindset very well. He didn't care about their pragmatism. After all, this society was bound to perish sooner or later. Chen Fan took a breath, his expression turning cold again. "This is the last warning. Leave the hospital immediately or don't blame me for what happens next." Wang Feng and Xia Ming exchanged glances, but Sister Lee suddenly smiled and said in a relaxed tone, "Are you threatening me? Before you talk tough, take a look in the mirror first. Do you think I'm someone who can be threatened casually? You're truly overestimating yourself." After Sister Lee finished speaking, the tattooed man beside her stepped forward eagerly. Xia Ming saw the opportunity and tugged at Wang Feng's sleeve, whispering, "What should we do? It seems Chen Fan has offended someone not to be trifled with. Aren't you a doctor here? Is there any way?" Although they didn't want to get too close to Chen Fan, fearing gossip, they still didn't want to see him humiliated. After all, they had been classmates. Wang Feng hesitated for a moment, quickly stepping forward to say to Sister Lee, "Sister Lee, right. This is a hospital, you better not cause trouble. We are here. What about it? I just spoke to Director Sun and he told me to do as I please. Even Director Sun has nothing to say and you, a mere specialized doctor, think you can stand out. Sisterly said with a commanding smile. You? Wang Feng's face turned pale. He had already sensed that this fierce woman might have an unusual background, but he never expected her to have such a big backing. She had already informed the director before taking action. After all, this was a private hospital and the security was not as strong as that of a public hospital. In a place where influential people were present, they held the power. A mere doctor like him was indeed of little use. Thinking of this, Wang Feng could only apologize to Chen Fan with a smile. Sorry, Chen Fan, it seems this time It's fine. Chen Fan didn't care about this minor conflict at all. Hearing Wang Feng's words, he shook his head and smiled, quickly shifting his gaze to the corridor outside the hospital. The corridor had become dim at some point, the neon lights outside the hospital appearing somewhat hazy, and the streetlights seemed to shine through a layer of frosted glass, barely illuminating this side of the corridor. It seems it's too late now. Chen Fan gently shifted his gaze, almost as if talking to himself, saying, You all find a place to hide, don't come out until dawn. Wang Feng immediately said, I'm finding this is a hospital after all. What about you? What I'm saying is not the same as what you're saying. Chen Fan silently glanced at him. Take care. I hope to see you when you come downstairs. Having said that, Chen Fan immediately pushed off the ground with his toes, propelling himself upwards with great speed, effortlessly leaping over Sister Li and the thug, landing outside the hospital stairwell. The newly evolved Chen Fan had already developed an explosive power far beyond the ordinary, making it easy to jump past the congested area. Sister Li was startled by his high jump and quickly shouted to the burly man beside her. He ran. Lu Jian, why aren't you going after him quickly? Don't worry, Sister Li, I've trained too. The burly man Lu Jian swung his fist, grinning maliciously, and immediately rushed towards the stairwell, quickly chasing after Chen Fan. Chen Fan completely ignored him, surveying his surroundings as he silently pondered, then sprinted at full speed up the stairs. The reason for not taking the elevator was that it was too crowded, with at least dozens of people waiting in line. Chen Fan was anxiously seeking a higher vantage point to help him survey the situation. This was the survival law he had learned in the apocalypse. Only by mastering his surroundings the moment he arrived could he act without constraint. And Chen Fan would never reveal himself prematurely, lest he draw targeted attention before the monsters even appeared. All he wanted now was to find a hidden spot to take cover. In seconds, he darted up to the second floor of the hospital, while Li Jie and the burly Lu Jian chased after him, shouting furiously, Don't run. You think you can leap into the sky? Wang Feng, fearing the situation would escalate, hastily pulled out his phone to call for help. Yet pressing the dial button yielded no response. The signal had been severed, cut off by some unseen force. Damn it, why won't the phone work? Still deeply concerned for his old classmate, Wang Feng rushed toward the exit to summon security. Yet before he even crossed the lobby of the inpatient wing, he froze. Fog had risen outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, blanketing everything in a hazy, indistinct veil, so thick that even the neon lights beyond the city blocks had vanished. How did fog appear so suddenly? Wang Feng sensed something deeply amiss, though he couldn't quite name it. At that moment, Xiaoming stepped softly beside him, biting her lip, and murmured, Let it go. He deserves it. Wang Feng shook his head at once. Xiaoming, how can you suspect Chen Fan of theft based solely on an outsider's accusation? After all, he's our old classmate. Let's go upstairs and see for ourselves. But Xiaoming hesitated, then reluctantly nodded. Fine, but I'm not getting involved in this. The two hurried up the stairs, only to find the entire inpatient wing already swallowed by a surging tide of dense fog. Swirling violently, the mist concealed a creeping aura of malevolence. Unaware, the pair sprinted onward, blissfully ignorant that deep within the fog a pair of blood-red eyes had already emerged, watching the inpatient wing with cold, predatory stillness. Chen Fan kept running, up from the first floor all the way to the rooftop level of the inpatient wing. There were no patients here. The hospital had repurposed the space into a storage warehouse for medical equipment and miscellaneous supplies. A heavy iron lock secured the door, but it posed no obstacle to Chen Fan. He didn't slow down, not even for a breath. With one explosive punch, he shattered the lock's mechanism. With a follow-up kick, he sent the door flying inward, and his body surged through the opening in a single fluid motion. A faint, ghostly mist hung over the rooftop as well, the scent of another world shimmering just beneath its surface. Chen Fan strode swiftly to a window, lowered his head, and gazed out into the pitch-black sky. The city's neon glow had vanished entirely. Save for the dim lights spilling from this building, the world beyond had dissolved into absolute darkness. Beneath that obsidian sky, viscous fog churned ceaselessly. Within moments, it had engulfed the entire structure. It arrived sooner than expected. What kind of monster will emerge this time? Chen Fan's brow knotted tightly as he stared into the encroaching white haze, lost in quiet contemplation. Generally speaking, the larger the spatial rift scope, the greater the likelihood of encountering stronger monsters. Conversely, smaller, more confined rifts rarely birthed truly formidable entities. The hospital's inpatient wing was neither large nor small, unlikely to spawn anything exceptionally powerful. At most, it might unleash a Tier 2 aberrant beast. Yet even that posed grave danger to Chen Fan in his current state during his last rift encounter, a nightwolf lycanthrope, still incomplete in its Tier 2 evolution, had nearly overwhelmed him outright, revealing the staggering gulf in combat power between evolutionary tiers. Still, Chen Fan felt little anxiety. His preparations this time far surpassed those of his previous trial, and with fully upgraded weaponry augmenting his capabilities, he stood confident against any Tier 2 aberrant beast short of the most elite. Though his raw strength remained insufficient, his flawless instruments of slaughter more than compensated. As Chen Fan weighed his next move, footsteps echoed again from the stairwell. Lu Jian, the burly man, burst onto the rooftop, leaning heavily against the wall, gasping, "Brat, you really can run. Made it all the way up here. Where do you think you'll escape now, eh?" Chen Fan was mildly surprised that Lu Jian had caught up so quickly. To his eyes, the physical capacity of ordinary humans was negligible, but Lu Jian's ability to scale 10 flights of stairs in such haste suggested a baseline fitness marginally above average. So his claim of having trained seemed after all no empty boast. Since appearing, Lu Jian had leaned against the handrail, catching his breath, making no immediate move forward. In truth, he hadn't climbed so many stairs in years. By the time he reached Chen Fan, he was utterly spent. Were Chen Fan to strike now, even with just 1/10 of his strength, Lu Jian would collapse instantly. Yet Chen Fan made no move. He cast only a fleeting, indifferent glance at Lu Jian, then turned his gaze back to the swirling fog beyond the glass. The descent of the otherworldly aura had saturated the air with primordial energy particles. Chen Fan's lungs expanded rhythmically, his chest rising and falling rapidly, not from exhaustion, but to accelerate absorption of that energy through intensified respiration. With each breath, he felt the heat surge anew in his blood, his latent injuries from the prior rift already mending. Silently, he lowered his gaze to the tiny black speck on his left palm, noting how its darkness deepened steadily, proof his evolution was progressing swiftly. A minute later, labored gasps echoed once more from the stairwell. Li Jie ascended almost entirely, supported by Xiaoming, her stamina failing after only 6 floors. Xiaoming steadied her, soothing her agitation, urging calm dialogue over violence. Li Jie had agreed meekly on the stairs, but the moment she saw Chen Fan, she erupted. Shoving Xiaoming aside, she pointed at the still panting Lu Jian and shrieked, "Why aren't you hitting him yet? Beat him senseless, for my sake." "Done." Lu Jian ceased breathing hard, twisted his mouth into a cruel grin, and lunged. Before dropping out of school, Lu Jian had trained in Sanda for a stretch, and it was precisely his formidable martial prowess that earned him the trust and promotion from Li Jie's husband. Now he served as the syndicate's top enforcer. After a minute's rest, his stamina had rebounded sufficiently. He felt certain a scrawny youth like Chen Fan would fall easily beneath his fists. Xiaoming and Wang Feng cried out in unison, "Chen Fan, don't stand there. Run." Too late. Lu Jian snarled, raising a fist the size of a sandbag and driving it viciously toward Chen Fan's back. "Kill him. Teach this bastard a lesson. Hard." Li Jie clutched her waist, wheezing and venomously screaming. To everyone's astonishment, Chen Fan neither fled nor flinched. He didn't even turn, until Lu Jian's fist was mere inches from impact. Then in one fluid motion, he pivoted and drove his elbow backward, striking Lu Jian's flank with quiet, lethal precision. Chen Fan had never studied formal combat arts, but the merciless crucible of the apocalypse had forged him into the ultimate teacher. In sheer killing artistry, he held unwavering confidence. Men like Lu Jian were beneath even a passing glance. Bang! After the impact, Lu Jian immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, letting out a cry as his robust body flew back like a sack. At that moment, Sister Li's shouting had yet to subside, but her expression froze in disbelief as she looked at the flying Lu Jian, resembling a mother duck with its throat squeezed, letting out a quack. Lu Jian lay on the ground groaning as he clutched the spot that was struck, struggling to get back up, but unable to do so. Chen Fan, of course, did not wish for this guy's life. He simply struck the exact spot on Lu Jian's waist, and the blow was not light. "Lu Jian, what's wrong with you?" Sister Li was in a state of shock and exaggeration. Even Wang Feng and Xiaoming, who were beside her, were dumbfounded, utterly surprised that the seemingly frail Chen Fan could send a 180-pound strongman flying with just a light hit. "Get up." Sister Li began to shout again, pointing at the groaning Lu Jian and scolding him with spittle flying everywhere. "You're really useless. Didn't you always claim to be the most capable henchman of Brother Jun? Get up." Lu Jian himself was bewildered. He hadn't seen clearly how Chen Fan had struck. He thought he had just charged too fiercely and accidentally bumped into something, and unwilling to lose face in front of Sister Li, he gritted his teeth and tried to stand up, roaring angrily as he attempted to charge again. At that moment, a faint scream suddenly echoed from downstairs, startling Lu Jian, who was about to throw a punch. The scream did not last long, but it was eerily hoarse, laced with a chilling undertone. This burly man abruptly stopped his punch, looking around comically. What's going on? Is someone giving birth in the stairwell? At first glance, his analysis seemed reasonable. After all, this was a hospital. Shut up. Sister Li was nearly laughing with anger, stamping her foot as she reprimanded, what does it matter to you if someone is giving birth? Hurry up and help me vent my anger. Okay. Lu Jian let out another tiger roar, but at that moment Wang Feng suddenly shouted, wait, it doesn't sound like someone is giving birth in the stairwell. Listen, there are a lot of footsteps downstairs. Something must have happened. Indeed, as soon as Wang Feng's words fell, the stairwell was filled with a cacophony of footsteps. Many people were wailing and screaming as they frantically rushed up the stairs, the dense sound resonating as if the entire building was about to collapse. Strange, why are so many people running upstairs? Sister Li stopped shouting. She wasn't foolish and quickly sensed that something was awry. She hurriedly leaned over the railing to look down. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Feng squeezed past her and rushed to Chen Fan, saying, run. Don't just stand there. Wang Feng was loyal to his old classmate, at least remembering to create an opportunity for Chen Fan to escape. He did not really understand why there was a large number of footsteps downstairs. He just wanted to shift Sister Li and Lu Jian's attention. Thank you. Chen Fan sincerely nodded to Wang Feng. He decided to protect him this time. Still want to run? Lu Jian had already reacted, cracking his knuckles, ominously blocking the passage. But Sister Li suddenly exclaimed, Lu Jian, look. So many people are coming upstairs. Huh? Lu Jian could only withdraw his fists. What many people? You see for yourself. Sister Li glared at him with great displeasure. Lu Jian had no choice but to mimic her and stick his head out of the stairwell. As a thick mist spread through the stairwell, more and more figures appeared at the narrow staircase, and a quick glance revealed at least 20 or 30 people. What is going on with these people? Now, even Wang Feng was confused. He had worked at this hospital for so long without ever witnessing such a peculiar phenomenon. While several people were leaning over the stairwell to look down, Chen Fan quietly approached the large iron door at the end of the corridor, shouting to Wang Feng, don't look, hurry, and bring Xiaoming over. Although Wang Feng still did not understand the situation, the screams from the stairwell and the sight of numerous patients and nurses rushing up the stairs were indeed eerie. Deep down, he began to feel uneasy. He instinctively tugged Xiaoming and hurried toward the top floor. Lu Jian scratched his head and said, Sister Li, what should we do? Sister Li shot him a glare. Go upstairs. The two followed Wang Feng and Xiaoming, stepping into the corridor on the top floor. Chen Fan did not say anything. He waited for Sister Li and the others to step into the corridor before swiftly shutting the heavy iron door and reaching for the corridor's switch. What are you doing? Wang Feng asked, puzzled. Shut up, don't ask. Make no sound except for breathing. Chen Fan replied coldly and immediately turned off the lights in the top floor corridor. With a click, the entire corridor was plunged into darkness. Chen Fan locked the heavy door from the inside, pressing his back against the lock, closing his eyes to continue resting. Something capable of causing such chaos among the crowd must be a creature from another world. It seems the monster had already appeared on the first floor, instigating such panic among the people. What on earth is happening? Sister Li and Lu Jian were both bewildered, momentarily forgetting to settle accounts with Chen Fan. Xiaoming unconsciously leaned closer to her two old classmates, her small face tense with anxiety. A cold response came from Chen Fan in the dark. Have you forgotten my words? Shut up. You. Sister Li was about to explode again, but Lu Jian suddenly grabbed her arm and gently shook it because the people downstairs were screaming again, the chilling cries rising above one another, permeating the air with a horrifying atmosphere. Sister Li's face turned pale, her hands and feet trembling slightly, and she immediately closed her mouth. The repetitive screams did not cease for a moment, but no one knew why. Only Chen Fan was clear in his heart. The faint smell of blood wafting through the corridor indicated that the monsters from another world were committing slaughter, and they were certainly not ordinary beings. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to scare away so many people at once. What could it possibly be? Chen Fan pressed his lips tightly together, silently pondering as the footsteps in the corridor grew denser and clearer. Many people were running toward the top floor. Chen Fan snapped back to reality and said in a very low voice, make no sound, do not let the people outside know we are here. These people were driven upstairs by the monsters, indicating that the creatures could very well be mixed among them. If these people broke through the iron door and rushed in, Chen Fan and the others would be thoroughly exposed to the monster's gaze. Currently, Chen Fan had yet to determine the identity of the monsters, so he would naturally not reveal himself and fight them. As long as he occupied this place and didn't go out, the monsters should not notice him. Chen Fan pressed his ear against the door, counting the footsteps. There should be 5 or 6 people who had reached the top floor. The footsteps grew closer and soon rushed toward the top floor. However, Chen Fan had already preemptively closed the heavy door, and with the lights turned off, the corridor was pitch black. People were unsure if anyone was inside. Some attempted to kick the door hard, shouting, "Is anyone in there? Open the door and let us in, hurry." The cries for help were mixed with a terrifying and inexplicable sense of horror. Chen Fan stood motionless, bracing his back firmly against the door as the cries and screams from outside grew increasingly frantic, his feet rooted to the ground like stone. Although the force applied to the door was great, Chen Fan still managed to withstand it with his own strength. After a long period of knocking, the people outside realized there was no response and finally ceased, but from the darkness came a woman's voice weeping. "What do we do? We can't get in." A man's voice then replied, "It's fine, let's find another place. It shouldn't be here, we still have time." The woman tearfully agreed, and soon footsteps retreated down the stairs. Only then did Chen Fan slightly shift his body and whisper to Wang Feng, "Stay here, don't go anywhere." The reason creatures from another world can sense humans so quickly is due to the scent of food that emanates from them. In areas with densely packed people, this scent is particularly strong, so when facing unknown monsters, staying in less populated areas is often the safest choice. As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, a horrifying scream echoed from the stairwell. The woman who had just approached the stairs let out a blood-curdling shriek, and then everyone rushed back towards the door. This time, they did not pound on the door again, but charged towards the rooftop. Following that, a series of even more chilling and terrifying screams erupted, the heavy scent of blood wafting through the cracks of the door. The screams lasted no more than 5 or 6 seconds before abruptly stopping, leaving behind an oppressive silence. Outside and inside the door there was a deathly stillness. Wang Feng and several others turned pale with fright, their teeth chattering in fear. The unknown terror often proved more despairing than the slaughter right before their eyes. What is going on? After all the screams faded, Wang Feng was too scared to stand, while the burly Lu Jian's legs buckled, his expression one of impending panic. The two women were so frightened they could not utter a sound, their mouths agape in shock. Chen Fan still listened intently, but apart from the overwhelming scent of another world, there was hardly anything else indicating that the monster had already departed, leaving no trace behind. Chen Fan cautiously said, "Currently there is no danger, but you still cannot leave." "Why not? What exactly was that?" Sister Li, no longer as arrogant, stood frozen in fear, her expression close to tears. Chen Fan ignored her queries. He didn't care for the woman's fate. Soon Xiaoming asked the same question. After a brief contemplation, Chen Fan calmly explained, "The dense fog outside belongs to another parallel world. We are no longer on Blue Star, but in a hell of slaughter. Within the fog there are things that can devour humans, plain and simple." Chen Fan was not adept at explanations, and he believed it unnecessary to clarify everything. After all, once the apocalypse arrived, these people would eventually learn the truth. But, Xiaoming stammered, biting her lip as she began to cry silently. Wang Feng hurried to comfort her, while Xiaoming sobbed. "Why is this happening? I just came here to get some fluids because my stomach hurt. How could I encounter something like this? Lu Jian expressed skepticism towards Chen Fan's words, harshly retorting, "Stop boasting. I don't believe this is real." Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and said, "If you don't believe me, why not step outside that door and see for yourself?" Lu Jian was instantly rendered speechless. Though he still doubted Chen Fan's words, the screams they had just heard felt all too real. Wang Feng's face turned ashen as he asked, "What do we do now? We can't just stay here, can we?" Chen Fan's words seemed absurd, but given the circumstances, Wang Feng could only believe him. As a doctor, he was familiar with the scent of blood, and indeed detected a faint trace of it coming from beyond the door. Chen Fan remained silent. Staying in this place truly wasn't an option. The best defense was a good offense. If he could find the monster immediately and kill it, all troubles would be resolved. However, he would not recklessly act on that. After all, his current level of evolution was still low and his combat strength was quite lacking. Although his weapon could significantly enhance his power, that increase was still limited. If he truly faced a creature of level 2 or higher, the situation would become dire. "No, we can't stay in a place like this. I know there's an elevator at the end of the corridor. We can take the elevator down to the first floor and leave," Wang Feng suggested. Chen Fan shook his head, saying, "No way." "Why not?" Wang Feng was immediately puzzled. Chen Fan replied, "The elevator is not safe. In such a confined space, taking the stairs is much less risky. Moreover, even if we get to the first floor, we still won't be able to leave. Why can't we leave even after going down to the first floor?" Chen Fan sighed, saying, "I've already explained this. This is not the world of Blue Star. No one can say what lies beyond the fog. The greater probability is that we will fall into a spatial fold or directly enter the terrifying otherworld. The mysterious and terrifying otherworld, even 10 years after the apocalypse, few dared to tread upon, as it was the birthplace of monsters, a place of undeniable danger. Wang Feng opened his mouth, utterly bewildered. Sister Li and Xia Ming huddled together, sobbing in terror. In the face of disaster, everyone's essence is the same. Before powerful monsters, humans are left with only the pathetic struggle and tears. No, I still don't believe it. Lu Jian suddenly seemed to discover a flaw in Chen Fan's story, laughing as he said, "How do you know all this?" Sci-fi. Seeing Chen Fan unwilling to answer, Lu Jian turned to the doctor leaning against the wall, saying, "Little doctor, you said there's an elevator in the corridor, right? Let's go. We'll take the elevator down to the first floor and see what's really going on." Brother Jun has called quite a few subordinates this time. They are all waiting outside on the first floor. Even if there are monsters, I refuse to believe that so many people can't subdue one. As he spoke, Lu Jian glanced at Chen Fan with a knowing expression, as if to say, no matter how many lies you spin, don't think you can escape this time. Chen Fan appeared indifferent. He had said all he needed to say. What could he do if others did not believe him? Wang Feng swallowed hard. Before he could make a decision, Lu Jian was already dragging him deeper into the corridor. Sister Li naturally followed, while Xia Ming, with a complicated expression, glanced at Chen Fan and softly asked, "Chen Fan, are you really not coming?" Chen Fan said nothing and gently turned his gaze away. Out of loyalty to his old classmates, he was willing to protect Wang Feng and Xia Ming, but only if they did not act recklessly. If they insisted on courting death, they would have to bear the consequences themselves. Reaching the end of the corridor, they indeed discovered a sealed elevator buried beneath piles of debris. Lu Jian forcibly cleared the obstructions blocking its outer door, and the four quickly stepped inside. Yet Chen Fan remained motionless, making no move to follow. Wang Feng turned back and said to Chen Fan, "You'd better come down with us." Chen Fan shook his head. "I won't descend just yet. I advise you not to go down either. Don't bother with this brat. He's clearly too frightened to step into the elevator. Ignore him. He dares not descend only because he's terrified." Lu Jian, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, instantly scowled with impatience and glared back at Chen Fan. "Boy, don't think standing still will spare you. Once I uncover the truth behind all this, I'll hold you accountable. Every last bit of it." "Exactly. You're not getting away with stealing my car." As the elevator doors slid shut with a slow final hush, Li Jie's repulsive face vanished entirely from view, leaving the rooftop corridor once again steeped in deathly silence. Chen Fan, however, felt an unexpected ease settle over him. Rising slowly, he stretched his shoulders and retrieved a long blade and a dagger from his toolkit. Now that the passage had opened, there was no longer any need to conceal these weapons. While Wang Feng and Xia Ming had been present, Chen Fan had held back, but now with them gone, he bore no further restraint. The four who entered the elevator had no inkling of Chen Fan's intentions. Lu Jian impatiently jabbed the button for the ground floor, his face taut with anxious anticipation as he waited for the elevator to stir. The antiquated elevator groaned with a gritty, grating hum as it descended, painfully slow. Lu Jian muttered under his breath, as if wild ramblings could obscure the truth. Utter delusion. He may not be lying entirely. At least those people rushing up the stairs. Wang Feng murmured uneasily. Li Jie snapped, "Enough. Let's get downstairs first and rendezvous with Junji's men. Not only do I intend to uncover what's happening here, I'll make sure this insolent boy pays dearly once it's all over." Wang Feng and Xia Ming exchanged awkward glances. Neither had any involvement in the stolen vehicle, nor did they grasp the unfolding peril. Discretion left them no choice but silence. Soon the elevator reached the ground floor. Its doors parted gradually, and what flooded into view was not the familiar lobby but a dense milky fog. The mist blurred all vision, cloaking the outside world in impenetrable obscurity. The four stared at one another, hearts hammering with dread. How bizarre. Lu Jian, broad-shouldered and bold, cursed loudly and strode out without hesitation. But the moment his foot crossed the threshold, something beneath it felt profoundly wrong. A rigid, unyielding surface, as though he'd stepped directly onto someone's hand. Dismissing the sensation, he arrogantly kicked whatever lay beneath him. Who dares sleep right outside the elevator? Have no eyes at all? Thud. No cry answered his kick, not even a stifled groan. Only then did Lu Jian sense something deeply amiss. His gaze dropped, and there, sprawled across the floor just beyond the elevator doors, lay dozens of figures seemingly asleep. 1, 2, 3. At a rough count, no fewer than 15 or 16 bodies lay strewn about. All appeared peacefully slumbering, some curled on their sides, others supine upon the cold tile, and a few even face down, each frozen in grotesquely varied postures. One man's eyes were wide open, staring unblinking into the void. Dead people. A jolt of pure terror exploded in his mind. Lu Jian let out a strangled shriek, yanking his foot back like lightning, and frantically hammered the elevator's close button. Li Jie seized his wrist. "What's got into you? Why panic so wildly? Elijah, there might truly be a monster. So many corpses outside, so many. Lu Jian's lips trembled violently, his voice dissolving into stammering gibberish, his temples pulsing, his eyes darting wildly. What a... At those words, all three craned their necks toward the elevator's opening, just as a sudden icy draft swirled through the corridor, thinning the fog momentarily. Beneath it lay a horrifying carpet of corpses, sprawled haphazardly, like fallen stalks of rice blanketing the floor before the elevator doors. Every corpse's eyes bulged outward like incandescent bulbs, their expressions grotesquely locked in place, fixed unblinking upon the elevator doors, as if silently watching whoever dared emerge. What is happening? Four mouths gaped wide enough to swallow eggs whole. A piercing guttural scream tore through the cramped elevator shaft, echoing, rebounding, reverberating endlessly in suffocating horror. When the monsters emerged, instinct drove everyone toward the ground floor, but the stairwell was too narrow, forcing them to wait for the elevator. Those lucky enough to squeeze aboard escaped, ascending to safer floors. For the unlucky, their fate lay sprawled before the elevator, unmistakable and irrevocable. Heavens above, Chen Fan told the truth. Quick, upstairs. Upstairs now. Wang Feng gasped like a dying fish, stamping his feet in frantic urgency. Lu Jian slammed the elevator doors shut and punched the button for the rooftop. The four pressed themselves against the elevator's cold steel walls, breathing raggedly. Eyes darting, teeth chattering uncontrollably, each glance meeting only shared paralyzing terror. At last they returned to the rooftop, yet when the doors opened, Chen Fan was nowhere to be seen. Utter blackness swallowed the entire floor. No light, no shape, no sound. Trembling, the four huddled together like fledglings shivering in a gale. Summoning courage, Wang Feng whispered, "Where's Chen Fan?" "Listen, over there. There's a sound coming from that hidden room. Could he be inside?" Xiaoming suddenly pointed. "He must have moved. Let's go quickly." No one doubted Chen Fan's words anymore. They now saw him as their sole savior. Xiaoming bolted from the elevator first, racing ahead and bursting into the room. "Chen Fan, are you in here?" Still no answer. Could he have grown angry and abandoned us? Wang Feng's face fell. Chen Fan isn't petty. He wouldn't turn his back on us. I know his character. He's kind-hearted, always ready to help others. Li Jia quivered, her voice tight with fear and fervor. Then who was it shouting just minutes ago about teaching that kind-hearted boy a lesson? Wang Feng shot her a sharp, exasperated look. Li Jia faltered mid-sentence and instinctively shrank backward. To find Chen Fan, the four decided to split up. They dared not switch on lights, fearing the very monsters that killed would hear them. Though none had yet glimpsed a monster, the corpses downstairs spoke with chilling clarity. Such horrors were undeniably real. Scarcely had they begun groping their way forward when Xiaoming's fingers brushed against something slick and viscous clinging to the wall. Too dark to see, she fumbled for her phone, its faint glow revealing to her utter horror a thick bluish tongue, now clutched tightly in her trembling grip. The tongue stretched over a meter long, and it was rooted directly into the wall itself. Xiaoming recoiled, drenched in icy sweat, dropping her phone and sprinting backward, only for a low, guttural cackle, kikik, to echo from deep within the wall's hollowed depths. In an instant, the limp, bluish tongue lashed outward, supple as a venomous serpent, and shot straight toward Xiaoming, coiling tightly around her ankle. With a violent tug, the tongue wrenched her off her feet, her scream tearing through the darkness, before retracting with terrifying speed back into the wall, dragging Xiaoming helplessly after it. Xiaoming frantically waved her hands, her entire face contorted with fear. She couldn't see what was on the wall, only a segment of a tongue. Now that tongue was wildly wrapping around her calf, dragging her backward. The corridor was pitch black, and she could see nothing at all. An invisible fear squeezed her lungs like a bubble, leaving Xiaoming breathless with terror. Suddenly, a silver streak shot past, rapidly, accurately striking the tongue on the wall. Accompanied by a tearing sound, a dark figure lunged towards Xiaoming, like lightning, grabbing her arm and swiftly pulling her off the floor. Xiaoming instinctively gasped, but as she sensed the warmth of the large hand, she immediately calmed down and joyfully exclaimed, "Chen Fan, is that you? Don't make a noise." The man beside her moved like lightning, pushing Xiaoming behind him. The silver light in his hand elongated into an arc, swirling towards the wall, but the tongue was long gone, leaving only a silver dagger firmly embedded in the floor. Where did it go? Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and silently approached the floor, picking up the dagger while quietly asking, "What attacked you earlier?" Xiaoming clutched her heart, which felt like it was about to leap out, and gasped, "The tongue. The tongue. The tongue." Chen Fan was momentarily stunned, continuing to scan the wall. After 2 transformations of his elemental power, he had developed extremely advanced senses, able to see his surroundings even in darkness, yet there was no tongue in sight. Where did it come from? Chen Fan continued to press. Xiao Meng with a terrified expression said. It came from the wall. Ooh, I even touched it just now. Recalling the disgusting scene from earlier, Xiao Meng felt a chill run down her spine. She quickly rubbed her hands on her clothes, nervously checking her palms, fearing she had touched something revolting. Chen Fan fell silent. The smooth and flat wall had not a single crack. If what Xiao Meng said was true, could that tongue really have grown out of the wall? Chen Fan was puzzled as this scene was too bizarre. Xiao Meng cautiously approached him, stuttering with fear. Could it be a ghost? While Xiao Meng spoke with a horrified face, as if she were certain a ghost was nearby, Chen Fan smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, "Those things are merely figments of imagination. There are no ghosts in this world. It's just paranoia." However, hearing Xiao Meng mention the word ghost seemed to trigger a memory from his past life, and the term Blood Clan suddenly sprang to mind. The Blood Clan is not a ghost, but a mysterious and powerful species living in another world. Their abilities are strange. They are said to be adept at using spatial powers, existing without a tangible form and possessing bizarre mental capabilities that even allow them to read human thoughts. Could it really be the Blood Clan? Even Chen Fan felt a hint of horror at this thought. The Blood Clan is a mysterious race that usually operates alone. Each member possesses formidable combat strength, and even the weakest of them is said to hold at least a level 2 combat power. If such a creature were indeed here, it would be disastrous. However, Chen Fan reconsidered, finding it unlikely. If it were truly a member of the Blood Clan, why would it hide and not show itself? Each Blood Clan member is powerful. Compared to other beings from the alternate world, they are cunning and ferocious, possessing a higher level of evolution. Even the weakest among them would far surpass Chen Fan, making it impossible for them to hunt in such a stealthy manner. Seeing Chen Fan silently muttering to himself, Xiao Meng immediately grabbed his hand, nervously, almost leaning her entire body against his back. "Chen Fan, I'm so scared. Can you take me home?" When frightened women instinctively lean towards the nearest man, this is almost a primal instinct. Especially for beautiful women like Xiao Meng, who possess both a stunning figure and appearance, she could naturally use this to her advantage. But Chen Fan merely pushed her away, calmly stating, "Not yet, I can't leave either." Then what should we do?" Xiao Meng pouted, on the verge of tears. Before she could cry out, Chen Fan coldly scolded, "Hold it back. If you want to die, go ahead and cry loudly. You think the monster won't be able to find you, right?" Xiao Meng was startled by Chen Fan's indifference, quickly stifling her urge to cry. At the same time, she looked at him with a very strange expression. In her impression, Chen Fan was not a cold person. He had been particularly warm to her during their school days. Although Xiao Meng was still young back then, she was already the school beauty, receiving many love letters every day, even from Chen Fan, who had once bought her roses. Of course, the proud Xiao Meng would never have paid attention to someone like Chen Fan, who was of ordinary appearance, average academic ability, and from an even more ordinary family. His roses were only worthy of being thrown in the trash. But now Xiao Meng had begun to view Chen Fan in a different light. This man remained calm throughout, showing no fear in the face of an unknown monster. His overwhelming confidence gave Xiao Meng an unprecedented sense of security. What has he experienced over the past few years? Xiao Meng's curiosity about this man deepened. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the corridor and a rough voice yelled, "What did you just shout? Did you find that kid?" Xiao Meng recognized Lu Jian's voice and immediately waved towards the darkness. "We found him, we're here. Be careful." Before Xiao Meng could finish her sentence, Chen Fan suddenly sensed a chilling aura appear on the ceiling. He quickly covered Xiao Meng's mouth with one hand and raised the long knife with the other, striking swiftly towards the source of the aura. Swish! Behind the glimmering blade, a vague and illusory figure flashed, and a terrifying tongue stretched in the air, hanging down like a venomous snake, and shot straight towards Chen Fan's arm. Chen Fan curled the blade in a swift motion, striking that tongue with lightning speed. However, just as the blade was about to pierce flesh, the tongue bizarrely vanished, and the long knife struck into empty air along with the cold aura, abruptly retreating into the wall. Chen Fan's heart trembled. It really is the Blood Clan. In that moment of distraction, the green tongue reappeared, shooting out from the wall like a dagger breaking through the air. Chen Fan immediately pushed Xiao Meng aside and spun around sharply, driving the blade into the wall. It was caught by the steel bars and concrete within, and as he angrily spun the long knife, the terrifying blade whirled violently, making the hard wall crumble like tofu. At that moment, a black claw suddenly curled back, lunging towards the pushed-aside Xiao Meng. "Watch out!" Chen Fan roared fiercely, one hand clamping down on his sword hilt, while the other shot out to seize Xiao Meng's wrist. Xiao Meng stood petrified, utterly frozen in place, as a monstrous black claw tore through the air, its razor-sharp tips grazing her throat. With no time to spare, Chen Fan hurled himself sideways, slamming into Xiao Meng to knock her clear, then swung his blade with full force toward the terrifying claw. Whoosh! A torrent of silvery light erupted from the blade, slashing wildly at the black claw print. Sparks exploded violently upon impact. Yet even as embers scattered, the colossal black claw materialized eerily above Chen Fan's head, elongating with unnatural speed. Trapped and unable to evade, Chen Fan braced his back upward and lunged headlong into the black talons. Crack! The sickening screech of rending metal filled the air instantly. A guttural groan escaped Chen Fan's lips. His outer robe had been shredded, but his armor held, deflecting the blow and sparing him injury. Still, an icy, malevolent aura seeped through the plating, freezing his spine rigid and locking every muscle in his body taut. Even as the claw seized him, his long sword flashed upward from beneath his armpit, a cold, lethal point thrust deep into the encroaching darkness. Yet again it missed its mark. The black claw vanished into shadow the moment it faltered, leaving Chen Fan's fully committed strike slicing empty air. A wave of nausea surged through him, erupting into a feral, animalistic roar. He snapped his gaze upward, and there, flickering across the ceiling like a phantom, was a grotesque, spectral face, gone in the blink of an eye. Spatial ability. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, his pulse trembling faintly, sweat glistening across his entire face. In that fleeting clash, Chen Fan had unleashed near-total combat prowess, yet failed even to graze the creature's shadow. This confirmed one chilling truth: the entity wielded genuine spatial mastery, and its strength far surpassed his own. Strange. If this were a true bloodline descendant, the confrontation should have ended decisively by now. Why does it persistently evade direct engagement? Chen Fan fell into deep contemplation, while Xiaoming, genuinely terrified, instinctively flung herself at him. Ah, what is that? Release my arm now. Chen Fan whirled around, his glare sharp and commanding, so fierce that Xiaoming instantly loosened her death grip on his forearm. Silence thickened the air, the atmosphere curdled into something profoundly uncanny. Chen Fan remained locked in tension, haunted by the creature's elusive spatial art, while Xiaoming stared at him stunned. This was the second time he'd treated her so harshly. Did he truly despise her? His muscles stayed coiled tight. Bloodline descendants' spatial abilities were unnervingly subtle, masking their presence with consummate skill. Chen Fan could detect no trace of their latent resonance, leaving him uncertain whether the threat had truly departed. He dared not let Xiaoming hold his hand, not even for reassurance, for fear it might hinder his draw speed. Whether she resented his coldness mattered not at all to him. Footsteps thundered down the corridor. Wang Feng, Li Jie, and the burly Lu Jian rushed in, halting in bewildered confusion before Chen Fan. What are you doing here? What just happened? Chen Fan offered no explanation. Instead, he swept his gaze across the room and spoke in low, grave tones. The penthouse is no longer safe. Why did you return? He was certain the creature had tracked them. When they descended, their spiritual signatures had bled into the open, and when they re-entered the penthouse via elevator, the beast may well have clung to its exterior wall, waiting. Fools. They'd been warned not to descend, yet ignored him utterly. Wang Feng's face was ashen. We found bodies downstairs, many of them. Their deaths were bizarre. How so? Chen Fan prompted, intent on extracting every shred of intelligence about the entity. Wang Feng struggled to steady his breath before replying, voice strained. Their corpses bore no wounds, except for a single puncture on the neck, as though every drop of blood had been drained dry. Are you certain? Chen Fan demanded, stern and unblinking. Wang Feng nodded firmly. Absolutely. I studied forensic pathology in university. I've examined countless cadavers. These deaths bear unmistakable hallmarks. Wang Feng spoke with conviction, while Li Jie and Lu Jian, less observant, recoiled in alarm. Could it be a vampire? How could anyone die so unnaturally? Hearing Wang Feng's account, Chen Fan's certainty solidified. There was no doubt now. This was indeed a bloodline descendant. After the cataclysm, humanity dubbed such beings bloodline descendants, primarily because they fed exclusively on human blood. As Li Jie surmised, they were extraplanar vampires, indifferent to flesh, bone, or organ, only thirsting for crimson life fluid, preserving corpses with eerie clinical precision. Thus, victims slain by bloodline descendants bore no external trauma, only a pair of tiny, precise fang marks, typically at the carotid, horrifyingly reminiscent of cinematic vampires, yet infinitely more potent and merciless. Wang Feng fought to compose himself, but his jaw trembled faintly. Then what do we do? Can we even stay here? Had you not taken the elevator upward, I could have held this ground until the anomaly subsided. But now, it is impossible. Chen Fan cast him a cold, dispassionate glance. Now Chen Fan himself had entered the bloodline descendant's field of awareness, and having thwarted its kill, he knew its nature well enough to be certain such creatures never forgave defiance. He was marked. So now you're blaming us. Lu Jian's expression darkened instantly, his fists clenching with simmering resentment. Li Jie hastily tugged at Lu Jian's sleeve, shooting him frantic warnings. then turned to Chen Fan with forced deference. Chen Fan, I was wrong before. Please don't hold it against me. Did you see it? What is it? At those words, Wang Feng and Xia Meng forgot all grievances, fixing Chen Fan with urgent questioning stares. Though reluctant to speak, Chen Fan replied, beyond our reality lies a vast, enigmatic parallel realm, teeming with alien species governed by a far more intricate biosphere than blue planets. When dimensional rifts open between that world and our spatial conduits form, through which entities beyond human comprehension may breach into our domain. When two beings from utterly disparate realms collide, harmony is impossible. To these outsiders, humanity is merely sustenance, delicate, defenseless, and exquisitely flavored. As for the blood clan that attacked Chen Fan earlier, they are not beasts in the strictest sense, but rather a race akin to vampires. Wang Feng, captivated by the narrative, couldn't help but ask further. Chen Fan sighed again and explained, due to the diversity of life forms in the other world, they can be classified into 5 major races. One type resembles human anatomical structures, and people habitually refer to them as alien humans. Another type closely resembles the animals of the Blue Star world, and this category of monsters is collectively known as the Beast Clan. In addition to the Beast Clan, there are also the Insect Clan, Forest Clan, and Water Demon Clan. In short, the other world is an amplified version of the Blue Star, possessing an incredibly complex ecological chain. When the Blue Star world collided with the otherworld, humanity became the base structure of this ecological chain. In other words, humans became the food that all monsters eagerly pursued. Regardless of the race of the monster, they would salivate at the sight of delicious humans, which is the greatest disaster facing the Blue Star. Oh my, this is terrifying. Why do they have to eat humans? Can't they coexist peacefully? Xia Meng exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. Wang Feng, Li Jie, and the others were equally startled by Chen Fan's description. Although these words sounded absurd, the real-life examples unfolding before them constantly reminded them that Chen Fan might not be lying. Wang Feng swallowed hard and asked, what should we do then? Chen Fan glanced at the long knife in his hand and smirked coldly. In nature, the relationship between prey and predator is always changing. The other world is no different. If you don't want to become food, then strive to grow stronger. Currently, the collision point between the two worlds is still unstable, only allowing for minor contact that results in these unstable spatial passages. However, as the spatial collisions intensify and eventually merge completely, more stable passages will form and countless monsters will appear in the Blue Star. At that time, all of humanity will face the greatest calamity in history, and doomsday will be fully initiated. I still can't believe this. It's too outrageous. Wang Feng, nearly losing his balance, hurriedly supported himself against the wall and said, you can talk about black holes and aliens, but what you're saying now is completely baseless. Chen Fan, losing interest in further discussion, shook his head and said, whether you believe it or not is up to you. Let's go. Where are we going? Downstairs to find a place to hide you. This time Chen Fan did not hesitate and immediately walked towards the stairs at the end of the corridor. Although he generally maintained a cold demeanor towards strangers, he still could not entirely discard human emotions. Of course, his occasional kindness was selective. He truly cared only for Wang Feng and Xia Meng. As for Li Jie and Lu Jian, they were fine as long as they didn't cause trouble, but if they did, Chen Fan would be the first to deal with them. Pushing open the corridor door, dim light fell on everyone's faces. The stairwell remained shrouded in darkness, but the sounds of screams and cries were no longer present. More than 2 hours had passed since the spatial passage erupted. The foolish ones had likely already been devoured by the Blood Clan, while the smarter ones would have hidden themselves in a secluded place. Thus, apart from a pile of corpses, there was no trace of living beings left in the corridor. Xia Meng trembled slightly and said, Chen Fan, it's so quiet here, I'm really scared. Chen Fan, expressionless, told her to keep quiet if she was afraid. Naturally, Xia Meng was greatly resistant to his seemingly heartless attitude, while Wang Feng, having barely stabilized his emotions after the initial terror, quietly comforted Xia Meng like a good-natured person. The layers of steps were enveloped in dim light. With each floor they ascended, they found more bodies sprawled across the corridor. The slaughter scene was not as bloody and terrifying as they had imagined, for the Blood Clan monsters never wasted anything. Their stomachs were like insatiable black holes, constantly seeking out fresh blood until every drop was drained. After descending about 5 or 6 floors, Wang Feng could no longer hold back his nausea. Although there were no bloodstains in the corridor, the numerous fallen bodies exuded a strong scent of death, making the atmosphere eerily horrifying, and the unspoken fear he felt inside was deepening. I can't take it anymore. Where exactly are you planning to take us? Li Jie had remained silent behind them ever since she sensed something was wrong, but there comes a time when one can no longer endure. After all, she was an ordinary woman, and even with a somewhat arrogant personality, she couldn't withstand such panic. Chen Fan coldly replied, No one asked you to follow me. If you can't handle it, then leave. You? Li Jie's face changed drastically, and then she wore a more helpless expression. I was wrong, or can I apologize to you? How long until this ends if we keep going like this? Chen Fan indifferently replied, to the morgue downstairs. In a large hospital's morgue there would definitely be many corpses. These bodies would not become targets for the Blood Clan monsters, because once a person dies their blood coagulates and solidifies. The Blood Clan seeks fresh blood and will never touch the deceased for long. The scent in the morgue will mask the scent of living people, which is why Chen Fan chose that place. Then why not take the elevator? Wang Feng asked uneasily. Chen Fan shook his head and said, the elevator is the most dangerous place. It's a confined space, and if we come under attack, we won't even have room to turn around. Damn it! Lu Jian suddenly shouted, afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind, why don't we just lie down and wait to die? I can't take it anymore. Why not take the elevator? We took it earlier and nothing happened. Lu Jian was defiant towards Chen Fan, believing he was just putting on a show. After shouting, he immediately ran towards the elevator corridor. Chen Fan had to stop his footsteps, neither calling him back nor planning to follow. If Lu Jian opened the elevator and indeed did not encounter danger, then taking it could be considered, as walking would always be slower, and the stairwell was not particularly safe either. Soon Lu Jian reached the elevator area and quickly pressed the elevator button. The indicator light ascended layer by layer, and with a ding the elevator came to a complete stop. As the elevator doors opened, Lu Jian was eager to step inside, but before he could fully enter, a figure suddenly lunged out from within the opening and crashed directly onto him. Lu Jian was instantly terrified and instinctively tried to push the person away. He placed his hands on the person's stomach only to feel it cold and icy. He quickly looked down and saw two blood-red holes on the person's neck. Is he dead? Lu Jian shivered all over and hurriedly pushed the person aside. Next, he swept his gaze into the elevator and was met with an even more horrifying sight. In a narrow elevator, 10 people were crammed inside, tightly clustered together like sardines in a can. As the elevator doors opened, everyone tumbled out, their faces bearing an eerie expression of death. Blood holes appeared uniformly on their necks, napes, and other arteries. Lu Jian let out a scream comparable to that of a woman, so frightened that he lost control of his bladder. The front of his pants became soaked as he scrambled toward Chen Fan, but halfway through his body seemed to be frozen in place. His hands flailed desperately in the air and his legs moved rapidly, yet for some unknown reason, he could not move forward. What happened to him? The bizarre scene made Xia Meng break out in a cold sweat, instinctively exclaiming. Chen Fan's expression changed dramatically as he stared at a shadowy figure within the elevator, immediately bellowing. Run, the monster is still in the elevator. What? Wang Feng, terrified, kicked his legs and turned to run with a speed he had never experienced before. But as he turned, he heard Lu Jian's piercing cries beside him. Help, don't run so fast. Save me, come back and save me. Wang Feng immediately stopped running, turning back in a cold sweat. He found Lu Jian on the floor, struggling to wave his hands, and crawled toward him, shouting for help, his cries more twisted than a child's tears. Oh no, what happened to Lu Jian? Quick, save him. Help him. Sister Li rolled her eyes, claiming she would help, yet she was desperately retreating. The three of them turned their gaze toward Chen Fan, as he seemed to be the only one capable of saving Lu Jian. But Chen Fan did not move. Instead, he squinted, fixating his gaze deep inside the open elevator, as if he had sensed something, a chill surging in his eyes. The Blood Clan creature was inside, yet it had concealed itself perfectly, perhaps due to its fear of Chen Fan. The monster did not fully reveal itself. It was possible it had already appeared, but without a physical form it was difficult to see with the naked eye. As for Lu Jian, who was lying on the ground crying for help, he was merely a bait. Let's go downstairs. Chen Fan cast a glance at Lu Jian before immediately retreating. Xia Meng and Wang Feng were taken aback. Are we not going to help him? They did not possess Chen Fan's perception, so they were unaware of the Blood Clan creature's presence in the corridor. To them, Lu Jian seemed merely frightened and too exhausted to move. Sister Li continuously urged Chen Fan, saying, Don't you have any compassion? You should save him. If you want to save him, go ahead. I have no time for your little brother. Chen Fan glanced coldly and then turned to run downstairs. Wang Feng and Xia Meng exchanged looks, utterly confused by the bizarre scene. However, they dared not distance themselves from Chen Fan, so they stubbornly followed. Now only Sister Li remained behind, her eyes wide with terror as she watched Lu Jian crawling on the ground, her feet slowly inching backward. Sister Li, pull me up, I can get up and run with you. Lu Jian, bound by an unknown force, repeatedly begged for help, driven by his will to survive. No, I can't, I'm sorry Lu Jian, I cannot go over there. Being a shrewd woman, Sister Li naturally sensed something was wrong. Lu Jian was a strong man, yet something was preventing him from even getting up. This was beyond human comprehension. The more Sister Li thought about it, the more terrified she became. Suddenly, she screamed and turned to run downstairs even faster than Wang Feng and the others. No! Lu Jian cried out helplessly, shouting in despair, "Sister Li, don't go, don't leave." At the same time, Lu Jian's hands on the floor began to gradually retreat, his whole body sliding backward against the floor. No matter how he twisted and struggled, his body still retreated. At his toes, a gray mist floated slowly beneath the chilling white fog, echoed an eerie giggle. Bang! The elevator doors suddenly closed and Lu Jian was completely dragged inside the corridor, returning to a dead silence, as if nothing had ever happened. At this moment, Chen Fan had already sprinted to the second floor of the hospital ward and did not stop frantically running downstairs. Wang Feng, panting heavily, followed closely behind. "What happened just now? Why couldn't we see anything?" Chen Fan, with a serious expression, replied, "The Blood Clan is a half-illusory, half-physical being. If it doesn't want you to see it, you certainly won't. Be cautious of this creature. Its spatial abilities and mental powers are very strange, and it might appear in front of you at any moment." Just as they were about to descend the stairs, a scream echoed from the other end of the corridor. The four of them froze simultaneously, looking towards the source of the scream. Wang Feng's expression changed. "Is it her? Do you know her?" Chen Fan frowned. "Yes, she's a girl with leukemia, been in the hospital for 2 years, and everyone among our colleagues knows her. It seems she's still alive." Wang Feng shouted her name as he ran toward the source of the voice. "Zhou Fei, are you there?" A weak voice came from the ward. "Dr. Wang, I'm here. Please help me. My leg is trapped under the bed." They all ran away. "Don't worry, I'm coming to save you." Wang Feng ran particularly fast as he was quite familiar with this female patient. "This is ridiculous. How can you still think about others at a time like this?" Chen Fan frowned and sighed helplessly. Sister Li quickly said, "Let's go. Saving others is their business. We can leave. Hurry, take me downstairs." Chen Fan glanced at her, but said nothing. At this moment, Wang Feng and Xia Meng had already dragged out a woman with an injured leg from the ward. The woman looked to be in her 20s, her face excessively pale and appearing extremely haggard, dressed in a blue hospital gown, her body frail, having been tortured by illness to the point of extreme weakness. Chen Fan blocked their way, saying, "Stop worrying about others, as she can't escape." Wang Feng anxiously replied, "But she's my patient. How can I leave her behind?" Xia Meng chimed in, "Let's take her with us. Zhou Fei's family situation is quite tragic. There are many unfortunate people in the world. If one helps every single one they encounter, Chen Fan would be overwhelmed." He strongly disapproved of their actions. Dragging a patient along would only bring endless trouble. Yet Wang Feng persisted, and Xia Meng followed with her plea. Perhaps the bond of old classmates thawed Chen Fan's frozen heart just slightly, and he reluctantly nodded. "Then carry her on your back. But make no mistake, if trouble arises, I won't intervene." By then, patients had begun emerging from other wards. Though the vampiric aberrants fed swiftly, they couldn't eradicate every occupant of the entire inpatient department in such a short time. Chen Fan could already sense its survivors abounded on the second and third floors, and even on the first floor, yet all had chosen to hide. Seeing the crowd gradually coalescing, Chen Fan's expression darkened instantly. "Leave, don't mingle with the others." He whirled and dashed downstairs at once. Li Jia was the second to sprint. Wang Feng and Xia Meng, burdened with caring for the leukemia patient, lagged slightly behind. Before the group had even reached the bottom of the stairs, a fresh wave of blood-curdling screams erupted from the third-floor corridor. Wang Feng nearly stumbled mid-ascent, shouting in terror, "Why are people screaming on the third floor again?" "The slaughter isn't over yet," Chen Fan replied, his face impassive. "These people shouldn't have emerged from hiding so soon. If everyone remains scattered and concealed, the vampiric aberrant must hunt them one by one. With over 1,000 souls in this inpatient department, it couldn't possibly exterminate them all before dawn. But when they gather together, its feeding accelerates dramatically." The logic was simple, yet terror had already eclipsed reason, leaving no room for such clarity. At that moment, the mist on the third floor thickened into an oppressive leaden shroud. Within its dense folds, frantic figures darted blindly. So thick was the fog that they couldn't even see the floor beneath their feet, let alone recognize those beside them. That eerie presence drifted silently among the fleeing masses, launching its unseen hunt. As people ran, the footsteps around them dwindled, while the coppery stench of blood deepened in the air. Screams, desperate cries, and the raw, helpless sobs of the dying transformed the third floor into a living hellscape. Within half a minute of the third-floor massacre, those hiding on the second floor also began to emerge, driven by the chilling, unnatural clarity of the screams. An invisible dread spread like contagion. No one could endure the crushing weight of fear any longer, and all broke into aimless, frenzied flight. Panic-filled crowds surged once more into corridors, stairwells, and elevator alcoves. With no sight of the monster, no one knew where to flee. Only primal despair propelled them, driving them madly away from the epicenter of the shrieks. Some remembered the possibility of escaping the inpatient department entirely. Though the world beyond was also a blinding white wasteland, it still seemed preferable to being trapped in a narrow space awaiting slaughter. And so in that same instant, at least a dozen people burst simultaneously from the inpatient department into the unfathomable depths of the white mist. Only when those who fled began shrieking and wailing in turn did others realize the outside held no safety either. Helpless they spun in place, running numbly, sobbing, roaring. While the third-floor slaughter ceased, and a spectral shadow drawn by the scent of human life drifted down to the second floor and steadily descended toward the first. The slaughter would continue. It was an excruciatingly long and harrowing night. Chen Fan was not utterly devoid of empathy. The chorus of agonized cries from his own kind still struck a chord of visceral discomfort within him. Yet he kept running, head down, never looking back. Descending to B3A, the air grew markedly colder, the morgue level. The air conditioning hummed with icy intensity. Chen Fan halted before a heavy door and turned to Wang Feng. "Where's the key?" "I don't have it." "The security guard holds the key," Wang Feng replied helplessly, already moving toward the guard's booth. "Forget it. The guard has either fled or perished. No need to search." Chen Fan stopped him, drew a slow breath, unsheathed his dagger, and pried the lock open with a deft twist, then kicked the door wide. Inside now. Under Chen Fan's direction, they rushed into the morgue. A bone-deep chill permeated the room, amplified by the pallid cold and rows of steel cabinets containing corpses, evoking the very gates of hell. To Wang Feng it felt like starring in a horror film. No ghost, yet the creature was far more terrifying than any specter. "What do we do now?" "Get inside the freezers, drag out the bodies, and barricade the door," Chen Fan commanded after scanning the chamber in silence for a long moment. "What?" Xia Meng recoiled, her face ashen. "No, we can't." Wang Feng stared stunned. "But those freezers are set below -15 degrees Celsius. How could we survive inside?" "Just cut the power," Chen Fan snapped. Under normal circumstances, humans sealed in sub-zero freezers would succumb within minutes. Yet they had already spent extended time traversing spatial conduits, undergoing subtle, profound metamorphosis through yuan energy. Their physical resilience far surpassed that of ordinary mortals. Wang Feng himself hadn't even noticed. He'd sprinted down every flight without fatigue. His panting came less from exertion and more from sheer terror. Xia Meng refused outright to enter the pitch-black freezer, especially one designed for corpses. The mere thought made her nauseous. Just as she opened her mouth to plead with Chen Fan, the leukemia patient Zhou Fei suddenly groaned, clutching her chest with a look of acute distress. "Zhou Fei, she's having an episode." Wang Feng's eyes fixed on the patient rushed forward to examine her, then turned back helplessly. "It's critical. Trouble indeed." Chen Fan's brow furrowed. He yanked open a freezer drawer. "Get her in now." "No, she's already frail, and now she's seizing." From a physician's standpoint, Wang Feng protested, shaking his head. Chen Fan cut him off. "One more word, and you'll be no physician. You'll be a corpse." Without hesitation, Chen Fan hoisted the girl from the floor and moved to slide her into the freezer. Survival wasn't guaranteed, but Zhou Fei had already absorbed trace yuan energy. If she endured the initial shock, her physiology would undergo radical transformation, perhaps even eradicating her illness spontaneously. Of course, the far likelier outcome was swift freezing to death. Her survival hinged entirely on how swiftly and efficiently her body assimilated yuan energy, a capacity varying wildly among individuals. Some wouldn't even perceive their own evolution until long after the apocalypse had taken root. "No, you are committing murder," Wang Feng exclaimed, rushing over to stop Chen Fan. "It doesn't matter if it's possible or not. Leaving her alone outside will only attract the blood clan through her scent." Chen Fan had no patience for further discussion, breaking free from Wang Feng's grip, as Xia Meng suddenly shouted, "Chen Fan, you are too cold-hearted. This is a life. How can you treat a sick woman so cruelly?" Chen Fan abruptly stopped his actions, turning back coldly. "In the apocalypse, there is no distinction between men and women. Only powerful warriors and weak prey exist. If this woman possesses enough talent to absorb the elemental energy, she may survive. If she cannot adapt, death is inevitable. This is the fate of humanity. In the apocalypse, all human order will be rewritten. The key factor determining whether a person can survive is no longer morality or order, but the individual's innate talent and their ability to quickly adapt to a brutal environment." "I absolutely disagree," Xia Meng insisted, while Wang Feng firmly positioned himself in front of the girl Zhou Fei. Chen Fan glanced at the two and quickly fell silent, shortly afterward smiling and saying, "Well then, I wish you good luck." With that, he turned and walked toward the exit, causing Sister Li to pale in fear and hurriedly chase after him, saying, "Wait, are you really going to abandon us? I once wanted to help, but now I've changed my mind." Chen Fan coldly swept his gaze over Wang Feng and Xia Meng, saying calmly, "Your various actions in the face of disaster have deeply disappointed me. Even if I save you this time, you will die in the next incident. Rather than that, it is better not to save you. Sister Lee anxiously said, then save me, let's not worry about them. Just as Sister Lee was hurriedly trying to prove her worth to Chen Fan, a sound of something collapsing echoed from the corridor outside the morgue, followed by a series of abrupt footsteps that startled everyone into silence. Chen Fan's gaze flickered slightly as he stepped back. Xia Ming, looking dazed, asked, didn't you say you were leaving? Why are you stepping back? There's no time, that guy might have followed us. Chen Fan initially shook his head, then silently took out a crossbow and positioned it towards the door. Hearing this, Wang Feng and the others immediately shrank together in fear, but soon Xia Ming bit her lip and said, it doesn't seem like it. Didn't you say monsters are non-corporeal? Then why is there a sound of footsteps? Chen Fan paused, and before he could figure out the reason, a hoarse, low growl came from the corridor outside the morgue. Sister Lee, where are you? I managed to escape. The monster didn't eat me. Don't leave me behind. It's Lu Jian. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and Sister Lee was the most excited, immediately saying impatiently, it's his voice, it must be. Chen Fan, however, seemed to suddenly realize something, his expression changing drastically, and he hurriedly stopped her from speaking further, but it was too late, as Sister Lee had already succumbed to her impulse and dashed towards the door, shouting, Lu Jian, I'm here, come quickly. This foolish woman. Chen Fan wished he could shoot her dead with an arrow. At this point it was too late. As soon as Sister Lee spoke, she revealed her location. Soon the sound of footsteps in the corridor quickened and a figure burst through, crouching by the door, revealing an emotionless eye that stared intently at Sister Lee in the room, grinning eerily. So you were here? I've been looking for you for a long time. Sister Lee didn't notice that Lu Jian's tone was different from before, and even pulled the door open slightly, saying, how did you escape from the monster? You. Wait, why are your hands cold? You. Oh, what happened to your neck? Sister Lee's voice quickly turned into terrified curses as she saw two hideous bite marks on Lu Jian's carotid artery, indicating that he had already been killed by the monster. But how could someone who should be dead appear here? Could it be that there really are ghosts? Come back, that's a puppet controlled by the Blood Clan's mental power. Chen Fan could hardly describe Sister Lee's foolishness. He immediately pulled the trigger of the crossbow, and a steel ball shot out, striking Lu Jian's face near Sister Lee's cheek. Bang! The spot where the steel ball hit Lu Jian's face immediately exploded, revealing a hole, and the pale flesh rolled back, exposing white bones. The explosive force of the steel ball nearly ripped Lu Jian's face in half, yet he stood still, half of his jaw exposed, letting out a chilling, eerie laugh. I almost couldn't find you. Sister Lee finally understood. The Lu Jian in front of her was not the Lu Jian she knew, but a mere puppet. Chen Fan's steel ball had devastating power, not only creating a hole in Lu Jian's face, but also rupturing the flesh beneath the skin. Yet no blood flowed from the gory explosion. Lu Jian was just a shell, his blood had long been drained. Come back. Wang Feng and Xia Ming screamed at the top of their lungs, but Sister Lee was already so scared that she couldn't move, her hands and feet trembling like a machine generating electricity. At that moment, Lu Jian suddenly reached his hand through the crack in the door, grabbing Sister Lee by the shoulder, and cackled ominously, come here, let me try your blood. Sister Lee screamed as if electrocuted, and the fear of death unleashed her potential. With a strength from unknown origins, she managed to push Lu Jian's claw away and quickly retreated. You can't escape. Lu Jian's previously dull face suddenly twisted into a grotesque grimace as he let out a hoarse, terrifying shout. His arm shot forward, extending unnaturally long, once again grabbing Sister Lee's shoulder. His fingers bulged as hard as iron, and with a cracking sound, Sister Lee's shoulder suddenly caved in, the sound of her bones being crushed echoed violently. Blood spurted from the wound, splattering Lu Jian's face, who laughed wickedly, even licking the blood off his face with his tongue. In his hollow, vacant eyes a brilliant crimson shone as he rasped, human blood is truly delicious. What kind of monster are you? Let me go, let me go. Sister Lee had never been this terrified in her life. Her screams nearly shattered her throat, her voice more hoarse than Lu Jian's. Since Chen Fan shot the steel ball, he had stopped all movements, slowly lowering his crossbow and switching to a long knife. This is merely a puppet. No matter how much it is destroyed, it won't matter unless the Blood Clan controlling it is forced out. Otherwise, Lu Jian will not stop. Sister Lee, with her shoulder bone crushed, continued to scream desperately, her cries rising higher and higher. Xia Ming couldn't bear it any longer and hurriedly said to Chen Fan, save her, please help. Chen Fan had once showcased his combat power in front of Xia Ming, and she knew he could do it. But in response to her plea, Chen Fan remained unmoved, expressionless, saying it was she who attracted the monster. She must bear all consequences herself. Do you have no humanity at all? Xia Ming nearly roared, shoving Chen Fan away, saying, you are so cold-blooded, if you won't go, I will. After saying that, Xia Ming truly intended to charge forward, but Chen Fan had already pressed down on her shoulder from behind, speaking with indifference, rushing in won't do any good. Just watch the show. This woman is not so easily killed. Oh, Xiaoming was taken aback about to ask why. At that moment something unexpected happened. Sister Li in excruciating pain suddenly roared, raising her unripped right hand, grabbing Lu Jian's muscular arm with a fierce grip, letting out a beast-like howl, and then forcefully twisted. Crack! Lu Jian's arm was instantly severed, the rigid bone piercing through the muscle of his wrist joint grotesquely exposed. What is this? Wang Feng and Xiaoming stared in shock, while Chen Fan nodded, enthusiastically admiring Sister Li's performance at that moment. The strength of humanity was exceptionally weak, yet its potential was nearly limitless, especially after being transformed by primordial power. Sister Li's physical quality had surpassed that of an ordinary flesh body. In the face of death, this petite body finally realized it could attempt to counterattack, so she instinctively struck out and broke Lu Jian's arm. You should learn from this. You could be like her too, Chen Fan said numbly, his gaze lightly sweeping over the dazed faces of the two. Let go. You are already dead should go to hell, don't come looking for me. Sister Li screamed like a madwoman, her cries wrenching as she continuously swung her right fist crazily, pounding on Lu Jian's face. I must say this woman's talent was indeed impressive, managing to create several indentations and bruises on Lu Jian's stiff, numb face. However, Lu Jian was merely a soulless puppet incapable of feeling pain. He did not care about Sister Li's fists, and instead let out a chilling laugh, saying, "Pathetic humans, is this all the strength you have? Ha ha, you lowly race are indeed only fit to be food." After saying that, Lu Jian swung his other fist, which surprisingly pierced through the door, the violent force like a raging dragon, directly aimed at Sister Li's lower abdomen. As her shoulder was crushed, Sister Li's fist still struck Lu Jian's face, unable to retreat, likely unable to dodge this punch. Witnessing this scene, Chen Fan's heart tightened. Both the Blood Clan mutants and the brain-eating beasts can control corpses as puppets, but the principles behind them are different. The brain-eating beasts are inherently clumsy, their abilities weak, relying on neurotoxins, which can only barely maintain the corpse's combatability or mobility. However, the corpses controlled by the Blood Clan are entirely different. They can walk freely and retain their memories from life, even conversing like humans. This is no ordinary ability. It seems this guy must have hidden himself inside Lu Jian's body. Unexpectedly, the Blood Clan encountered this time actually understands mental control, a truly rare ability. However, just as Chen Fan thought Sister Li was undoubtedly doomed this time, an unexpected event occurred again. With no way to escape, Sister Li suddenly erupted with a loud roar, kicking the leukemia girl, Zhou Fei, on the ground. Bang! With the burst of energy, Sister Li infused all her strength into that kick, surprisingly propelling Zhou Fei into the air, quickly squeezing through the door's gap, crashing into Lu Jian's chest with a scream. With a heavy thud, Lu Jian was staggered back by Zhou Fei's impact, clutching the girl as they rolled into the corridor, while Sister Li scrambled back, crying out in anguish, "Why won't you help me? Why? You vicious woman!" Wang Feng witnessed how Sister Li kicked Zhou Fei away and immediately understood her intentions, letting out a furious shout just like hers. "What have you done? She was already sick and wouldn't live long. Ooh, I used her life to save myself. What's wrong with that?" Sister Li's features were grotesquely twisted, resembling a madwoman justifying her actions with a loud roar. "You!" Wang Feng's eyes turned bloodshot with rage, his fists cracking ominously, while Xiaoming also glared with wide eyes, her chest heaving violently. "You shameless!" At that moment, a faint scream came from outside the corridor. The sickly girl had been kicked outside. Her fate was naturally evident. The Blood Clan mutant controlling Lu Jian did not rush in immediately, clearly savoring the delicious blood meal. "Bastard!" Wang Feng cursed at the frenzied Sister Li and immediately dashed towards the corridor recklessly. After all, he was a doctor treating patients like friends, never expecting that the leukemia girl would not die in her hospital bed, but end her life in such a tragic manner. This girl's blood isn't even tasty. Bang! Before Wang Feng could rush up, Zhou Fei's corpse had already been forcefully thrown back, heavily slamming against the wobbling door. Wang Feng seized the opportunity to embrace the girl's body, but couldn't withstand such immense inertia and cried out as he fell backward. He looked down in shock, discovering 2 blood holes on Zhou Fei's neck as well. But this time the Blood Clan mutant did not drain all her blood, as Zhou Fei had congenital leukemia, and the taste of her blood was certainly different from that of a normal person. Because of this, Zhou Fei's situation seemed even more tragic. If the Blood Clan mutant had drained all her blood in one go, it would have spared Zhou Fei the pain, but it didn't. It only stopped after taking a third, leaving Zhou Fei still convulsing, her mind lingering in disarray. Her cheeks were severely sunken, and she struggled to open her mouth, speaking in an agonizing tone. "Dr. Wang, I'm in so much pain." "No. You will be fine, it's okay, don't be afraid." Wang Feng trembled in pain, burying his face deep in Zhou Fei's body, convulsing in sync with the trembling frequency of the leukemia girl, his voice low and hoarse like a starving wolf. I must be dying. Dr. Wang, thank you for taking care of me so much. Zhou Fei regained a bit of consciousness, surprisingly calm. She attempted to reach out and touch Wang Feng's face, but after several tries she lacked the strength to lift her hand. Just as Wang Feng was consumed by pain, Chen Fan quietly pulled out a dagger and tossed it at Wang Feng's feet, saying, "Give her a quick and quickly." "What did you say?" Wang Feng trembled all over, glaring at Chen Fan with a completely unfamiliar expression. Chen Fan coldly replied, "If you really care about this patient, give her a quick end." After saying that, Chen Fan no longer looked at him, instead silently fixing his gaze on Lu Jian, who appeared again outside the corridor. Lu Jian had blood smeared on his mouth, the half-peeled skin of his face grotesquely twitching. Beneath the skin, the blackened muscle tissue had long since stiffened, but remained in a frenzied state, hoarsely saying, "Her blood isn't tasty. What I really want to drink is your blood." Between the two powerful beings, there was a mutual perception. Chen Fan was the only human who had ever stopped the Blood Clan mutant, and naturally this monster would remember him deeply. Chen Fan silently scrutinized the figure before him, his eyes veiled in icy, malevolent coldness. Something about this man felt deeply amiss. In Chen Fan's memory, Blood Clan members were born warriors, innately formidable, so it made little sense for one to skulk so furtively. Yet this individual's aura bore little resemblance to the Blood Clan's fearsome reputation. Though nominally ranked at level 2 combat, strength, his energy was ungrounded and diffuse, failing to exert any palpable pressure upon Chen Fan. Still, a Blood Clan member remained a Blood Clan member. Even the weakest among them posed a mortal threat to Chen Fan as he stood now, and that was precisely why he had evaded confrontation again and again. But evasion was no longer possible. "So you're merely a stunted Blood Clan specimen, hiding behind a human shell to speak with me? How delightfully absurd." Chen Fan slowly raised his long blade, holding it horizontally across his chest in a vigilant defensive stance. "Stunted? Ha ha." Lu Jian snarled as he strode forward. "Once I drain every drop of your blood, we'll see how much bravado you have left." As Lu Jian's laughter echoed, a murky gray mist suddenly coiled upward, enshrouding the puppet-like figure, mysterious, sinister, and profoundly unsettling. As the aura intensified, Chen Fan's expression grew increasingly rigid and numb. This presence far surpassed level 2, and even eclipsed the might of every monstrous entity he had battled in his past life. Yet beneath that overwhelming power lingered an unmistakable hollowness, a subtle tremor of exhaustion and frailty. Chen Fan's eyes flashed with sudden clarity. "You were injured before entering this place, weren't you? Otherwise you'd never have degenerated into such a wretched state." Under normal conditions, a Blood Clan's aura would never feel so insubstantial. There could be only one explanation: he had sustained grievous wounds prior to infiltrating this spatial conduit. Realizing this, Chen Fan's gaze regained its quiet confidence. This foe wasn't merely wounded. He was severely crippled, like a starving wolf stripped of its fangs and claws. His terrifying reputation meant nothing without substance. All was hollow posturing. "You will regret this, absolutely." Lu Jian suddenly roared, black mist exploding violently from his body. But just as he lunged forward, another figure shot like lightning between him and Chen Fan, charging headlong at Lu Jian, brandishing the dagger Chen Fan had just entrusted to him. "Monster, die! Wang Feng, get back!" Chen Fan's face paled instantly. Yet the enraged Wang Feng moved faster than anticipated, clearly enhanced by primal energy cultivation, granting him exceptional burst speed and agility. He dashed straight toward Lu Jian and thrust forward in a clean vertical strike, the silver dagger carving a furious crescent arc through the air, flashing like lightning toward Lu Jian's chest. Lu Jian continued to sneer, thick gray mist churning like a storm-racked tempest. Before the dagger could land, Wang Feng cried out in agony and was hurled backward, kicked 5 meters through the air, crashing brutally into a pile of iron racks, his ribs collapsing inward with a sickening crunch. "Fool!" Chen Fan cursed under his breath. By then, Lu Jian was already hurtling forward, swinging his lone left arm like a whirling windmill, aiming to crush Wang Feng's skull. Clang! His long blade unsheathed in a furious spiral, a thunderous roar tearing through the air, as silvery light spun wildly, intercepting Lu Jian's descending arm with a rising counter-slashing arc aimed squarely at his wrist. The blade radiated an oppressive aura of slaughter, its luminous arc flaring blindingly bright. Lu Jian's descending arm froze midair, hovering inches above Wang Feng's forehead. Sensing imminent peril, he leapt skyward, thick black mist surging and contorting in the air, until a grotesque, twisted visage materialized on his brow, snarling and writhing in fury. "Where did you get that weapon? How do you possess this?" Chen Fan's slash struck empty air. With a faint, detached smile, he leveled his blade, not at Lu Jian, but directly at the hazy, colossal face looming behind him, and declared, voice sharp as shattered ice, "Forged from the remains of a monster, who hailed from your world. Did you truly believe humanity exists only to be devoured by beings from other realms? Chen Fan's words stunned the creature into silence. Every sound ceased. After a long, heavy pause, Lu Jian's ragged guttural bellow tore through the air once more. Impossible. You're just a human. Chen Fan offered only a slight, disdainful smile, deeming no reply necessary. In nature, predator and prey exchange roles with each passing day. When humanity was weak, it existed only as sustenance laid bare before alien horrors. But when humanity grows strong, it drinks their blood and feasts upon their flesh. An intriguing specimen. A savage cry erupted from Lu Jian's throat. As dense gray mist flooded his form, his eyes burned crimson, and from the stump of his severed arm sprouted a monstrous black claw nearly half a meter long. Its 5 obsidian fingers gleamed like tempered steel blades, lashing out like lightning toward Chen Fan's temple. Chen Fan whipped his long blade in a tight coil, deflecting the black claw, but the sheer force embedded within that steel-like grip sent violent tremors up his arm, numbing his palm and threatening to buckle his knees. This creature still retained such combat prowess. Chen Fan's face hardened like forged iron, yet inside a wave of shock surged fiercely. That single claw strike alone exceeded the raw power of the werewolf he'd faced in the previous spatial conduit. Had Chen Fan's own evolved strength not surged dramatically, or had his reforged blade not been imbued with flawless lethality, he would have been knocked flat by that blow alone. Human, you are but an ant. Lu Jian's voice cracked with unearthly menace. His iron claw extended further, slicing into the wall with a shriek of tortured metal. Though reinforced with steel plating, the barrier crumpled like parchment torn open by 5 jagged, brutal gashes. Chen Fan leapt aside once more. Seizing Lu Jian's momentary turn, he drove a full-powered punch into his back, only for his fist to pass cleanly through while the steel claw wreathed in gray mist swept viciously toward his chest. Chen Fan's gaze sharpened, bewildered. How had his solid, well-placed strike met only air? And where his fist struck, Lu Jian's body dissolved into mist. Can it render this puppet's body intangible? In the blink of an eye, the claw's gale-force wind struck. Chen Fan swung his blade upward to block, then slammed his heel hard against the wall, launching himself backward with explosive recoil. The iron claw struck with unstoppable ferocity, its chaotic, raging force colliding with the blade in a blinding eruption of white-hot sparks. Chen Fan soared high, yet Lu Jian vanished from sight. His eyes darted wildly, just as a hurricane-force gust erupted behind him, and the black claw shot forth from the mist, striking his back with blinding speed. Cursed spatial ability. A searing pain lanced across Chen Fan's back. He instinctively tensed every muscle. Fortunately, Wu Tian's custom-forged armor absorbed most of the impact. The claw failed to pierce skin or flesh. Even so, the blow left him dazed. His vision dimmed, his eyes bulging with the force of the impact. Yet even as he endured it, his blade flashed backward in a lightning-fast counterstroke, its silvery arc elongating into a razor-straight line, striking true with surgical precision. Shink! The blade's light traced a slender crimson line across Lu Jian's abdomen. Enshrouded in gray mist, Lu Jian recoiled sharply, pressing himself flat against the wall, his face dark with fury as he glared at Chen Fan. Chen Fan rolled his shoulders, then flashed a sharp, knowing grin. So your ability isn't flawless after all. You can phase yourself and this puppet into incorporeal spirit form when under attack, but to strike you must remanifest as solid flesh. Am I right? Spatial abilities are a rare and rather advanced type of supernatural power, typically only mastered by a select few powerful beings. The blood-clan individual before him can seamlessly transition between the real and the illusory during combat, even transforming a puppet into nothingness. It must be said that their combat capabilities and techniques are quite formidable. Under normal circumstances, Chen Fan would be unable to face such a powerful opponent, but now the situation is somewhat different. This fellow has been forced to hide within the body of the puppet, utilizing Lu Jian's incomplete form to fight. This indicates that there must be some reason severely limiting his strength, otherwise Chen Fan would be confronting the terrifying true form of a monster, not this cold corpse. You are indeed somewhat extraordinary. Lu Jian's fearsome face twisted into a grotesque smile as he said ominously, before draining this fellow's blood, I gleaned some of his thoughts and realized that you are not an ordinary human. But even if you have discovered my weakness, what does it matter? Your level of evolution is far too low, at best a beginner in combat. How can you contend with me? The monster's confidence is not without reason. In terms of evolutionary level, it can easily crush Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan is not even considered a beginner supernatural being. Even with his nearly perfect killing techniques, he is merely a slightly stronger ant. After all, an ant is still an ant. The blood clan individual can effortlessly crush him. The only thing that gives it some unease is the weapon in Chen Fan's hand, the origin of which is unknown. That long blade exudes a strong aura of slaughter and possesses considerable energy attributes enough to pose a certain threat to it. After a prolonged standoff, the corpse chamber seemed to fall into winter, a chilling aura spreading to every corner of the room. The monster's appearance instilled immense pressure on everyone. Wang Feng ceased his roaring, while Xia Meng and Sister Li cowered in the corner, lacking the courage to even glance at the creature. After a few silent seconds, Lu Jian spoke again in a chilling tone. "Human, you are not my match. Why not retreat and hand over a few of your kind to me? In return, I will not attack you further." Chen Fan casually waved his knife and coldly smiled. "You have been avoiding combat, is it, because your body is too weak to maintain this state for long? Although the Blood Clan survives by drinking blood, as far as I know your kind does not require much, just a few humans' blood is sufficient. However, since your appearance you have continuously drained blood without stopping. Is it to heal your injuries?" Lu Jian's eyes glowed a deep crimson as he roared, "What exactly do you want?" Chen Fan's smile turned icy, the silver blade reflecting on his face, a murderous intent pervading the air. "It is not easy to encounter a weakened Blood Clan. How could I let you go so easily? Of course I will take your life while you are vulnerable. Arrogant, then you shall die." Chen Fan's words ignited the fury of the Blood Clan individual. Suddenly, the severed arm of the puppet corpse erupted with even denser gray smoke rolling and transforming into a pair of hideous iron claws that slammed against the walls, unleashing immense power that collapsed half the wall. The swirling, dense smoke gathered, strong winds arose resembling a small dust storm, sweeping the shattered wall debris into the air, further obscuring visibility. A massive amount of thick gray smoke descended like an invisible nightmare. In the next moment, Lu Jian's body erupted like a bullet, the outstretched iron claws cutting through the air, even generating several small whirlwinds. "Take care of yourselves." Chen Fan took a deep breath and said to the few trembling individuals next to him. As soon as the words left his mouth, a steel-like claw sprang forth from the depths of the dense gray mist. Chen Fan did not dodge. Instead, he surged forward, the silver light emanating from the long knife suddenly elongated, quickly extending in the air. With a flash of the blade, the iron claw was forcefully repelled, but Chen Fan's palm was also torn open again, blood seeping out. The two figures simultaneously unleashed mighty roars. Chen Fan's gaze was like lightning, the long knife, already spinning, stretched in the air like a bolt of electricity. The dazzling blade radiated boundless sharpness, cutting through the dense mist, either slashing or thrusting, constantly deflecting the monster's attacking claws. The Blood Clan individual was right. In terms of evolutionary level, Chen Fan's could not match it. However, what it did not anticipate was that this human's familiarity with power far exceeds that of an ordinary human. 10 years of slaughter have not only granted Chen Fan sharper senses and the ability to predict danger, but have also made him adept at seizing every weakness and gap. The moment this corpse hesitated, it would instantly face a storm of attacks. Chen Fan even did not need to rely on sight to capture anything. The instincts of slaughter would guide him on what to do next. Moreover, the powerful energy accompanying the long knife compensated for Chen Fan's lack of strength, granting him several times the power with each slash, allowing him to engage the corpse puppet back and forth, even slightly gaining the upper hand. Damn it, this human is not a species of blue star at all. As the battle continued, the Blood Clan individual gradually felt the pressure. Its body was already in a state of extreme weakness, unable to utilize its true form in combat. Otherwise, it would not have to struggle so hard to control a puppet. The human body structure cannot perfectly merge with the Blood Clan, greatly affecting its combat effectiveness. Yet even so, the Blood Clan individual remained coiled within Lu Jian's body, frantically infusing energy into him, using its absolute strength advantage to repeatedly repel Chen Fan's attacks. As for the other three, they had long been dumbfounded. At this moment, Chen Fan's performance was nothing like that of a human. The sharpness of the long knife was deeper than the moon, and those eyes, even more ruthless and cold than the monster's, radiated a chilling ferocity. Every swing of the knife produced a sharp whistle, completely surpassing the realm of a human. How did he achieve this? Xia Meng pressed her back against the wall, her entire being frozen, as if under a spell, completely dazed and motionless. "I don't know, but this guy is probably not like us." Wang Feng struggled to crawl out from under the iron frame, gripping the dagger that Chen Fan had tossed him tightly. The icy dagger emitted a killing aura strikingly similar to that of the long knife, seemingly affected by the battle, even becoming radiant. Both combatants unleashed their full might. Their clashes sent shockwaves rippling through buildings, shuddering floors, and cleaving walls with pristine razor-smooth gashes wherever the long blade struck. The monster's iron claws proved equally devastating. Slamming into walls reduced them to rubble, and striking the ground snapped even the steel rebar buried beneath the floor. Neither side fought as mere mortals. Spiraling torrents of battle energy erupted outward, churning the thick fog like a roiling sea of clouds. Deep within the fog, the ashen aura grew increasingly turbid, its density swelling relentlessly as the battle intensified. The bloodline heteromorph's presence expanding, strengthening, utterly eclipsing the aura it had exuded during its first strike. Wang Feng gradually sensed the mounting pressure bearing down on Chen Fan. The heteromorph's aura continued to swell, nearly doubling in magnitude within seconds. Yet Chen Fan's aura remained unchanged, holding steady at the level it had possessed at the onset of combat. As one ascended and the other held firm, the disparity in strength became unmistakable. It's dire. We can't let Chen Fan hold out against that monster much longer. We must find a way to aid him. Wang Feng's face glistened with cold sweat as he spoke, his voice trembling faintly beneath the heteromorph's overwhelming aura. Xia Ming's expression crumpled into utter despair. But they're both so powerful. How could we possibly help? No. As Xia Ming cried out in hopelessness, Wang Feng suddenly stiffened, shaking his head with sudden intensity. Haven't you noticed? Our bodies feel different now. Huh? How so? Xia Ming stared blankly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Wang Feng did not answer immediately. He furrowed his brow, lost in quiet contemplation. Though Chen Fan had offered no detailed explanation, Wang Feng, drawing upon his own sharp intuition, had already deduced certain truths about evolution. Moments earlier, Lu Jian's kick had nearly shattered his ribs. By ordinary human standards, such a blow would have left him incapacitated for hours, if not inflicted grievous internal injury. As a physician, Wang Feng knew precisely where human limits lay. And yet not only had he risen again with astonishing speed, but when he rubbed his chest, the pain was far milder than expected, proof that his resistance to physical trauma had fundamentally shifted. Li Jia was no exception. Earlier, Lu Jian had nearly pulverized the bone in her left shoulder. Any ordinary person would have collapsed in agony, yet she not only retaliated successfully, but escaped his clutches with her life intact. Though Wang Feng disdained the method she'd employed, her performance in extremis had been extraordinary. All signs pointed to one conclusion: Wang Feng and Li Jia had both undergone evolution. Wang Feng did not yet grasp the full meaning of evolution, but his keen intellect had already revealed how profoundly he had changed, and excitement surged within him. We can do this. Do you remember what Chen Fan said just now? Xia Ming, her mind fractured by terror, could recall nothing, but Li Jia, crouching nearby, interjected quietly, "You're right. Our bodies have changed. But compared to those two, we're still woefully inadequate." That was inevitable. They had only just begun absorbing primordial energy. Their body's transformation remained subtle and incomplete, whereas Chen Fan had already traversed the spatial conduit twice and wielded the lethal instincts forged across lifetimes of slaughter, far surpassing them both. Wang Feng declared firmly, "We needn't join the fray directly. Only conceal ourselves nearby and seize the moment to support Chen Fan. I believe with absolute certainty that we can succeed." This. Li Jia cast a terrified glance toward the two battling figures. By now they had shattered the outer wall and spilled into the corridor. After a pause, she shook her head resolutely. "No, I won't risk my life with you. You're selfish." A violent twitch contorted Wang Feng's lips as fury flared across his face. "Chen Fan is fighting that monstrous creature alone. Yet you think only of saving yourself. What happens if he falls? Do you truly believe the monster will spare you?" Wang Feng gritted his teeth, seething inwardly. Li Jia's betrayal at the critical moment, using her own patient as a human shield, had filled him with profound revulsion. Though Zhou Fei's death resulted directly from the monster's blood-sucking, Li Jia's choice had branded itself onto his conscience. In another setting, he would have shouted accusations straight into her face, but reason cooled his rage. They were all bound together now, tethered by shared survival. No grudge, no grievance could outweigh the imperative to live. Li Jia hesitated still. Seeing her indecision, Wang Feng stamped his foot and snapped, "Fine. Then stay here and wait for death. When the monster finishes Chen Fan, we'll see whether you survive." Without another glance at Li Jia, he bolted toward the epicenter of the battle, his vision burning crimson with hatred for the monster. Boom. Before he reached the corridor, a thunderous impact echoed beside him. He turned sharply to see Chen Fan hurtling through the air like a cannonball, shattering the wall and crashing through a jagged breach into the room. A torrent of dust and debris buried Chen Fan's upper body. Concrete fragments rained down like hail, piling over him until he was nearly submerged. After collapsing, Chen Fan coughed hoarsely, spat out grit and shards of brick, then swung his long blade in rapid arcs, deflecting flying masonry midair, before bracing himself upright with one hand. His chest heaved violently, breath ragged and labored. From the mist, Lu Jian let out a shrill guttural laugh. "I warned you. You pitiful human flesh stands no chance against me. Even weakened, I could crush you effortlessly." "I beg to differ." Chen Fan spat a crimson-tinged wad of saliva, lifted his blade slightly, and rose silently. Your aura surges so rapidly because you seek to end this swiftly, you cannot sustain it for long. You want to eliminate me quickly, so no one notices how hollow your strength truly is. The laughter ceased abruptly. A grotesquely twisted scowl contorted Lu Jian's broken face. Call me hollow. Let us see who endures longer. Swish. From the mist a shadow lunged forth once more, black claws elongating like living blades. Chen Fan spat out a clot of blood, his eyes narrowing with renewed ferocity. He swept his sword sideways. The slender arc of the blade carved a stark luminous line through the air, and met the claw's heat in a blinding cataclysmic collision whose force erupted downward, shattering the floor beneath his feet. Crash! A terrifying shockwave blasted outward from the point of impact. Frost-edged gales slashed across Chen Fan's face like icy daggers. His face flushed crimson. With a guttural roar he skidded backward 2 meters, slamming hard against the wall, before a fresh trickle of blood welled at the corner of his mouth. Although a claw strike nearly caused Chen Fan to spit blood, Lu Jian also found himself in a tough spot. The energy fluctuations emanating from his long knife were intensely strong, not only counteracting the force of the iron claw, but also penetrating the flesh of the puppet, directly affecting the Blood Clan aberration. Each collision brought it immense pain. Bastard! Lu Jian roared. Under the manipulation of the Blood Clan aberration, the body that had long since perished seemed to come alive with renewed vigor, advancing instead of retreating, and swung the iron claw again, aiming straight at his opponent. Chen Fan held his knife with both hands, preparing to continue the fight. However, before he could raise the blade, a torrent erupted from the thick black mist, and a steel ball whistled through the air unexpectedly, tearing through the white fog before him and striking Lu Jian in the abdomen without warning. Bang! The steel ball unleashed an incredibly powerful penetrating force, instantly creating a thumb-sized hole in the corpse of the puppet. Although no blood seeped out, the area struck by the steel ball displayed a horrifying perforation. The Blood Clan aberration, fully focused on attacking Chen Fan, could not have imagined that among the 3 survivors it had ignored someone dared to strike back. It immediately shifted its crimson gaze towards the origin of the steel ball's flight, and soon spotted Wang Feng, who was charging forward while shouting wildly. It seems you haven't learned your lesson yet. Lu Jian let out a hoarse roar, swinging his long claw towards Wang Feng like a black spear. However, at the moment when the Blood Clan aberration's attention shifted, Chen Fan seized the opportunity to strike again. The sharp blade's aura shattered everything blocking his path, forming a flash of lightning that swiftly pierced through the blood hole created in Lu Jian's abdomen. While the long knife could not inflict physical damage on the Blood Clan aberration, the energy enveloping the blade caused severe harm to its spiritual body. With an incredibly piercing scream, a black, crystal balloon immediately inflated within Lu Jian's body. The swirling gray mist continuously expanded in the air, initially the size of a fist, but quickly grew to the size of a basketball. The compressing gray airflow twisted and spun frantically, brewing a flood that was about to erupt. Damn it, get out of the way. Chen Fan instinctively sensed the overwhelming smell of death emanating from the crystal black ball, and immediately shouted at Wang Feng, who was about to charge in. Creatures from other worlds are bizarre and varied, exhibiting all kinds of forms and countless attack methods. Monsters that reach a certain level of power can release a type of energy wave by compressing energy similar to the legendary magic attacks. That constantly expanding black balloon should be the energy substance condensed by the Blood Clan aberration. Once it exploded at close range, it would surely obliterate both Chen Fan and Wang Feng. Run! With this thought, Chen Fan hesitated not for a moment, immediately pushing off against the wall and dashing down the corridor like lightning. At the same time, Wang Feng and the others, sensing unease, turned pale. Though they didn't yet understand why Chen Fan had screamed so fiercely, their instinctive fear of the unknown monster compelled them to follow suit, without hesitation, sprinting at top speed. Haha, you can't escape. Accompanied by Lu Jian's venomous roar, the energy within the black light ball had been compressed to a breaking point, with cracks appearing on the surface. The black energy swelled violently, resembling a small volcano contained within, and the eruptive aura had intensified to the extreme. As Xia Meng was sprinting, she suddenly gasped, realizing too late that she had not gotten far. Just as she dashed out of the room, her toe caught on a broken brick, sending her body tilting forward uncontrollably. In a state of weightlessness, Xia Meng's hands flailed as she grabbed hold of Sister Li's arm. Sister Li screamed wildly, desperately trying to shake her off, saying, "You little brat, let go of me, get off." Seeing that Xia Meng still wouldn't release her grip, Sister Li's expression hardened, and she kicked Xia Meng squarely in the chest before continuing to flee. But there wasn't enough time. The black light ball hovered in the air, becoming increasingly brilliant. The energy surging within became more and more dangerous. The balloon, having expanded to its limit, suddenly shrank, then continued to swell, forming a dense wave of black energy that swept toward them like thunder. Xiaoming felt she was doomed as she was the closest to the explosion of the light ball, only 5 or 6 meters away. However, just as Xiaoming closed her eyes in despair, a frantic roar reached her ears. "Is waiting for death all you can do?" Chen Fan. Xiaoming's body jolted, and she immediately opened her eyes. In her line of sight, a thin figure charged in like lightning, colliding with her and sending her flying. At the same time, the terrifying black energy wave surged forward, instantly engulfing Chen Fan's figure. When the black light completely swallowed the room, a curved blade of light swiftly pierced through the air, howling like a millennia-old rock rooted deep within a raging tide. Boom! The explosion generated by the energy finally occurred. The explosive black light ball emitted a wave of destructive energy fluctuations, strong winds battering the walls, tearing apart everything in its path. The black energy surged like a spreading fog, rapidly expanding within a confined space, and soon the crumbling wall was completely obliterated by the energy wave, with debris and shattered wall fragments shooting into the sky like locusts. The fierce winds howled, raging as they spread. The expanding black tide seemed intent on swallowing everything. The pressure from the winds was fierce, slamming against Chen Fan at the front line of the explosion as if he had collided with a galloping horse. The upper half of his clothes was shredded to pieces, revealing the armor tightly adhered to his ribcage. Yet this time, even that layer of steel armor could not completely shield him from the explosion's damage. The hurricane slammed into Chen Fan, forcing his feet rooted to the floor to slide back as he was lifted into the air with a muffled roar. The howling gray mist rolled rapidly in the air, and from the center of the explosion came a sharp, piercing, maniacal laugh. "Die, you little bugs." Boom. The sound of the wall collapsing reverberated in their ears as all four were simultaneously swept away by the fierce winds in different directions. Because Chen Fan had used his body to block the initial wave, the three were not torn to shreds by the terrifying energy surge. As for Lu Jian, who was in the epicenter of the explosion, he was completely blown apart, with countless shattered bones and chunks of flesh falling like rain, torn apart by the powerful current. Hiss! The narrow corridor was far too small to contain such violent waves of energy. The raging wind continued unabated, leaving Chen Fan feeling light-headed, even lacking the strength to rise again. His entire chest was numb, and he could hardly feel his lungs breathing. This guy is truly insane. It wasn't until the black mist dissipated and the strong winds finally ceased that Chen Fan found the strength to sit up. Struggling against the numbing pain coursing through his body, he began to check his injuries. His left hand had been pierced by a piece of metal. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and pulled it out, blood immediately gushing from the wound. He flexed his fingers, relieved to find he could still move them, indicating that his meridians had not been severed. His left leg had a gash torn open by the explosive winds, but it wasn't deep. At least he couldn't see any bone. Chen Fan hastily picked up a piece of fabric from the ground and wrapped it around his leg. Aside from that, there were no other external injuries. However, the direct impact of the explosive shockwave had left a dull ache in his chest, making even breathing feel sour and numb. His ribs were probably cracked, though obscured by layers of armor, making it hard to tell. Fortunately, I put on the armor made by Wu Tian before setting out. Otherwise, with such a terrifying explosive force, my chest would have likely been shattered. Recalling the explosion he had just experienced, Chen Fan still felt a lingering fear. Since his rebirth, this had undoubtedly been the most dangerous encounter he had faced. If it weren't for the armor protecting his chest and shoulders, he would have surely perished by now. With that thought, Chen Fan quickly raised his gaze towards the area where the confrontation had taken place. At the explosion's epicenter, there was now a large hole with a diameter of half a meter. The force of the explosion had shredded the floor, exposing a mass of rebar and concrete. Beneath the black hole lay the lowest level of the hospital, which had once been a garage. Several cars covered in thick gray dust were still piled inside. The dust in the air had yet to settle, but the presence of the Blood Clan's abnormality had vanished. It seems that producing the energy wave earlier consumed a significant portion of this guy's energy. He must have scurried off somewhere else to feed right. Chen Fan silently crawled up, pressing his back against the wall, attempting to breathe deeply until the numbness in his chest began to fade. Only then did he let out a long breath. In order to rescue Xiaoming, Chen Fan had nearly sacrificed his entire body to withstand the energy of the Blood Clan's abnormality, incurring considerable damage. Thankfully, the armor had served its purpose, saving his life. Yet the pervasive ache throughout his body was particularly intense, causing him to almost lose grip on the knife's hilt. If the Blood Clan's abnormality appeared now, Chen Fan would undoubtedly be doomed. With that thought, Chen Fan hurriedly looked around. After confirming that the monster had temporarily left, he immediately dragged his exhausted body out of the corridor, limping as he went. The remnants of the explosion had not fully settled, and the corridor was still filled with a thick layer of dust appearing particularly hazy. Chen Fan searched the area with his eyes, but found no sign of Wang Feng or Xiaoming. They were likely blown away by the earlier shockwave, but they shouldn't have been thrown too far. Perhaps they were still near the stairwell. Soon Chen Fan limped toward the stairwell, trying to ascertain whether his two old classmates were still alive. Just moments ago, he had exerted all his effort to protect them. If he couldn't save them now, he could only blame their bad luck. Upon reaching the stairwell, Chen Fan first heard a cough and immediately turned his gaze, discovering a woman covered in soot seated at the corner downstairs. The woman's hair was disheveled, and her clothes were torn to shreds by the strong winds, revealing bruised skin on her back. Since she was facing away from Chen Fan, gasping for breath, he couldn't immediately recognize her. After hesitating for a moment, he quickly approached the stairs, and when he came around to her front, realized it was actually Sister Lee. At that moment, Sister Lee looked utterly pitiful. Though she had miraculously survived the explosion, her internal organs were damaged, and blood was smeared everywhere on her face and body. Her clothes were almost entirely shredded, and her dark skin was adorned with various wounds. Some wounds were from the concrete, while others were from splinters. On her thigh, there was a severe penetrating injury caused by a deformed steel bar. It was a miracle that she managed to crawl here at all. Chen Fan, help! Help me! Sister Lee let out a weak mosquito-like plea. Her left eye was partially exposed, with only her right eye intact, and her matted long hair covered most of her bleeding face, making her appear more terrifying than a ghost. Chen Fan glanced at her and immediately understood that this woman was beyond saving. However, he did not leave right away. Instead, he silently squatted beside Sister Lee. Did you see Wang Feng and Xiaoming? I didn't see them. Sister Lee's voice was faint, her breathing rapid, as if she might stop at any moment. She was choking on thick phlegm, unable to spit it out or swallow, producing a cough-cough sound. Help me. You are beyond saving, and I have no intention of helping you, Chen Fan replied, honestly shaking his head. He and Sister Lee were hardly familiar with each other. Though she had been Chen Fan's landlord for 2 years, this woman was petty and always calculated, looking down on her tenants due to her connections. She often hurled insults and sarcasm at him. Chen Fan's borrowing of her car was also motivated by a sense of revenge. Why aren't you helping me? Why are you squatting beside me? Sister Lee weakly leaned against the railing, wanting to cry, but lacking the strength to do so. Chen Fan replied truthfully, I'm waiting for you to pass away. Am I a devil? Chen Fan smiled indifferently, shaking his head numbly. Earlier you abandoned Lu Jian to save yourself, then kicked that girl with leukemia to the monster. Just now you also kicked Xiaoming aside to seize an escape opportunity. What right do you have to call me a devil? Sister Lee fell silent, perhaps not knowing how to respond, or perhaps because her life was nearing its end, or perhaps a combination of both. She was in agony, her dying heart tormented by despair. After doing so much, she ultimately could not escape death. Why was that? Sister Lee opened her mouth with all her might, seemingly wanting to accuse this cold, unfeeling world. But this action cost her life. As she opened her mouth, her body exhausted its last bit of strength, and she could not utter a sound before slumping against the stair railing. Chen Fan silently stared into her vacant eyes and concluded, You were indeed a very shrewd woman, selfish, cold, and ruthless in achieving your goals. Such people might survive longer during the apocalypse, but unfortunately, you lacked a bit of luck. Having spoken, Chen Fan suddenly reached into the toolbox, hesitated briefly, and withdrew a translucent ice cool pearl radiating a faint misty chill. This was an ice pearl he had crafted from a werewolf's demonic core, a scarce commodity so rare that even facing a bloodline aberrant as terrifying as this one, he had been reluctant to deploy it recklessly. First, the supply was extremely limited. Each use diminished his stock irreversibly, and every resource must be wielded with surgical precision. Second, the aberrant's aura was overwhelmingly potent, detonating even these ice pearls would not deliver a fatal blow. Yet now Chen Fan had found the perfect moment to use it. He pried open Li Jie's already wide mouth with his fingers, slipped the glistening smooth pearl deep inside, then firmly pressed upon her esophagus, guiding the muscular contractions until the ice pearl slid down her throat. He did not do this to waste a precious ice pearl on Li Jie's demise, but rather a far bolder scheme was already coalescing in his mind. Dragging the corpse by its legs, Chen Fan descended to the derelict parking lot beneath the morgue and deposited the body in a conspicuously exposed location. Afterward, he set out to locate Wang Feng and Xiaoming. The abandoned parking lot was spacious. Aside from several dust-shrouded cars, it was cluttered with all manner of debris. Chen Fan moved cautiously through the rubble and soon noticed a pile of black plastic bags stirring faintly. His gaze darkened instantly. With the tip of his long blade, he lifted the bag, and a terrified face was fully revealed. It was Wang Feng. In the massive explosion moments earlier, Wang Feng had been the luckiest. He had sprinted fastest and emerged first from the corridor, thus escaping the blast's full fury. He sustained only minor abrasions from tumbling down the stairs. Yet he was utterly shattered, terrified beyond reason. The bloodline aberrant's arcane assault possessed the destructive force of a small missile tearing entire walls apart, with grotesque, jagged wounds. Wang Feng could scarcely fathom the horror of such a creature. In blind panic he fled without hesitation, racing straight down to the parking lot and hastily covering himself with discarded trash bags hoping to vanish unnoticed. Chen Fan almost smiled at the absurdity of it. "What are you doing?" Hiding. Wang Feng's jaw trembled violently, his voice cracked with tears. "Chen Fan, give up. You can't beat that monster. None of us can. It's too terrifying, too terrifying." Chen Fan remained silent. Wang Feng's words held truth. Bloodline aberrants were innately enigmatic and formidable, feared even across otherworldly realms. Even a stunted, debilitated specimen ranked at Tier 2 or higher, surpassing Chen Fan in every physical and spiritual aspect. A direct confrontation offered Chen Fan no path but death, yet he refused surrender. Leaning low, his voice dropped to a whisper. "Do you truly believe that like an ostrich burying its head in sand, the monster will simply fail to see you? That is self-deception. Stop being foolish." Such apex predators required no eyes to hunt. Scent alone was enough. Bloodline aberrants possessed hyperacute senses, far beyond human capacity, even wielding nascent psychic abilities, flawless mimicry, corpse manipulation, and sensory sharing with their puppets. No matter how Wang Feng concealed himself, escape from their pursuit was impossible. Then what should I do? What can I possibly do? Wang Feng's chin quivered uncontrollably. His confidence had shattered completely in the explosion. "I'm not like you. I can't face something that powerful. I'll die. Snap out of it." Chen Fan fixed him with a cold, unblinking stare. "No one is born a warrior. I forged myself in bloodshed, brutal, merciless slaughter. If I could endure it, why can't you?" Truth be told, Chen Fan's first encounter with a monster had left him far more broken than Wang Feng. He'd actually urinated in terror on the spot. Yet he possessed a singular advantage: unparalleled adaptability. After enduring initial horror and despair, he swiftly realized that only resistance, with weapon in hand, could spare him from becoming mere prey. That was the first immutable truth he learned in the apocalypse, and by clinging to it he endured 10 brutal years. Seeing Wang Feng regain a sliver of composure, Chen Fan asked, "Is the dagger I gave you still with you?" "Yes." Wang Feng extended his trembling arm and fumbled the dagger from his back, offering it shakily. Chen Fan didn't take it. He shook his head silently. "Keep it for now. You'll need it for protection. Later I'll require your help with something." "What is it?" Wang Feng blurted blankly. "Take this dagger and charge upstairs, to lure the monster back down," Chen Fan said, voice devoid of warmth. "No, I won't go." Wang Feng began trembling violently, shaking his head frantically, dropping the dagger and flailing his hands wildly. "I can't, I'll die. Don't make me do this." Chen Fan seized Wang Feng's shoulder with crushing force. Killing intent coalesced in his eyes like frozen steel. "You have no choice. You will go." Wang Feng opened his mouth, his face contorting grotesquely with sheer terror, before a new cry pierced the silence from deep within the parking lot. A woman staggered toward them, disheveled, bloodied across her shoulders and face, sobbing, "Thank heavens, I finally found you. Xiaoming, you're alive." Xiaoming's sudden appearance stirred a flicker of courage in Wang Feng. He scrambled upright, ready to rush to her, only for Chen Fan's hand to clamp down on his shoulder, forcing him back to the ground. "How do you know that's truly Xiaoming?" "Huh?" Wang Feng froze, utterly bewildered, speechless, staring blankly. Xiaoming, who had been walking toward them, halted abruptly upon hearing Chen Fan's words. She stared at him in disbelief, lips quivering as if about to burst into tears. "You don't even recognize me?" Chen Fan arched a cold brow. "We both know the bloodline aberrant's puppeteering ability well. Last time it possessed Lu Jian's body. Why wouldn't it inhabit another vessel now? Until we verify your identity, stay away. Stay away." His icy command echoed across the parking lot, striking Xiaoming like thunder. She recoiled, teeth clenched in despair. "You suspect I'm a puppet too? You are indeed highly suspect. We've been separated too long. I cannot confirm whether the bloodline aberrant has claimed you." Chen Fan paid no heed to her expression. His eyes remained motionless, glacial, and detached. "Still, if you cooperate, there are ways to verify your authenticity." Xiaoming gritted her teeth tightly, looking at Chen Fan with a strange gaze. "What method?" "Before the Blood Clan controls the puppet, they will definitely drink the puppet's blood first. Here, take this." Chen Fan snatched the dagger from Wang Feng's hand and threw it at Xiaoming's feet, saying, "Stab your thigh. Oh, if I see blood, then I'll believe you." "Chen Fan, are you crazy?" Wang Feng, exasperated, stood up against the wall, his face filled with anger. "She is Xiaoming, our old classmate. How can you force her to harm herself?" Chen Fan said in an unquestionable tone. If you don't do it, I can only ask her to leave here. You. Wang Feng's eyebrows twitched violently, but at this moment Xiao Meng said pitifully, then can I just cut my finger instead of my thigh? No. Chen Fan stared fiercely at Xiao Meng, his eyes filled with a brutality that seemed ready to pounce at any moment. It has to be the thigh, and you must stab the blade all the way in. Why, oi? Wang Feng roared again. Chen Fan, you are completely insane. No, Xiao Meng, you mustn't listen to him. Xiao Meng had already started to cry, speaking in an exceptionally aggrieved tone. Chen Fan, I truly am Xiao Meng. Stop your tears. Chen Fan's face was expressionless, coldly shaking his head. In the apocalypse, tears are the least valuable. Don't try to fool me with that pitiful look. Either you stab yourself, or you leave here. Xiao Meng, I will go with you. Wang Feng could no longer tolerate Chen Fan's indifference. He stepped forward, striding towards Xiao Meng, grabbing her arm. Don't listen to this madman. I believe you are the real Xiao Meng. Stay behind me. I will protect you. But, Xiao Meng looked at Chen Fan, then at Wang Feng, saying painfully, only Chen Fan can protect us, we can't leave. As Xiao Meng cried, she suddenly steeled herself, picking up the dagger from the ground, ready to stab her thigh. Don't be reckless. Wang Feng immediately grasped Xiao Meng's arm, stopping her from this nearly foolish act of self-harm, then glaring at Chen Fan. You madman. Do you even have any humanity left? Didn't you once pursue Xiao Meng? How can you treat her this way? Chen Fan's lips curled into a cruel arc, but she never accepted me, right? Is that why you? Xiao Meng was stunned, and Wang Feng, wide-eyed in disbelief, said in a shocked tone, so you plan to take revenge on Xiao Meng now? Think whatever you want. Chen Fan didn't want to waste any more breath, turning his gaze away. Out of respect for us being old classmates, I'll leave that dagger with you for now. Get out of here quickly. Wang Feng laughed in despair, never expecting that at the last moment of their lives his old classmate would treat him this way. Xiao Meng also looked devastated, feeling she misjudged someone, her gaze towards Chen Fan, filled with numb disappointment. Let's go. Wang Feng suddenly shouted, angrily grabbing Xiao Meng's arm and striding towards the stairway. Chen Fan merely watched silently, neither urging nor attempting to retain them. Only after the two had completely ascended the stairs and slowly disappeared from sight did Chen Fan finally relax his tense body, leaning numbly against the wall and taking a deep breath. With his abilities, how could he not see that Xiao Meng was not a controlled puppet? He intentionally said this just to let the two leave according to his plan. The next plan was crucial. Not a single step could go wrong. To quickly deal with the threat of the Blood Clan, Chen Fan had no choice but to let the two suffer a bit of grievance. Thinking of this, Chen Fan took a deep breath, then quietly stood up, quickly erasing his traces, and found a very hidden place to hide, concealing all his breath, intently watching the direction the two had left. Calmly waiting for 5 minutes, the stairwell suddenly emitted sharp cries accompanied by the disordered footsteps of Xiao Meng and Wang Feng. The two seemed to have encountered something terrifying, shouting help as they quickly ran towards the parking lot. Chen Fan lay quietly in wait like a wolf in the dark, poised to pounce on its prey, remaining completely still, even halting the movement of his nerves. Before long, Wang Feng and Xiao Meng, who had just left, screamed as they rushed out of the stairwell, their faces extremely terrified, their features distorted by fear, shaking as they ran, continuously shouting, Chen Fan, help! Save us! Chen Fan turned a deaf ear, narrowing his eyes tightly, staring at the place where the thick fog from the stairwell was drifting in. Whoosh! A gray phantom rapidly appeared in the air, resembling a clawing dark specter, the gray mist spiraling in the air, forming dark gray currents that wildly enveloped the two. Xiao Meng could no longer run, suddenly falling to the floor and crying out in despair, waving her hands and shouting for help. Let us go, please spare us. Cackling. A sinister laughter echoed from the thick fog. The Blood Clan, after severing its puppet strings, lacked the ability to speak, so it couldn't produce human sounds. However, the eerie laughter was like an invisible net, tightly ensnaring the two's hearts. Get up, hurry up. Wang Feng had to quickly help Xiao Meng to her feet, almost dragging her as they ran. The swirling mist in the air did not rush to attack the two, as if playing a game of cat and mouse, drifting grayly above their heads before suddenly diving into an old car. Hiss! Soon that old car actually started moving, accompanied by the screeching sound of tires grinding against the ground, the entire vehicle swerving sideways to block Wang Feng's path. Let's go back. Wang Feng quickly halted his steps, immediately supporting Xiao Meng as they ran back. At that moment, the car was propelled by an immense force, its rear wildly swinging and crashing directly into the two's lower backs. Bang! After a muffled sound, Wang Feng and Xiao Meng were immediately sent flying 6 meters, landing harshly on the ground, both spitting blood, lacking the strength to rise again. Cackling. The mist in the car gathered and dispersed, coalescing into a grotesquely large and hideous face in the air. Two red-eye sockets glowed like incandescent bulbs in the dark, suddenly plummeting from above, frantically shooting towards the two. Xiaoming, run. Wang Feng instinctively pushed Xiaoming away and exerted all his strength to climb up, desperately thrusting the dagger upwards. Whoosh. The silver blade narrowly avoided the swirling gray monster's face, but a mass of gray mist appeared strangely from another direction, still maintaining a direct trajectory and wildly pouncing towards the unrisen Xiaoming. Oh! Amidst Wang Feng's piercing scream, the massive gray mist-formed face had already opened its jaws, on the verge of biting down on Xiaoming's throat, when from the parking corner a blinding silver blade erupted, elongating with brute force, splitting the air like lightning and piercing straight through the monstrous visage just as it lunged. A bloodline heteromorph must materialize to feed, even if only for half a second. But Chen Fan seized that fleeting razor-thin opportunity, unleashing a terrifying rotating blade will toward the creature. The mist-formed face shattered under the blade's radiance, unleashing a shrieking sonic blast, sharp, visceral, and tangible, whose concussive wave lanced into Chen Fan's eardrums, while Wang Feng and Xiaoming collapsed backward, eyes rolled white, screaming in unison. The dispersed fog coalesced once more in midair, twisting into several serpentine gray currents that lashed violently toward Chen Fan. So, you are its true core. Chen Fan roared in reply, hoisting his long blade high. Frost-edged light flickered relentlessly across the air as he cleaved through the first and second gray torrents, the blade trembling at high frequency in his grip before he hurled it forth, transforming into a bolt of sudden lightning aimed directly at the ethereal mist cluster above. Deep within that turbid mist glowed a pitch-black orb, cold, sinister, and radiant with eerie luster, the bloodline heteromorph's demonic core, the very heart of its being. Shatter that core, and no matter how advanced its evolution, the monster would vanish instantly, reduced to nothingness in a single breath. The blade detonated midair, flooding the space with profound glacial crimson light, flying like a meteoric arc, slicing perilously close to the black demonic core. Though Chen Fan's strike veered slightly off target, the blade's surging energy still grazed the demonic core, a mere scratch yet potent enough to wound. Instantly the fog convulsed violently, a shriek tore through the air, so sharp it could shatter glass. Though Chen Fan could not see the creature's face, the raw fury and murderous intent radiating from that howl were unmistakable. Whoosh! The black demonic core vanished beneath a torrent of dense fog, transforming into a streak of obsidian lightning that shot back toward the stairwell. Chen Fan charged barehanded, but just as he reached the threshold, a black arm erupted from the corridor, fist clenched, driving straight toward his chest. The punch carried a sizzling, wind-rending shriek, like a meteor tearing through the void, striking Chen Fan without warning. Mid-sprint, he froze, body jolting violently as the monstrous force sent him flying backwards, skidding across the floor for 5 or 6 meters. His entire forearm was scraped raw muscle tissue, glistening red beneath torn skin. Giggle. So close. Just one hair's breadth away from your ambush succeeding. From deep within the corridor came a shrill, manic laugh. A black claw gripped the wall's edge, its razor-sharp nails carving 5 grotesque fissures into the concrete. Behind those cracks loomed a twisted, pallid face, sneering with unspeakable malice. One eye dangled grotesquely from its socket. Only the remaining crimson orb remained fixed upon Chen Fan with chilling, predatory intensity. You are the only human worthy of my memory. Giggle. I never imagined the explosion failed to kill you. But no matter, your blood has always been my favorite draft. It's Li Jie. Li Jie had become the bloodline heteromorph's second puppet. Her mouth stretched into an unnaturally wide, ghastly grin, a faint bluish aura pulsing erratically across her forehead, yet her solitary eye gleamed with smug triumph. Now I wield yet another puppet. How, pray tell, do you intend to reach me? What a pity. Chen Fan rose slowly, expressionless, his gaze lifting toward the long blade embedded in the ceiling. Just 1 inch. Only 1 inch short of shattering your demonic core. Pity indeed. 1 inch is still a chasm. And since you squandered your sole chance to slay me, you shall now watch helplessly as I drain every drop of your blood. Li Jie continued laughing, her mirth laced with venom. Chen Fan appeared truly cornered, his blade hung 20 meters away. The dagger capable of wounding the bloodline heteromorph remained clutched in Wang Feng's hand. Unarmed Chen Fan stood no chance against such a foe. Deprived of weapons, all progress unraveled. Chen Fan was now weaker than even a novice heteromorph. How could he possibly resist a bloodline entity manipulating puppets from the shadows? Human, your talent is undeniable. Given time, you might truly threaten me. But alas, that time has expired. Your blood will soon be mine, every last drop. Chen Fan stood backed against the wall, yet his eyes betrayed no panic. No despair clouded his gaze. Instead, a faint, unsettling smile curled his lips. Do you truly believe you've won? Or what? A hazy veil of gray mist swirled over Li Jie's ghastly face. Behind it a monstrous countenance flickered in and out of view. Her voice dropped low, sardonic, cutting, dripping with mockery. No weapon. Grave injuries. Tell me, what do you intend to fight with? Chen Fan's gaze hardened. He shouted, I prepared something unexpected for you. Feel carefully. Isn't this puppet's belly strangely cold? Uncomfortable. What? Shock flickered across Li Jie's vacant face. Instinctively she glanced downward, at her own abdomen. Just as Chen Fan thrust his hand forward, fingers curling into a tight fist and bellowing, explode. All that effort, to lure the bloodline heteromorph into Li Jie's body, had been deliberate. That arrogant beast assumed Chen Fan would foolishly leave a corpse for it to possess. Yet in the creature's moment of supreme triumph, Chen Fan triggered the ice pearl concealed within Li Jie's abdomen. Boom! A wave of frigid light burst forth, pure white motes shimmering in the air as ambient moisture froze, instantly crystallizing into glistening beads that drifted down like snowflakes. The detonating ice pearl unleashed not only extreme cold, but also a violent internal rupture, blasting open the puppet's abdomen. Scalding blood and splintered bone erupted outward. Li Jie's body disintegrated under the shockwave, scattering into countless crimson droplets. Each droplet instantly flash frozen by the chill transformed into brittle ice beads, showering outward like shrapnel. The blast's devastating cold swept across more than half the parking lot. The open space amplified the blast's radius far beyond the previous explosion. Under that glacial aura, even the floor glazed over with a fine crystalline frost. From Li Jie's lone surviving skull erupted a shriek of unimaginable agony. A spectral face materialized midair, trailing wisps of thin mist as it surged upward, fleeing skyward in blind terror. Once the ice orb exploded, there would be no living beings within a 10-meter radius. Such a violent energy fluctuation would be impossible for even the Blood Clan's abnormal beings to withstand completely. It tried to escape the blast radius quickly, but the chill emanating from the ice orb had completely frozen that illusory gray shadow, rendering it into a bizarre ice sculpture. The Blood Clan shadow was immobilized, suspended in midair, its ethereal face frozen in a vivid expression of terror. Who will win this fight? Only time will tell. Now do you still dare to act arrogantly in front of me? Chen Fan's gaze sharpened as he quickly dashed along the floor. When he was 5 or 6 meters from the ice sculpture, he concentrated all his strength into one point and struck out wildly. Chen Fan jumped up and smashed through the thick ice, causing the gray mist surrounding the Blood Clan's entity to collapse completely, revealing a pitch-black orb radiating intense and disconcerting energy. It truly was a level 3 magic core. Chen Fan's breath hitched, the shock in his heart replaced by a wave of joy. The magic core was firmly grasped in the entity's hand. After landing, Chen Fan pushed off with his toes leaping up, once more snowflakes cascading around him, while countless frozen shards pelted the spot where he had just landed. At last I have you. Chen Fan smirked, a cold smile gracing his lips. The aura belonging to the Blood Clan's entity within the magic core had not vanished, it had merely dwindled to an extreme point. When Chen Fan held it in his hand, he discovered that the entity was still attempting to counterattack, a thick black mist swirling around his fingertips, trying to invade his body. Ridiculous. Chen Fan clenched his fingers, firmly gripping the magic core. Soon the black mist began to retract, quickly shrinking back into the core and refusing to reveal itself. Chen Fan sneered, do you really think that by hiding in the magic core, I wouldn't be able to do anything? After saying this, Chen Fan made a move that struck terror into the heart of the Blood Clan's entity. He suddenly opened his mouth wide and swallowed the magic core, whole, pressing both hands against his throat and violently squeezing down to consume the entire core. This was a level 3 magic core and an unrefined complete one at that, yet Chen Fan swallowed it whole, as if it were a raw egg. This was certainly an act only a madman would undertake. Bastard, you lunatic. When the magic core dropped into his stomach, the Blood Clan's entity's sharp roar resonated from the depths of its consciousness. Once it detached from its physical form, the Blood Clan's entity could no longer use human language. However, when its magic core was swallowed by Chen Fan, it was still able to communicate through its consciousness, as its spiritual power had not vanished but remained intact within the core. Chen Fan coldly stated, it's not just otherworldly beings that can devour humans, humans can likewise consume you. You never imagined that the day would come when you'd be on the other side of this equation, did you? What do you intend to do? The Blood Clan's entity asked, stunned. Chen Fan smiled an extremely sincere, yet cold and crazed grin. I want to refine your magic core. Unfortunately, this core is at least at level 3, and I won't be able to completely refine it in a short time. Keeping it elsewhere would be quite inconvenient, and you would surely seek to escape, so I had to come up with a seemingly foolish yet foolproof plan to bind you directly with my body. Refine my magic core. The Blood Clan's entity exclaimed incredulously, ridiculous. You're just a mere human and cannot comprehend my power. You will regret this, I will make you pay. What a noisy guy. Even now you still refuse to admit defeat. Chen Fan frowned slightly. At this moment the Blood Clan's entity's roars gradually weakened as Chen Fan accelerated his absorption of the power from the magic core. It had no choice but to tightly retract its consciousness back into the core, desperately trying to protect its magic core. Yet even so, a considerable amount of power from the magic core was still absorbed by Chen Fan. He felt a surge of pure and immense energy coursing through his body, flowing through every cell, and soon his pain vanished, even his wounds began to heal rapidly. He contentedly patted his belly, completely relaxing his tense nerves and muscles. Once his body relaxed, a wave of fatigue flooded his mind. Chen Fan stumbled slightly, quickly leaning against the wall to sit down, resting his back against it while breathing evenly, once again absorbing the elemental power from the air. Refining a level 3 magic core is not an easy task. With Chen Fan's current strength, it was absolutely impossible. However, he was not in a hurry, for the magic core was already inside his stomach. In the days to come, he would continuously absorb the energy from the core, ensuring a steady supply of elemental power, even if the otherworldly passage was closed. This was precisely the outcome Chen Fan desired. After all, it was a level 3 magic core, and its size and purity far exceeded that of a werewolf. If the energy value of a level 2 magic core is 10 points, then a level 3 magic core would have 100 points, or even more. Once he completely refines all the energy within the core, Chen Fan's strength would undoubtedly experience a geometric increase, making him a force to be reckoned with even in the apocalypse. Of course, directly devouring the magic core also posed significant risks. The consciousness of the Blood Clan remained tucked away deep within the core. If it found an opportunity to counterattack, it would certainly attempt to seize control of Chen Fan's body. If he were not careful, Chen Fan could easily become its next puppet. However, Chen Fan had been pushed into a corner by this entity. The ice orb could not truly annihilate it, it could only injure it severely. The formidable vitality of the otherworldly beings made them not easily extinguished. If given a chance to catch their breath, Chen Fan would be the one in trouble. Having completed this mad act, Chen Fan quietly sat down, fixating his exhausted gaze on Wang Feng and Xia Meng beside him, and gently smiled. You both did well. If it weren't for you successfully luring it down, I wouldn't have been able to accomplish this step. Xia Meng was completely dazed, unable to utter a word. Wang Feng leaned weakly against the wall, his mouth agape in shock as he exclaimed, You had this all planned out from the beginning. You could say that. Chen Fan, equally exhausted and unwilling to move, silently stared at the ceiling. The Blood Clan is a very arrogant race. In that explosion earlier, it surely believed it could kill us, which is why it left immediately after without even checking if we were dead or not. Under such circumstances, I forced you and Xia Meng upstairs to re-enter its line of sight. This fellow would definitely be surprised and would follow you both downstairs to check the situation. Then through a surprise attack, I would push it into the puppet body I had prepared, detonating my last trump card. Everything fell into place perfectly. So you were doing it on purpose. You knew I wasn't a puppet, yet you still deliberately said those words to force me to leave. Xia Meng was completely stunned, transitioning from a hesitant whisper to an exclamation. What do you take me for? What do you think of me and Wang Feng? Do you consider us friends? Friends. As Chen Fan spoke of this distant and unfamiliar term, his lips curled into a cold smile. Only those who withstand the trials of life and death can be called true friends. You are not one of them. Xia Meng fell silent, her eyes filled with a mix of confusion and an indescribable hatred towards Chen Fan. A beautiful woman naturally enjoys adoration wherever she goes, and indeed, without her pretty face, Xia Meng would not have risen so quickly in her company. She had always relished this adoration and naturally felt that every man should cater to her. But Chen Fan did not. From the beginning until now, he had not even spared her a glance. Not only did he ignore her figure and face, but he even forgot the bond they once shared as classmates, treating her as bait to lure the monsters. Such matters were trivial to Chen Fan, but Xia Meng felt otherwise. She even considered herself insulted, leading to a more complicated and resentful gaze towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan certainly did not understand Xia Meng's feelings. Even if he did, he would not care. The spatial passage that erupted this time was far more dangerous than the last. Although there was only one monster, it was a Blood Clan that everyone feared during the apocalypse. Surviving this encounter was already a stroke of luck, relying heavily on chance. Nonetheless, Chen Fan had indeed succeeded. Not only did he deal with the Blood Clan, but he also obtained an immensely valuable magic core. This magic core remained with him, continuously supplying energy, aiding in his growth. Moreover, while compressing the core's energy, Chen Fan could inherit a portion of the Blood Clan's unique abilities, which was undoubtedly a windfall for him. After resting for about 2 hours, Chen Fan's injuries had greatly improved. He struggled to support himself against the wall and silently ascended the stairs. The monster had been dealt with, and there would be no further danger here. Even if Wang Feng and Xia Meng were left behind, it wouldn't matter. Where are you going? Seeing him about to leave, Wang Feng immediately asked in shock. Chen Fan glanced back at his two old classmates and said quietly, "This passage is about to close, so of course I need to leave quickly." The second spatial passage opened very close to the city center. By the time the white fog rose outside, it would likely have already been reported to the police by passers-by outside the hospital. Although those outside could not enter for the time being, once the white fog completely dissipated, a large number of police or military personnel would undoubtedly arrive. Chen Fan did not wish to encounter them prematurely, so he needed to leave as soon as possible. "Are you sure? There won't be any more danger here?" Wang Feng asked, nervously scanning the surroundings, anxiously fearing that a second monster might leap out. "There won't be any more." Chen Fan shook his head silently and added, "While there's still a little time, try to maintain your breathing. The atmosphere from the other world is quite beneficial for you. Absorbing more will help your injuries recover faster." Having said that, Chen Fan no longer lingered, quickly stowing away his weapon and quietly making his way towards the ice crystal-covered corridor. There was no need for deep communication between people from different worlds. Although Wang Feng and Xia Meng were Chen Fan's old classmates, for him, that was a matter of a distant past. 10 years of slaughter had left him emotionally cold. Unless they were family, they left no imprint on his heart. The thick fog had not yet cleared, but Chen Fan had already found a concealed small door. Exiting through this door would lead him through an alley which should attract little attention, perhaps ensuring no one noticed he had been there. Under Chen Fan's conscious guidance, his body recovered quickly, until the elemental power suddenly vanished from the air. The energy within the atmosphere disappeared, meaning he had left the other world. Thus Chen Fan pushed open the door, gazing at the quiet alley outside, silently inhaling a few breaths of the cool night air before quickly stepping out. Because the time axis of the other world was not connected to Blue Star, when several terrifying hours had passed, the Blue Star world was still engulfed in darkness. It hadn't been long since Chen Fan stepped out the door when he began to hear the piercing sound of police sirens and the wailing of numerous police cars, indicating that this area was indeed about to be sealed off by the police. With the elemental power gone, the speed of his wound recovery would also slow down. In his current state, it was unwise for Chen Fan to engage anyone. A teenager armed with just a stick could threaten him, so he wished to leave as quickly as possible before the hospital was completely sealed. Unfortunately, before Chen Fan could exit the alley, a few ill-tempered individuals suddenly appeared, blocking him in the middle of the alley. At first, Chen Fan did not think they were looking for trouble with him, as he did not recognize any of them. However, as these scruffy-looking individuals surrounded him, he realized he might have encountered new trouble. "You must be Chen Fan, right? Quite clever, knowing to escape through the back door." A guy with dyed yellow hair, looking sharp and mean, stood menacingly in front of him and casually pushed Chen Fan. Chen Fan had been severely injured by the Blood Clan and now had less than 10% of his strength. When pushed by the yellow-haired guy, he stumbled backward several steps, feeling a tightness in his chest, nearly spitting blood. "Who are you?" Chen Fan cautiously assessed the group of thugs, a faint suspicion forming in his mind. Before the spatial passage erupted, Sister Li had made a call boasting about giving Chen Fan a taste of his own medicine. Later, Lu Jian explicitly informed Chen Fan that Brother Jun's people were on their way. If his guess was correct, these thugs were likely sent by Sister Li. If he had been in good shape, dealing with these thugs would be a piece of cake. However, Chen Fan was indeed so exhausted that he could barely grip the handle of a knife. Moreover, with so many police nearby, the hospital would soon be sealed off, so he had no intention of engaging them. Thinking quickly, Chen Fan deliberately displayed a puzzled expression. "What are you talking about? Who is Chen Fan? Stop pretending. Sister Li sent us your photo. How could I not recognize you?" The yellow-haired guy laughed arrogantly, opening his phone chat, where indeed a picture of Chen Fan's ID card was displayed. This identification photo was given to Li Jie by Chen Fan when he rented a house. Unexpectedly, Li Jie actually sent it to these thugs, indicating that the disguise could no longer hold. Seeing the photo, Chen Fan could only sigh quietly. "What do you want from me?" "You know the answer, kid. You've got some guts to dare drive Li Jie's car. Do you know what her relationship with our boss is?" The yellow-haired thug wore a proud expression, fierce and arrogant. "Still thinking of escaping through the back door? It's not like we just showed up to block it." The yellow-haired one shouted with ill intentions. At that moment, another thug walked by, pointing at Chen Fan's tattered clothing, and said, "Hasn't this kid already been taught a lesson? Look at the injuries on him, he can barely move." The yellow-haired one said domineeringly, "No need to say more. Lu Jian has already gone in with Li Jie. With Lu Jian's temperament, he definitely won't make it easy for this kid." Another thug nodded. "That's true, but why haven't Li Jie and Lu Jian come out yet?" The yellow-haired one also found it strange and immediately glared at Chen Fan menacingly. "Tell us, where are Li Jie and Lu Jian?" Chen Fan replied indifferently. They're both left at the hospital. If you're interested, you can go take a look. Although the situation was not favorable to him, Chen Fan was not anxious at all. The level 3 magic core inside him quietly circulated, constantly releasing energy. It wouldn't be long before he could regain some strength. Forget it, you guys keep an eye on this kid. I'm going to check the hospital first. The yellow-haired one scoffed and was about to walk towards the hospital's back door, but before he could step in for long, he immediately rushed back out in a panic and said to the confused thugs, "Hurry, let's take this guy back. It seems like someone died in the hospital, and a lot of police have come there surrounding the place." Huh. Hearing what the yellow-haired one said, the thugs instantly panicked. Which of them frequenting casinos and getting into fights didn't have a criminal record? If they got caught by the police, it would definitely be troublesome. Plus, the hospital seemed to have had a death for some unknown reason, which would blow up into a big issue. Thinking of this, the thugs quickly found a burlap sack. Without saying a word, they directly stuffed Chen Fan into the sack and hurriedly carried him towards a van parked by the roadside. Chen Fan neither resisted nor shouted for help. He even cooperatively crawled into the burlap sack, allowing the thugs to take him away. Right now, he needed to rest and avoid being discovered by the military or police. Since these thugs were willing to take him away, it couldn't be better. As for where they were taking him, Chen Fan didn't care. Having witnessed slaughter, he was indifferent to crushing a few more pests. The van sped away, leaving the police sirens outside the hospital far behind. Chen Fan curled up inside the sack, silently drawing upon the energy from the magic core, like a trickle nourishing his blood and veins, and his complexion had already improved considerably. Half an hour later, Chen Fan felt the van come to a stop. The door was pulled open, and soon the sack was lifted. After an unknown amount of time moving forward, he seemed to have been brought into a basement where the air was rather stuffy and faintly smelled foul. After a few more minutes, the sack was thrown harshly onto the ground. Chen Fan heard the yellow-haired one's arrogant, mocking laugh. "Kid, just stay put. To dare steal Li Jie's car, Brother Jun, will definitely make you pay." Then there was the sound of the door being heavily shut, and several footsteps gradually faded away, leaving the air suddenly quiet. Chen Fan remained unperturbed, not caring at all about his situation. He had survived for 10 years in the harsh environment of the apocalypse, so this treatment was nothing to him. After calmly waiting for half an hour, feeling his strength nearly restored, Chen Fan shook his body and with his fingers like a blade, easily tore open the burlap sack, then poked his head out, squinting to survey the surroundings. This was a relatively enclosed small room with poor air circulation and no windows on the walls. Based on Chen Fan's guess, it should be a basement. He gently freed himself from the burlap sack, quietly stood up, and glanced around, finding a sofa in the small room on which lay a leather jacket. He immediately grabbed the jacket and threw it over himself. The door of the room seemed to be locked, but this ordinary door was not enough to confine him. Chen Fan walked calmly to the door, placed his hand on the edge of the doorknob, concentrated his strength in his fingers, and twisted it gently. With a loud crack, the lock was violently broken and the door swung open. "Is this where Brother Jun lives?" Chen Fan looked at the dark underground corridor and suddenly smiled, playfully eager to meet this Brother Jun he had never seen before. A guy who keeps thugs under him and unhesitatingly kidnaps people to a basement certainly isn't a good person. It seems the rumors were true. Li Jie's partner is indeed a person of the underworld. Now that Li Jie is dead, this Brother Jun is still alive and will likely soon learn about Li Jie's death at the hospital. Unfortunately, Chen Fan was the last person to have seen Li Jie. So when Brother Jun learns of Li Jie's demise, he most likely won't let it go easily. Chen Fan thought quietly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. One must always be prepared for the unexpected. Brother Jun's influence is considerable. Although he might not be able to harm me once this guy sets his sights on me, he could create unnecessary troubles in the future. It would be better to resolve these issues before dawn. Chen Fan did not run away. Instead, he swaggered out of the underground passage, exited the basement stairs, and arrived at the back door of Brother Jun's villa. He initially intended to rush in and kill everyone, but just as he was about to push the door open, he suddenly sensed something. Out of caution, Chen Fan did not push the door immediately, instead quickly found a concealed spot to hide. After swallowing the level 3 magic core, Chen Fan had inherited some abilities of the bloodline, making his reflexes more agile and his senses sharper. In less than 2 minutes of lurking under the night sky, a figure clad in a black, tight-fitting outfit suddenly flipped over the wall, agilely landing in the backyard, holding a delicate and lightweight dagger, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Although the person wore all black and had black veils covering most of her face, Chen Fan could tell at a glance that she was a woman, and a stunning one at that, possessing a deadly charm for men. The woman moved lightly and was agile, clearly trained. After jumping down from the wall, she continuously observed her surroundings, and once she confirmed that no one was around, she stealthily ran into the kitchen. How intriguing. Chen Fan, hiding in the dark, watched the woman who had infiltrated and suddenly curved his lips into a playful smile. A female thief in the 21st century. Chen Fan truly didn't expect that, or it felt like he was experiencing a scene from a movie. Staring at the figure of the female thief as she infiltrated, suddenly another thought popped into his mind. Since his rebirth, Chen Fan had been seeking an assistant to facilitate his actions, but he had yet to find a suitable candidate. Wu Tian was a tech enthusiast focusing solely on crafting weapons and showing little interest in other matters, while others failed to meet Chen Fan's requirements. Chen Fan had contemplated nurturing Lin Shi, which is why he rescued her in the spatial passage, but unfortunately Lin Shi could not adapt to his style and even harbored resentment towards him. As for Xia Ming, the woman was simply too timid, essentially a burden. I wonder if this female thief's performance will meet my expectations. Chen Fan stroked his chin, revealing a peculiar expression. The female thief, Zhao Yu, had no idea someone was behind her. After sneaking into the kitchen, she immediately focused her gaze on a pile of food. Undoubtedly, this was a late-night snack prepared for her by the villa's owner Jun Ge. Since targeting Jun Ge, Zhao Yu had been quietly investigating his lifestyle habits, precisely noting what time he rose each day, the types of people he interacted with, the colors of clothes he preferred, and that he had a habit of eating late-night snacks every night. In preparation for the upcoming operation, Zhao Yu had been ready for several days. She swiftly approached the pile of food, then pulled out a small bottle from her clothing, gently uncapped it, and sprinkled the transparent liquid over the food. This was her carefully concocted seasoning, effective in numbing the nerves. During World War II, many military personnel favored this type of agent to incapacitate the brains of captives, making it an excellent choice for interrogation. Zhao Yu evenly applied the liquid to Jun Ge's late-night snack, then flashed a coy smile, stretching contentedly, before quickly exiting the kitchen, disappearing into the night. In fact, she hadn't gone far. According to Jun Ge's usual routine, he would never sleep this early. He was likely playing cards with his subordinates, and around 1 o'clock in the morning, he would feel hungry, prompting him to send someone down for a late-night snack to share with his men before they all headed home to rest. Zhao Yu had completed the first step of her plan, and now all she had to do was wait patiently until Jun Ge and his men finished their late-night snacks, at which point she could boldly implement her scheme. Thinking of this, the female thief, Zhao Yu, couldn't help but smile, her eyes glinting with a fox-like cunning. Unfortunately, the newly stealthy Zhao Yu had no idea that every move she made was being monitored by another pair of eyes. After she left the kitchen, the man who had been silently observing her also entered the kitchen and mixed something else into the food. If she had known all of this, perhaps she wouldn't have been so happy. Before long, it was 1 o'clock in the morning. The sound of mahjong on the second floor ceased, and shortly after, a guy with a tuft of bleached hair yawned as he descended the stairs, entering the kitchen to retrieve the food that had undergone 2 rounds of processing, and then he hurriedly made his way back upstairs. Holding the food as he went upstairs, the bleached-haired guy immediately wore a flattering smile, placing the late-night snack on the mahjong table and saying to the middle-aged man beside him, who was counting money, "Jun Ge, the late-night snack is here, dig in." Jun Ge was a middle-aged man in his 40s, slightly overweight, but the bulging muscles on his face and the fierce glint in his eyes indicated that he was not an easy person to get along with. After finishing counting the money, Jun Ge tossed the bills onto the table and laughed heartily, saying, "Haha, my luck is great tonight. Brothers, don't be shy, you consider this late-night snack on me. Enjoy." His companions who played cards with him all wore sycophantic smiles. Of course. Jun Ge's luck has always been good, haha. This group of subordinates almost always lost when playing cards with Jun Ge, not because he was particularly skilled or lucky, but because they understood his psychology well. Anyone who won money from Jun Ge would surely have a hard time the next day. Tonight, Jun Ge indeed won quite a bit. He happily distributed the food to each of his subordinates, who had no choice but to accept the late-night snacks and dig in. While Jun Ge was serving the late-night snacks, the bleached-haired guy quickly leaned towards Jun Ge's ear and said, "Boss, that kid has been locked in the basement for over half an hour. Should we go check on him?" Jun Ge waved his hand impatiently, saying, "Why bother with a petty thief? Keep him locked up for a couple of days. We can deal with him after he gets too hungry. By the way, where's your sister-in-law? Didn't she call you to go kidnap someone? Why is she back with the people, but she hasn't returned herself?" The bleached-haired guy replied with a grin, "I found out there were dead people when I went to the hospital. Many police officers were sealing off the scene, so I didn't have time to wait for my sister-in-law. I just brought the person back first. All right, let's finish the late-night snack first." Jun Ge muttered to himself, not giving much thought to the matter, and beckoned for the bleached-haired guy to join him in eating. It wasn't until everyone had nearly finished eating that a man with a scarred face stood up and said, "Jun Ge, I should head back to check on the scene now." "All right, you go ahead." Jun Ge's subordinates were in charge of several bars and TV venues. These guys typically spent their time either playing cards with him or watching over the scene. The night venues usually closed late, so after finishing the game, the scarred man still needed to check on the bar. Seeing Jun Ge's agreement, the scarred man immediately turned to head downstairs. However, he hadn't even reached the stairs when his heel suddenly felt weak and he collapsed without warning. He tried to get up several times, but couldn't, shaking his head vigorously, his eyes appearing quite dazed. Huh. After playing cards for so long, you must be losing your mind. Jun-ge found it amusing and burst into laughter. But before Jun-ge could finish laughing, his subordinates began to collapse one after another. The bleached-haired guy held his dizzy head and said, "Not Jun-ge, I feel a bit dizzy too. It seems like I have no strength whatsoever." Jun-ge stopped laughing. The smile froze on his face as he realized something was off. He immediately tried to stand up. At that moment, he discovered that he too was having trouble standing straight. His legs trembled for unknown reasons and waves of dizziness washed over him. He hurriedly slumped back into his chair, looking around in confusion, only to find all his subordinates had collapsed. What is this? Jun-ge started to panic. Since he had eaten later and was in a good mood after winning money, he hadn't eaten much food, so he hadn't passed out yet. However, his mind was already spinning and his body was not cooperating. That bastard laced the food with drugs. Have the guts to step forward. Brother Jun staggered, his head heavy as if filled with lead, clutching his temples and roaring. "Oh, Brother Jun, how remarkably vigorous you are. While everyone else has collapsed, you alone remain standing. A young woman like me simply cannot help but admire you." A delicate silvery laugh drifted down from the stairwell, sweet beyond measure, intoxicatingly languid, like a pampered kitten purring in playful affection. Then Zhao Yu emerged slowly onto the second-floor hall, clad in sleek black leather. The form-fitting garment accentuated her full bust, her waist was willowy and slender, her silhouette an elegant curve, and her legs, long, flawless, breathtaking, transformed her already alluring presence into something utterly mesmerizing. You are. Brother Jun had encountered countless women in his life, yet never one whose figure rivaled hers. Though her face was veiled, the mystery only heightened her allure, and that soft velvety voice, gentle and melodious, sent a subtle daze rippling through him. Zhao Yu's physique was indeed peerless, but even more captivating were her eyes, luminous, beguiling, gleaming with the sly intelligence of a fox, so dangerously enchanting that one knew instinctively to flee, yet found oneself drawn deeper still. Brother Jun need not know me. I am merely an ordinary woman. With graceful poise, Zhao Yu glided toward him, flashing a dazzling smile, while fragrant breath brushed his face like warm silk. Brother Jun recoiled violently, eyes widening in shock. After a long stunned silence, cold sweat traced a path down his temple. Why did you tamper with my midnight snack?" "Naturally, to have a proper chat with you, Brother Jun." She smiled tenderly, settling onto the sofa with feline grace. Her gaze brimmed with seduction, even as her words dripped with mockery and disdain. "You know me?" Brother Jun's voice wavered, his thoughts clouding his vision, blurring at the edges. "Of course." Zhao Yu lazily gathered her long hair into a swift, effortless knot, then cast him a smoldering glance. "You've run casinos and bars for years. Your reputation precedes you. Your daily turnover alone runs into several million, doesn't it? I've long heard your story, how you operate both gambling dens and loan sharking rings. How every man who loses everything at your tables inevitably borrows from you, then returns to gamble again. That's how you rose, within mere years, from street thug to the revered Brother Jun of the underworld. Am I right?" Brother Jun, hardened by years on the streets, clenched his jaw despite the trap he'd fallen into. "I'm impressed. You've done your homework. But why investigate me?" "Simply because I need to borrow something from you," Zhao Yu replied, smiling sweetly. "And this is how you borrow things." Brother Jun exploded, fury blazing in his voice. "Do you have any idea how many men answer to me? Cross me, and you'll wish you'd never been born. Dare you humiliate me like this, and think you'll still be welcome in Yunshi City?" Though held at her mercy, Brother Jun's name wasn't bought with money. He was forged in blood like every true underworld figure. So he steadied himself and turned the threat back upon her. Zhao Yu twirled the fruit knife idly in her fingers, beaming. "Oh dear, how terrifying Brother Jun sounds. You have so many brothers, yet little me stands utterly alone. I went to such great lengths just to be alone with you. Please don't frighten me. If I panic, who knows what might happen next." As she spoke, she slid the blade across her palm, then guided its tip beneath his robe, circling slowly just below his navel. Brother Jun instinctively squeezed his thighs together, a chilling numbness rising from his core straight up to the crown of his skull. "Fine, I won't call for help. Just don't do anything rash. Tell me plainly, what do you want? And why did you set this trap?" "Isn't it obvious? Because Uncle Biao's wealth is simply too dazzling," Zhao Yu giggled. "Don't you know the old saying, don't flaunt your riches? Yet there you are, parading gold chains everywhere, desperate for the world to see how rich you are. I caught the scent of money and followed it here. You want money? Why didn't you say so earlier? My safe holds stacks of cash. I'll hand it all over right now." Hearing this, Brother Jun relaxed slightly. After all his wealth was ill-gotten, he felt no pang parting with it. His priority was buying time. Once the drug wore off, he'd reclaim every cent, and perhaps collect some interest along the way. Zhao Yu spun the knife gently, then pressed its tip firmly against his most vulnerable spot, her smile unwavering. How could a lone woman possibly carry away such a fortune? Brother Jun swallowed hard. Right? I'm being foolish. Of course, nobody uses cash these days. Give me your account number. I'll wire it immediately. Brother Jun is teasing me again. Hand you my bank details. Then you'd trace me in an instant, and once I withdrew the funds, I'd be hunted by the police. Does that sound like a fair deal to you? This time Brother Jun's smile vanished. His voice turned icy, edged with steel. Bitch, what the hell do you really want? A painting. Everyone knows Brother Jun collects antiques, a man of refined taste. Last month you acquired several treasures at an antique auction, including an authentic masterpiece by a renowned master. That's precisely why I'm here. You bitch, I knew it. Forget it. That painting stays with me. For once Brother Jun stood unyielding, glaring at her with burning fury. Today I admit defeat. Kill me or cut me, I don't care. Don't think that cheap blade in your hand intimidates me. I've walked these streets for decades. I've seen every kind of man alive. Oh, how unexpectedly bold of you, Brother Jun. Willing to die for a single painting. Such courage truly commands my respect. Brother Jun only stared back, cold, silent, unblinking. No man is fearless, but though Brother Jun feared death, he would sooner perish than surrender that painting. For it hadn't been purchased for himself. It had been commissioned by a powerful patron. Men like him thriving in the shadows could never rise so high without sheltering beneath a mighty tree. He possessed no artistic sensibility, no appreciation for masterpieces, but his patron did. So he had acted as proxy, acquiring the painting at auction on his behalf. If he failed, he'd lose his patron's protection, and without that shield, the crimes he'd committed over the years would warrant 8 executions. Zhao Yu narrowed her eyes slightly. You truly believe I won't kill you? Stop pretending, you wretched woman. Brother Jun roared defiantly. If you dared kill me, you wouldn't waste breath listening to my rambling. Don't forget, I have dozens of men nearby. Harm me, and you'll never escape alive. He was shrewd. Zhao Yu sought only profit, not blood. Had she intended murder, she'd have slipped poison, not sedative, into his meal. And so, refusing to yield the painting, he adopted the calm, unflinching composure of a man who has nothing left to lose. Zhao Yu's eyes slowly narrowed. Using sedatives to interrogate her opponents was her usual tactic, and she had never failed in so many attempts. Based on her past experience, Jun Ge should have confessed long ago, yet he not only remained silent, but also showed no signs of being affected by the drug, which puzzled Zhao Yu. Moreover, she noticed that for some reason Jun Ge's gaze towards her had grown increasingly fierce, with a madness in his eyes that seemed almost bloodthirsty, as if she were the nemesis responsible for his father's death. The look in his eyes was utterly irrational, radiating a brutality reminiscent of a wild beast, almost too ferocious to belong to a human. What's wrong with this guy, eh? Zhao Yu was genuinely surprised, sensing that something was amiss. Instinctively, she wanted to stand up and distance herself from this crazed individual. But for reasons unknown, Jun Ge suddenly let out a wild, beast-like roar. The bloodlust in his eyes intensified, akin to a ravenous wolf, and he leaped towards Zhao Yu with a frenzied attack. His eyes no longer exhibited any human emotion, and his movements were incredibly swift and rigid, as if he were a puppet controlled by someone numb and devoid of personal emotion. Zhao Yu was startled by Jun Ge's sudden charge. However, being someone with excellent psychological resilience, she quickly executed a swift kick targeting Jun Ge's groin. Though the force was not great, it was exceptionally quick, stable, and precise. Given her previous experience dealing with men, this kick should have been sufficient to incapacitate Jun Ge. Yet the reality once again astonished her. Jun Ge did not retreat after being struck. Instead, he lunged at her with even more madness, his brutish, intent seeming as if he wished to tear her apart. His hands swiftly grasped Zhao Yu's neck, tightening around her throat. Zhao Yu gasped again, feeling Jun Ge's arms were so robust and powerful, as unyielding as iron. What was even more terrifying was that from the very beginning Jun Ge seemed intent on killing Zhao Yu, showing no mercy. The moment he grasped her, the veins on the back of his hand bulged, and the strength of his arm was unimaginable, lifting Zhao Yu effortlessly. Let go. Let me go. Zhao Yu's cries turned into desperate screams. She struggled desperately, her hands frantically trying to pry Jun Ge's arm away, but he seemed like a wooden post, standing rigidly, without budging, even letting out a hollow laugh, his expression becoming increasingly twisted. This guy is simply insane. Zhao Yu was terrified. She had never encountered someone in such a state. What began as confidence quickly turned her into a small lamb struggling in the clutches of a ravenous wolf, using all her strength, but failing to break free from Jun Ge's grip. Her throat tightened gradually, the sensation of suffocation growing stronger. Zhao Yu felt she might lose consciousness. She had to act quickly, or her airway would rupture. In a moment of desperation, a fierce glint sparked in her eyes as she instinctively thrust the small knife towards June-ge. Initially, she had no intention of killing him. Zhao Yu merely sought to escape without causing trouble. However, the blade met June-ge's shoulder with a hardness akin to wood. His muscles were terrifyingly stiff, and even more bizarre, although the knife drew blood, his eyes remained ferocious and brutal, the bloodshot gaze pulsating ominously. Go! Die! Zhao Yu finally lost control and struck with lethal intent, plunging the fruit knife straight towards June-ge's heart. Swish! The instant the blade pierced through his heart, a torrent of dark blood gushed forth, splattering across Zhao Yu's face, soaking her upper body, while June-ge's rigid form collapsed like a wooden doll that had lost its support. Throughout it all, he did not utter a single cry. Cough, cough. Zhao Yu fell to the floor, clutching her bruised throat, gasping and coughing. Then she realized her hands were drenched in fresh blood. With wide eyes filled with horror, she stared at June-ge, who had ceased to breathe. Her entire body trembled as if electrocuted, and she muttered in disbelief, I killed someone. What do I do now? Zhao Yu's body began to tremble, as if electrified. No matter how evil June-ge was, he had been a living person, and he had considerable influence. If this blew up, she would definitely be in deep trouble. With that thought in mind, Zhao Yu quickly scrambled to her feet, disregarding the valuable painting, and dashed up the stairs, eager to escape this eerie place. However, just as Zhao Yu turned around, another incredibly unbelievable thing occurred. Huang Mao, Scarface, and a large group of June-ge's subordinates. These individuals who should have been knocked out suddenly awakened as a group. They silently rose, displaying the same numb expression as June-ge, their cold eyes radiating a chilling intent to kill, closing in on Zhao Yu step by step. No one spoke. Each person surrounding her wore a rigid, numb expression akin to a corpse that could not speak. What's wrong with you? Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Zhao Yu was genuinely frightened to the point of tears. After so many encounters, she had never witnessed such a bizarre scene. Just as Zhao Yu stood there stunned and trembling, the closest Huang Mao suddenly let out a horrifying scream, the kind that lacked any human emotion, filled only with coldness and madness. Then one by one, everyone sprang up, lunging towards Zhao Yu. Suddenly surrounded by so many puppet-like individuals, it would be a lie to say Zhao Yu wasn't scared. Yet she was agile enough, even 4 or 5 big men wouldn't easily reach her. As she instinctively jumped back, landing on a couch cushion, she shouted, Don't come any closer, or I really will kill you. Unfortunately, a group of individuals controlled by the spirit-eating poison had no human consciousness. Almost simultaneously, Huang Mao roared again and lunged at Zhao Yu's hand that wielded the fruit knife. You crazy people. Zhao Yu's face changed drastically as she quickly jumped down from the couch, seizing the opportunity to sprint towards the second-floor window. At this point, she still had not processed what was happening. All she knew was that the people in the villa had suddenly gone mad, each transforming into beasts. Zhao Yu could no longer think clearly as she sprinted towards the window, intending to leap out to escape. However, before Zhao Yu could reach the slightly ajar window, it suddenly slammed shut with a bang, without any warning. A ghost. Zhao Yu froze mid-step, her eyes welling with tears as terror seized her. She whirled around and bolted frantically in the opposite direction. The second-floor hall was spacious with multiple ventilating windows. Just as Zhao Yu rushed toward another window to escape, a sharp bang echoed. Before she could even reach it, the second window slammed shut without warning. A shrill, piercing scream tore through the villa's upper air, sharp, raw, saturated with nameless dread and panic. Why had the windows sealed themselves without cause? Why had these people transformed into something akin to zombies? Terror paralyzed Zhao Yu, her limbs went numb, and she collapsed onto the floor. At that moment, those lifeless figures surged forward like sharks, scenting blood, ruthlessly hunting Zhao Yu down. Strangely, they did not throw punches. Instead, they gaped wide, jaws unhinged like feral beasts, lunging to tear at Zhao Yu with savage bites. Their grotesquely twisted features and eyes drowned in thick crimson haze bore no trace of humanity. Help me, help! Were she facing ordinary men, even in greater numbers or fiercer demeanor, Zhao Yu might not have broken down so utterly. But this eerie villa, these uncanny figures, they made her feel as though she had truly glimpsed a specter. On the verge of collapse, survival instinct jolted her upright. In her field of vision, Huang Mao's hand shot toward her throat. She had no choice but to twist the knife and slash sideways. The cold blade carved a vicious wound across his wrist. Scalding blood sprayed, but Huang Mao uttered no sound, his face blank and unfeeling. He opened his mouth again and snapped, nearly tearing a chunk of flesh from Zhao Yu's shoulder. Madman! Stop! Stop now! Her voice, raw and agonized, filled the villa, while outside the corridor Chen Fan stood with arms crossed, a glacial smile curling on his lips. Zhao Yu, the female thief, had no idea what was unfolding, but Chen Fan knew perfectly well. He was the architect of it all. In truth, Chen Fan had done little more than dust Junji's midnight snack with a neurotoxic powder he'd extracted from the blood crystals of brain-eating beasts. Though weak in combat, brain-eating beasts secreted an exceptionally potent neurotoxin, one that beyond a certain threshold would drive a healthy human into frenzied madness, reducing them to painless, expressionless puppets. After all, this toxin hailed from another world. How could ordinary humans possibly withstand it? Especially this batch refined by Chen Fan over an entire week, its concentration far surpassed that of raw brain-eating beast venom. Thus Zhao Yu, blissfully ignorant, had fallen headlong into a cruel, calculated trap. Chen Fan bore Zhao Yu no grudge, nor did he take perverse pleasure in tormenting a woman. His motives were precise. If she survived this lethal trial, she would have passed his test, and only then would he trust himself to venture toward the third spatial rift. Should Zhao Yu perish, it would be her tragedy, and Chen Fan's own path to the third spatial rift would end before it began. The screams on the second floor lasted nearly 2 minutes. Hoarse and ragged, Zhao Yu screamed until her voice cracked, yet the attackers showed no sign of relenting. Forced to act, she drove her fruit knife deep into the next man's chest. She had no choice. To survive, she must kill these frenzied, adrenaline-fueled creatures. With swift, fluid motion, she reversed the knife's arc, evading their encirclement first, then flicking her wrist to slit the next assailant's throat. That humble fruit knife reached its zenith in her hands, claiming 2 lives in rapid succession. Blood arced through the air, death struck every few seconds. When the screams finally ceased, and the metallic tang of blood seeped down the stairs, Chen Fan smiled, then ascended the staircase, stroking his chin with quiet fascination as he watched Zhao Yu's slaughter unfold. Indeed, this female thief was extraordinary. Her footwork was nimble, her blade work astonishingly swift. She fully leveraged her compact frame. Given time to grow, she would surely become an elite hunter. What a terrifying woman. Though meeting her for the first time, Chen Fan withheld no admiration. Only such a woman was worthy of accompanying him to the next objective. For years, Chen Fan had fought alone. His overwhelming power rendered others mere liabilities in his eyes. Yet this time he chose change. From the very first glance at Zhao Yu, a bold idea had taken root in his mind. He needed an assistant, an ally capable of accompanying him to the third site of primal energy leakage. Ideally, a woman agile, resilient, forged to endure brutal environments. Ordinary spatial rifts no longer sufficed. To seize evolution's fleeting chance, he required far more perilous realms, some of which demanded more than solitary strength. His combat prowess was undeniable, yet even supreme ability had limits. Without aid, he would abandon the next primal energy site altogether. Then he found Zhao Yu. Cunning, intelligent, ruthless as a serpent, she was near perfect as a collaborator. Her identity as a thief imposed no moral burden upon Chen Fan. Should she perish mid-cooperation, he would feel no regret. After all, she was a thief, a deceptively beautiful facade concealing nothing but greed and theft. The slaughter lasted half a minute, until the last thug slumped into a pool of blood. Panting, flushed, Zhao Yu staggered to a halt, staring at the corpses strewn around her. The thick, coppery reek of blood overwhelmed her senses. She felt violently nauseated. She hadn't wanted to kill. She'd acted solely in self-defense. As for Chen Fan, the mastermind behind it all, he clapped enthusiastically after witnessing the entire carnage. Your performance was exceptional. I am thoroughly impressed. Who are you? Zhao Yu blinked, stunned, her gaze locking onto Chen Fan with wide-eyed, trembling fear. You're remarkable. You dispatched 6 men with such ease. Granted, they were merely street thugs, but they'd brawled often enough to hone real agility. You must have trained rigorously. Chen Fan ignored her question entirely, speaking as though to himself. You. Zhao Yu recoiled, her expression frozen in spectral disbelief as she stared at the man who'd appeared silently in the corridor. Then, like lightning striking her mind, she gasped, voice trembling with horrified realization, Did you do this? You could say so. Chen Fan nodded calmly, stroking his chin as he said, I originally intended to act personally, but your appearance has changed my perspective. You madman demon. Zhao Yu seemed to go insane as she jumped up, gripping the bloodied knife tightly in her hands. At this point, she could no longer think about how this man had accomplished all this. Hatred and anger had nearly robbed her of her sanity, and she longed to stab Chen Fan with the knife. She had already killed someone, killing another was inconsequential, but the moment her gaze met Chen Fan's calm eyes, Zhao Yu felt as if she had been electrocuted, struggling to hold the knife steady. This man was remarkably composed. His calmness was not feigned, but emanated from an inner steadiness. Faced with so much blood and corpses, he maintained his tranquility, not even flinching. Was he really human? This steadiness and calmness plunged Zhao Yu into a daze and terror. A woman's unique sixth sense was conveying a truth to her. This man was someone she could never provoke. Zhao Yu was convinced she had encountered a devil, a true demon. Meanwhile, Chen Fan quietly admired Zhao Yu's expression and soon after he smiled, shaking his head, and said, "Actually, I am helping you." "You?" Zhao Yu almost laughed as if she had just heard the funniest joke in the world. "You say you're helping me? You madman, you're clearly using me to kill. 6 people have died here, and they were all killed because of you. How did you manage to turn them into this?" Zhao Yu seemed to be accusing him, her voice resembling a roar. Chen Fan smiled lightly. "The police will not think so. The murder weapon is in your hand. This knife has only your fingerprints. There are no traces of me in the hall on the 2nd floor. Who do you think the police will target?" "You." Zhao Yu, terrified and helpless, collapsed onto the ground, her blood-soaked clothing adding a different beauty to her, resembling a meticulously crafted piece of art from a distance. But Zhao Yu's heart was icy chilled to the core. She never expected that the elaborate scheme she had spent half a month planning would ultimately be used against her, pushing her into the abyss. "Why are you doing this? Why are you framing me?" Zhao Yu screamed frantically, while Chen Fan gently put his finger to his lips, shushing her. "Don't make noise. Your shouting will only attract more people. For a monster like you, does killing a few people have any impact?" Zhao Yu looked at Chen Fan as if in a trance, her face numb, even her cunning fox-like eyes lost their brightness, murmuring, "Why are you doing this?" Chen Fan replied calmly, "You are the killer here. These people were all killed by you. Of course I have my own reasons for doing this." Under Zhao Yu's trembling gaze, Chen Fan continued, "I need an assistant because I am about to go to a very dangerous place. One slip and you could die. It's much better to have 2 people acting together, and at least we can look out for each other. Your skills are passable, and more importantly, you have a cunning heart, which fits my needs." "You bastard." Zhao Yu's cheeks twitched with anger as she suddenly raised the fruit knife and hurled it toward Chen Fan with all her might. The narrow blade sliced through the air rapidly, but just as it was about to strike its target, Chen Fan effortlessly dodged, shifting his heels slightly and moving his body 3 inches sideways. The blade grazed his arm without leaving a single scratch. Ever since absorbing the energy from the level 3 magic core, Chen Fan's senses had undergone a tremendous change. Before Zhao Yu could even raise her arm, he had already inferred what her next move would be from the muscle movements of her arm. How did he do that? Facing Chen Fan's ghostly movements, Zhao Yu felt utterly powerless, collapsing onto the floor, the coldness of the ground seeping into her heart. Her heart despaired with a sudden jolt as she grimaced, saying, "I won't let you have your way. Dream on. Do you have any other choice?" Chen Fan continued to smile. "By the way, it seems you forgot to check the cameras here when you went upstairs. Starting tomorrow, you will become the primary suspect in this murder case. I guarantee that the police in the entire city will remember your face. No matter which street you walk on, people will recognize you. Just imagine the consequences." Zhao Yu was dumbfounded, as she couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of scene that would be. Although she was not the one who committed the murder, how could she explain this to the police? Would anyone believe the words of a female thief? The answer was a resounding no. Zhao Yu had no choice at all. She looked at Chen Fan with despair, hoarsely asking, "Who exactly are you? What do you want?" Chen Fan smiled. "I've already said it. I don't want to repeat myself." Zhao Yu shouted in despair, "Even if I go with you, I will still be a murderer. Do you have a way to make the police stop pursuing me?" Chen Fan shook his head silently. "Not now, but as long as you go with me to a certain place, the police will no longer pursue you." Zhao Yu's face changed from white to blue, then from blue to red, and finally, she weakly lowered her beautiful head. "Are you telling the truth? If I follow you, the police won't find me?" "Of course," Chen Fan said confidently. "I will take you to a place that no one knows about to avoid the heat for these 2 days. If the police can't find you after 2 days, they will surely suspect you have fled the city, and their focus will shift to other places. At that time, you can go with me to another location." "Where to?" Zhao Yu asked cautiously. Chen Fan coldly shook his head. "The time isn't right. I can't tell you in advance. In any case, I can assure you, once you go with me to that place, no matter how capable the police are, they won't be able to find you." Zhao Yu had completely collapsed. The usually sharp-witted her felt as helpless as a child foolishly asking, "Can I trust you?" Chen Fan nodded. "Whether you choose to believe it is your freedom. I'm not lying to you." Chen Fan was indeed not lying. Once Zhao Yu followed him to that place, the police would never be able to find her, for it was a different world, no longer belonging to Blue Star. Zhao Yu fell into a particularly long silence, contemplating just how credible this strange person was. She had never trusted others easily because she herself was a liar. If given a choice, Zhao Yu would never deal with someone like Chen Fan, as she had no control over this man's heart and had no idea what he was thinking. This was a very frightening signal for her. Alas, Zhao Yu seemed to have lost all choice, so she wiped the blood from her hands and rose silently. Chen Fan asked if she had finally reached a decision. Zhao Yu nodded, faintly gazing at Chen Fan with weary, sorrowful eyes, docile as a kitten. "Where do we go next?" Chen Fan offered no reply, only instructed her to follow him without question. With no recourse, Zhao Yu lowered her head and trailed behind Chen Fan down the stairs. Yet, just as they neared the exit of the villa compound, several military vehicles screeched onto the road ahead. A blinding beam of light struck them both, and a thunderous roar echoed in their ears. Stop. Immediately drop to your knees and cover your head. Police. Zhao Yu flinched like a startled bird darting behind Chen Fan. He narrowed his eyes, peering toward the approaching jeep, its distinctive military insignia barely visible in the glare, and his expression darkened instantly. He was stunned. How had the military found them here? Before Chen Fan could unravel the mystery, the jeep ground to a halt. A burly man leapt out swiftly, drawing his sidearm and leveling it at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, is that you? You are under arrest. Surrender your weapons immediately. We have questions regarding the massacres at Qingshan Realm and Deguang Hospital. At those words, Chen Fan's heart plummeted like an anchor cast into deep water. He knew well the military's reach, knew too that those two massacres would inevitably draw their scrutiny. Yet he never imagined they would track him down so swiftly. Who had betrayed him? Lin Shi, Wang Feng, or Xiao Ming? Chen Fan raced through every suspect in his mind, when suddenly the burly soldier closed to within 10 meters, bellowing once more. Did you hear me? Drop to your knees, now, or I will open fire. Run. Without hesitation, Chen Fan seized the trembling Zhao Yu, hoisted her firmly against his waist, ignored her gasps and struggles, and launched himself into darkness, his body a blur of motion. Even amid the apocalypse, the military remained a force not to be trifled with. Chen Fan had no desire for confrontation, nor exposure. Yet at the Keenergy leakage site in Qingshan Realm, he had been forced to assault a soldier and impersonate one to infiltrate Zhao Gui's villa. Coincidentally, Zhao Gui knew military personnel and secretly called to verify Chen Fan's identity. That single lapse had first drawn the military's gaze upon him. Later, when he rescued Lin Shi, leaving her as the sole survivor, he unwittingly handed the military a critical lead for investigation. And the recent hospital slaughter, Wang Feng and Xiao Ming had also survived. Surely under military interrogation, they had already revealed everything. Damn it. Only now did Chen Fan realize his plan was far from flawless. Those few who should have perished, whose fates he had altered, had instead become the very threads that led the military straight to him. He's fleeing. Fire. The moment Chen Fan broke into full retreat, the soldier barked the order. Instantly, bullets whistled past his back, slicing the air like vengeful serpents. Chen Fan did not slow. His speed surged beyond all prior limits. Within seconds, he'd opened a gap of over 10 meters. His form flickered like a phantom, his legs moved too swiftly for the eye to trace. This was an ancillary ability granted by the Tier 3 Demon Core. Bloodline heteromorphs achieved such velocity not merely through brute strength, but through profound refinement of flesh and senses. Though Chen Fan had yet to fully absorb the core's energy, his perception had already undergone a quantum leap. The first volley was merely a warning, no threat at all, so he dismissed it entirely. But the second shot carried lethal intent. The commanding officer had aimed for Chen Fan's legs, yet his speed defied human tracking. Unable to lock the crosshairs, the soldier adjusted his aim and fired squarely at Chen Fan's back. No matter how swift Chen Fan was, he could not outrun a bullet. The projectile streaked like rain, sealing every possible escape route. Sensing their approach, his body reacted instinctively. He vaulted onto a lamppost, pushed off with his toes, and soared 2 to 3 meters into the air. Gunfire followed. Crackling impacts shattered the metal pole, sparks erupting like ignited fireworks, acrid smoke thickening the night air, while Chen Fan, already airborne, used the recoil to widen the distance anew. Startled by the gunfire, Zhao Yu cried out, "What's happening? Why are those soldiers shooting at you?" "Silence." Chen Fan snapped, gripping her tighter beneath his arm and surging forward. "Stop." The soldier twisted his wrist. The third bullet pierced Chen Fan's back with a sharp, hollow thud. Hit. The swarthy soldier lowered his pistol, elated. Confident in his marksmanship, he believed the round had pierced Chen Fan's chest. Not fatally, but enough to cripple him. Even a monster like this, he reasoned, would collapse after such a wound. "Sir, look. He's still running. That's no man. That's a monster." Gasps erupted around him, freezing the soldier's grin mid-face. He whirled, and there, unharmed and unslowed, was Chen Fan sprinting deeper into shadow. In mere leaps and bounds, he vanished 200 meters away. Unfazed by a bullet. Could the survivors truly be right? Was he some kind of superhuman? The commander's jaw twitched violently, his pistol trembled in his grip. At 200 meters, his weapon could no longer acquire a target, so he watched helpless as Chen Fan fled into the night, a woman clutched tight beneath his arm. Damn it. The commander snatched back his pistol and keyed his radio. "Zhou Tao, this is Wang Yi. The boy's heading north. Intercept him immediately. Move fast, he's inhumanly fierce." As the military scrambled to mobilize citywide forces, determined to apprehend Chen Fan, the prime suspect in both massacres, their quarry had already slipped their grasp, returned Zhao Yu to his secure hideout, and retrieved sterile gauze. Chen Fan bore no wound. The injured one was Zhao Yu. Though Soldier Wang Yi's bullet struck Chen Fan, at the instant of impact Chen Fan activated the Tier 3 Demon Core's energy and deployed partial intangibility, rendering the impacted area momentarily spectral, thus evading the bullet entirely. Yet the bullet having passed through Chen Fan's body struck Zhao Yu's left rib. Owing to the oblique angle, it inflicted only a superficial graze, shallow yet bleeding profusely. Zhao Yu, startled and trembling like a frightened rabbit, clutched her wounded chest and curled up on the sofa, cautiously surveying the hall around her. This was a spacious underground chamber, partitioned with steel plates. Though coated with paint, the space exuded a pervasive metallic scent. Several heavy metal doors lined the walls, each nearly half a foot thick, forged from high-grade steel and secured with stady-off-tart cipher locks, impervious even to mortar fire without the correct code. Is this your home? The pain from her wound had numbed into dullness, yet Zhao Yu felt no discomfort, only awe. Her mouth fell open in disbelief. Why is everything made of steel and concrete? Not a single piece of wood. It instills a sense of security, Chen Fan replied coolly. All the steel here is high-carbon alloy, exceptionally rigid, capable of withstanding impacts exceeding 100 tons. As you see, only high-yield explosives could possibly breach it. Someone like you lacks security? Who could possibly threaten you? Chen Fan offered only a detached, faint smile and no reply. He walked silently to a storage cabinet, unlocked it with a cipher, and retrieved antiseptic solution, gauze, and bandages. Then he approached Zhao Yu, deftly flicked his dagger. Her blouse buttons sprang off onto the floor. What are you doing? Zhao Yu tried desperately to leap up, but exhaustion dragged her back onto the sofa cushions. She clutched her chest tightly, lifting a pale, terrified face. If this man attempted something shameful now, should she resist or surrender? Her thoughts churned, inwardly torn and anxious. Chen Fan ignored her expression entirely, soaked a cotton swab in antiseptic, and stirred it gently. Don't misunderstand. I must treat your wound. Delay risks infection, and I won't drag an invalid into such perilous territory. Oh, only then did Zhao Yu relax her grip, lowering her hands. Given the wound's location, Chen Fan removed her entire upper garment, only to discover awkwardly that she wore nothing beneath. By then her face had flushed crimson, hardly the pallor of blood loss. Though a thief by trade, her hands seldom clean, her body remained untouched. From childhood onward, no man, least of all a stranger, had ever seen her bare. Chen Fan faltered for only an instant before regaining composure, his expression once again impassive as he methodically cleansed the wound. 10 years ago, Chen Fan might have felt desire, or even a savage obsessive lust, for Zhao Yu. But now a decade of slaughter had forged within him a heart of tempered steel. Physical intimacy was indeed pleasure, perhaps even relief, but to him it was utterly dispensable. In the apocalypse, every ounce of strength was precious. He would rather conserve his energy to wield weapons and slay enemies than waste it upon a woman's body, even one as exquisite as hers. Zhao Yu stared dazed. His utter stillness unsettled her more deeply than any assault ever could. In her mind, all men were lechers, and she knew precisely how to exploit her beauty, wielding it like a flawless weapon to become the living nightmare of countless wealthy men. Though these elite men dressed impeccably, masquerading as paragons of gentlemanly decorum, their true natures inevitably surfaced the moment they found themselves alone with a beautiful woman overtaken by primal instinct. Zhao Yu had ensnared countless targets with her allure, bending them to her, well, like puppets. She had never imagined encountering a man immune to her charm. Was he even a man at all? Indignant, she bristled. Beauty was her greatest asset, her most fiercely guarded pride, far more vital than raw combat prowess. So when Chen Fan turned to leave, bottle in hand, Zhao Yu suddenly sat upright and demanded, voice sharp and loud, "Am I truly so unattractive?" Chen Fan paused, startled. In his former life, he had been unyieldingly blunt, a man of iron logic. The apocalypse had immersed him deeper still in violence and flight, leaving no time to decipher feminine subtleties. As if reading the simmering resentment in her eyes, he lifted a cold, faint smile. "You seem rather disappointed." She was disappointed. Beauty was her ultimate trump card, her crowning distinction, and infinitely more potent than brute force. His indifference wounded her deeply. A venomous thought flashed through her mind. Perhaps he's just twisted. Excessive beauty is rarely a blessing, Chen Fan said, his voice glacial. You'll understand soon enough. Beauty reminded him of two other women, Lin Shi and Xia Meng, both peerless in the eyes of ordinary men, rivals to Zhao Yu in grace and allure. Yet in Chen Fan's estimation, 10 Lin's eyes, or Xia Meng's combined, would not equal half of Zhao Yu. Because Zhao Yu possessed a cunning, razor-sharp intellect neither could match. If forced to choose a companion for the apocalypse, he would select Zhao Yu without hesitation. She would survive and thrive and prove invaluable to him. Lin Shi and Xia Meng shared one fatal trait, innate kindness fused with profound naivety. Before the collapse, such qualities shone as virtues of humanity, but in the apocalypse, they became harbingers of catastrophe. Zhao Yu stared blankly at Chen Fan, baffled by the workings of his mind. Leaning weakly against the sofa corner, she murmured, bored and subdued, "May I at least know your name?" "I am Chen Fan." "And oi." Zhao Yu gazed at him, curiously hoping for more. "That is all. Rest here for 2 days. We depart then." Chen Fan rose abruptly and strode toward his room. With Zhao Yu tended to, he lay flat upon his bed, resting his body while turning his gaze inward, assessing himself. This body had grown markedly stronger, endowed with superior stamina and explosive power. Especially after absorbing the energy of that level 3 demon core, he had inherited partial abilities from a vampiric aberrant, an undeniable boon. Yet it was still insufficient. Chen Fan had yet to find the catalyst for his first true evolution. He remained stalled at a critical bottleneck. In sheer physical might, he already surpassed all humankind, perhaps the strongest individual ever to walk the earth. Yet he remained flesh and blood. Only complete evolution could sever his fate as prey. Within the third spatial rift awaited the very thing that would forge him anew, and Chen Fan intended to claim it without fail. In the dead of night, the myriad lights of the city gradually dimmed. Yet within a luxurious office in the city's center, Lu Yunshan, looking weary, sat in his private office, gazing at the flickering neon lights outside, lost in a prolonged daze and contemplation. At over 60 years of age, Lu Yunshan was the highest-ranking military leader in Yunxi City. Having spent half his life in the military, he was now on the brink of retirement. However, just as he was preparing to step down, 2 mysterious and horrific massacres occurred in the city. Half a month ago, the first massacre took place near the military exercise area of the Qingshan realm. A mysterious assassin committed a shocking slaughter right under the military's noses. The crime scene was a scene of utter chaos. From the photos sent by his subordinates, Lu Yunshan witnessed various bizarre deaths, and even found some strange animal limbs at the scene. The military took these limbs back for dissection, but the technicians in charge of the analysis informed him that these animals did not belong to any known species on Blue Star. Fortunately, one survivor remained from the massacre, a woman injured and struggling on the brink of death. Lu Yunshan immediately launched an investigation into her identity and learned that her name was Lin Shi. When Lin Shi regained consciousness, Lu Yunshan personally participated in her interrogation and heard an absurd story that was almost impossible for him to accept. Monsters had appeared in the Qingshan realm, and these monsters were responsible for the massacre. Lin Shi had survived thanks to the help of a mysterious man posing as a soldier. Just as Lu Yunshan decided to find this mysterious man, another, even more bizarre and brutally bloody murder would soon occur in the city. The nature of this crime was far worse than the previous one, as it affected more people and had a wider impact. After all, it was at the city hospital. Lu Yunshan could not fathom why the largest private hospital in the city would suddenly be shrouded in white mist. The mist lasted less than 2 minutes, yet over 100 people inside the hospital died or were injured. What a huge casualty, what a terrifying number. The strange part was that despite so many deaths, no one had seen what the murderer looked like. After the incident, the military quickly sealed off the scene and concentrated on protecting all survivors, using at least 100 military personnel to interrogate them. However, the results of the interrogations were unexpectedly surprising. It was that same mysterious man again who not only experienced the massacre, but also saved a doctor and a patient during it. The doctor was named Wang Feng, and the patient was called Xia Meng. Through questioning them, Lu Yunshan finally gathered more information about this mysterious man. Chen Fan, a person with an ordinary family background and unremarkable social experience, had become embroiled in 2 consecutive massacres and even had a brief confrontation with military personnel during the subsequent manhunt. According to reports from his subordinates, Chen Fan indeed possessed extraordinary abilities. He managed to survive both massacres and even escaped unscathed amidst a hail of bullets. His abilities had far surpassed human limits. Lu Yunshan had no choice but to pick up the file on Chen Fan and carefully study its contents, despite having read it countless times before. Chen Fan, 25 years old, unmarried, had lost his parents at a young age, with only one sister still alive. He lived a very narrow life with almost no friends, having a childhood friend named Wu Tian, who was a junior technician at a steel processing factory. From the documents, Chen Fan appeared to be an ordinary person, yet this so-called ordinary man possessed extraordinary abilities that even the military feared. Where did these abilities come from? Why did Chen Fan appear at the scenes of both massacres? Did he have any connection to them? Countless confusions swirled in Lu Yunshan's mind, leaving the military veteran increasingly haggard, his hair turning gray overnight. Behind Lu Yunshan, a young officer in crisp military uniform said, "Sir, why are you still reviewing these files?" Lu Yunshan shook his head in silence, leaning wearily against the cushion, his face full of desolation as he asked, "Have you found this guy named Chen Fan?" "No. According to the information from Wang Yi, this guy not only participated in the massacres in the Qingshan realm and the hospital, but also became involved in another murder after leaving the hospital. However, there are no traces of him at the murder scene, so it's unclear if it's a coincidence. This individual is exceptionally dangerous. It seems the investigation against him must be expedited. Moreover, he seems to possess intelligence regarding these massacre events always appearing at the slaughter sites ahead of time. Lu Yunshan took a deep breath, weariness etched on his face, and said, "Yes, I've never heard of someone who can't even be killed by bullets. We don't know what kind of abilities this Superman possesses. We must handle this matter with caution, keeping it under wraps, and preventing public knowledge to avoid causing widespread panic." Furthermore, Lu Yunshan paused, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. All these killings are related to him. This guy must know something. I need to have a conversation with him. Give me 3 days to locate him. I must speak to him in person. But the young officer furrowed his brow and hesitantly said, "Do you really believe the words of those survivors? The idea that monsters will appear on Blue Star is just too absurd, isn't it? Could it be their hallucinations?" Lu Yunshan retorted. "How do you explain the unidentified monster corpses we found at the first crime scene?" This. The young officer was at a loss for words, giving a wry smile. "Fine, I'll expedite the investigation and aim to bring this man before you as soon as possible." In another corner of the city, a dim and cold basement. Zhao Yu felt as if she was being driven mad. Ever since she was brought here by Chen Fan, she had been living facing a few cold walls without television, internet, or even a single person to talk to. She was accustomed to the bustling life of the city, and after a day of silence, she felt stifled. So when Chen Fan left his room to look for food, she shouted, "How long are you going to keep me locked up?" Chen Fan held 2 pieces of chocolate in his hand and asked, "What's wrong? Can't you endure it after just 2 days?" Zhao Yu shouted in agitation, "Yes, I really can't stand it. Here there are only cold walls, cold windows, and you a wooden man. You won't even say a word to me. Even in prison there are guards. But in this ghost place, there's not even a computer, let alone a television to pass the time. Who can bear staying in such a place?" Chen Fan pointed to himself indifferently and said, "I can." Zhao Yu blushed with anger, wishing she could swallow Chen Fan whole, and gritted her teeth, saying, "That's you. I'm not like you. You don't even count as a human. Humans are social creatures who feel a greater sense of security in crowded places, but when the apocalypse strikes, what remains for the majority is solitude." Chen Fan has spent 10 years adapting and has long since become accustomed to this profound stillness and loneliness. Although Zhao Yu is still unable to adjust, she will eventually find her way provided she survives the impending chaos. After a moment of silence, Chen Fan said, "Don't worry, we will set off tomorrow. The items we need to find are crucial for both of us, so I hope you can focus all your energy on recovering your strength." The two have been living in the safe house for 2 days. Soon, at a construction site 30 miles east of the city, the next spatial portal will erupt. Compared to the previous openings, this one will be far more dangerous, hence Chen Fan has kept both himself and Zhao Yu confined to the safe house without venturing outside. "Wait!" Zhao Yu suddenly jumped off the sofa and chased after Chen Fan, who was about to close the door. Grabbing his arm with agitation, she exclaimed, "You still haven't told me where we plan to go next. What did you mean by those words earlier? What exactly are you trying to obtain?" In truth, Chen Fan did not wish to engage with Zhao Yu. Over the past 2 days, he had deliberately kept his distance, avoiding any physical or verbal contact. Chen Fan calmly pushed Zhao Yu aside and replied, "You've asked too many questions. I can't explain everything in detail right now. I'm going to that kind of place to search for energy seeds, a substance that can help me enhance my power." After saying this, Chen Fan decisively shut the door, leaving Zhao Yu, who was on the verge of losing her mind, pounding on the door. Returning to the cold steel bed, Chen Fan closed his eyes again to recuperate, ignoring the shouts from outside as he delved into his own inner world. Energy seeds are a unique carbon crystal structure that exists in solid form in the other world. No one knows how they are produced. Perhaps they are a gift from nature. These crystals contain enormous energy, making them immensely attractive to both humans and otherworldly beasts. Absorbing energy seeds can help Chen Fan evolve rapidly, enabling him to become a true supernatural being. Therefore, he will not give up this opportunity. Of course, the portal that will open next will be unprecedentedly large, necessitating a risky venture into the perilous otherworld. The next day at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a white sedan slowly cruised along the rural road over 20 kilometers from the city center of Yunqi. The dilapidated road jolted the car's chassis as it drove. Behind the wheel was a woman with a veil, and beside her in the passenger seat sat a man whose expression was indifferent, yet his eyes appeared excessively lethargic. The occupants of the car were indeed Chen Fan and Zhao Yu. They had set off early that morning, navigating around the entire city and taking 4 hours to arrive at this location. The atmosphere in the car was tense and silent. Unable to tolerate Chen Fan lying there like a corpse, Zhao Yu took the initiative to speak. "Hey, how much longer until we reach the village you mentioned? I've been driving for 4 hours. Chen Fan lazily replied, soon we should be about 10 minutes away. Zhao Yu retorted, is there really something you want there? Chen Fan gazed out the window and replied nonchalantly, The car continued to bump along the road, and Zhao Yu's still healing wound began to throb, forcing her to slow down in an attempt to alleviate her discomfort. However, Chen Fan showed no sympathy, urging her to speed up. Zhao Yu fuming said, do you have any sense of chivalry at all? I'm the patient, and you know I am injured. Chen Fan, without lifting his eyelids, replied, don't worry, your injury will heal quickly. As long as we get there, I guarantee you'll be fine by tonight. That's nonsense. I need at least 10 days to half a month to recover. How can I possibly get better in just a few days? Zhao Yu, of course, did not believe him. Chen Fan, indifferent to her doubts, closed his eyes and rested for a while. About 10 minutes later, he slowly opened his eyes, pointed to a road under construction ahead, and said, that's the place I park here. Zhao Yu had no choice but to drive the car to the road, rolling down the window to glance around. This area was desolate. Although there was a small village nearby, it was sparsely populated. The road was still unfinished, and not far away a bulldozer was moving while a group of people wearing hard hats were studying blueprints. Further away a few buildings stood, but they were empty, with paint only half finished, indicating they were not yet ready for occupancy. Zhao Yu muttered, why did you bring me here? Without uttering a word, Chen Fan picked up a toolbox and walked steadily toward the exhibition hall at the center of the construction site. Zhao Yu, confused, followed closely, muttering her discontent. As soon as they entered the exhibition hall, two men in suits approached, greeting Chen Fan with polite smiles. Sir, please wait. Are you here to look at the properties? Although the construction site was not yet completed, many visitors had been coming to view the properties in recent days. The two men were sales staff, one named He Long and the other He Jun. He Long was a young man in his 20s, likely participating in his first job, who seemed a bit nervous in front of clients. In contrast, He Jun was an experienced employee, polite and elegant in receiving clients with a warm smile that was quite infectious. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Yes, I heard this property is having a promotion, so I decided to bring my wife to take a look. As he spoke, Chen Fan pointed to Zhao Yu, who was standing dumbfounded on the side. To make the pretense more convincing, he took the initiative to link arms with her. Zhao Yu naturally wore an unwilling expression, but her curiosity about Chen Fan's true intentions suppressed her urge to spit in his face, and she averted her gaze with displeasure. He Jun quickly smiled. You two have great taste. Our Fuju Mountain Villa has an excellent environment with beautiful mountains and rivers and convenient transportation. Chen Fan interrupted his introduction. I don't like listening to nonsense. Take me to the exhibition hall. He Jun was taken aback, but maintained a professional smile, turning to his colleague He Long and said, don't just stand there, pour some water for the clients. Stepping into the sales exhibition hall, Chen Fan noticed that there were many other clients present. These visitors came to assess the potential of the new properties. In recent years, green and environmentally friendly living environments have become quite popular, prompting many developers to build properties in suburban areas. This not only saves investment, but also attracts urban clients with slogans like close to nature, great potential, and the future development center of the city. This promotional tactic was undoubtedly sophisticated. The property was not yet completed, yet many people had come to see it. The exhibition hall was bustling with not only potential buyers, but also reception staff, creating a lively and somewhat crowded atmosphere. Chen Fan, guided by He Jun, found an empty seat on the corner sofa, while Zhao Yu was intently examining the layout of the property on the sand table, seemingly enchanted by He Jun's explanation. As a female thief, Zhao Yu had always been without a fixed home, yet she yearned for a stable life, like an ordinary person. She harbored a dream of saving enough money in the future to buy a large house in a beautiful environment where she could indulge and enjoy life. Unfortunately, these dreams were doomed to be unfulfilled. Now she had become a murderer, forced to hide with Chen Fan while evading the police, uncertain of when she could break free from this demon's control. The thought filled Zhao Yu with rage, wishing she could draw a dagger and plunge it into Chen Fan's heart. Employee He Jun, naturally oblivious to what this couple was thinking, continued to energetically introduce the advantages of the property. Despite his elaborate descriptions, Chen Fan maintained a facade of indifference, suddenly interrupting He Jun to ask how many people are currently at the construction site. He Jun stopped his introduction, a bit bewildered, but quickly regained his enthusiasm, thinking perhaps the guests wanted a more comprehensive understanding of the property information. He continued eagerly, approximately 400 to 500. The property is still under construction, and there are not just one contractor for such a large site. There are at least a dozen foremen under the big boss, along with some independent contractors, plus the sales staff and visiting clients. By the way, there are several nearby villages, so if we include those villagers, there are about 700 to 800 people. So many people. Chen Fan frowned. With so many humans moving about, it would naturally attract the attention of monsters, but once the crowd dispersed, it would be difficult to pinpoint where the monsters might appear. Where would he find the energy sparks? Just as Chen Fan was lost in thought, a commotion arose from the top floor of the exhibition hall. With his keen senses, he quickly caught the disturbance and raised his head, discovering a throng of laborers congested in the stairwell, completely blocking it. Zhao Yu also noticed the gathering of laborers nearby, curiously asking what's happening up there. Why are there so many people? He Jun panicked for a moment, hurriedly blocking the view of the two, saying it's nothing at all. They're just workers from the construction site looking for the boss about something. Although he dispelled their worries, He Jun secretly lamented. The company had recently encountered some financial issues, causing many workers to go unpaid. Otherwise, the big boss wouldn't have decided to pre-sell the properties so early. These workers not receiving their wages tended to cause disturbances every few days. Fearing that this situation would leak out and affect his sales performance, He Jun desperately steered the conversation in another direction. Mr. Chen, may I ask what type of layout you prefer? We have various types of properties available, and I can provide you with. Just as he was speaking, a loud bang suddenly echoed from the top floor, interrupting He Jun's introduction. Many prospective buyers also turned to look in the direction of the noise. Although Chen Fan was not one to meddle in others' affairs, with some time left before the spatial passage would erupt, he felt bored and followed the unfolding situation upstairs. It seemed that things on the top floor had escalated as several workers were banging on doors. However, the noisy crowd was soon pushed aside and a portly man in a suit emerged from the top floor corridor, loudly reprimanding the troublemakers. This man had slicked back hair and appeared as a typical bureaucrat, extremely eye-catching. Next to the portly man stood a relatively younger fellow who seemed at a loss in the face of the noisy workers. Chen Fan pointed at the middle-aged man, curiously asking, who is this person? He Jun had no choice but to explain, saying that the man reprimanding the workers was named Zhang Guofu and was the director of the development zone. As for the person following Zhang Guofu, he was named Li Rui, the son of the big boss of the construction site, currently responsible for the property development matters. Chen Fan responded with an "oh," watching with keen interest. Although He Jun did not reveal the true situation to Chen Fan, relying on his memories from his past life, Chen Fan had already guessed the essence of the matter. The developer's boss and director Zhang were colluding secretly, doing many things to exploit the workers and nearby villagers, and these people were here to demand an explanation. As expected, a conflict quickly erupted between the two groups upstairs. The clients who had been viewing the properties also paused, chattering among themselves. What had originally been a meticulously planned property viewing event quickly devolved into chaos. Chen Fan glanced over the tumultuous crowd, but his gaze did not linger too long before shifting to another direction. There, the demolition office director Zhang Guofu was whispering something to Li Rui, the son of the construction company's big boss, likely discussing how to send the workers and villagers away. The appearance of these two caught Chen Fan off guard. In his memories from his past life, he had a certain impression of them. Of course, given Chen Fan's status, he could never associate with such individuals. His impression of the two stemmed from after the onset of the apocalypse. Li Rui was a rather fortunate individual. If memory served him right, he was the first person in the city to evolve through an energy spark. As for Zhang Guofu beside him, he should be the second ability evolver. Both would reap tremendous benefits in the impending chaos. Of course, that was in his past life. The circumstances in this life might be different. How long are you going to stay here? Zhao Yu was already feeling impatient. The noise from upstairs was quite off-putting, and since entering the construction site, Chen Fan had been dragging her around without saying what he intended to do. She did not wish to expose herself too much in front of strangers, especially since she had become a wanted criminal. If too many people remembered her face, the police might track her down based on the clues. Ignoring Zhao Yu's urging, Chen Fan quietly observed the construction site's planning diagram, closing his eyes to memorize the entire layout. Soon the entire environment of the construction site had roughly formed in his mind. Chen Fan spent a few minutes committing several important locations to memory, while as time passed the arguments upstairs grew increasingly loud, causing many prospective buyers to lose interest and leave the exhibition hall. However, those who had left the exhibition hall soon returned for reasons unknown, whispering about how the fog had suddenly rolled in. Some even dashed into the foggy area, and then they did not come back. As the elemental force particles in the air gradually clustered, Chen Fan, who had been contemplating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and smiled to himself, saying, "It seems the good show is about to begin." Zhao Yu nudged him on the shoulder, asking, "What good show? How much longer are we going to stay?" At that moment, the white mist outside the door thickened steadily. Chen Fan sensed a familiar fluctuation and immediately curled his lips into a wry smile. "It has begun." Hardly had the words left Chen Fan's lips when Zhao Yu, who had been about to press him further, suddenly froze. Her gaze locked onto the ever-deepening mist beyond the construction site, dense, silken, and rising with uncanny speed. It veiled the sky, like a spectral gauze plunging the world into sudden gloom. Every direction she turned blurred beneath its hazy shroud. The thick fog had not yet reached the exhibition hall. Not because it was slow, but because the interdimensional rift now opening was colossal, spanning nearly the entire construction site. Almost instantly people sensed the unnatural shift. The brilliant noon sun vanished, replaced by an ashen twilight. Though full night had not yet fallen, the world had already transmuted. Its contours softened, its colors leached, its reality subtly unmoored. The mountains had seemingly dissolved. Even the road beyond the site vanished beneath the mist. Visibility plummeted. Someone flipped the main circuit breaker, but no lights flared. The once noisy, jostling crowd fell silent, exchanging bewildered glances. Even Zhang Guofu and Li Rui, who had been speaking quietly, abruptly ceased their conversation. Zhang Guofu, director of the development zone, glanced around baffled. "Young Master Li, why has the sky darkened so suddenly? Is a thunderstorm brewing?" "Unlikely," Li Rui replied, puzzled. "The sun was blazing just moments ago. Besides, why hasn't anyone switched on the lights?" As he spoke, Li Rui pulled out his phone to make a call, but before he could dial, an employee came sprinting toward him, waving frantically. "Terrible news, young Master Li. The site has lost all power. Power's out." Li Rui turned to Zhang Guofu. "How could that happen without warning?" Zhang Guofu frowned in equal confusion, urging calm before pulling out his own phone to contact the power authority. Yet the moment he retrieved his phone, he found it utterly signalless. Muttering under his breath, he borrowed Li Rui's device, only to discover it too was dead. His expression twisted further, deepening into unease. Li Rui's brow furrowed sharply. "Director Zhang, what on earth is happening?" Zhang Guofu was even more bewildered. He hastily returned the phone and headed downstairs, prompting a wave of workers to follow, shouting after him, "Don't leave. We still haven't settled the wages. Will you pay us or not?" Frustrated, Zhang Guofu opened his mouth to rebuke the villagers, then froze mid-breath as tendrils of thick mist drifted through the doorway. His face contorted, stunned and disoriented. An eerie stillness settled over the exhibition hall. Yet Chen Fan remained motionless, reclining against the sofa cushion, eyes closed in serene focus. He had already sensed the surging presence of primordial energy, fine luminous particles suspended in the air. With each measured breath, they flowed into his body in perfect rhythm, spreading methodically through his limbs and marrow. Chen Fan's blood surged, boiling with vitality as those infinitesimal energy particles coursed through his veins, saturating every cell. Beside him, Zhao Yu shifted uncomfortably, her posture stiff and strained, her body betraying a tension she could neither name nor control. When primordial energy flooded the hall, anyone could absorb it simply by breathing. Yet innate talent varied wildly. Most bodies remained unprepared for such a transformation. Their absorption remained sluggish, imperceptible, leaving them unaware of the profound shift underway. Still, among the crowd, a rare few advanced with startling speed. Chen Fan and Zhao Yu were two such exceptions. Zhao Yu's rapid intake of primordial energy triggered immediate, unmistakable physical changes. Heat rose within her like wildfire, her throat parched, her limbs trembling, as though she had just sprinted 5 kilometers without pause. As endless streams of energy poured into her, her wounds began sealing at an astonishing pace. New tissue pulsed with tingling warmth across her chest, a sensation both alien and maddening, making her instinctively reach for the spot only to recoil, embarrassed by the location of her injury. Chen Fan, of course, observed every nuance of Zhao Yu's transformation, and the faintest curve lifted the corner of his mouth. Events unfolded precisely as he'd foreseen. Zhao Yu possessed extraordinary aptitude for absorbing and refining primordial energy. Once her body acclimated, her evolution accelerated with breathtaking intensity. "Chen Fan, may I step away for just a moment?" "A very brief one." Zhao Yu's cheeks burned crimson. Her rapidly healing wound prickled with electric numbness. Her discomfort mounted, yet she understood nothing of its cause. Only the urgent, instinctive need to retreat somewhere private and examine herself. Chen Fan replied coolly, "You would do well not to stray beyond 2 meters from me. It would be exceedingly dangerous." But Zhao Yu stamped her foot in mortified frustration, nearly pressing herself against Chen Fan's back. At that instant, the mist finally spilled into the exhibition hall, blurring the glass windows into ghostly translucence. Suddenly, piercing shrieks erupted from the hallway outside. Though murmurs filled the hall, those cries cut through the noise like sharpened steel, searing into eardrums, freezing every voice, every gesture, in stunned silence. "What's happening downstairs? Go check." The unearthly wails drew dozens of eyes. Zhang Guofu and Li Rui rushed down the stairs, craning their necks outward, straining to see. Within the mist, all was mystery. No one knew what lurked beyond. They only felt its profound, unsettling wrongness. "Shall we go out and look?" Zhang Guofu dared not venture forth himself. He rolled his eyes thoughtfully, then turned to Li Rui, the developer's son and project overseer, and said, "Send someone else." Li Rui nodded. and almost immediately spotted Hee-jun nearest the entrance clad in his uniform. "You, go outside and find out what's occurring." Hee-jun recoiled inwardly, yet Li Rui was the CEO's heir and the project's supreme authority. Defiance was unthinkable. Swallowing hard, he stepped out of the exhibition hall. Chen Fan watched Hee-jun's retreating back with cold detachment, offering no word, no warning. Strangers' lives held no weight in his calculus. "Excuse me, pardon me." Moments later, Hee-jun had navigated past several guests and crossed the threshold into the mist-shrouded exterior. Outside, the world dissolved into swirling gray. He scanned the haze, saw nothing, then turned to report back to his boss. But before he could lift his heel, something struck his forehead, warm, viscous, clinging, splattering across his face like rain. Startled, he raised his hand instinctively and found it smeared with dark, sticky liquid. Blood. Thick crimson droplets rained down from the exhibition hall's ceiling, coating Hee-jun's face. Something unseen clung silently to the roof, motionless, waiting. For a heartbeat, Hee-jun stood frozen, then slowly tilted his head upward until he saw it, and screamed, the most primal, soul-rending cry of terror he would ever utter. "Ah!" A blood-curdling scream sent waves of panic through the crowd. Hee-jun stood right by the exhibition hall's entrance. This scream was sharper, clearer than the last, yet no one knew what horrors lurked beyond the door. "What the hell are you shrieking for? What did you see? Speak up." Zhao Guofu snapped, stamping his foot in fury. At the sound of his curse, Hee-jun recoiled as if scalded. His face turned ashen, and he bolted deep into the hall, arms flailing wildly in the air, voice strangled with terror. "Monster! Run! Everyone run!" Before his words fully reached every ear, a thunderous flapping erupted outside, the rhythmic heavy beat of vast wings like a sailboat straining against a gale. Then with a sickening thud, a black mass plummeted from the ceiling and slammed onto the floor-to-ceiling glass window. As the crowd finally glimpsed the creature's grotesque visage, collective screams tore through the air. Some even wet themselves in sheer dread. It was a colossal bat, nearly human-sized when its wings were folded, yet spanning nearly 3 meters when fully outstretched. Its ears were sharply pointed, triangular and inverted, its snout short and conical, its canine teeth long, needle-thin, and razor-sharp. Its face radiated savage menace. It shrieked incessantly, slashing at the glass with silver-toned claws. Those iron-hard talons struck with greater force than reinforced steel, leaving jagged, ghoulish gouges across the window pane. Its eyes burned crimson, blazing brighter than any flashlight. Beneath its garlic-shaped nose, viscous fluid dripped steadily, proof that the screaming staff member had already fallen victim. Zhao Guofu and Li Rui broke into cold sweat. What in heaven's name was this thing? They had seen bats before, but nothing of this scale. This was no animal, it was a demon incarnate. And that window, tempered glass over 5 centimeters thick, requiring sustained hammer blows from several grown men to shatter. Yet under the beast's claws it crumbled like wet pulp. Cracks spiderwebbed across its surface after only a few impacts, clearly doomed to fail. Before either man could even cry out, the glass exploded. Shards of tempered glass rained across the floor. Only then did the petrified crowd grasp the true peril. Screams pierced the air, people fled in blind hysteria, chaos reigned. Fortunately, the hall's vast space prevented a stampede. Had it been smaller, trampling would have been inevitable. Naturally, ordinary people reacted to the monster with one instinct: flee. Zhao Guofu and Li Rui screamed too, and urgently ordered security to shield them. But the guards had already dived beneath desks, utterly ignoring their commands. The cacophony of panicked shrieks drowned out their own cries entirely. Everyone scrambled for survival, and that primal terror infected Zhao Yu as well. Though she was formidable, 3 or 4 men could not lay a hand on her. This was no mere human foe. How could mortal strength contend with a monster? Her legs buckled. She collapsed against Chen Fan, trembling like a terrified rabbit, every pore exuding cold sweat. Her face drained of all color, pale as fresh fallen snow. In that instant, she finally understood what Chen Fan had meant by "the show is about to begin." Seeing Chen Fan remain motionless, Zhao Yu seized his arm in a death grip and shrieked, "Why are you standing there? Run! Take me with you now." In her terror, she buried her face into his armpit. Yet Chen Fan sat still, eyes closed, utterly unresponsive. Chen Fan was not frozen by fear. Long before Hee-jun fled the hall, Chen Fan had already sensed the presence of the aberrant beast. It was a blood-sucking fox bat, possessing early-stage Tier 2 combat power. Not overwhelmingly terrifying, yet more than sufficient to threaten Chen Fan himself. Chen Fan had not yet undergone his first evolution, and his body remained vulnerable to the claws of a Tier 2 aberration. Though the hospital incident had elevated his strength far beyond that of ordinary humans at his level, he was still fundamentally human, and confronting such a creature heathen would be sheer folly. Chen Fan remained seated, perfectly upright, not shifting even an inch. In such a situation, the most animated among the crowd inevitably drew the predator's gaze first. Stillness, therefore, was the wisest strategy. Zhao Yu had no inkling of his reasoning. Seeing him utterly rigid, unmoving, she assumed he too had been paralyzed by fear. So she shoved him aside, shouted, "Useless man," and sprinted headlong into the chaotic throng. Though they had arrived together, Zhao Yu and Chen Fan shared no bond. She had accompanied him only under duress, and it was Chen Fan himself who had engineered her downfall. She loathed him in this life-or-death moment. His fate was the last thing on her mind. She had her own plan. Yes, the monster was enormous and fearsome, but it stood alone. Even the most lethal beast could not devour everyone. Thus, only one or two would suffer misfortune. If she could vanish into the crowd, she might slip beyond the monster's sight entirely. Zhao Yu's logic was sound. Yet she overlooked one crucial truth: this was no ordinary monster, and its hunting instincts defied those of most living creatures. The moment Zhao Yu shoved past Chen Fan and fled toward the crowd, the creature locked onto her instantly. With a violent twist of its hideous, contorted skull, twin beams of malevolent light shot from its eyes, its irises burning deeper red. Then came a piercing ultrasonic roar. Wings unfurled, and like a black arrow it launched straight at Zhao Yu, claws raised and locked onto her back. Mid-sprint, Zhao Yu felt a violent gust surge from behind. She whirled around just in time to see the blood-sucking foxbat's talons mere inches from her face. Cold sweat beaded across Zhao Yu's deathly pale forehead. The monster's claws carved a pressure wave so fierce it whipped her long hair into frantic disarray. She screamed, not in defiance but in raw, instinctive terror, her body jerking backward even as she realized escape was impossible. The bat moved too fast. Her retreat was already sealed. No one rushed to save Zhao Yu, not because she lacked beauty, but because terror had stripped them of compassion. The crowd recoiled en masse, some even praying the beast would seize her and depart, perhaps sated, perhaps gone. Then, safety would be theirs. But at that very instant, the unthinkable unfolded. Less than half a meter from Zhao Yu's back, the monster's talons gleamed, when suddenly a black blur erupted from her flank. Moving at lightning speed, it lunged, shoved her hard, and she tumbled to the ground with a startled cry. Then, without hesitation, that figure threw itself over her, arching its back, offering its bare flesh as a shield against the monster's lethal strike. As Zhao Yu pushed her way into the crowd, Chen Fan had already anticipated what she was about to face, and thus had mentally prepared himself to save her. The moment the monster rushed in, Chen Fan was already on the move. No one knew what Chen Fan was thinking as he actively charged towards the monster. Was it to protect that woman? A collective gasp arose from the crowd, uncertain whether it was out of shock or amusement. Chen Fan embraced Zhao Yu from behind, the monster's sharp iron claws just inches away. A terrifying claw descended like lightning. The fabric of his shirt tore as the monster's claws raked across it, accompanied by the sound of fabric shredding. Chen Fan leveraged the force and leapt up. Surprisingly, the monster's claws not only failed to pierce Chen Fan's back, but also produced a resounding clang of steel colliding. The monster's claws were then deflected as it flapped its wings and circled in the air. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Fan held on to Zhao Yu tightly, rolling on the ground continuously until they rolled out about 10 meters, finally retreating to the corner of the wall. Once near the wall, Chen Fan abruptly released Zhao Yu, pressing his back firmly against the wall, taking 2 deep breaths with effort. The armor crafted by Wu Tian saved Chen Fan's life once again. Unfortunately, while the armor could block the fierce claws of the blood-sucking foxbat, it couldn't dissipate the force of the impact, leaving Chen Fan in considerable pain, as if he had been struck by a heavy cannonball, his back feeling numb. Nevertheless, Chen Fan managed to endure. He breathed deeply, adjusting every muscle in his body, and then quickly unfastened his backpack, clutching a long, ugly stick tightly in his hand, cautiously gazing at the blood-sucking foxbat that circled above. Undoubtedly, Chen Fan possessed the strength to fight it. Although the blood-sucking foxbat was indeed a level 2 beast, it was not particularly remarkable among its peers. 2 days ago, Chen Fan had battled with a Blood Clan mutant, resulting in both sustaining severe injuries, indicating that he had the capability to slay level 2 beasts. Though his aura did not even reach that of a level 1 ability user, the blood-sucking foxbat felt a sense of threat emanating from this seemingly ordinary man. It was a threat potent enough to be fatal. All beasts possess an instinct to predict danger. While the blood-sucking foxbat did not believe that this human could defeat it, the ferocious aura radiating from the man felt all too real. Of course, Chen Fan was not at ease either. A level 2 beasts were not easy adversaries. He would need to expend all his efforts to win, especially since this creature had a natural advantage: it could fly. The aerial domain was the blood-sucking foxbat's territory. Although Chen Fan had incredible explosive power, he could not jump higher than the blood-sucking foxbat. His attack range was limited, a natural disadvantage of humans that could not be compensated by sheer strength. Thus Chen Fan merely observed the blood-sucking fox bat, not intending to make a move. The blood-sucking fox bat was watching him as well. This beast had a relatively small brain and did not comprehend why this human would exude a more dangerous aura than itself. However, out of caution, it decided to abandon its fixation on Chen Fan and turned its attention to the others in the hall. After all, there was plenty of food available. Why choose the toughest bone to chew? Moreover, this bone could choke it at any moment. The blood-sucking fox bat flapped its wings again, swiftly gliding over the heads of the two, diving into the chaotic crowd to find its next target. Chen Fan sighed in relief, temporarily setting aside his racing heart. The energy seed had yet to appear, and it was foolish to confront a level 2 beast in such an environment. If it weren't for this foolish woman beside him, he wouldn't have been forced to step up. Thinking of this, Chen Fan angrily turned around and glared fiercely at Zhao Yu, who clearly realized her mistake and lowered her head, afraid to meet his gaze. Chen Fan sneered, "Weren't you going to run? Keep going." Zhao Yu, with a face almost in tears, replied, "Can you blame me? That monster looks too terrifying. How did it even come here?" Chen Fan pondered for a moment. Since he would still need Zhao Yu later, he couldn't let her die so soon. Sharing some useful information would also benefit himself. Thus Chen Fan took a breath and said, "This is called a blood-sucking fox bat. It is a level 2 beast. It comes from another realm and exclusively preys on weaker beasts, including humans." "What do you mean by another realm? What beast are you talking about?" Zhao Yu stammered, her teeth trembling. Time is of the essence. Chen Fan didn't have time for lengthy explanations, nor did he need to clarify things to others. If it weren't for Zhao Yu being useful to him, he wouldn't waste so much effort saving her. He lazily explained, "You can think of another realm as a kind of virtual space where many exceptionally powerful and frightening monsters exist. Now we have entered this virtual space. Do you understand?" Zhao Yu wasn't foolish as she understood, but instinctively found Chen Fan's explanation laughable. However, recalling the earlier scene, she couldn't muster a smile, so she grimaced and asked, "Is this the place you've always wanted to come to?" Chen Fan could no longer pay attention to Zhao Yu as the blood-sucking fox bat was unleashing a bloody massacre on the crowd. It wasn't until blood drenched the floor and walls that people realized they were mistaken. This monster was not merely hunting for a meal. It relished slaughter, craving the screams of its prey. Cruelty was its hallmark. The biggest difference between beasts from other realms and the wild beasts on Earth is that wild beasts kill for food. Once they are full, they will not continue to attack humans. However, beasts from other realms are entirely different. As long as there are still prey, they will continue to kill until they have had their fill. "Oh my God!" Zhao Yu gazed at the beast slaughtering the crowd, letting out the most terrified scream of her life, while Chen Fan coldly looked at her, snorting through his nostrils, "From now on, I won't allow you to be more than 2 meters away from me. Of course, you can choose not to listen to me, but be responsible for the consequences of your actions. Don't expect me to save you a second time." Zhao Yu was already stunned with fear. Except for nodding anxiously, she couldn't do anything else. She suddenly realized that as long as she stayed close to Chen Fan, she would be safe. Though the terrifying monster was slaughtering humans, it had never dared to approach them, as if wary of something. Though gripped by fear, Zhao Yu's mind was clear. She understood that the monster's hesitation was not due to fear of her. The one who could instill such fear in such a terrifying beast could only be Chen Fan. Who is this awful man? Why is even the monster afraid of him? Concluding this, Zhao Yu felt even more dazed, looking at Chen Fan with an expression of disbelief or shock beyond words. In Zhao Yu's heart, Chen Fan is undeniably a madman, yet he is also a remarkably charming man. He resembles a black hole, with every cell radiating an intense aura of mystery that compels her to seek further knowledge. Of course, if she were to understand all about Chen Fan, perhaps her interest in him would not be so intense. Naturally, Chen Fan had no intention of delving into Zhao Yu's thoughts. He was quietly observing the massacre scene in the exhibition hall, where the appearance of the blood-sucking fox bat had resulted in numerous human fatalities. The screams had long pierced the dome, yet no amount of shouting could alter their tragic fate, which had been sealed the moment the thick fog had risen. Zhao Yu gently touched Chen Fan's arm and asked in a low voice, "What will you do if that monster sets its sights on us?" Chen Fan replied succinctly, "It won't. With so many people here, it has enough to satisfy its bloodlust." "Can you kill that monster?" Zhao Yu asked, nervously glancing at the frightened crowds around them, feeling a twinge of compassion. Chen Fan nodded, indicating that he could, but being able to do so and actually doing it were two different matters. Clearly, Chen Fan had no intentions of intervening. He remained unmoved, having watched for so long. Zhao Yu, after all, was just an ordinary human girl. She had not experienced the brutality and bloodshed of the apocalypse and could not learn Chen Fan's indifference. Gazing at the fallen bodies around her, she felt extreme discomfort and an uneasy conscience. "Why won't you save them? You clearly have the ability." Chen Fan cast her a sidelong glance, stating, "I have 3 reasons for not saving them. The first is to conserve my strength. These strangers are not worth my effort, and I am not a savior. Moreover, even if he saved them, there was no guarantee they would live. There was more than one beast lurking in the fog. Driving off this one would only attract another. Most importantly, Chen Fan had yet to find the energy core. Until he did, he needed to avoid exposure to prevent drawing the attention of all the beasts. Zhao Yu could only remark, "You are truly a cold-blooded person." Chen Fan replied, "Think what you want of it's about to leave." Just as he finished speaking, the blood-sucking fox, but that was slaughtering humans, indeed took flight. It suddenly elevated its body, circling the exhibition hall a few times before diving rapidly, driving its sharp claws into the body of an unfortunate victim, then soaring high, breaking through a glass window and darting into the fog. The person it had grabbed, however, was not dead. They were still kicking and screaming in the air, their cries piercingly tragic, slicing through the minds of everyone present. Yet most people had no thoughts of rescuing him, as they were all paralyzed with fear. Only one person wielding an iron rod chased after it, frantically swinging the rod in his hands. However, he did not run far before this young figure dared not pursue any longer. The monster came quickly and left just as swiftly, leaving behind a pool of blood and several bodies sprawled in grotesque positions, their deaths horrific and ghastly. Fear crushed the hearts of everyone present. In the disheveled hall, various people sat huddled, their bodies curled up like drowning rabbits, trembling in the corners. With the immediate danger averted, some began to tally the injured. Apart from the 10 or so corpses, there were also more than 20 wounded. The entire hall was filled with helpless and desperate groan, survivors cursing loudly, and the injured moaning, while Chen Fan remained motionless against the wall, observing the environment and adjusting his breathing rhythm. This time, the concentration of elemental power in the air far exceeded that of the previous spatial passage, signaling that more dangers were imminent. The area shrouded in fog was far too vast. This expansive territory could not attract just one predator, so the tragedy would continue to unfold. Indeed, as Chen Fan scanned the hall with his gaze, another danger was quietly approaching. He had already sensed the presence of other beasts lurking within the fog, but he did not raise the alarm. Instead, he pulled Zhao Yu beside him and quickly retreated to a corner that was less likely to attract attention. Zhao Yu could only follow in Chen Fan's footsteps, not understanding what he intended to do. They had barely hidden when they saw a staggering figure walking by not far away. It was the young employee who had been chasing the monster with an iron rod. Chen Fan remembered his name. It seemed to be He Long. Zhao Yu whispered, "The person who was taken, was he Jun, the one who just received us? It seems these two employees have quite the bond." Chen Fan could naturally see who had been captured, but he remained indifferent. He did not care about the emotions of others in this apocalypse. Such partings of life and death were far too common. Chen Fan had grown tired of it, having shifted from initial compassion to gradual numbness, making it difficult for him to feel the slightest emotional stir. Seeing Chen Fan's coldness, Zhao Yu could not help but want to scold him for being heartless. However, before she could speak, Chen Fan pressed his hand over her mouth, lowering his voice to a tone only the two of them could hear, saying, "Shut up, another batch of beasts is coming." Another batch. Just as Zhao Yu had regained her composure, she was instantly paralyzed with fear, her face turning pale as she clung tightly to Chen Fan. Indeed, as soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, several green light spots reappeared in the fog, which were the eyes of the beasts. However, there was too much fog obscuring everyone's vision, and all they could see were the glowing points in the beasts' eyes, unable to discern the full forms of the creatures hidden within the mist. Zhao Yu covered her mouth tightly, her voice trembling as she asked, "What kind of monster will it be this time?" Chen Fan shook his head, replying, "Not a monster, but alien beings. The blood-sucking foxbat left so quickly because of them." "What are alien beings?" Zhao Yu asked anxiously. "Monsters similar to humans." Chen Fan had no choice but to explain quietly. "The other world is as diverse as Earth, with over 1 million known species on Earth, a seemingly vast number. However, the variety of life forms in the other world would only increase, never decrease. Alien beings generally have body types similar to humans. Setting aside their abilities, they are also humans living in the other world, only the different environments have forged different abilities and habits. The blood-sucking foxbat that had just departed does not belong to this category. It is a member of the beast clan. Will the alien beings attack us?" Zhao Yu, terrified, became numb, hardly able to think, asking a very foolish question. "You'll find out soon enough." Chen Fan gazed at the glowing dots in the fog, his expression turning somber. Chen Fan remained vigilant, growing even more cautious. Blood-sucking foxbats were no weak adversaries, and anything capable of instilling such dread in them was certainly not to be taken lightly. Indeed, those drifting green specks rapidly swelled in size, soon giving way to a horde of grotesque creatures surging toward the exhibition hall. Chen Fan glanced out the window, and his brows knotted deeply. "Morian tribesmen," he murmured, astonished. "Truly unexpected." Zhao Yu watched Chen Fan's expression shift and instantly plunged into deeper terror. Too afraid to peer outside at the alien beings, she clutched his arm, and whispered, "What is it? Who's coming? Are they even more dangerous than that beast just now?" Morian tribesman Chen Fan replied, shaking his head. "Don't worry, I know how to handle them." Only then did Zhao Yu's pounding heart settle back into her throat. She pressed him again. "What exactly are Morian tribesmen?" Before the Morian horde breached the hall, Chen Fan lowered his voice to explain. The Morians are a vast race hailing from another world, living in tightly knit communal groups. They rarely act alone. Though numerous subclans exist among them, only weaker variants ever stray this far. Their elite warriors would never descend upon such a place. What approaches us now is a diminutive subspecies, the dwarf Morians, small in stature, modest in strength. There appear to be over 20 of them. Despite trembling violently, Zhao Yu forced down her fear and asked, "Are dwarf Morians truly formidable? Why did that blood-sucking foxbat flee from them?" Chen Fan shook his head. Dwarf Morians rank low on the evolutionary scale. Most possess merely level 1 combat prowess. Yet their overwhelming numbers grant them terrifying advantage. Though stronger individually, the foxbat dares not provoke them, for any clash would mean confronting an entire clan, not a single foe. That is why it fled. Still, it did not retreat far. It lingers somewhere within the mist, observing us even now. Zhao Yu fired off several more questions, each answered patiently by Chen Fan. Knowledge of otherworldly life forms was vital armor in this brutal realm. Her fierce curiosity sharpened her adaptability, a trait that earned quiet approval from Chen Fan. She could not die, not yet. If death came, it would have to wait until she escaped this place. Meanwhile, the others inside the hall sank into fresh panic, having already spotted the arrival of these stunted alien figures. By height alone, the dwarf Morians resembled dwarves. None stood taller than 1.2 meters. Yet these beings, who in the human world might ride buses without paying fare, bore savage, protruding fangs and purplish-black leathery hides. Ugly, cruel, and utterly menacing. They were bald, their enormous skulls unnervingly smooth and bare. Their eyes glowed with eerie green light. Vast bulbous orbs half protruding from their sockets wrinkled like shriveled pouches. Their noses had collapsed entirely. No bridge remained, only 2 black hollow pits. Beneath them gaped a monstrous maw, lips stretched nearly to the nape, revealing rows of needle-thin, serrated fangs denser than nails. "What is that thing?" someone shrieked, a raw, guttural cry, as the crowd surged backward, trampling one another in blind desperation. Not all were cowed, however. The bolder ones stooped to snatch up steel pipes from the floor, already edging toward the main entrance. Though hideous, the dwarf Morians' diminutive frames, under 1.2 meters, diminished their apparent threat. Most in the hall were laborers hardened by years of sun, wind, and grueling toil, their bodies thick with muscle and resilience. To them, these stunted figures seemed less fearsome than expected. A towering worker rallied the crowd. "Listen, we don't need to fear them. That giant beast is gone. Only these dwarf creatures remain. We must fight back." Some believed him, already scavenging for weapons. Chen Fan observed silently, a cold, knowing smile flickering across his lips. He turned to Zhao Yu. "When the workers engage the dwarf Morians, will slip out, find shelter somewhere beyond the hall." Zhao Yu blinked, bewildered. "Where do we run to?" This time Chen Fan gave no answer. The movement outside had already begun. The very worker who'd urged resistance sprinted first through the entrance, swinging his steel pipe downward with crushing force at a dwarf Morian. He stood nearly 1.9 meters tall, his frame dense with sinew and muscle forged by relentless labor, radiating raw, untamed power. The pipe whistled through the air, trailing violent gusts, while the dwarf Morian facing him appeared frail and spindly, its reed-thin limbs seeming limp as bamboo stalks, utterly defenseless at first glance. Logically, that blow should have shattered its skull, but instead the creature erupted with sudden, feverish excitement. Its bulging eyes rolled wildly, a thick, glistening saliva spilled from its gaping maw. It didn't retreat, it lunged forward. The worker hesitated, instinct whispering danger, but it was too late to withdraw. The dwarf Morian leapt, its slender legs coiling and releasing with shocking, explosive force, vanishing into a blur before slamming onto the worker's neck and plunging elongated claws deep into his cranium. Crack! The dwarf Morian hadn't even exerted full strength, yet the worker's skull splintered like frozen tofu. Its claws pierced the crown of his skull. With a soft, wet tug, the entire calvarium tore free, exposing pulsing pinkish brain matter, spraying crimson droplets in all directions. Amidst that arterial rain rose a scream, so piercing, so agonized it echoed across the biting wind, searing straight into every onlooker's nervous system. The worker did not collapse immediately. His exposed brain pulsed, visibly quivering beneath the open sky. The dwarf Morian's emerald gaze flared brighter, scenting a feast. With grotesque eagerness, it buried its face into the ruined skull, emitting sharp, greedy, slurping sounds. Strangely, the worker remained upright, even as his brain was devoured. All motion ceased. His shriek died mid-breath. He stood rigid, spine locked, lifted as if suspended by invisible strings. Head thrown violently back, body vibrating at high frequency, eyes rolling upward until only stark white filled the sockets. Only when the worker finally toppled did the dwarf Morian spring off his shoulder, swift as smoke. Then the crowd saw it. His skull was hollow, emptied clean like a melon stripped of its flesh. A ragged, bloody fissure gaped from crown to nape. A brutal slaughter erupted. Gore-strewn corpses, shrieks of terror, and nauseating cries echoed through every corner. Half the crowd who had bolted for the exit screamed in panic and scrambled backward, though the exhibition hall remained unsafe. It at least sheltered a throng of humans, far preferable to facing a horde of monsters alone. Yet as they whirled to flee back into the hall, they realized their retreat was sealed. Agile dwarf demons had already circled behind them, blocking the sole escape route. These grotesque beings swiftly encircled the workers who had burst forth. Carnage erupted instantly. The dwarf demons pierced chests with razor-sharp claws, tore steaming entrails from abdomens, and devoured them ravenously, emitting guttural ecstatic whines. Though the monsters had not yet entered the hall, those inside stood frozen in abject terror, muscles locked rigid, unable to move a single limb. It was inevitable. Once the beasts finished devouring the workers outside, they would turn their hunger upon those still trapped within. A collective wail tore from the crumbling crowd, a frenzy of desperate screams. In despair, only shrieking could momentarily vent sheer terror. Yet such cries changed nothing. Hell continued its grim spectacle. The dwarf demons had already consumed the first wave of victims outside, and now fixed their gaze inward upon the hall's remaining souls. True massacre loomed imminent. Roughly 40 or 50 survivors still huddled inside the hall, each destined to become little more than a morsel for the dwarf demons. The slaughter began the moment the first dwarf demon crashed through a glass window, lunging onto a worker and tearing flesh with fangs and claws. Then, as one, the horrors surged forward. Shattered panes offered no resistance. Within moments, at least 20 dwarf demons flooded the hall, unleashing unrestrained carnage upon humankind. More chilling still was their eerie coordination. Not a mindless charge, but a calculated hunt preceded by precise division of labor. Over 80% of the dwarf demons poured into the hall to hunt. The remaining 5 or 6 held position outside, sealing the sole exit. No one would escape that threshold. If this slaughter were allowed to continue unchecked, the outcome was certain. Every human inside the hall would be devoured. None would survive. Zhao Yu watched it all, paralyzed by shock. She had never imagined these dwarf demons possessed not only savage ferocity, but also alarming intelligence, enough to methodically trap their prey. Chen Fan remarked wryly, "Well, impressive creatures, aren't they?" Trembling with cold sweat, Zhao Yu pleaded tearfully, begging Chen Fan to stop jesting and spirit her away from this nightmare. Any price, any demand, so long as she escaped these revolting, merciless monsters. Chen Fan replied calmly, "Once an interdimensional rift opens, no one can traverse the spatial fissure back to reality, unless it closes on its own. Stay longer, and you'll witness even more horrors." "How do we survive?" Zhao Yu gasped in terror. Chen Fan pointed toward the hall's main entrance. "Let's go. I'll get you out of here first." He seized her arm and strode resolutely toward the exit. But Zhao Yu's legs buckled in fear as she collapsed against his back, whispering desperately, "No, we can't go there. Can't you see? Several monsters are guarding the doorway." "It's fine," Chen Fan said, unfazed, advancing steadily. One arm cradled her waist, the other gripped his tool case tightly. Moments later, he reached the vicinity of the main gate. Dwarf demons outside converged rapidly, fixing cold, cruel eyes upon the pair and bellowing threatening roars, as if commanding Chen Fan to retreat. Chen Fan merely smiled, and in that instant his eyes flared with lethal intensity. As the tool case snapped open, a silver flash leapt forth. An icy aura of killing intent instantly repelled the encircling beasts. The weapon's surging energy resonance unsettled the monsters themselves. With a single sweep of his blade, the once fierce dwarf demons instinctively parted, carving a path before him. "Let's go." "Dwarf demons pose no threat. They won't attack me," Chen Fan murmured without glancing up, taking Zhao Yu's hand firmly as they stepped unimpeded from the hall. The others witnessed it too. Those scrambling to evade slaughter stared in disbelief as Chen Fan walked away with calm authority, then cried out in astonishment, "Follow him. He can lead us out." And so the terrified masses surged after him. When the crowd collectively charged the exit, dwarf demons moved to intercept, but their numbers were insufficient to slaughter so many at once. A sizable group thus escaped the hall alongside Chen Fan. Yet Chen Fan did not wish for such a following. The more humans trailed him, the more the aberrant beasts would pursue. So he accelerated, attempting to shake off the throng. As he ran, the crowd followed. Burdened by Zhao Yu's weakness, Chen Fan could not unleash his full speed. After sprinting dozens of meters, he found himself unable to outpace them, and reluctantly halted. At once the dwarf demons closed in again, deeply aggrieved. They had no desire to confront Chen Fan, provided he did not disrupt their feeding. But when most survivors fled with him, that unspoken truce dissolved utterly. The dwarf demons surged forward once more, snatching people from Chen Fan's side. Terrified survivors instinctively clustered around Chen Fan, an unconscious reflex that only deepened his predicament. As the monsters charged, he drew his long blade and struck down the first leaping dwarf demon. Crack! The blade descended precisely, slamming into the demon's chest. From that very instant, true dread bloomed in the creature's eyes. The blade soared upward, trailing a terrifying arc of silver light, fluid, seamless, and aimed unerringly at the demon's skull. The strike was blindingly fast, too swift for the demon to react. By the time it sensed peril, the blade had already plunged deep into its body and blood gushed forth like a crimson fountain. The impaled monster shrieked, a torrent of gore erupting violently, thickening the air with viscous warmth. Whoosh! The long blade carved a lethal arc through the air, emerald green blood sprayed in a mist as Chen Fan effortlessly spun the hilt and severed the goblin's throat. Its massive head soared skyward and scalding blood gushed forth like a fountain, only to strike the blade's surface and ricochet violently into the chest of the second goblin. The second goblin crumpled instantly, the severed head of its kin slamming into its chest like a meteoric mace, snapping ribs and rupturing viscera with brutal force. Spurting blood from its mouth, the goblin tumbled backward in ragged rolls. Just as it strained to fling aside its fallen comrade's head and rise again, Chen Fan had already unleashed his second strike. A blinding silver slash pierced the second goblin's eyes, cleaving both bulging orbs cleanly in two. Its skull was sliced perfectly in half, its cranial cap flipping upward to reveal a brain indistinguishable from a human, scattering across the ground like raindrops. As Chen Fan dispatched the two goblins lunging toward him with effortless grace, the remaining goblins froze mid-stride, staring at the human in stunned disbelief. They could scarcely fathom how this creature, meant to be mere prey, wielded such overwhelming might. Especially that long blade, having just slaughtered two goblins, its edge remained flawlessly pristine, a true weapon of annihilation. The blade's savage aura cowed the restless horde. The goblins caught the scent of death upon its steel and dared not draw any closer to Chen Fan. Yet though they feared his weapon, they refused to let the humans flee unchallenged. Instead, they fanned out, deliberately forming a tight, encircling ring around Chen Fan and the others. Moments later, an anomalous goblin leapt forward, one whose grotesquely oversized head perched atop spindly limbs, absurd and ludicrous in form. Yet no one laughed. Not even Chen Fan's expression betrayed amusement. Instead, rare gravity hardened his features. This goblin loomed larger than its kin, its canine fangs jutting outward with terrifying prominence, more jagged, more monstrous. Most critically, it bore the terrifying mark of second-tier combat prowess, the undisputed chieftain of the goblin tribe. In this alien world, strength was never dictated by stature. Though the chieftain remained a dwarf in form, Chen Fan harbored not a trace of contempt. Its evolutionary rank was undeniably formidable. The goblin chieftain widened its bulging eyes and locked gazes with Chen Fan for several silent, charged seconds, then raised its limbs and shrieked a guttural, incomprehensible torrent of syllables. Though Chen Fan could not comprehend the goblin tongue, the chieftain's flickering gaze spoke volumes. You may leave, but leave the food behind. What it called food was unmistakable, the 24 living humans trailing hesitantly behind Chen Fan. Chen Fan was genuinely astonished. Truth be told, he had never once negotiated with any non-human being, not in this life, nor in his last. Though he had survived 10 years in that alien realm, those years were spent fleeing, killing, and surviving. Never conversing, never bargaining. He would gladly have abandoned these burdens, yet the choice was never his to make. They had followed of their own volition, never seeking his consent to be shielded. The goblin chieftain, however, assumed otherwise, instinctively perceiving Chen Fan as their protector and thus initiating parley. A wry, bitter smile touched Chen Fan's lips. He knew no goblin speech. He could not convey his thoughts nor clarify his indifference. Annoying as they were, these followers were still his kind, flesh of his flesh, whereas the goblins were cruel, bloodthirsty aliens. Given the choice, he would never surrender his own to them. So he raised his long blade, not to speak, but to declare. The instant the blade ignited with cold light, the chieftain roared in fury, bared its fanged maw, and issued a shrill command to its kin. In that breathless moment, over 20 goblins surged forward, as one converging upon the terrified humans. Chen Fan did not move. Neither did the chieftain. Two sovereign warriors from disparate worlds stood locked in silence, their eyes blazing with frozen glacial sparks. The air thickened, suffocating, until Zhao Yu trembling seized Chen Fan's sleeve and whispered, voice quavering, "What on earth are you doing?" "Arm yourself," Chen Fan replied without turning. I won't be able to protect you now. Don't worry, ordinary goblins pose little threat. With your skill you'll survive just fine. Stop relying on me for everything. Before Zhao Yu could react, the chieftain seized the opening, leaping high and slashing its needle-thin obsidian claws toward Chen Fan's throat. A flash of lethal intent cut through the air. Chen Fan sensed the danger, elbowed Zhao Yu aside, then whirled, drawing his blade in one fluid motion. Its slender edge, wreathed in biting cold, met the chieftain's claws midair with a furious, decisive arc. Clang! A metallic shriek tore through the silence as the blade traced a searing line of light, slamming into the chieftain and hurling it backward. Chen Fan loosened his frame and surged forward, the blade aimed straight for the chieftain's chest. The chieftain lashed out again with its claws, but the shockwave of raw power reverberated up the blade, launching it 6 meters into the air before it crashed down, limbs flailing. Suspended mid-fall, it emitted a strangled cry of disbelief. The human strength had utterly eclipsed its own. Chen Fan granted no respite. His blade carved blinding arcs, each luminous stroke targeting vital points. The chieftain buckled under relentless pressure. The blade's uncanny resilience defied all expectation. After repeated clashes, its arms grew numb, muscles screaming. While Chen Fan moved with tireless precision, his strikes cascading like snowflakes, horizontal slashes, vertical thrusts, each exploding with devastating kinetic force. The chieftain's shock deepened. Logically, smaller beings should possess superior agility. Yet this human dominated not only in raw power, but in speed, reflex, and fluidity, surpassing even the chieftain's own preternatural nimbleness. Panic seized the chieftain. If this duel continued, it would die. Yet just as Chen Fan pressed his advantage, poised to deliver the final decisive blow, an unforeseen calamity erupted. Behind him, Zhao Yu cried out a warning. Behind you. Chen Fan sprang sideways the instant he heard her voice, but half a heartbeat too late. A colossal shadow plummeted from above, swallowing him whole like a storm cloud. A hurricane-force gust hurled him off balance, snuffing his vision beneath its oppressive weight. It was the blood-sucking foxbat. The swift dive produced a sharp sound as the blood-sucking foxbat descended with a terrifying momentum, especially those claws sharp as steel blades, adding to its fearsome aura. At that moment, Chen Fan was entangled with the leader of the dwarf demons, too preoccupied to notice the changes in the sky. When the blood-sucking foxbat swooped down, he instinctively lowered his body and rolled on the ground. Although Chen Fan managed to evade quickly, the claws of the blood-sucking foxbat still pierced deeply into his back. With the power of that claw, the blood-sucking foxbat was confident it could tear this human to shreds. However, just as it believed it was about to succeed in its ambush, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The monster's claws had clearly struck their target, yet the tips did not convey the sensation of piercing flesh. Instead, they felt as if they were grasping at air. This was naturally because Chen Fan had timely etherealized his physical form. The first ability he inherited from the Blood Clan was etherealization. Although he could only maintain partial etherealization, it was sufficient to evade the blood-sucking foxbat's attack. The long claws did not shred the prey's body, causing the blood-sucking foxbat to panic. Its instinctual sense of danger made it flap its wings, leaping high off the ground. At the same time, a waterfall-like blade of light erupted from the ground, almost piercing its abdomen. The cold blade's edge cut through the black fur on the blood-sucking foxbat's belly, narrowly missing. Watching the fleeing blood-sucking foxbat, Chen Fan inwardly lamented the missed opportunity. He had sensed that the blood-sucking foxbat had not gone far. He just didn't expect this monster would choose to ambush him at such a moment. In fact, the blood-sucking foxbat had been so close to success that if not for Chen Fan's ability to partially etherealize, that claw strike would have dealt him severe injury. What a cunning bunch of creatures. Chen Fan rolled on the ground, and then plunged his long knife into the earth, using the momentum to leap up, standing expressionlessly as he tightened his grip on the long knife. Meanwhile, the leader of the dwarf demons cautiously retreated a few meters, eyeing Chen Fan warily, while also keeping an eye on the blood-sucking foxbat circling high above, its gaze revealing a sinister intent. The blood-sucking foxbat and the dwarf demon race were not allies. Its attack on Chen Fan was not to assist the leader of the dwarf demons, but rather to eliminate an annoying opponent. The leader understood this, thus it remained exceptionally cautious. The situation of a three-way standoff had led to a deadlock on the battlefield. Neither the leader of the dwarf demons nor Chen Fan dared to act recklessly. If a battle erupted, the remaining party would certainly seize the opportunity to launch an ambush. As they remained still, the blood-sucking foxbat also refrained from action, continuously circling above and scanning below with its sharp eyes. In terms of raw power, the leader of the dwarf demons was undoubtedly the weakest, yet its advantages were evident. After all, the entire clan was present. Even if the leader was restrained by Chen Fan and the blood-sucking foxbat, it would not delay its kin from feeding, allowing it to remain relatively composed. Without the deterrence of Chen Fan, the dwarf demons surged like tigers entering a flock of sheep with blood and entrails strewn everywhere. The dwarf demons rolled and fought for food, creating a scene that was already chaotic beyond control. Chen Fan stood there unfazed. Although his expression remained unchanged, he felt a hint of tension within. What a shame. He hadn't expected to be targeted by two equally powerful beings as soon as he appeared. This was something Chen Fan had long sought to avoid, but now it seemed the situation was unavoidable. Of course, a slight disadvantage was not enough to make Chen Fan lose his composure. Rather, it sharpened his mind, and he quickly began to contemplate a way to break the deadlock. The most impatient was undoubtedly the blood-sucking fox bat hovering above him. Now in a three-way standoff, no one dared to act rashly, inadvertently benefiting the ordinary dwarf demons with lower combat power. Food seemed to be dwindling. In a mere 2 minutes, the number of humans following Chen Fan out of the hall had halved. The blood-sucking fox bat flapped its wings repeatedly several times, wanting to take a risk and dive down to join the hunt, but it hesitated. Chen Fan's presence made it feel like a thorn in its side. Every mouthful of food it swallowed had to be wary of an attack from this human powerhouse. As for the dwarf demon clan nearby, they posed little psychological burden, for in a situation where no one could do anything to the other, these otherworldly creatures could still coexist peacefully. Chen Fan was rapidly calculating something. He did not want to be embroiled in such a conflict, as he had more important matters to attend to. To extricate himself, the only way was to break away from the surrounding crowd, convincing the leader of the dwarf demons that he had no intention of protecting the other humans. Naturally, the leader would not be foolish enough to provoke such a formidable opponent. Of course, there was another way to escape the predicament: to devise a plan to lure the blood-sucking foxbat down and eliminate it. Without the blood-sucking foxbat's restraint, the leader of the dwarf demons would no longer be a threat. Chen Fan's mind raced, and a thought quickly surfaced. He decided to end the stalemate, sheathing his long knife and swaggering in another direction. His actions were abrupt, causing the leader of the dwarf demons to be momentarily stunned. After a long hesitation, it did not rashly pursue, while the blood-sucking foxbat nervously watched Chen Fan's retreating figure, remaining on guard against any of his moves. Chen Fan casually approached Zhao Yu, who was hiding on the other side. Although the dwarf demons were engaged in a bloody massacre of humans, they did not trouble Zhao Yu, perhaps because she had been with Chen Fan all along, inevitably acquiring some of his aura. It was this aura feared by the dwarf demons that protected Zhao Yu from the slaughter of these otherworldly beings. However, just as Chen Fan was about to reach Zhao Yu, another turn of events occurred. The blood-sucking foxbat circling high above seemed to have locked onto Chen Fan. It let out a piercing screech and dove down aggressively, aiming its sharp claws at his neck. Chen Fan naturally sensed the murderous intent immediately, but he did not make any moves. He simply coldly grasped his long knife, turning to glare at the blood-sucking foxbat diving down from above, calmly meeting its gaze without retreating an inch. The distance closed rapidly. Chen Fan stood still, while Zhao Yu, frightened by the scene, screamed and instinctively took a step back, trying to escape the blood-sucking foxbat's attack range. However, her retreat instead invited greater danger. Although the blood-sucking foxbat dove straight toward Chen Fan, it had no intention of engaging him in a full-blown fight. This was merely a test. So when the distance shrank to the final 5 meters, the blood-sucking foxbat suddenly folded its wings, quickly shifting its body in midair, and then pounced in a different direction. And that direction was where Zhao Yu was located. The claw raised high brought a tremor that seemed to originate from the very soul. Zhao Yu couldn't help but scream, yet Chen Fan showed no intention of rushing to her aid. Instead, he coldly stated, "If all you know is to scream and be afraid, then you can only die here. Do you remember what I said? To survive, you must rely on yourself." Rely on yourself? Chen Fan's words echoed continuously in Zhao Yu's mind like thunder, causing her entire body to tremble. Life and death hung by a thread. At the moment the claws of the blood-sucking foxbat reached for her neck, Zhao Yu's heart suddenly pounded violently. Not out of fear, but a hot, indescribable emotion was spreading deep into her brain. With no time for hesitation, she instinctively acted, grabbing a steel rebar from the construction site and throwing it skyward with all her might. The mere act startled even Zhao Yu herself. The rebar was a full 6 meters long and weighed over 30 pounds. While 30 pounds isn't excessively heavy as a woman, it was nearly impossible for her to drag such a long rebar and throw it into the air with one hand under normal circumstances. Yet at this moment, Zhao Yu managed to do it. Not only did she lift it with ease, but she also thrust it toward the blood-sucking foxbat. Zhao Yu couldn't fathom why her explosive strength was so powerful. Was it born from the fear of death? Only Chen Fan understood it was, because Zhao Yu had absorbed a significant amount of elemental force, which had transformed into power within her body. Although she couldn't sense its presence, yet when her life was severely threatened, this energy would erupt without reservation, buying her time to escape. Bang! The incoming rebar struck the abdomen of the blood-sucking fox bat. Even with its iron-like body as a second-level beast, it felt a surge of pain. The blood-sucking fox bat had miscalculated. It never expected an ordinary human woman would dare to retaliate, let alone that her counterattack would be so powerful. Though this minor blow was not enough to injure it, it undoubtedly struck a deep blow to the proud dignity of the blood-sucking fox bat. How could a true second-level beast be bested by a human woman? The immense anger caused the blood-sucking fox bat to lose its rationality. It fully expanded its form, twisting in the air and pouncing toward Zhao Yu with even greater speed. However, having already exhausted her energy, Zhao Yu felt an overwhelming emptiness engulf her, as if every cell's strength had been drained. After all, she was just an ordinary human woman. Even with her body transformed by elemental force, she could not gain more strength in such a short time. Facing the second attack from the blood-sucking fox bat, she completely lost her ability to defend herself, helplessly closing her eyes, waiting for the moment that would decide her fate. The blood-sucking fox bat loathed Zhao Yu. It had arrived with the pride of a hunter, never anticipating it would be bested by a human. If it were Chen Fan, that would be understandable. After all, that man was an anomaly. But what was this soft, weak woman? Thus it had to kill this woman to restore its repeatedly bruised pride. And this was exactly what Chen Fan wanted to see. If the blood-sucking fox bat remained high in the air, Chen Fan would be powerless against it. Therefore, he had to find an opportunity to lure the annoying creature down. But he couldn't use himself as bait, as the blood-sucking fox bat had experienced his formidable strength and would not fall for it. Thus, Zhao Yu became the most suitable candidate. When she deflected the first attack of the blood-sucking fox bat, Chen Fan quickly retrieved a folding crossbow from his climbing bag and loaded the bolts with utmost speed. The leader of the goblin race observed Chen Fan's actions clearly, yet made no attempt to intervene, as the bolt could be aimed at the blood-sucking fox bat or himself. Hence it chose not to interfere. Chen Fan had naturally anticipated this, and was not worried that the goblin leader would disrupt his plans. As he readied the bolt and swiftly aimed, the claws of the blood-sucking fox bat were almost upon Zhao Yu, mere centimeters away from piercing her skull. At that moment, Chen Fan pulled the trigger in rapid succession, the powerful crossbow unleashing a howling wind, shooting towards the target with an almost imperceptible speed. The blood-sucking fox bat immediately sensed a wave of dread and coldness. The scent of death was spreading, prompting it to abandon Zhao Yu and flee in another direction. Though taken by surprise, the blood-sucking fox bat reacted swiftly, narrowly avoiding the bolt's trajectory. The rushing crossbow bolt grazed the bat's abdomen, leaving a dark gash on its belly. The immense shock prompted it to flee from the ground, immediately flapping its wings and flying into the sky. However, the second bolt also shot through the air. This time, Chen Fan aimed for the blood-sucking fox bat's head. As it ascended, the bat sensed the threat from above and instinctively retracted its wings, plummeting straight down. Yet following closely was the third bolt. The powerful bolt transformed into a shadow and accurately struck the blood-sucking fox bat's foot, the tremendous penetrating power tearing through its thick hide and nailing its entire foot to the ground. Screech. The intense pain caused it to howl, the high-frequency sound waves becoming tangible, deeply affecting every human's eardrum. The panicked crowd felt a throbbing pain in their ears, collectively clutching their heads and collapsing in groans. Even the goblins were impacted by the sound waves, scampering behind their leader. The slaughter of humans ceased, yet another massacre quietly unfolded. Chen Fan, at the cost of 3 bolts, had immobilized the blood-sucking fox bat, nailing its foot firmly to the ground. With this, the blood-sucking fox bat had completely lost its advantage in flight. Chen Fan once again gripped his long blade, his figure like lightning, swiftly closing the distance between them, raising the long blade above his head in a stance reminiscent of a mighty strike. The elongated blade emitted a brilliant arc of light as it unleashed a cascade of luminous flows, swiftly approaching the hideous face of the blood-sucking fox bat. The blood-sucking fox bat was entrenched in a deep roar, angrily spreading its wings. Its 2 wings stretched and contracted like iron plates, surprisingly covering its head. The immense force contained in the blade caused every bone in its body to emit the sound of cracking. Yet it managed to block the strike. Using its astonishingly tough body, the blood-sucking fox bat endured the blow. One must admit the defensive capabilities of a second-level beast were truly impressive. Chen Fan's long blade, capable of shattering refined iron, could not sever the blood-sucking fox bat's wings. In fact, even the handle of the blade nearly slipped from his grip, illustrating just how formidable this creature's defenses were. However, while the blood-sucking fox bat focused entirely on how to confront the strike from above, a finely crafted dagger silently approached its chest, the slender blade tip resembling a venomous snake effortlessly penetrating its thick hide. Blood sprayed forth, and a chilling sting spread from the heart, as if an electric current coursed through her entire body. At the moment the blade pierced through its heart, the blood-sucking fox bat finally felt fear. It trembled as if electrocuted, staring at Chen Fan with an incredulous gaze while Chen Fan gently twisted the hand gripping the hilt, allowing the dagger's edge to unleash continuous destruction. The defensive power of a second-tier beast is astonishing. If it weren't for the blood-sucking foxbat focusing all its energy on its flesh wings, Chen Fan could never have launched a surprise attack in that fleeting moment of its laxity. Moreover, even if struck in the heart, such resilient beasts wouldn't die so quickly. Thus, Chen Fan remained vigilant, his right hand still pressing down on the long blade. The terrifying force unleashed by the long blade pressed against the blood-sucking foxbat's flesh wings, preventing it from counterattacking. On the other hand, Chen Fan's left hand was crazily twirling the dagger, using the cold blade to shred the blood-sucking foxbat's heart. Finally, the blood-sucking foxbat collapsed. Its flesh wings became soft, and even the sheen on its claws dulled. In disbelief it fell, and at the brink of death it still desperately widened its grotesque eyes, fixing its gaze on this human. The limbs of the blood-sucking foxbat twitched, its body gradually turning cold, while Chen Fan expressionlessly sheathed the long blade and dagger, turning his cold gaze towards the stunned leader of the dwarf demons. That piercing gaze swept over the leader of the dwarf demons, instantly causing the latter to tremble all over, feeling a chilling terror. Without any hesitation, the leader of the dwarf demons let out a shriek, signaling a retreat. The other dwarf demons heard the command relayed by their leader, and despite their confusion had no choice but to abandon the food within reach, scattering in a panic. The retreating leader of the dwarf demons was already filled with overwhelming terror. Chen Fan could kill the blood-sucking foxbat, and naturally he could kill it as well. Although it couldn't imagine why an ordinary human would possess such formidable combat strength, the reality before its eyes forced it to believe. This human was truly terrifying. In terms of combat strength, the blood-sucking foxbat undoubtedly surpassed the leader of the dwarf demons. Its presence here was merely relying on the numerical advantage of its race. Under normal circumstances, there was a certain tacit understanding between the dwarf demons and the blood-sucking foxbats, coexisting and feeding without disturbing one another. However, Chen Fan's appearance undoubtedly shattered this situation. Although the blood-sucking foxbat was now dead, logically the leader of the dwarf demons should have been pleased at the absence of a powerful competitor. Yet it did not think so, for this mysterious being was just a human who should have been food on its dining table. As the dwarf demons scattered, the people who had been engulfed in despair and terror welcomed the dawn of a new life. However, the sight remained eerily quiet, with no one uttering a sound. They all gazed at Chen Fan with shock, as if appraising a monster. Not for any other reason, but because Chen Fan's performance was too striking and people regarded him as a hero. But wasn't this hero's expression a bit too cold? He had slain the monster and saved everyone, and it was only natural for him to walk towards the crowd to bask in their accolades and glory. However, Chen Fan did not do so. Under the uncertain gazes of the crowd, he furrowed his brows and approached the corpse of the blood-sucking foxbat, gently placing his fingers on the beast's tough hide, inching down as if searching for something. Chen Fan was indeed searching for something very important, the magic core of the blood-sucking foxbat. A magic core from a beast with combat strength reaching the second-tier standard was undoubtedly precious and could fetch a good price even in the apocalypse. Yet after meticulously searching, he felt disappointment, for there was no magic core within the body of this blood-sucking foxbat. However, Chen Fan was only disappointed for a brief moment before quickly letting it go. His luck had always been good, and during his previous actions he had already collected a quasi-second-tier magic core and a genuine third-tier magic core. But good luck could not follow him forever. Not every beast contained a magic core. Only some powerful and relatively special interdimensional creatures would crystallize such things within them. Clearly, this blood-sucking foxbat was merely an ordinary breed, so Chen Fan simply gave up on the search and shifted his gaze to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu had opened her desperate eyes. When she realized she was alive and completely unharmed, the overwhelming joy in her heart eclipsed everything. However, her gaze towards Chen Fan was anything but friendly. How clever Xiao Yu was. When Chen Fan deliberately approached her and attracted that monster from above, she guessed what he was thinking. That scoundrel, he actually used her as bait. So she rushed towards Chen Fan, and in front of so many onlookers raised her hand and slapped him hard. Of course, Xiao Yu could not hit Chen Fan, nor could she, as he simply jumped back, lightly dodging her furious slap. However, he frowned and said, "What are you doing?" "What am I doing? How dare you ask me what I'm doing? What do you mean by plotting against me?" Xiao Yu cast aside her usual charm and coldness, scolding like a shrew. Chen Fan was instead stunned by her ferocious expression. Coming to his senses, he calmly shook his head and smiled. "Think what you will. You can say whatever you like, but now we must find a place to hide. Come with me. You haven't given me an explanation." "Explanation? What explanation?" Chen Fan replied in a calm tone. "You're alive, perfectly unharmed. That is the best explanation. I don't have time to address your questions. Although I've killed this beast, soon this place will be overrun by other beasts. If you refuse to come with me, be prepared to face those beasts alone. You won't have a good ending, you scoundrel. Zhao Yu glared at him with filled hatred. If the situation weren't so dangerous, Chen Fan would have almost laughed at being called a scoundrel by a female thief. Just thinking about it made him find it amusing. However, he did not intend to waste too much time here. Seeing that Zhao Yu was still glaring with rage, he couldn't be bothered and turned to walk towards another building that was still under construction. Hey scoundrel, stop right there. Zhao Yu stomped her foot in anger. If looks could kill, Chen Fan would have been a sieve by now. Seeing that Chen Fan ignored her, Zhao Yu had no choice but to grit her teeth and chase after him with the fearful group of onlookers following behind. As the workers hadn't yet caught up, Zhao Yu hurriedly quickened her pace, rushing to Chen Fan's side and asking, aren't other monsters going to appear soon? Why don't we hide a bit further away? Chen Fan's response was straightforward, I need to find something. Zhao Yu immediately retorted, energy fire seed. Chen Fan nodded, appreciating Zhao Yu's clever mind. Zhao Yu asked again, then why did you leave the exhibition hall? Since your goal will appear sooner or later, why must we run around? Chen Fan helplessly said, did you see the corpse of that blood-sucking fox bat? Zhao Yu replied, of course, she saw it. Did you intentionally place it there? Chen Fan nodded again. You're very smart. The energy fire seed I am looking for is not at the construction site, but buried somewhere unknown. If I want to find the energy fire seed, I must find something to lead the way, and the corpse of the blood-sucking fox bat is the bait. Zhao Yu immediately understood Chen Fan's intention, nodding as she said, you use it to fish, which can lure out what you want to see. You're right. Chen Fan did not hide his admiration for Zhao Yu. This woman was not only highly talented, but also smart enough to make cooperation easy. Zhao Yu did not care about the admiration reflected in Chen Fan's eyes, and continued to inquire, what exactly is this thing that is worth your effort? Is your greatness also due to the energy fire seed? Chen Fan replied honestly, although the energy fire seed significantly enhances my abilities, there are other reasons for my strength. You don't need to be so surprised, one day you will be like me. Me? Zhao Yu pointed at herself in shock, about to say something, when Chen Fan grasped her wrist, pressing her finger against her chest. Zhao Yu immediately struggled in embarrassment and anger, shouting, what are you doing? Chen Fan said seriously, don't misunderstand, I just want to remind you of something. Your wound has healed, touch it, can you still feel anything? Really? It doesn't hurt anymore. Zhao Yu looked down at her wound in surprise, then exclaimed, why has my wound healed so quickly? Chen Fan added, not only has your wound healed quickly, but your speed, strength, and reflexes have also improved significantly. In the past, you would not have been able to dodge the attack of the blood-sucking fox bat, yet you managed to do so just now. What is the reason? Activate that not-so-dull brain of yours and think. I believe you will gain some insights. After saying this, Chen Fan released Zhao Yu's hand and quickly walked into one of the rooms. Zhao Yu lowered her head in contemplation for a while, but soon the group of workers who lagged behind rushed into the corridor, forcing Zhao Yu to quickly shake them off and follow Chen Fan's footsteps. Chen Fan did not walk far. He found a lookout tower on the second floor that was convenient for observation, less than 100 meters away from the corpse of the blood-sucking fox bat. He then chose a comfortable position, squatted down, and took out 2 bags of compressed biscuits from his backpack. One bag was kept for himself, while the other was tossed to Zhao Yu. Since there was no water source nearby, they could only eat the biscuits in small bites, savoring them. While they enjoyed this brief moment of tranquility, those who had rushed into the building also found Chen Fan. Soon the small room of less than 30 square meters was packed with people. Chen Fan chose to ignore these pesky individuals as long as they did not disturb him. However, these people did not think the same way. They had witnessed Chen Fan's abilities and realized that only by staying close to this seemingly invincible guy could they ensure their safety. Thus, they unconsciously moved closer to Chen Fan. When the crowd was less than 2 meters away from him, Chen Fan suddenly turned around and said, the last 2 meters is my bottom line. Anyone who dares to come closer will be thrown off the balcony. Someone whispered, we don't want a crowd with you, but it's too small here. Can we move a bit to the side? Chen Fan replied lightly, if you find it crowded, you can look for another place to hide. This place was occupied by me first, and it belongs to me until I leave. How to allocate resources reasonably would soon become a major problem, troubling humanity in the apocalypse. Resources are limited, and when the total demand of humanity exceeds the reserves, various conflicts will erupt, leading to slaughter and war. Of course, the strong do not need to consider this problem, as power represents authority, and all resources will soon be distributed by the strong. As the strongest human here, Chen Fan's words are the truth. Naturally, such words would provoke dissatisfaction from some, including the stout Zhang Guofu from the demolition office. He was one of the most powerful individuals in the area and was accustomed to displaying an arrogant demeanor at all times. When Chen Fan verbally warned others not to get too close, Zhang Guofu squeezed through the crowd and deliberately raised his belt, saying, Little comrade, don't be so unkind. You're not like the workers on the construction site. Where did you come from? How has this place become yours? Zhang Guofu certainly would not stand up for the other workers. He only wanted a spacious place to hide. After all, living a life of luxury over the years had made him quite plump, and squeezing into the same room with these stinky workers was something he was not accustomed to. Chen Fan was too lazy to pay attention, swallowing the last piece of biscuit. Zhang Guofu's face turned dark. Although he was wary of the power Chen Fan displayed in the 21st century, no matter how strong the muscles, it meant nothing. In his eyes, Chen Fan was just a brute relying on strength. And Zhang Guofu was an official aside from officials larger than himself. Who else could he fear? So he immediately put on an imposing expression, saying, I haven't even asked how you got in here, and you dare to ignore me. Do you think this is your territory? While Zhang Guofu was speaking, he reached out to grab Chen Fan's shoulder, trying to lift this ungrateful guy. But before his hand could touch Chen Fan's shoulder, his fat body was the first to fly out. No one saw how Chen Fan made his move. All they heard was a scream as Zhang Guofu was sent flying, crashing into a cluster of people hiding behind him. Li Rui's expression changed. This construction site was contracted by the Li family, and naturally he stood up. But before he could say anything, he felt a piercing cold glare. Chen Fan, he did not know when, had drawn his knife and placed the tip against Li Rui's trembling forehead. Li Rui's face instantly drained of color. He had not even glimpsed Chen Fan's movement before the icy blade pressed against his body, swift as a bolt of lightning, sending his very soul reeling in terror. You wretch! How dare you kick me? After collapsing, Zhang Guofu groaned weakly several times before being helped upright by others. Though Chen Fan's kick had not been delivered with full force, the long-indulged official was utterly unprepared for such brutality. Bowing to pride, Zhang Guofu forced himself to stand. He reasoned that Chen Fan had dared strike him only because he had failed to assert his authority clearly enough, that this youth simply did not know who he was. Pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Fan's nose, he bellowed, How dare you lay hands on me? Do you have any idea who I am? I'm a high-ranking official in the municipal government. In one fluid, lethal motion, the long blade swept from Li Rui's brow to rest against Zhang Guofu's throat. Its razor-sharp tip parted the skin, shallow yet enough to draw blood that welled slowly, accompanied by a numbing sting that made Zhang Guofu's entire body jerk involuntarily. You'd actually kill me. I possess little patience, and an even shorter temper, Chen Fan declared, his gaze cold and unblinking upon them all. So do not test my limits. I said this room is mine. It is mine. Anyone who dares protest will be silenced, permanently. I understand. Zhang Guofu finally grasped the truth. This man cared nothing for titles or rank. His forehead broke out in clammy greenish sweat as he bobbed his head frantically. Only then did Chen Fan lower the blade. The instant its edge withdrew, Zhang Guofu crumpled to the floor, and a pungent stench of urine flooded the air. He had voided himself in sheer abject terror. Chen Fan had no interest in his adversary's humiliation. He returned to Zhao Yu's side and closed his eyes, settling into quiet repose, while Li Rui and the others, too frightened to breathe loudly, instinctively shuffled backward. An oppressive silence settled over the scene, lasting nearly half an hour, until suddenly Chen Fan's eyes snapped open. He sprang upright, pressing himself flat against the outer wall, exposing only one eye as he fixed his gaze, grave and unwavering, upon the corpse of the blood-sucking fox bat. It had arrived. At last. Thick mist coalesced rapidly, swallowing the construction site whole, so dense and viscous that visibility shrank to zero. From within its swirling folds emanated the unmistakable aura of a ferocious beast, making Chen Fan's entire frame tremble. The aura itself was not overwhelmingly dangerous, yet his body betrayed him, quaking uncontrollably, not from fear, but from exhilaration. Within that mist lay what he had sought for so long, the gold-devouring beast. The gold-devouring beast stood apart, even among alien creatures, a true anomaly. Armored in heavy, resilient hide and built for raw, devastating power, it was a colossal aberration of nature. Legends claimed mature specimens could reach 7 or 8 meters in length. When standing upright, they towered over 3-story buildings. The beast Chen Fan now awaited, however, had not yet attained that monstrous scale, though it was far from small. Obscured by the fog, its full form remained veiled, but its silhouette emerged clearly, roughly 4 meters long. Its scales gleamed with a metallic luster amid the mist, its massive frame exuded weight and the unyielding hardness of forged steel. As sight narrowed, the creature resolved into a gigantic reptilian form. Elongated pointed snout, immense, thickly muscled tail, ending in a fleshy mace-like growth studded with jagged venomous spines. From what Chen Fan knew, this specimen was still subadult, yet its thick, bulging body stretched well beyond 4 meters. Crocodilian in build, it bore rows of serrated bone spines along its back, identical to those on its tail, and wore obsidian black armor that reflected light with a harsh, piercing glare. This was precisely the creature he had yearned to encounter. Heavens, why is it so large? Zhao Yu stood frozen, her earlier dread of the fox bat still raw, only to be eclipsed instantly by this far larger, more terrifying entity. She clamped both hands over her mouth, tears already glistening in her wide, horrified eyes. Others huddled inside the building were equally stunned, paralyzed limbs trembling, collapsing helplessly to the floor beneath the sheer, mountainous presence of the beast. Don't be afraid. I'll handle this myself. You stay here. Chen Fan kept his gaze locked on the Leviathan, yet sensed Zhao Yu's trembling from the corner of his eye. Softly he added, though it appears enormous, this is merely a subadult. I can still contend with it. Fully grown gold-devouring beasts may tower as high as an entire building that I could not face. So, this is the fish you meant to lure? Zhao Yu whispered, her voice trembling with disbelief. Precisely, Chen Fan replied calmly. It was drawn here by the scent of second-tier beast blood. Unlike most beasts, the gold-devouring beast is neither savage nor predatory. It is herbivorous. So long as you do not provoke it, it poses no threat. There are herbivorous monsters. Zhao Yu asked, torn between weeping and bewildered laughter. Chen Fan nodded. Indeed, the ecology of this otherworld mirrors Earth's almost exactly, maintaining rich biodiversity. If there exist ferocious carnivorous beasts, then gentle plant-eating ones must also evolve. Still, one must never underestimate the gold-devouring beast's danger, even as a herbivore. In a frenzy, it would surpass the blood-sucking foxbat in both lethality and destructive might. Even its dorsal spines alone would warn any sane observer this creature is not to be trifled with. Zhao Yu's face crumpled near tears. But if it's herbivorous, why was it drawn to the foxbat's corpse? Chen Fan realized he had neglected to explain this. Unlike most beasts, the gold-devouring beast is a burrowing creature, reclusive, seldom emerging from its subterranean lairs. Even in the apocalypse, few humans had ever laid eyes upon it. Only one thing draws it forth: the presence of abundant treasures. It hoards valuables obsessively, dubbed the collector of the otherworld, and possesses an uncanny ability to unearth buried artifacts no matter how deeply concealed. That was why it appeared at the construction site, to seek treasure. And the blood-sucking foxbat's corpse, that was Chen Fan's carefully placed bait, the treasure meant to lure it forth. Chen Fan had been waiting for the appearance of the gold-devouring beast. Initially, he planned to disguise himself in a more populated area and reveal himself when the beast passed by. Unfortunately, what Chen Fan encountered was not the gold-devouring beast, but rather a chaotic battle. It was only after he used the corpse of a blood-sucking foxbat as bait that he finally attracted the massive creature. Soon the gold-devouring beast emerged cautiously from the thick fog drawn by the scent and approached the corpse of the blood-sucking foxbat. Instead of immediately touching the corpse, it carefully surveyed its surroundings, on guard against any potential dangers. However, it soon relaxed, as there was nothing in the construction site that posed a threat to it. Although it sensed that several humans were hiding in another building, their small size meant they were not dangerous. Ignoring the humans hiding in the building, it quickly approached the remains and extended its long snout to investigate the corpse of the blood-sucking foxbat. The gold-devouring beast had no interest in killing. What it truly sought was the magic core within the blood-sucking foxbat. Unfortunately, Chen Fan had already checked the corpse and found no trace of the magic core. Disappointed by the absence of the magic core, the gold-devouring beast shook its massive head, letting out a series of deep, guttural roars of frustration before turning its gigantic body to leave the bloody scene. It's leaving. Zhao Yu had been crouching beside Chen Fan and immediately whispered a warning to him as the gold-devouring beast swung its massive head away. Chen Fan also noticed the beast's movement and turned to Zhao Yu, saying, "That creature's lair is my destination, but it might be dangerous. Let's follow it." "I really don't want to go." Zhao Yu hesitated, asking quietly. Chen Fan shot her a cold glance, his intent clear without a word. Zhao Yu had no choice but to comply. All right. Although she internally resisted, she dared not defy Chen Fan's will and reluctantly climbed up to the balcony with him. However, before Chen Fan could climb over the balcony, an angry roar suddenly erupted from the fog. "Ah, monster, I will kill you." Following the roar, a stumbling figure suddenly dashed out from the exhibition hall, wielding a large knife that seemed to have been found from somewhere, comically charging at the massive beast. Chen Fan recognized the person as another employee named He Long, who had attended to him earlier. This reckless individual. Seeing this, Chen Fan immediately furrowed his brows deeply. In fact, this person would have been fine had he stayed hidden in the corner, but he chose the most irrational path. If He Long angered the gold-devouring beast, it would certainly disrupt Chen Fan's plans. Damn it. Chen Fan cursed inwardly, immediately flipping over the balcony and leaping down with the fastest speed possible. Zhao Yu, noticing the situation had changed, did not immediately follow Chen Fan down, but instead hid back again. Ignoring her cleverness, Chen Fan landed on the ground and saw the reckless individual rushing towards the gold-devouring beast, shouting, "What are you doing? Do not attack it. Ah, I will kill you, kill you." Hilong, in a state of panic, had no time to care about what Chen Fan was shouting. His eyes red with fury, Hilong charged in front of the gold-devouring beast, raising the sharp knife in his hand and swinging it violently at the beast's thick thigh. With a crunch, the knife tip struck the beast's sturdy hide, creating a shower of sparks. The gold-devouring beast possessed an incredibly strong defense capable of ignoring the claws of most beasts of its level. It would certainly not be injured by a weak human. Instead, as Hilong exerted all his strength while attacking, the knife blade struck the beast's hide, causing an overwhelming recoil that made him lose grip of the handle and fall to the ground. The gold-devouring beast sensed the abnormality beneath its feet and immediately lowered its massive head, looking at the clown attacking it with eyes as large as basins. It had not yet become angry, merely surprised that such a tiny creature would dare to attack it, momentarily taken aback. Hilong was also thrown back, scrambling to get up, his eyes wide as he stared intensely at the monster before him. The gold-devouring beast had no intention of attacking Hilong. An elephant would never easily attack an ant. Hilong was simply too small, and the beast did not enjoy eating meat. But the irrational Hilong did not think so. When the gold-devouring beast lowered its massive head, Hilong's first reaction was that it intended to eat him. "Damn it! Even if I am to be eaten, I will first break your teeth." Misunderstanding the situation, Hilong summoned great courage, quickly grabbing the sharp knife that had fallen to the ground and thrusting it toward the gold-devouring beast's eye. However, he was not tall enough to reach the beast's eye, and after several futile attempts to slash at it, he jumped around like a ridiculous clown. The gold-devouring beast stared at Hilong with its enormous eyes for about 10 seconds, realizing that he posed no real threat. It lazily shrugged its neck, exhaling a puff of white mist from its nostrils, and then turned its gaze elsewhere. But Hilong did something even more foolish. Realizing he could not reach the gold-devouring beast's eyes, he resolutely decided to throw the knife with all his might. Since the gold-devouring beast did not perceive him as a threat, it did not dodge at first. The spinning knife struck true, hitting the beast's eye. This time he had truly stirred up trouble. Although the gold-devouring beast's hide was thick enough to ignore ordinary human attacks, its eyes were still the most vulnerable part. When the knife tip struck its eye, it instantly left a bloody mark. The piercing pain from its eye finally stimulated the monster's nerves. Roaring. The intense pain caused the gold-devouring beast to let out a frenzied roar, shaking the ground as if a mountain were crumbling. Chen Fan, who had not yet run halfway, suddenly changed his expression and immediately turned to flee towards the building behind him. That roar signified that the gold-devouring beast had been thoroughly enraged, and the ensuing situation would likely be troublesome. "Huh, damned monster, so you can be hurt too. Huh." Hilong, covered in blood, laughed maniacally. Excited, he jumped up, continuing to pick up stones from the ground to relentlessly attack the massive creature. The gold-devouring beast's eyes turned increasingly crimson, a thick mist escaping from its nostrils, suddenly lowering its fierce, beastly head and charging at this human. Chen Fan certainly did not want to pay for the foolishness of others. Even with his current combat prowess, dealing with a gold-eating beast was no easy task, so he instinctively thought of fleeing to avoid being targeted by this enraged monster. However, he had barely run a short distance when he suddenly felt a fierce wind rushing over him. Chen Fan instinctively stopped, looking up to see a figure flying through the air, soaring right above his head, before crashing heavily into the green belt in front of the building. It was Hilong. The furious gold-eating beast easily knocked Hilong away, but it seemed unsatisfied with that, as it quickly turned its head, locking its blood-red gaze firmly on Chen Fan. A strong killing intent began to spread. Chen Fan's worst fears had finally come true. Feeling the intense, murderous gaze of the gold-eating beast, even Chen Fan couldn't help but curse. The series of unexpected events not only ruined his plans, but also left him feeling extremely suffocated. The gold-eating beast had already swung its heavy head and charged at him, its massive foot crashing down, creating a deep pit in the ground accompanied by a booming sound like a drum. This is bad. A sense of crisis suddenly struck, and Chen Fan immediately turned and ran in another direction. The gold-eating beast clearly did not intend to let its target escape easily, as it expelled a long red tongue from its panting mouth, the scarlet appendage shooting towards Chen Fan like a sword, quickly locking onto his path of escape. Chen Fan realized he could no longer run. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't outrun such a massive beast. With this thought, he stopped in his tracks, quickly adjusting his breathing, just as the gold-eating beast's tongue lunged at him, wrapping around his waist and lifting him off the ground. Then the gold-eating beast swung its incredibly large head, smashing Chen Fan's body against a wall. No flesh-and-blood body could withstand such a violent impact, but fortunately Chen Fan was not without the ability to fight back. In that instant of weightlessness, his long knife also sprang into action, its sharp blade slicing diagonally to sever the tongue, and his freed body plummeted straight down. The excruciating pain made the gold-eating beast even more frenzied. Before Chen Fan's feet could touch the ground, he felt a shadow loom overhead. Without needing to look up, he knew what it was. In a moment of danger, he immediately rolled on the ground and swiftly moved 2 meters to the side. Clang! The massive paw of the gold-eating beast descended with the force of a landslide, crashing down and sending a thunderous sound reverberating around. The entire ground shook 3 times, and Chen Fan's body, pressed against the ground, was launched half a foot into the air. Damn it, can it just calm down for a moment? Chen Fan braced himself in midair, firmly anchoring his feet to the ground, drawing his knife back and suddenly swinging it upwards. The narrow blade erupted with surging murderous energy, crashing violently against the gold-eating beast's head. The blade cut through the beast's thick hide, but got stuck against its head as hard as diamond. A tremendous impact surged along the blade, and without any doubt Chen Fan was sent flying high into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. As his back hit the ground, Chen Fan felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, as if his very bones were about to shatter. Yet he dared not hesitate for a moment. Ignoring the overwhelming agony coursing through him, he quickly sprang back to his feet. The gold-eating beast's assaults were relentless, and as Chen Fan leaped from the ground, its massive head was already mere inches away. With the long knife still lodged in the beast's forehead, the excruciating pain ignited the creature's already frenzied heart. Its bloodthirsty instincts were awakened, and its large eyes, bloodshot and filled with hatred, seemed capable of igniting the entire sky. Chen Fan leapt 2 meters high while the gold-eating beast's massive head crashed to the ground like a bulldozer, sending debris flying in all directions like raindrops. In midair, Chen Fan raised his legs high, landing perfectly on the beast's elongated jaw, pushing off to jump half a meter higher, seizing the handle of his long knife with all his might. Whoosh! The forcibly extracted long knife drew a copious amount of blood, causing the enormous body of the gold-eating beast to convulse in pain. It wildly thrashed its fierce head, trying to shake Chen Fan off. Chen Fan took the opportunity to cling to the top of the gold-eating beast's head, gripping the raised scales, as if he were stuck like a piece of toffee, refusing to be thrown off regardless of how the beast rolled and roared. The gold-eating beast was not adept at killing and lacked strong combat instincts, so when Chen Fan attached himself to its forehead, it was utterly helpless against him. Of course, a creature of such massive size could easily crush a person with just a toe. Chen Fan dared not let his guard down, using his agile body to dart around on the gold-eating beast's head to avoid being thrown to the ground. After a stalemate of about 2 minutes, the gold-eating beast seemed to tire, resting its massive head on the ground, while continuously exhaling white gas, temporarily stopping its frantic movements. Chen Fan, too exhausted, quickly crawled up to sit on the gold-eating beast's head to avoid slipping into its mouth. Though the gold-eating beast had paused its wild actions, Chen Fan did not dare to let his guard down. Even the gentlest of beasts had undergone brutal trials in the other world, and these monsters were not as easy to deal with as one might imagine. A moment's carelessness could lead to devastating consequences. Meanwhile, the onlookers hiding in another building were completely petrified by the scene, nervously watching the confrontation between man and beast, afraid to breathe too loudly. For these individuals, the enormous gold-eating beast was terrifying beyond measure, its imposing presence far surpassing that of the blood-sucking fox bat. The fact that Chen Fan could hold his ground against it was nothing short of a miracle. However, although the gold-eating beast seemed subdued by Chen Fan, he did not dare to jump off its head, so they did not dare to move carelessly, fearing an unexpected turn of events. Sure enough, the unexpected happened. The seemingly exhausted gold-eating beast suddenly turned its bloodshot eyes, locking its gaze onto the spot where the humans were hiding. The overwhelming presence of human sense irritated it, and with a thunderous roar, it suddenly reared up on its hind legs, swinging its tail like a meteor hammer smashing into the building's wall. Boom! The tremendous force crashed into the wall, sending large cracks radiating from the point of impact. Countless bricks and debris flew, and numerous cracks as thick as a wrist rapidly spread outward. After a brief silence, a collective roar and scream erupted as everyone feared being caught in the chaos, frantically rushing towards the exit. Undoubtedly, the golden devouring beast's destructive power in its rage was staggering. Sensing its frenzied assault, Chen Fan cursed sharply, "Damn it!" then raised his long blade high above his head and brought it down with crushing force upon the beast's skull. Chen Fan had never intended to slay this golden devouring beast. He needed it alive to lead him to the hidden location of the energy ember. Yet Heilong's reckless act had shattered his plan entirely. Enraged, the beast resolved to slaughter everyone present, and would not retreat to its cave until its vengeance was complete. If the chaos escalated further, it would inevitably draw the attention of other ferocious beasts. Then Chen Fan would face far more than a single monstrous adversary. To preserve his own life, he had no choice but to eliminate the golden devouring beast immediately. The golden devouring beast's sheer size rendered it nearly impervious. Even Chen Fan's razor-sharp iron-slicing blade could not cleave through its skull in mere moments. Wounded, the beast only grew more savage. It lashed its elongated tail again and again, hammering the bony spined tumor at its tip into the building's walls. Once, twice, thrice. Under relentless impact, the building's facade fractured entirely. Crumbling bricks, tiles, and dust exploded into view while panicked screams erupted from every corner. The developer had cut corners during construction using substandard cement and rebar, materials utterly incapable of withstanding such violent assault. Li Rui knew this all too well. His own father had overseen that very project. Without hesitation, he surged forward, desperate to flee the collapsing structure before it was too late. But before the group could descend even one floor, the building's main structural frame began to disintegrate. Inferior rebar and concrete gave way en masse. Even the ceiling collapsed in colossal slabs. One after another, people were struck by falling debris, shrieking as they crumpled beneath cascading mortar and rubble. Within less than 2 minutes, 4 or 5 laborers lay crushed beneath the wreckage. Screams and wails filled the air. In that crucible of life and death, every survivor pushed their limits to the absolute brink. Li Rui sprinted faster than any other, leaving the rest far behind. Yet just as he neared the exit, a series of sharp, splintering cracks erupted overhead. The load-bearing pillar at the building's entrance shattered, and a torrent of concrete and brick rained down like hail, sealing the exit completely. Li Rui's face paled. He whirled around and bolted toward another exit. 10 odd workers jammed into the narrow stairwell, shoving and trampling each other in blind panic. Li Rui shoved relentlessly backward, shouting, "Don't crowd. Front's collapsing. Fall back now." Boom. The instant his words ended, the staircase behind him collapsed with a thunderous roar. Clutching the stairwell railing for dear life, Li Rui screamed, "Upward, run. This side's giving way." Oh! The sight froze the others mid-rush, their scalps prickling with terror. They scrambled backward in renewed frenzy. Zhao Yu, who had been trailing the group, now turned her gaze toward the corridor balcony and sprinted toward it without hesitation. The building teetered on the edge of total collapse while the golden devouring beast continued its brutal assault against the outer walls. A choking storm of pulverized brick and tile swirled through the stairwells. To remain inside was to court live burial at any moment. Zhao Yu abandoned the chaotic stampede. She dashed to the balcony, vaulted over its railing, and leapt. A 3-4-meter drop posed no fatal risk, especially for someone slight and agile like her. Rolling upon impact absorbed the shock. Only a scraped arm marked her descent. Li Rui witnessed Zhao Yu's leap and immediately roared to those behind him, "Look." She jumped from the balcony. Jump too. Crash. He lunged toward the balcony himself, and the remaining 10 laborers followed in wild, desperate pursuit, hurling themselves over the railing one after another. Unlike Zhao Yu, their landings were anything but graceful. Though the height alone wasn't lethal, the sheer number jumping simultaneously overwhelmed the space below. The second wave crashed onto the first, sending bodies tumbling together in a groaning, tangled heap. Li Rui found himself pinned beneath a laborer who had landed squarely on his neck. Before he could even shout in fury, the building tilted violently toward them. Dust, plaster, and brick fragments boiled in the air around him. Stunned, he fought free of the crushing weight and scrambled, limb over limb, toward open ground. Close behind him came Zhang Guofu, head of the demolition office. By sheer luck, or perhaps cosmic irony, this portly man escaped serious injury. His massive frame should have left him paralyzed, yet fate provided a sacrificial cushion. He landed squarely atop another worker's waist, inflicting grievous internal trauma, but emerging unscathed, even outpacing Li Rui in his frantic flight. Boom. They had barely fled a short distance when the entire building imploded. Only half the laborers survived. The rest were reduced to crimson pulp beneath the collapsing walls. Some stood mere steps from salvation, yet still met their end buried alive beneath tons of rubble. Some whispered silent thanks, others closed their eyes, forever hearts choked with fury and despair. But the horror was far from over. Those who escaped now stood exposed beneath the golden devouring beast's bloodshot gaze. Its massive head swung sharply, locking onto the fleeing figures, before it reared back and unleashed a deafening bestial roar. Bleeding profusely, the beast charged the crowd, its colossal feet stomping mercilessly, crushing one laborer who failed to dodge into a shapeless, gory smear. Chen Fan could only grimace in frustration. He had never foreseen matters spiraling so catastrophically. With renewed ferocity, he hacked again and again at the beast's skull, while the maddened creature, now a rampaging tempest, trampled indiscriminately. Victims vanished beneath its hooves without even a cry, flattened into viscous red paste. The acrid stench of blood saturated the air. Fleeing in all directions, the survivors scattered like startled birds. Zhao Yu, having leapt first, had outrun them all, intending to vanish into some secluded spot. Yet within 50 meters of vast shadow suddenly swallowed her. She spun in terror, and found the golden devouring beast looming behind her, its twin orbs, larger than bronze bells, fixed upon her with murderous, death-drenched intensity. Ah! In utter despair, Zhao Yu let loose a piercing, soul-rending scream, her legs buckling as she collapsed to the ground. The beast granted no reprieve. It lifted one colossal foot and brought it down, aimed squarely at the helpless woman. Zhao Yu was certain she would die. In that final suspended second before annihilation, memory flooded her mind. Her wretched childhood nights, spent homeless on rain-licked streets, the cruel beatings and humiliations inflicted by street thugs. With quiet, sorrowful resignation, she shut her eyes. Yet the crushing blow never fell. The moment her eyelids fluttered closed, a thunderous crash shook the earth, and the towering behemoth toppled, trembling the ground beneath her. Dazed, she opened her eyes, and saw the monstrous Leviathan lying motionless. Standing atop its fallen skull was Chen Fan, drenched in blood. In his grip gleamed the same frost-edged long blade, its surface mirror-smooth, unsullied by even a single drop of gore. Did you kill it? Only by truly understanding the meaning of death can one appreciate how precious life is. Zhao Yu, lying on the ground, shed tears, her body trembling with the joy of rebirth. She attempted to rise several times, but her limbs were already weak with fear, refusing to obey her commands. Chen Fan jumped down from the head of the golden-eating beast, lightly landing on his feet. He stood beside Zhao Yu, placed his hand gently on her wrist, and with a slight tug, she stood up, still looking at him in disbelief, asking how he managed to do it. Chen Fan replied nonchalantly, "While the golden-eating beast's defensive capabilities are astonishing, I am not to be underestimated. After striking it so many times, it will naturally die." The reality was far from as easy as Chen Fan described. Although the golden-eating beast was not adept at killing, its massive body and thick armor granted it a defense far superior to other beasts of the same level. If it weren't for the sharp blade he wielded, capable of cutting through iron, he would never have been able to deal fatal damage to it. Of course, weapons are also a part of strength. The death of the golden-eating beast was not in vain. When this colossal creature fell, it signaled a temporary end to the slaughter on the construction site. The survivors gathered again, looking at Chen Fan with uncertainty. However, Chen Fan was too preoccupied to pay attention to them, and quickly circled around to the beast's abdomen, gazing at its round belly, lost in thought. Zhao Yu cautiously tugged at Chen Fan, asking what he was thinking about. Chen Fan pointed at the bulging belly of the golden-eating beast and said, "This creature is a bit abnormal. Generally speaking, golden-eating beasts are known for their mild temperaments. They wouldn't be so explosive unless they sensed a significant threat." Zhao Yu was at a loss for words, thinking to herself, what time is it now? How can Chen Fan still focus on studying a monster's behavioral traits? Of course, this was because Chen Fan himself was an oddity. To most normal people, he was a monster with an extremely cold and aloof personality. Soon, while quietly observing the golden-eating beast, Chen Fan made a new discovery. Suddenly, he stood the long knife upright and struck fiercely at the beast's heavy hide. This strike was enough to break gold and shatter jade, yet it could not easily breach the scales on the monster's belly. Chen Fan had no choice but to continue swinging the knife, repeatedly striking the same spot, gradually widening the wound. Zhao Yu was bewildered and asked Chen Fan what he was doing, wondering if he was venting his frustration. Chen Fan had not become bored to that extent. He shook his head and said, "I suspect there is something I want inside its belly. I want to cut it open and take a look." Zhao Yu had recovered from her initial terror, and hearing this widened her mouth in curiosity, asking, "What does a bulging belly have to do with anything? It could either be too full, or perhaps this beast is female and pregnant." Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle, smiling as he shook his head, saying, "You guessed wrong. Although the golden-eating beast is viviparous, it does not have the ability to reproduce." At this point, Chen Fan suddenly paused, unintentionally glancing at Zhao Yu's lower abdomen, his eyes shifting as if lost in thought. Zhao Yu did not notice the peculiarity in Chen Fan's gaze and continued to question, "No reproductive ability. Then how do these monsters come into existence?" This was a rather complex question. Chen Fan did not intend to explain it to Zhao Yu at that moment. He turned around and waved to the few survivors standing on the periphery, saying, "Come here." The survivors exchanged glances, confused about what this indifferent man wanted them for. However, Chen Fan's previous performance had been too terrifying, and they dared not disobey his command, lowering their heads and approaching. When the monster appeared, it easily took the lives of these ordinary humans, yet Chen Fan was able to kill 2 man-eating monsters in one fell swoop. This behavior had already left an indelible impact on everyone's minds. Li Rui was the first to run in front of Chen Fan, smiling awkwardly, and asked, "Friend, what do you want us for?" Chen Fan coldly glanced at the suspicious group, silently pointing at the fallen golden-eating beast behind him, and said in an authoritative tone, "You will help me cut open its belly, but be careful not to harm anything inside it." Li Rue was taken aback and instinctively asked, "What do we need to cut open its belly for?" Chen Fan coldly replied, "Don't ask what you shouldn't. In the apocalypse, the strong have the right to command the weak to do anything for them, and the weak can only obey." Although Chen Fan was not someone who enjoyed bullying the weak, he was exhausted. Killing the golden-eating beast had nearly depleted 80 of his strength, and he had no energy left to waste. He urgently needed to regain his strength to avoid becoming prey for other beasts, so he had to let others do this small task. Of course, Chen Fan did not believe there was anything wrong with his arrangement. Without him, how could these people possibly survive in front of the enraged golden-eating beast? By killing the golden-eating beast, Chen Fan had also saved these people, so it was only natural for him to assign them tasks. However, some did not share this sentiment. The first to voice his opposition was Zhang Guofu, who said, "On what grounds do you assign us tasks? We are not your subordinates." This middle-aged leader, who was quite portly, was used to pointing fingers at others and never thought that he would be the one to be ordered around. Naturally, he was dissatisfied. In the face of his noncompliance, Chen Fan said nothing. He simply raised his hand and delivered a crisp slap, quick and decisive. The slap knocked Zhang Guofu directly to the ground, his head buzzing for a long time. 5 crimson handprints appeared on his greasy face, but his eyes were filled with intense fear. Chen Fan pointed at him and said, "You can choose not to cooperate, but if there's another beast attack next time, I will not intervene again. Do you think you are safe now?" Zhao Guofu, as expected from someone who had navigated the bureaucratic world, quickly grasped his situation after a few moments of contemplation. He hurriedly changed his expression, saying, I was just joking, please don't take it to heart. Hurry up and get to work." Chen Fan shot him a cold glance, surveyed the surroundings, and then said in a chilling tone, "If anyone is unwilling to follow my orders, they can leave right now. However, if something happens after you step out of this construction site, do not expect me to help you. Don't look at me with that defiant expression unless you don't want your eyes anymore." A threat, a naked threat. Yet nobody dared to resist, especially when they locked eyes with Chen Fan. They all felt the cold and cruel killing intent in his gaze, which was sharper than any knife. Even a brief moment of contact sent shivers down their spines. Li Rue was the first to comply. This kid was sharp and knew the situation, picking up a piece of iron from the roadside and starting to dig into the beast's belly. The others followed suit, and seeing that they had begun to act according to his orders, Chen Fan finally found a place to sit down, taking several deep breaths. Zhao Yu silently followed behind Chen Fan, unable to help but cast him an admiring glance, saying, "You are truly impressive. You made them submit with just a few words." Chen Fan silently glanced at Zhao Yu, then picked up a shovel from the ground and coldly shoved it into her hands, saying, "You go to work with them." "You." Zhao Yu clenched her lips tightly, biting until blood nearly welled at the corners of her mouth, only to be met with Chen Fan's cold, impassive gaze. "I'll say it once, go now. You wretched man." Zhao Yu seethed as if she could devour Chen Fan whole in a single bite. She had never encountered anyone so utterly devoid of chivalry or tenderness, so heartlessly cruel that he barely seemed human. Of course, had she glimpsed the truth within Chen Fan's heart, fury would have been the last thing on her mind. Chen Fan dismissed Zhao Yu to secure a moment of quiet solitude. Then, closing his eyes, he settled into measured breaths, refining the primordial energy drawn from the air. Nanoscale energy particles fused into his bloodstream, releasing their full potential before transforming entirely into usable vitality, which was then stored deep within his cellular matrix. The first evolutionary leap demanded an immense reservoir of energy. Relying solely on natural absorption would require at least 3 months, a luxury he did not possess. By then, the apocalypse would long have descended. His current strength was woefully inadequate against such overwhelming peril, not to mention safeguarding others. Thus, he had no choice but to complete this initial evolution before the cataclysm arrived, at the very least securing the ability to survive. Half an hour later, Chen Fan opened his eyes, having sensed an extraordinarily potent surge of energy, far more intense and alluring than ambient primordial energy. His gaze snapped instantly to the belly of the metal-devouring beast, eyes blazing with fervor. Yes, it was unmistakably the aura of energy embers. To think the beast had concealed them within its gut. Fortune had smiled upon him without effort. With enough embers, Chen Fan was certain he could accelerate his evolution dramatically. His gaze burned with uncontainable intensity as he strode forward, drawn irresistibly toward the beast's colossal abdomen. Li Rue, Zhang Guofu, and the others were laboring with construction site shovels and shards of broken glass, attempting to slit open the monster's belly. Though they had labored for hours, the creature's armored hide proved unervingly resilient. Brute force alone yielded little progress. They had already carved a deep fissure into the beast's abdomen, nearly breaching it entirely. It was precisely this near penetration that allowed Chen Fan to detect the faint pulsing resonance of the energy embers. "Step aside, I'll finish this." Blade-drawn Chen Fan swiftly shouldered through the crowd. Li Rui and the rest, drenched in sweat and exhausted, welcomed his words with relief, and promptly dropped their tools, retreating to the periphery. Chen Fan took several deep breaths, raised his long sword vertically, and locked his gaze onto the exposed abdominal cavity. In one fluid, sweeping horizontal slash, he rent open a gory crimson wound across the beast's belly. Earlier drained of strength, he had entrusted this critical task to others. Now, after half an hour's recuperation, his stamina had largely returned, and this strike cleaved effortlessly through the beast's abdominal flesh. A gush of blood erupted, revealing beneath the dark cavity a flickering bioluminescent glow, and there nestled within gleamed several crystalline fragments, lustrous, pearlescent carbon-like nodules. Energy embers. The moment they touched the open air, they radiated an intense wave of energy, heat shimmering in the atmosphere. Chen Fan felt his entire body flush with feverish warmth. His pulse surged, accelerating several-fold. It wasn't only Chen Fan who sensed the shift. Zhao Yu, Li Rui, and the others also perceived the change. Their inhaled air now carrying an inexplicable gentle scorch, like a soothing thermal current flowing through their veins, leaving every breath deeper, clearer, more vital. Chen Fan's eyes blazed with fervent excitement as he stared transfixed at the energy embers cascading from the beast's ruptured abdomen. These pearlescent crystalline formations embodied the purest, most pristine energy imaginable, utterly free of contamination. Though unclear how long they had resided within the beast's gut and how much energy had already been absorbed, they still exuded an ineffable magnetic mystique. Chen Fan stood motionless, gazing upon the embers, irregular flattened crystals, each roughly the size of a walnut. Though no sun shone overhead, they emitted a soft, intrinsic luminescence, their polished surfaces shimmering with pearlescent light, like distant stars pulsing in silent rhythmic cadence. Alas, the embers had already been partially depleted by the beast. Their residual energy resonance was subdued, disappointing Chen Fan. Would these impure fragments suffice to shatter his evolutionary barrier? That remained uncertain. Yet treasure lay before him. Why hesitate? Imperfect though they were, they remained energy embers. Without hesitation, Chen Fan sheathed his sword and thrust his hand deep into the beast's abdomen, seizing the glowing crystals firmly in his palm. Just as Chen Fan prepared to secure the embers, a chilling presence surged behind him. A slender dagger materialized from nowhere, pressing coldly against his lower back. "What exactly did you retrieve from the monster's belly? Let us all see it." Chen Fan didn't need to turn. A frost-laced smile curled his lips. "Zhang Guofu, what is your meaning?" The sudden confrontation startled everyone. Li Rui rushed forward. "Director Zhang, what are you doing?" Zhang Guofu pressed the dagger harder against Chen Fan's side and barked at Li Rui, still blind. "Can't you see? He came to this construction site for one purpose alone, to claim whatever lay within the monster's belly. Now he'd succeeded. Haven't you felt it? This substance affects us. Perhaps it could even transform us into superhumans." Li Rui's expression shifted subtly, his gaze flickering once, twice, before falling silent. Indeed, the moment those pearlescent crystals emerged, a palpable instinctual tremor rippled through them all, a visceral biological yearning for transcendence. And Chen Fan's rapt, feverish stare spoke volumes about the artifact's profound significance to him. Chen Fan regarded him with mild surprise, then offered a thin, humorless smile. "So this was your plan all along. I underestimated you. Yet you dare ambush me even after witnessing my capabilities." Zhang Guofu smirked triumphantly. "No matter how formidable you are, you're still flesh and blood. I doubt you'll walk away unscathed after a blade finds your ribs." Chen Fan fell silent, and his smile slowly hardened into glacial ice. Li Rui interjected urgently, "Director Zhang, lower the knife. Let's avoid unnecessary conflict." Zhang Guofu scoffed, "Nonsense. I've already subdued him. What's there to fear?" On the surface, Zhang Guofu undoubtedly succeeded, as the dagger in his hand had pierced into Chen Fan's lower back, the cold blade leaving a trace of blood. If it went any deeper, it could inflict severe harm on Chen Fan. However, Chen Fan was merely flesh and blood. Although this stab could not take his life, if Zhang Guofu thrust it with all his might, Chen Fan would still be injured. Once injured, his combat power would undoubtedly be diminished, leaving him vulnerable in this perilous environment. Zhang Guofu said smugly, "Now please hand over the items. We don't wish to conflict with you, just surrender half, and once we have what we need, we'll leave." Though Chen Fan appeared to resist, little Zhang Guofu knew in his heart that with this knife, he could never kill Chen Fan. At most, he could make him bleed, but in a place like this, being injured was no different from being sentenced to death. Thus, Chen Fan would likely not refuse his reasonable request. After all, he only needed to give up half, not everything. Having risen from a mere clerk to a mid-level leader, Zhang Guofu was certainly no fool, yet his self-satisfied schemes seemed laughable to Chen Fan. After a prolonged silence, Chen Fan chuckled. Director, Zhang, do you dare to do this without fearing my future retaliation? What are you pretending to be, a big bad wolf? Zhang Guofu's laughter was unpleasant, and he said in an extremely piercing tone, you are indeed formidable, but I suspect your current strength is related to the item you hold in your hand. Everyone felt it. The item in your hand could stimulate our blood flow. I believe that if I consume it, I could gain similar abilities. Then would I still fear you? Huh. One must admit Zhang Guofu was perceptive, able to analyze and judge the situation so quickly. His judgment was entirely accurate. The energy seed in Chen Fan's hand contained the purest energy effective for anyone and could be directly absorbed by the human body without refinement. Of course, everything has the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. Zhang Guofu could guess this point, and beyond his clever brain, it was the alluring aura emitted by the energy seed that stirred greed and a strong desire for possession in everyone. This is the instinct of living beings, to seek benefits. Chen Fan smiled again. Why only half? I can give you all of it as long as you have the life to enjoy it. What do you mean? Zhang Guofu's pig-like face quivered slightly. Everyone knew Chen Fan was no ordinary human. Despite his sneak attack from behind, he managed to subdue Chen Fan, yet he dared not let his guard down. It means nothing, just rest assured I won't harm you. These energy seeds have already been absorbed by the beast, and the energy is not pure enough for me to risk injury to fight for them. If you want them, I can give them to you at any time. Chen Fan's words not only stunned Zhang Guofu, but also deeply shocked the others. Li Rui thought, could he be a fool? After all the effort and cost to obtain those, how could he easily hand them over? Although it seemed incredible, the allure of the energy seed was simply too strong. Despite Li Rui and the others not knowing what it truly was, there was an awareness in their minds constantly reminding them to obtain it and swallow it. Of course, not everyone would lose their minds. At least Zhao Yu remained rational. When Zhang Guofu stealthily approached Chen Fan from behind and revealed his intent to attack, Zhao Yu wisely stepped back as she understood what kind of person Chen Fan was. Hey kid, was what you said just now true? Zhang Guofu tightened his dry throat and questioned. Chen Fan shrugged nonchalantly, saying, of course I never lie, as she should know this. As he spoke, Chen Fan freed one hand and pointed at Zhao Yu, who stood far away. Zhao Yu then bitterly smiled. Why are you pointing at me, you horrible man? I haven't threatened you. Fine, then you give a portion first. Zhang Guofu suddenly found himself at a loss, rolling his eyes and gritting his teeth, saying, don't play any tricks, otherwise I really will stab you. Without a word, Chen Fan directly lifted the energy seed high and placed it into Zhang Guofu's outstretched hand, leaving the others to watch in astonishment, as no one expected Chen Fan to be so agreeable. After obtaining the energy seeds, Zhang Guofu did not immediately stuff them in his mouth, but instead rolled his eyes and said to the stunned Li Rui, young Master Li, how do you think we should distribute this? Li Rui was taken aback, never expecting Zhang Guofu to ask for his opinion after acquiring the item. However, upon reflection, it made sense. With so many people present, everyone knew the energy seed was no ordinary item. If Zhang Guofu planned to keep it all for himself, it would surely cause resentment among the others. At that point, Li Rui and his companions might not hesitate to deal with Zhang Guofu using the same methods. Zhang Guofu's actions were aimed at winning people's hearts. As long as he ensured everyone got a share, no one would contend with him for the majority. These people living on the emperor's grain were indeed not simple-minded. Li Rui quickly grasped this point and frowned, saying, you obtain the items, you decide how to distribute them. All right, I'll take half and give the other half to you. No objections, right? No problem. Li Rui was well aware that Zhang Guofu's purpose was to win him over, ensuring that he and his two companions stood on his side. Even if Chen Fan sought revenge later, everyone would inevitably unite to oppose Chen Fan. Yet the allure of the energy seed was simply too strong, and Li Rui could not understand why he so desperately wanted it. Perhaps it was a biological instinct to seek evolution. Just like the love between a man and a woman no one taught them, yet anyone could understand. Then Zhang Guofu tossed half of the energy seeds he held out, and Li Rui and the others scrambled to grab them from the ground, eagerly swallowing them without a hint of concern for cleanliness. Zhao Yu coldly witnessed the entire process, but did not intervene, as she still didn't quite understand what Chen Fan was selling. Hee, little girl, don't you want any? Seeing Zhao Yu not joining in the scramble, Zhang Guofu suddenly turned his face, an ugly smile spreading across his greasy cheeks. Zhao Yu crossed her arms and coldly replied, I don't want any. Those things were dug out from a monster's belly. They're filthy. Fine, if you don't want it, so be it. Zhang Guofu couldn't be bothered to say anything more and immediately swallowed the remaining energy seeds with satisfaction, smacking his lips. Yet the expected abnormality did not occur. He did not instantly become a superhuman, remaining much the same except for a warmth building in his belly with hardly any change. After all, the energy contained within the energy seed was too strong to be fully absorbed by the human body all at once. An ordinary person's body needed time to adapt and buffer. It couldn't be instantaneous. Chen Fan said indifferently, "Now that you have received everything, can you let me go?" Zhang Guofu still pressed the dagger against Chen Fan's lower back, laughing. "You really are foolish. Who said anything about letting you go? You still..." Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Fan suddenly struck back, with a swift palm instantly sweeping across Zhang Guofu's face. Zhang Guofu instinctively pushed the dagger forward slightly, yet the blade that should have plunged into Chen Fan's body unexpectedly pierced the air, leaving him without any wounds for some unknown reason. Why? Zhang Guofu could not fathom it. No matter how many heads he had, he would still be unable to discern the cause. Chen Fan's open palm strike struck him squarely beneath the jaw. Instantly, half his face swelled grotesquely, and his body flew backward 3 meters before crashing to the ground with a dull thud. No sooner had Zhang Guofu hit the ground than he scrambled frantically to his feet, without even pausing to assess his injuries, and bolted toward the collapsed building. Ordinarily, such a devastating blow would render a person unconscious, or at the very least leave them dazed and incapacitated for several moments. Yet Zhang Guofu, having absorbed vast quantities of primordial energy and just ingested a massive dose of energy embers, remained unscathed and sprinted faster than anyone else. At Zhang Guofu's flight, the remaining 3 survivors panicked. Li Ruwei immediately broke into a sprint in the opposite direction. The situation was unmistakable. Their act of dividing the energy embers had enraged Chen Fan, and once freed, he would certainly settle this debt in full. Yet Li Ruwei did not flee blindly. Logically, Chen Fan's wrath would fall most fiercely upon Zhang Guofu, so he deliberately fled in the opposite direction, reasoning that if Chen Fan pursued Zhang Guofu, he himself would escape unnoticed. To his utter astonishment, however, Chen Fan did not charge after the man who had stolen the energy ember from his hands. Instead, he surged straight toward Li Ruwei. Before Li Ruwei had even covered 2 meters, a black blur flashed across his vision. Then came a sharp crack as something slammed into his shoulder, hurling his body backward with crushing force. Chen Fan's movement was blindingly swift, far beyond Li Ruwei's capacity to react. Scarcely had Li Ruwei landed than he braced his palms against the ground, straining to rise and flee again, only for a hand to settle lightly upon his shoulder, pinning him down with effortless finality. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not rise. The other 2 laborers, witnessing this, abandoned all thought of escape. They froze mid-stride, retracting their forward-stepping feet, and stared at Chen Fan with wide-eyed tension. "What do you want?" Li Ruwei, realizing escape was impossible, asked through cold sweat, but Chen Fan's gaze never fell upon him. Instead, it locked unblinkingly onto the direction Zhang Guofu had fled. By now, Zhang Guofu had already sprinted nearly 50 meters, nearly vanishing beyond Chen Fan's line of sight. Yet Chen Fan showed no urgency. A faint, chilling smile curved his lips. Indeed, something was drawing near through the thick fog, arriving almost instantaneously, then leaping directly before Zhang Guofu. So swift was the black silhouette that even Zhang Guofu could not identify it. He only glimpsed a fleeting shadow, then felt something latch onto his shoulder. Instinctively, Zhang Guofu raised his hand to strike, but his palm closed upon a thick furred claw. Whirling his gaze around, he found the grotesque, snarling maw of the dwarf demon, chieftain, mere inches from his face. Gleaming fangs dripped with viscous, unidentifiable fluid, and with a savage roar, the creature lunged jaws wide to tear into his throat. Ah! A blood-curdling scream pierced the fog. Zhang Guofu's throat was shredded by the chieftain's teeth. Arterial blood gushed forth in torrents, and soon his trachea was torn apart, his final ragged shrieks sounding like the grating whine of a saw cutting through metal. More dwarf demons surged forward in relentless waves, vaulting from the fog to descend upon Zhang Guofu, tearing at his flesh with frenzied claws. Within moments, he collapsed into a crimson pool, flailing wildly with both arms in a desperate attempt to throw off his attackers, only for his right hand to be seized and clamped down by the chieftain's iron jaws. The chieftain extended its long, slender claws, gripping Zhang Guofu's thrashing arm with terrifying strength, then twisted with brutal precision. A sickening crack echoed. His right wrist snapped clean off at the joint, severed entirely from his body. Jagged, serrated flesh and pulverized muscle sprayed upward in a crimson arc, splattering blood over 2 meters high. "I told you, I would not lay a hand on you myself. But other extraplanar beings, that is another matter entirely," Chen Fan murmured, watching the carnage unfold, a low, chilling laugh escaping his lips. Energy embers were the purest crystalline manifestations of natural energy native to alien realms, not only potent for humans, but universally intoxicating to all life forms. Thus, the moment Chen Fan extracted the ember from the monster's gut, its radiant aura inevitably drew the covetous attention of other extraplanar entities. Chen Fan had foreseen precisely this outcome. Whoever possessed the energy embers would become the next target of extraplanar predators. That was why he willingly relinquished them to Zhang Guofu, that wretched fool, solely to use him as bait. As hordes of dwarf demons tore ravenously at Zhang Guofu's mangled corpse, Chen Fan raised his crossbow, locking its aim directly onto the chieftain, the sole being on the construction site capable of threatening him. Eliminating it was non-negotiable. Shua! The heavy crossbow unleashed a black streak across the air, closing dozens of meters in an instant. Its arrowhead vibrated violently mid-flight, shrieking with a piercing razor-edged keen. The dwarf demon chieftain sensed danger the moment the bolt left the bow. It sprang skyward, twisting sharply to lock eyes with Chen Fan, but before its feet touched ground again, a second bolt arrived. Frantic, it curled inward, tucking limbs tight into a defensive ball, and barely evaded the lethal shot. The moment it landed, its first instinct was to flee. Without other beasts to distract Chen Fan, it stood no chance in direct combat. Yet just as it prepared to vanish into the fog, an overwhelming surge of energy ember essence wafted from Zhang Guofu's eviscerated remains, halting it, if only for a heartbeat. That was an energy ember. Devour it, and perhaps it would catalyze its evolution. Ascend to Tier 3 aberrant beast status, and even 10 Chen Fans would fall before it. Then it would reign supreme, undisputed sovereign of this entire mountain range. That single second of hesitation granted Chen Fan his opening. After 2 consecutive misses, Chen Fan hurled his collapsible crossbow to Zhao Yu and activated his martial stride. The Tier 3 demonic core embedded within him conferred extraordinary advantages. Not only partial corporeal intangibility, but also dramatically enhanced speed and agility. His body became a streamlined blur, surging forward with hurricane force wind screaming past his ears as the distance dissolved in an instant. Now escape was impossible for the chieftain. Trapped under the gaze of this terrifying human, it had no choice but to fight, launching itself forward with razor-sharp claws bared. Yet Chen Fan, wielding only a long saber, deflected every lethal strike with flawless precision. Within less than 2 seconds of engagement, the chieftain was driven back repeatedly, until Chen Fan delivered a thunderous kick that slammed deep into its chest. The chieftain roared as it was hurled into the air, crimson eyes blazing with disbelief. In earlier combat, Chen Fan had held back. Now he unleashed his full power. His overwhelming strength eclipsed the chieftain's entirely. The creature faltered, staggered, and crumbled under relentless assault, utterly outmatched. Chen Fan was about to seize the opportunity and end the dwarf demon chieftain's life. Yet before his blade could even graze the alien's abdomen, the ordinary dwarf demons besieging Zhang Guofu erupted in a collective frenzied cheer. That surge of manic exultation flickered across Chen Fan's gaze again and again. When he turned, he witnessed a sight that ignited his fury beyond measure. There, exposed and torn from Zhang Guofu's gut, before he could absorb or refine it, the energy flame seed gleamed ominously. Several dwarf demons leapt and bounded in ecstasy, shoving the seeds greedily into their mouths. Beast! Chen Fan's eyes blazed with wrath as he reversed his long blade and hurled it in one fluid motion. It sliced through the air, tracing a brilliant arc, and with chilling ease severed the life of a dwarf demon. The demon's head parted from its body, but the grisly spectacle failed to daunt its kin. The energy flame seeds exerted a fatal allure upon them, otherwise these creatures would never have risked death to fight for them. While Chen Fan engaged the chieftain, the common dwarf demons surged forward like sharks scenting blood, snatching up every unearthed energy flame seed and swallowing them whole. A cold weight settled in Chen Fan's chest. A profound sense of peril descended. Beasts adapted to the flame seed's power far more readily than humans. He had no idea what grotesque mutations might erupt within those demons. Or worse, what would happen if they all evolved in unison. Such a horde would overwhelm him utterly. Spit them out. Chen Fan charged ahead, lunging toward another dwarf demon, snatching up his fallen blade and cleaving through its neck in one decisive stroke. Simultaneously, he bellowed to the others, "Stop them, now! Don't let a single one escape." His command left Li Rue and the 2 remaining workers frozen in hesitation. They could not fathom why Chen Fan had grown so tense, and fear of the dwarf demons held them rooted in place. Only Zhao Yu stooped to pick up an iron rod and cautiously edged forward. But it was already too late. Dwarf demons possessed anatomies fundamentally alien to humankind, structures perfectly attuned to harnessing the energy stored within the flame seeds. Once ingested, the seeds triggered an exponential surge in their strength and agility. Though they did not yet breach the second-tier threshold, their speed and raw power had leapt far beyond their prior limits. Even with combat prowess rivaling that of a second-tier hetero-beast, Chen Fan could not halt the evolution of so many demons at once. Their energy swelled steadily, and those who had consumed the seeds abandoned battle entirely, scattering in all directions like startled crows. Incredibly tenacious, Chen Fan sprinted after a third demon, driving his blade down toward its skull with furious precision. Yet this demon, empowered by the flame seed, was no longer so easily struck down. With a sudden thrust of its stumpy legs, it rocketed half a meter sideways. The blade shattered, only a phantom afterimage, leaving no wound behind. In 3 swift bounds it vanished into the thick fog, gone in an instant. Chen Fan paused, thoughtful, and chose not to pursue. Instead, he gripped his blade tightly and stood guard over the blood-soaked Zhang Guofu, shielding the last remaining energy flame seeds from further predation. When Zhao Yu approached cautiously, most dwarf demons had already fled. Though Chen Fan had slain many, numerous flame seeds had been lost, and worse, if the demons fully absorbed their energy, their power would surge catastrophically. Then they would surely return, stronger, deadlier, unstoppable. Fortunately, the situation remained within manageable bounds. Chen Fan showed no panic. He gestured curtly for Li Rue and the others to join him. They exchanged uneasy glances, only advancing in quick, hesitant steps once they confirmed the immediate danger had passed. Chen Fan spared them no glance, turning instead to Zhang Guofu, lying broken and breathless on the ground, and spoke with icy mockery. "Director Zhang, how does it feel?" Zhang Guofu's fate was unspeakably grim. His limbs had been torn from his body, his frame was drenched in gore, intestines spilling from a ragged abdominal gash, dark veins pulsing faintly within the crimson cavity, a tableau of pure visceral horror. Yet even in such ruin he clung to a final trembling breath, fueled solely by desperate will to live. A feeble rasping cry escaped his lips, "Save me." But before the plea could finish, a clot of blood choked his throat. His mouth gaped wide in silent agony, spewing froth and blood, breath failing, consciousness fading. Even had Chen Fan wished to save him, which he did not, it would already have been too late. Only the partial evolution granted by the cultivation master's residual energy had kept him alive this long. Chen Fan gazed coldly into those hollow, despairing eyes and said softly, "Why should I save you? So you may betray me again?" "No, I dare not." With his last ounce of strength, Zhang Guofu cried out and reached feebly for Chen Fan's calf. His fingers never made contact. His arm fell limp. His eyes remained wide open in death, filled with searing resentment and unyielding fury. Chen Fan remained unmoved. He knelt calmly, gathering every scattered energy flame seed from the ground, then rose and fixed a detached gaze upon Li Rue and the others. "From now on you accompany me to investigate the mountains." Li Rue recoiled instinctively. After a brief pause, he shook his head. "I won't go." A twisted smile curled Chen Fan's lips. "Is it because you've swallowed a flame seed and now believe yourself strong enough to defy my orders?" Under that eerie, grinning stare, Li Rue faltered, taking an involuntary half-step backward. "No, I know I'm no match for you, but there are 3 of us. You can't kill us all." Chen Fan raised his long blade, pressing its razor edge against Li Rue's throat. "So you trust your odds? Then test them, if you're truly unafraid. Don't mistake temporary power for true strength. Your foundations remain shallow. The flame seed's energy still churns undigested in your bellies. I could slit you open just as the demons did to Zhang Guofu. Extract what remains, and use it again." "You're insane. You're a monster." Li Rue trembled violently, knees shaking. The 2 workers beside him stood petrified, stunned speechless by the sheer chilling cruelty of Chen Fan's words. Chen Fan spoke coolly, "Then choose, die now, or cooperate." Li Rue glanced at his companions and turned abruptly to the burly worker beside him. "Feng Yuan, what do you say?" Feng Yuan stammered. I beg you, young master Li, surrender. This madman, know this young brother, outmatches all of us combined. A wise man yields to overwhelming force. Let's simply obey his command." "Very good, you seem to know your place." Chen Fan cast a look of appreciation at Feng Yuan, then turned his gaze to another relatively slender worker and asked for his name. The man nervously moved his lips to Zhangbin. Chen Fan scanned the 3 of them with his eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "All right, Li Rue, Feng Yuan, and Zhangbin, the 3 of you will come with me into the mountains. Help me find something and consider it compensation for me." "What are we looking for?" Li Rue eagerly asked. Chen Fan said, "Of course, the thing that you just swallowed. It's called an energy seed, a treasure that can significantly enhance human evolution levels. I came here specifically to obtain it, and you 3 are quite lucky to have found it before I did. Therefore, I must find the remaining energy seeds to compensate for this loss." Li Rue finally understood what Chen Fan was trying to do and hurriedly said, "Is there really more of that stuff?" Chen Fan nonchalantly nodded, "Of course there is. Otherwise, why would I bring you into the mountains? In fact, the energy seeds you swallowed are not pure because they have already been absorbed once by the gold-devouring beast. Therefore, the energy is not as powerful as you might expect. However, if you make good use of the energy seeds you've already swallowed, you can still evolve faster than others in the future. Li Rui rubbed his stomach and said, I still don't quite understand what you're talking about. What is evolution? And where does this stuff come from? Chen Fan had no choice but to explain the situation concisely and taught the three of them some methods to quickly extract energy from the energy seeds. After hearing his explanation, the three were naturally overjoyed, while Zhao Yu, who was left aside, said disdainfully, How disgusting, what's so great about gaining this little power? Chen Fan immediately turned his gaze to Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu felt uncomfortable under his stare and said awkwardly, What are you looking at me for? Chen Fan walked towards Zhao Yu and handed her the last portion of the energy seeds he had collected, saying, These are all prepared for you. Take them. For me. Zhao Yu blinked cautiously, looking at Chen Fan, her eyes filled with confusion. Chen Fan casually said, Whether you use them or not is up to you, but I want to remind you that the short demons just now have already snatched quite a few energy seeds. After absorbing the energy seeds, their strength will also increase exponentially. The troubles you will face next will be even greater. If you lack sufficient strength, your fate will be the same as those who have died. Zhao Yu felt scared and quickly snatched the energy seeds from Chen Fan's hand, but her expression was even more perplexed. Why would you leave such a good thing for me? Isn't your goal to collect them? Smart people shouldn't ask such questions, but Zhao Yu did ask anyway. Chen Fan explained, The reason is simple. The troubles we will face next are considerable, and with my abilities, I may not be able to solve them perfectly. I need help, and it must be capable help. Do you understand? Zhao Yu dazedly nodded and said she understood. In fact, Chen Fan was not as generous as they imagined. The reason he was willing to distribute the energy seeds was that a significant portion of their energy had already been absorbed by the gold-devouring beast. Even if Chen Fan absorbed them all at once, he might not truly break through the bottleneck. Instead of wasting them, it was better to share them with others, at least to secure a few more helpers for himself. Zhao Yu was a crucial part of his plan, and her role was far more important than that of Li Rui and the others. Therefore, even if she did not snatch them, Chen Fan would still actively distribute them to her. Zhao Yu was about to say something else, but Li Rui impatiently interrupted her. All right, what's next? Where exactly do we need to go? Chen Fan pointed to the footprints left by the gold-devouring beast and said, Follow these footprints, and we should be able to find the way into the mountains. You just need to help me find the lair of the gold-devouring beast. Of course, there may be many dangers along the way, and if any exotic beasts or alien races appear, you will have to protect yourselves. Okay, let's set off then. Li Rui had already swallowed quite a few energy seeds, and he could clearly sense his body evolving continuously, which made him quite confident. In contrast, Feng Yuan and Zhang Bin lacked confidence and could only follow Chen Fan with their heads down. After leaving the construction site, they advanced along a village path, occasionally spotting huge footprints left by the gold-devouring beast. Following these footprints, Chen Fan quickly arrived at the foot of a deep mountain, where there was a small village inhabited by a dozen households that had not yet been relocated. Suddenly, Zhang Bin said to Chen Fan, Why don't we take a break first? It's going to get dark soon, and we've been walking for so long that we're all worn out. It will be very dangerous to enter the mountains when it's dark, and there are so many monsters inside. While speaking, Zhang Bin lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. As nightfall approached and a thick fog lingered nearby, Chen Fan could not see this guy's expression, but he sneered inwardly and said unhurriedly, All right then, as you say, let's find a place in the village to rest. Before long, they walked into this remote village. When the otherworldly portal descended, exotic beasts could exist anywhere, and as long as the space portal had not disappeared, there could be no carelessness. Chen Fan first observed the village from outside, confirming there was no threat before leading them into the village. The sight of devastation within the village truly scared Li Rui and the others. Corpses, a large number of corpses piled on the ground, not a single body was intact. The village road, the houses, under the eaves, everywhere was filled with a strong smell of blood, resembling a hell on earth. Feng Yuan and Zhang Bin looked nauseated, while Zhao Yu and Li Rui also wore expressions of extreme shock, their cheeks pale and numb, their stomachs churning. Only Chen Fan remained calm, as he had experienced such scenes countless times before, and his heart had long since become numb. Later, they found a relatively clean house and cleaned up the corpses inside. Chen Fan went to a farmer's kitchen to get some food, but Zhao Yu was already feeling extremely nauseous and couldn't eat at all. When Chen Fan handed her the food, she immediately refused, saying, I can't eat, I can't take it. Suit yourselves. Chen Fan ate the food as if he were alone, enjoying it even though the ground was covered in blood. Zhao Yu felt more and more nauseous and could only try to distract herself through conversation. Hey, how long are we going to stay here? Chen Fan stuffed the last bite of food into his mouth, clapped his hands, and said, I don't know, but the space portal here is very stable. I think it won't disappear for at least a day or two. What are you eager to get out? Zhao Yu said with a bitter smile. What's the use of going out? Don't forget I'm a fugitive. With so many people dead and the commotion here, the police must have surrounded the entire construction site. They can't come in now, but once the space portal disappears, a large number of police will definitely rush over. I still won't be able to escape, right? Chen Fan smiled and said, what you are worried about doesn't exist at all. First, when you leave here alive, you will find that your abilities have grown strong enough to ignore the police. Second, we are not on Earth now, but have fallen into another time and space. The timelines of the two worlds are different, and no matter how long you stay in the otherworldly portal, the outside world will not change at all. Zhao Yu listened in a daze, holding back a question she had wanted to ask for a long time, yet never dared to. Seeing that Chen Fan's mood was relatively good at this moment, she cautiously brought it up. Are you really human? Chen Fan was taken aback, looking back at Zhao Yu's delicate face. Suddenly he smiled and said, do you think I don't look human? Zhao Yu slowly exhaled, shaking her head as she replied, I don't know, but sometimes I really feel like you're not quite human. How do you know so much about these things? Chen Fan fell silent. He had already spoken a lot today. Perhaps the long solitude had weighed down on him, leading him to seek relief through sharing his thoughts. However, Zhao Yu was not a suitable confidant. From the beginning, Chen Fan had only regarded her as a tool for his own use, and he was certainly not foolish enough to reveal his origins to her. Thus he shook his head and said, it's dark. Let's hurry up and sleep. Zhao Yu frowned slightly, feeling quite dissatisfied, but merely cast a faint glance at Chen Fan without saying much. Chen Fan found a relatively clean spot to lie down, resting his hands behind his head, gazing at the night sky, shrouded in dark clouds above. The sky remained dark, and it was uncertain when this thick fog would dissipate. Even Chen Fan felt a bit tired. Just before closing his eyes to sleep, he suddenly turned his gaze towards Zhao Yu and gently said, be careful while sleeping tonight. Zhao Yu blinked in confusion. Didn't you arrange for Li Rui and the others to guard outside? What is there to worry about? After the enhancement from the energy embers, their group's capabilities had significantly increased. Not to mention Chen Fan, even Zhao Yu was confident in facing several goblin attacks alone. As for Li Rui and the others, although their level of evolution was not very high, they possessed strength comparable to Zhao Yu. It seemed that even if the goblins attacked again, they would not pose a threat to Chen Fan and his group. Yet Chen Fan did not think so. His eyes held profound meaning as he cast a half-smile at Zhao Yu and softly exhaled. Let me teach you one more thing. In a strange world, never expose your back to anyone unless they are your family or comrades who share life and death together. Otherwise, no one is worthy of your trust. Zhao Yu's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she pointed to herself. What about me? Chen Fan's gaze flickered slightly, shaking his head without responding to the question. He soon closed his eyes and fell asleep. Zhao Yu let out a soft huff, muttering, stinky man, and then moved to another corner, sitting against the wall. After a whole day of fright and hardship, she was indeed tired and soon fell into a deep sleep. Only the night curtain under the sky continued its course. The night was very quiet, even devoid of insect chirps. Li Rui and Feng Yuan stood guard outside the house, warming themselves by a bonfire. The nights in this other world were colder than on Earth. They trembled from the chill, but did not dare to enter the room, for it was Chen Fan's order. They had to guard outside, prepared for the goblins' potential ambush. Both of them were undoubtedly dissatisfied with Chen Fan's arrangements. Why should he and that woman be allowed to stay inside while they had to endure the night outside? However, despite their dissatisfaction, Li Rui did not dare to voice any objections. The power Chen Fan demonstrated still lingered in his mind, and even after absorbing those energy embers, he lacked the courage to face him. Feng Yuan, visibly irritated, lit a cigarette, biting down hard on the butt. Damn it, does he not see us as human? Li Rui smiled wryly. Can you keep it down? What if he hears us? Feng Yuan replied. What if he hears? Can he come out and kill us? Li Rui shot him a deep glance, asking if he had forgotten how Chen Fan dealt with Zhang Guofu during the day. Li Rui's words made Feng Yuan involuntarily shiver, and he dared not complain any further. His inner anger had no outlet, and he turned his gaze to the night sky, curiously saying, it's strange. Zhang Bin said he was looking for a place to urinate. Why hasn't he come back after so long? Could he have run away? Li Rui sneered. Don't worry, he definitely won't run away. There are monsters everywhere outside. Where could he go? Feng Yuan had a different opinion, shaking his head and saying, not necessarily. Zhang Bin is quite cunning. He has long been unhappy about being enslaved by the Chen family. He approached me earlier, wanting me to cooperate with him to eliminate Chen Fan while he's sleeping. Li Rui was taken aback, saying in disbelief, no way, did he really say that? Feng Yuan nodded with a wry smile. He did, and not just once. Do you think he might? Before Li Rui could finish his sentence, a scream suddenly echoed from inside the house, piercing the night sky, and causing Li Rui to exclaim in surprise, what happened? Feng Yuan turned his gaze towards the source of the scream, realizing it came from the direction where Chen Fan was sleeping. He recognized the voice as belonging to Zhang Bin, and immediately stood up, swallowing hard as he looked inside, while Li Rui trembled, saying, "It's that Zhang Bin. How did he get inside?" Feng Yuan's face darkened, saying, "Need I ask? This kid must have tried to sneak attack while Chen Fan was asleep and failed. What should we do?" Li Rui was so nervous that he broke into a cold sweat. Feng Yuan quickly pushed open the door, saying anxiously, "Forget about that, let's hurry inside and check the situation." When they pushed the door and entered the courtyard, they indeed found Zhang Bin clutching his stomach and howling in agony, while Chen Fan and Zhao Yu stood coldly to the side, looking at him with disdain. Feng Yuan's guess was spot on. Zhang Bin had indeed planned to ambush Chen Fan while he was asleep. This scheme had been conceived long before they entered the village, but to ensure its success, he had waited until the dead of night to act. Unfortunately, the outcome ended in Zhang Bin's failure. For someone like Chen Fan, even in sleep, one eye remained open. How could Zhang Bin successfully ambush him? In fact, from the moment Zhang Bin suggested finding a village to rest, Chen Fan had already guessed what he intended to do. Later, Zhang Bin made an excuse to urinate, tricking Li Rui and Feng Yuan away, and then secretly climbed over the wall from outside. Though these little maneuvers fooled Li Rui and Feng Yuan, they did not escape Chen Fan's eyes. He had been awake all along, but pretended to be asleep, waiting until Zhang Bin approached and intended to smash his head with a rock before suddenly erupting and kicking Zhang Bin away. However, even though Chen Fan had easily subdued this guy, he did not strike immediately. Instead, he purposely made a commotion to attract Li Rui and Feng Yuan to come in. Once Li Rui and Feng Yuan entered the courtyard, Chen Fan turned his half-smiling gaze towards Zhao Yu, saying, "I told you long ago that you must sleep with your eyes open tonight. Now do you understand what that means?" Zhao Yu fell silent, still unable to believe it. Zhang Bin had actually dared to ambush Chen Fan while he slept. What on earth was inside that fool's head? Soft tofu. Even if he were utterly reckless, he should have known Chen Fan's strength. Moreover, in this perilous land, teeming with danger, survival depended solely upon unity, clinging together as one. If Chen Fan truly perished, what advantage would that bring Zhang Bin? Zhao Yu rebuked him sharply. "Zhang Bin, what are you trying to do? Why did you do this?" Zhang Bin fixed her with a cold, unblinking stare and roared, "This man never treated us as human beings. Why should he sleep soundly inside while forcing me to stand guard all night? Don't think I'm blind. I know full well he never intended to help us sincerely. He only wanted cannon fodder." Li Rui and Feng Yuan fell into silence. The truth was plain enough, not lost on anyone, but only the foolish would voice it aloud. Indeed, Chen Fan had rescued them with ulterior motives. Oh, precisely because of that they were still alive. Had they held no utility, Chen Fan would never have saved them or shared those vital energy embers with strangers who meant nothing to him. Such a simple, self-evident truth. How could Zhang Bin fail to grasp it? Chen Fan spoke calmly. "So this is your justification for ambushing me? Have you considered the consequences of failure?" His words carried unmistakable lethality. He had, after all, already offered Zhang Bin a chance. He had long sensed the youth's resentment, which was precisely why he assigned Zhang Bin to night watch outside. Had Zhang Bin merely harbored grievance, the wisest course would have been to slip away under cover of darkness, to vanish into some hidden refuge and wait for the interdimensional rift to close. Yet Zhang Bin chose otherwise, attempting instead to strike Chen Fan down while he slept. What did that signify? Not mere resentment. Something far more deliberate lay behind his act. Noting how Zhang Bin's eyes darted evasively, refusing to meet his gaze, Chen Fan let out a faint, knowing smile and voiced the thought aloud, "You're thinking fortune favors the bold. Kill me, and these three become your subordinates. Then you'll lead them deeper into the mountains for more energy embers, claim the lion's share, and rise supreme. Am I right?" At those words, Zhang Bin's calf trembled violently. His face paled instantly as he stammered, "You're lying. I never thought that." Chen Fan gazed at him coldly, watching those shifting eyes flinch again and again, then bent forward and said, "Know this. If you'd chosen to flee instead of scaling the wall to attack me, I wouldn't only spare you. I'd have admired your courage. Alas, you chose the wrong path. What do you intend to do?" Zhang Bin caught the flicker of lethal intent in Chen Fan's eyes and shuddered uncontrollably, his voice quavering, "You can't kill me." Chen Fan smiled faintly. "Oh, give me one reason compelling enough, and I'll spare your life." Zhang Bin swallowed hard, throat tightening, and forced the words out. "Of the entire construction site's survivors, only 5 remain, including us. Yet monsters swarm everywhere across this region. You cannot afford to discard even a single ally. Without us, even you would struggle to escape their claws. That's why you saved us and shared the energy embers. You seek a greater treasure, and you need our collective strength to attain it." Chen Fan nodded. "Initially, yes, that was my intent. But keeping someone like you within the group serves no purpose. You betrayed me once, you'll do so again. So die." With that, Chen Fan drew his blade, its cold, gleaming tip leveled at Zhang Bin, while the latter sprang up, snatched an iron rod from the ground, and shouted desperately at Li Rui, and Feng Yuan frozen. Beside him, will you back me up? Li Rui and Feng Yuan stood paralyzed. Logically speaking, they had worked alongside Zhang Bin at the same construction site. Different trades, different ranks, yet daily encounters made them at least half acquainted. Chen Fan, by contrast, was a complete outsider. They hadn't even laid eyes on him before this moment. Yet when Zhang Bin cried for aid, neither moved a muscle. Fine. You refuse to help me, then become his captives. When danger strikes, he'll abandon you without hesitation. Just wait and see. Roaring those final words, Zhang Bin launched himself toward Chen Fan. Even a worm fights to live, so too did he refuse surrender. With no way back, he braced himself to face Chen Fan's wrath. Having absorbed the energy ember, Zhang Bin had evolved rapidly. Though still inferior to Chen Fan, his explosive power and raw strength had surged to terrifying levels. Swinging the iron rod with furious might, he carved a blur too swift for the naked eye, closing the distance in an instant. Chen Fan did not evade. Instead, he raised his blade effortlessly and struck the rod squarely. A sharp metallic clang rang out, like steel striking steel, sparking faint golden flashes. Immediately afterward, the tone turned shrill, accompanied by a grating, tearing hiss. Before Zhang Bin could close in, the long blade had cleanly severed the rod's tip. A single stroke, shearing through solid steel. The razor-edged blade, radiant with blizzard-like ferocity, slashed toward Zhang Bin's throat. Only his energy ember-enhanced reflexes saved him. He slammed his heel into the ground and recoiled violently, staring at Chen Fan in stunned disbelief, then glanced dumbly at the shortened rod in his hands. The rod had grown shorter. The severed segment lay neatly at his feet, its cut surface mirror-smooth and flawlessly planar. Zhang Bin suddenly felt a sharp sting at his neck. Touching it, he found blood welling. Shallow, not severing the carotid, yet numbing and searing, dripping steadily onto the ground. Panic seized him. Though he dodged the killing blow, the sheer destructive force of that single slash left a deep psychological wound. How could he be this strong? In truth, Zhang Bin's body, reforged by the energy ember, had evolved nearly to Chen Fan's level. His inability to withstand even one strike stemmed less from physical disparity than from the fact that Chen Fan wielded a blade capable of cleaving gold and crushing jade. Still, even unarmed Chen Fan could have slain Zhang Bin effortlessly. Their gulf lay not in evolutionary advancement, but in battle-hardened experience and in the unflinching courage and resolve forged amid slaughter and death. Chen Fan lunged forward, raising his long blade once more. This time, thoroughly unnerved, Zhang Bin dared not block the blade directly. He hurled himself sideways and swung the rod at Chen Fan's flank. But Chen Fan's motion, deceptively simple, was a killing stroke honed in oceans of blood and mountains of corpses. Wherever Zhang Bin fled, the blade pursued, unerring, inevitable. A flash of steel, and before Zhang Bin's rod could land, Chen Fan's blade sliced through his wrist. A glancing deflection by the rod spared his arm, but the agony delivered a visceral lesson in mortality. In terror, he dropped the rod and rolled away, only for Chen Fan's blade to follow like a shadow, carving a crimson gash across his back. Under the excruciating pain, Zhang Bin finally regained consciousness, realizing how foolish it was to challenge Chen Fan. He began to beg for mercy, shouting loudly that he was wrong, blaming his own lack of intelligence for attempting to scheme against Chen Fan. However, Chen Fan's gaze remained completely unmoved. He would not allow anyone harboring animosity towards him to survive. Moreover, Zhang Bin was no longer an ordinary human. He had consumed the energy seed and evolved to a considerable extent. If given more opportunities, he might even surpass Chen Fan in the future, which would complicate matters even further. Thus, Chen Fan continued to swing his blade furiously, the chilling edge of the sword slicing through the air like a blizzard, each strike aimed at Zhang Bin's back. Zhang Bin desperately dodged, leveraging the agility of his body to evade Chen Fan's lethal attacks, but Chen Fan's speed increased, and his relentless assault left Zhang Bin gasping for breath, unable even to plead for mercy. In less than half a minute of their clash, Zhang Bin was covered in blood from the gashes left by the long knife. He screamed in agony, howling in pain, while his colleague Feng Yuan could no longer stand by and watch. Suddenly, he shouted, grabbing a copper rod and leaping forward, positioning it in front of Zhang Bin's neck just as Chen Fan was about to strike. Chen Fan's long knife, descending at an angle, struck the copper rod, slicing through it like tofu, cleaving it in two. He then pivoted the handle, driving it into Feng Yuan's abdomen, who let out a muffled shout and was knocked back 2 meters. Li Rui quickly rushed over to restrain him, shouting at Chen Fan, who was casting a cold glare their way. That's enough. Can't you show a little mercy? Even if Zhang Bin tried to scheme against you, he has already tasted the bitter fruit of his actions. Can't you give him a chance? Mercy? Chen Fan narrowed his slanted eyes, the cold light emanating from them sharper than any blade. He spoke to Li Rui in a detached tone. If he had succeeded in his ambush, and I were the one lying on the ground, do you think Zhang Bin would spare me? Showing mercy to an enemy is being cruel to oneself. Chen Fan had confirmed this through countless personal experiences, so he was no longer confused. Whether it was a human or a strange beast, once they posed a threat to his safety, he would eliminate them without hesitation. Li Rui's face turned extremely grim as he said, "But Zhongbin poses no threat to you. Killing him is simply too cruel." Holding his long knife aloft, Chen Fan coldly addressed Feng Yuan and Li Rui, who were shielding Zhongbin. "Get out of the way." "No way." Li Rui and Feng Yuan exchanged a glance, both stepping forward despite their inner turmoil, bravely stating, "If you kill him this time, you will undoubtedly use the same method against us in the future. Saving him is equivalent to saving ourselves." Fools. Chen Fan had no desire to waste words. He had made his stance clear, and how Li Rui interpreted it was up to him. In any case, Zhongbin had to die. Chen Fan lifted his long knife and charged once more at Zhongbin. Li Rui and Feng Yuan exchanged determined glances and steeled themselves to intervene, each gripping an iron rod they had picked up from the construction site. The rods, about the thickness of a thumb, possessed strong flexibility. Although they lacked weight, they were highly elastic, and after several clashes they surprisingly had not been severed by Chen Fan's strikes, instead managing to block his initial assault. Chen Fan sighed. "It seems the effect of the energy seed is indeed remarkable. Your levels of evolution are all quite significant. Given a little more time to adapt to this body's strength, the three of you together might indeed be able to defeat me. But that's a long way off. Are you sure you want to oppose me now?" Although they had managed to block Chen Fan's attack, Li Rui and Feng Yuan were not at ease. Chen Fan moved like lightning, his power terrifyingly overwhelming. Each clash left their wrists sore, making them want to drop the iron rods. Hence Li Rui did not wish to continue fighting. He took the initiative to say, "We truly do not wish to provoke you, but Zhongbin should be one of us. How can we turn on each other?" Truly foolish. Chen Fan had initially thought Li Rui was a clever person, but he never expected him to be this stupid. He could only sigh and say, "I do not wish to kill, but Zhongbin must die. If you obstruct me, the next to die will be you." Upon finishing his words, Chen Fan suddenly sprang forward, his speed indescribable, appearing right in front of Li Rui. All that could be seen was a fleeting shadow as he crossed 4 or 5 meters in an instant. The long knife generated a powerful gust of wind, and before the blade even arrived, its bright light had already blinded Li Rui's eyes. Li Rui quickly closed his eyes, instinctively swinging the iron rod to intercept, while Feng Yuan, seeing that the situation was irretrievable, grit his teeth and charged in to support Li Rui. Both of them had high levels of evolution, and the flurry of their rods moved like lightning, continuously barraging Chen Fan. Unfortunately, however, Chen Fan, possessing sharp predictive abilities, evaded all their attacks, swinging the blade horizontally and striking both in the chest. With 2 resounding impacts, Li Rui and Feng Yuan were sent flying half a meter backwards. If Chen Fan had truly wanted to kill them, that last strike would have been sufficient to take their lives, so instead, he only used the back of the blade, making his intentions clear. Yet Feng Yuan and Li Rui were still unwilling to relent. They quickly scrambled to their feet and shouted at Chen Fan, who was advancing towards Zhongbin. "Stop. We won't let you continue to kill." Chen Fan was furious, glaring at them with icy eyes. "Are you truly trying to force me to use lethal force against you? You are too naive. Having never experienced the slaughter of the apocalypse, you have no idea how dire the environment we are about to face will be. Excessive compassion will only lead to your own downfall. That is still better than becoming a devil like you." Li Rui had actually planned to give up, but Feng Yuan stubbornly shouted, and seeing this, Li Rui had no choice but to tighten his grip on the iron rod, insisting, "As long as you don't kill, we will do whatever you ask." "Is that acceptable?" What a joke. Chen Fan never accepted threats from the weak, so he immediately retorted. However, before he could continue his advance towards the two, the sudden influx of a metallic scent in the air caused his expression to change slightly. He quickly retreated a bit, shouting, "Stop arguing. Something is coming towards us." "Huh." Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Feng Yuan immediately looked back nervously, while Li Rui still clutched the iron rod, and said, "Don't think you can distract us. I won't fall for your..." "Oh." His words were only half finished when a pair of dark claws suddenly reached out from behind the door, piercing through the air like eagle talons, easily sinking into Li Rui's shoulder and lifting him off the ground, dragging him madly towards the outside. It was the dwarf demons. These extraterrestrial beings had tracked them down so quickly by scent. Chen Fan recognized the claw immediately and shouted to Feng Yuan, "Hurry, come over and close the door." Feng Yuan instinctively intended to shut the door, but as soon as it was halfway closed, he remembered that Li Rui was still in the grip of the dwarf demon. This moment of hesitation allowed more dwarf demons to spring from the darkness, brandishing their sickle-like claws towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan could not withstand the assault and had to leap aside quickly. With that jump, the door was immediately breached, and at least 3 or 4 dwarf demons roared as they charged into the courtyard, leading the charge towards Feng Yuan. Although the dwarven creatures were small in stature, they possessed hard claws and formidable physical abilities along with skin as tough as that of exotic beasts. 3 or 4 dwarven creatures lunged at Feng Yuan, leaving him in a frantic state, unable to rescue the dragged Li Rue. Li Rue hurriedly grasped the doorframe, straining as he shouted, "Save me, please hurry." At this moment 4 or 5 dwarven creatures had already pounced on Li Rue's back. These ugly, bloodthirsty beings clung tightly to Li Rue's legs, intending to drag him into the darkness to share his flesh. Despite Li Rue's desperate struggles, he could not break free from the grip of so many dwarven creatures. His legs were lifted off the ground and half of his body was already suspended. The sharp claws of the dwarven creatures pierced into the flesh of his thighs with each tug, bringing intense pain. Li Rue felt he was close to death, but out of fear of dying, he instinctively continued to struggle. Realizing Feng Yuan could not help him, he turned his gaze to Zhang Bin, whom he had nearly sacrificed himself to save, and shouted, "Zhang Bin, you can't just watch. Pull me up, hurry." However, after hearing Li Rue's cries for help, Zhang Bin completely ignored him and instead turned to flee in another direction, saying, "I'm sorry, it's not that I don't want to save you, but the monster is too strong. I can't save you. Bastard." Li Rue's eyes turned red with anger. If it weren't for saving Zhang Bin from Chen Fan's blade, he wouldn't have been careless enough to let the dwarven creatures grab his legs from behind. But what about Zhang Bin? Not only did he disregard Li Rue's previous act of rescue, but he didn't even acknowledge him. Li Rue finally realized his mistake. People like Zhang Bin were not worth saving. But now it seemed too late for regrets. A multitude of dwarven creatures had seized his legs, lifting his body high. The knuckles of his fingers gripped the doorframe, turning white from the excessive strain, and he was about to be dragged outside. Suddenly a streak of light flashed overhead, and the menacing blade, like a comet shattering the darkness, emitted a sharp sound as it pierced one of the dwarven creature's chests. The one who intervened was of course Chen Fan, the only one capable of saving him. As Li Rue was being dragged outside, without a moment's thought he immediately threw his longsword outside while drawing his dagger. His body moved like a flash of lightning as he stepped on Li Rue's shoulder and jumped out, thrusting the dagger towards another dwarven creature's heart. Chen Fan never considered himself a moral exemplar, nor would he undertake efforts that yielded no reward. He saved Li Rue because the latter still held some value for him. Without hesitation, he struck the dagger, piercing the heart of the second dwarven creature, causing a spray of blood. The crisis was not yet over, as at least a dozen dwarven creatures were rushing out from the darkness. Chen Fan had to elbow the one in front of him away, quickly freeing his left hand to grasp the hilt of his longsword. With a horizontal slash, he cleaved the third dwarven creature in two. However, while severing the third dwarven creature, the sense of imminent death loomed close. A fierce wind surged from behind him, bringing an indescribable sense of danger. Chen Fan could only tilt his blade sharply and thrust backward, followed by a loud crash as a tremendous force nearly sent him flying. He took the opportunity to dive forward, but even so, a claw from behind still dug into his back. His clothes instantly tore apart, and the cold claws pierced into Chen Fan's flesh like the tips of blades. With a fierce tug, sharp pain coursed through him, leaving bloody wounds, and he had no time to use his ability to become intangible. Fortunately, as he dove forward, he avoided a fatal blow. If that claw had caught him directly, it could have torn out his spine. However, relying on 10 years of accumulated combat experience, Chen Fan narrowly evaded a critical hit. Although he now bore a bloody gash on his back, it was not enough to be fatal. Free from danger, Chen Fan did not look back. He twisted his waist, unleashing a crescent arc of his longsword as he furiously slashed at the figure lurking in the darkness. The hard claws clashed against the blade, instantly igniting a burst of dazzling sparks. Chen Fan felt a jolt in his wrist. A strange tingling sensation coursed through his body like electricity, prompting him to quickly retreat, positioning his longsword across his chest, scrutinizing the assailant in the darkness with grave intensity. To his surprise, the assailant was not the previous dwarven creature leader, but a gigantic dwarven creature, nearly 2 meters tall. This creature possessed a far sturdier hide and claws than its kin, with a massive head resembling a millstone. Its bulging eyes glowed with a piercing light, and with one claw it knocked Chen Fan back half a meter. Chen Fan was taken aback. It seemed that the energy cores he had not managed to seize had been concentrated and consumed by this giant dwarven creature. Otherwise, it could not have evolved to such a degree. As an alien race, their physique adapted better to energy cores, making the effects of evolution more pronounced. Chen Fan did not see the previous dwarven leader. Perhaps it had been killed in the competition among its kind. While Chen Fan assessed his opponent, the enormous dwarven creature fixed its menacing, fierce eyes on him, radiating deep-seated hatred and animosity towards this human. Its appearance filled Chen Fan with unprecedented pressure. The body structure of the alien race differs from that of humans, and their evolutionary direction is unpredictable. No one knows what a common dwarven creature will become after a single evolution. Judging by this creature's aura, it was already approaching Tier 3 combat power, its strength surpassing Chen Fan. Of course, although the giant dwarven creature was nearing Tier 3 combat power, it was still not a Tier 3 being. No matter how potent the effects of the energy cores were, they could not elevate it to the next tier. It was likely that this giant dwarven creature was already close to evolving before it obtained the energy core, which accounted for its terrifying growth. The other world was filled with various dangers and opportunities. Chen Fan was only briefly astonished before quickly regaining his composure, while Zhao Yu and the others hiding in the courtyard were frightened to death. The aura of this giant dwarven creature was even more terrifying than that of the previous gold-devouring beast. Run! Zhang Bin immediately let out a piercing scream, being the first to flee. Unfortunately, the giant dwarven creature noticed him and immediately swiped its claws at the wall, causing it to collapse. The giant dwarven creature then jumped into the courtyard, beginning to attack the other humans aside from Chen Fan. The giant dwarven creature's strength surpassed Chen Fan, but that did not mean it could easily kill him. On the contrary, its evolutionary level endowed it with a more intelligent brain. The dwarven creatures understood the principle of picking the softest target. So who is the easy prey? The answer is clear: those humans whose evolution remains incomplete are the softest targets. Thus, even a giant AI Morin that had advanced once dared not provoke Chen Fan, and instead surged first toward Zhao Yu and Feng Yuan in the courtyard. Chen Fan had already braced for battle, but when he saw the giant AI Morin smash through the wall and leap into the yard, his chest tightened, and he cried out, "Watch out." When the wall collapsed, Zhao Yu was the first to be terrified. She had remained in the courtyard and had not taken part in the earlier skirmish, so she did not know how many AI Morin were outside. In her mind, no matter how many monsters appeared, Chen Fan should be able to handle them. Yet now an evolved aberration had appeared among the AI Morin, and even Chen Fan felt an immense pressure. As the giant AI Morin smashed the wall and sprang into the courtyard, its hideous feral visage flooded Zhao Yu's sight, an enormous grotesque head, round purple-black eyeballs, and a mouth dripping with repulsive mucus that filled her with equal parts dread and nausea. The giant AI Morin spotted Zhao Yu at once. Its cold, dark, malevolent eyes flared with greed. The human looked exquisitely tender and delectable, the finest morsel. It swung its monstrous claw, whipping up an oppressive gale as it lashed toward Zhao Yu. As for Zhao Yu, though she trembled and did not know where to put her hands and feet, the energy coursing through her body compelled an instinctive reaction. She sprang, bounding nearly 2 meters away, miraculously evading the giant AI Morin's strike at the most perilous moment. Landing, Zhao Yu stumbled and stared at her body with astonishment and bewilderment. In her memory, she had been nimble, but never possessed such explosive jumping ability. One bound of 2 meters, what did that even mean? Even the most elite athlete could scarcely leap that height from flat ground. A rush of exultation surged through her mind as she finally understood why Chen Fan would risk everything for an energy seed. If she absorbed another, she might even become the fabled superhuman. But that euphoria had no time to spread before merciless reality shattered it. The danger had not passed. The giant AI Morin grew furious when its intended grab had missed. The sight of a seemingly delicate, defenseless human dodging its attack was intolerable. It became more enraged and reared its arm for another swipe. Though the AI Morin's arm was slender, its claw was monstrously large, especially this evolved giant. When its iron talon opened, it could cover almost half a meter. The savage iron claw, accompanied by a howling gust, swept overhead and almost struck Zhao Yu again. She leaped once more, using her agility to evade as the giant claw slashed into the wall and cut the hard cement as if it were tofu, leaving nearly 2-meter-long savage gouges. Zhao Yu turned and saw the sight. Her face drained of color, and she screamed in despair. Had an ordinary person been struck by that steel claw, their innards would likely have been torn out. Zhao Yu knew she stood no chance against the creature, so she ran in the opposite direction, only to collide with Zhang Bin, who was fleeing in panic as well. They both dashed for the room's doorway, but the narrow gate of the peasant yard could not admit 2 people at once, and they jammed together at the entrance, neither able to push through. "Get out, you bitch, don't push me," Zhang Bin barked without decency, shoving Zhao Yu as the giant claw reared even closer. Fear overcame him. A vicious gleam flared in Zhang Bin's eyes as he gripped Zhao Yu's shoulder and, seizing the chance, shoved her forward onto the front line. The giant claw was within inches. Zhao Yu had no time to dodge and cried out, "What are you doing?" Zhang Bin gave a cruel laugh. "Haha, help me by taking the hit." He hoisted Zhao Yu up with a grotesque chuckle, thrusting her toward the monster's talon. Her feet left the ground, and she could not struggle. The razor iron was but centimeters from her face, and she was about to close her eyes in defeat when a pale pearly arc of light sliced the darkness and struck the giant AI Morin squarely on the head. As the white gleam landed, Zhao Yu made out a thumb-sized bead. Its surface was crystalline and pristine like the purest jade, but she wondered what such a bead could possibly do. The result exceeded her imagination. When the ice bead struck the giant AI Morin's head, it detonated. The roaring shockwave became a frigid blast that howled through the air, blasting Zhao Yu and Zhang Bin aside. A dense surge of ice attribute energy swept over the monster's skull, coating it in frost. Within seconds, the shards spread until its entire head was encased like a lifelike ice sculpture. The spreading cold enveloped Zhao Yu as well. In an instant, her limbs went numb and her breathing faltered as water molecules in the air condensed into countless translucent ice particles that rained down and stung her face. An explosion that close would have slain any ordinary person. The cold alone was lethal. Fortunately, Zhao Yu's evolutionary progress was not negligible, and she withstood the blast shockwave without freezing into a statue. It was nonetheless a dreadful experience. On the ground, she found half her body immobile. While looking down, she discovered her left leg sheathed in solid ice, fused to the earth. She tugged violently, but the limb would not budge. Seizing the moment, a dark silhouette flashed like lightning around the giant AI Morin and materialized before Zhao Yu. With the back of a blade, it struck horizontally, and the ice sealing her leg shattered. Zhao Yu used the opportunity to escape, scrambling to her feet to murmur a thank you to Chen Fan. He had no time to reply. Instincts kicking in, he seized her arm and ran for the yard exit. Several AI Morin sprang from the shadows, claws raking. Chen Fan's long blade flashed, each streak of steel heralding the end of one of those creatures. They fled the courtyard at speed, but outside the yard a mass of AI Morin already waited. Anyone who dashed out would be met with merciless slaughter. Chen Fan calmly released Zhao Yu and composed cut down every AI Morin that leapt at him, calling out, "Run! This place is not safe." Crack! No sooner had he spoken than a chorus of ice shattering rang out through the yard. Countless crystalline shards fell like rain, striking the already shattered parapets with a staccato of impacts like popping beans. Amid the tumult came Zhang Bin's terrified cry, "It's not good. The monster isn't dead." With a loud roar, Zhang Bin tumbled out of the courtyard, rushing towards Li Rui and the others at the fastest speed, shouting as he ran, "Run! The monster is about to come out." Chen Fan knew well that the giant dwarf demon could not be easily killed. No matter how powerful the ice orb was, it was crafted using a second-level magic core, so it was impossible to slay this creature whose abilities approached that of a third-level aberration. Chen Fan threw the ice orb merely to buy time for rescue. Once again, the courtyard echoed with the furious roar of the giant dwarf demon. Upon hearing the thunderous footsteps, Chen Fan's expression changed immediately as he pushed Zhao Yu aside and said, "You all run into the mountains. I will catch up right away." After saying this, Chen Fan swung his long knife and charged back into the courtyard. Before his feet could touch the ground, the giant dwarf demon unleashed its might, swinging its claw like a steel blade towards this annoying human. It originally intended to eat others first before seeking trouble with Chen Fan, but Chen Fan repeatedly thwarted its attempts to devour humans. Thus, this monster had resolved to take Chen Fan down first. Chen Fan, undaunted, swung his blade in a powerful strike, transforming it into a venomous lance that collided fiercely with the demon's claw. The impact produced a resounding clang, and the sharp tearing sound made Chen Fan's eardrums throb. This time, the invincible long knife encountered resistance and did not slice through the giant dwarf demon's claw. Instead, it absorbed a tremendous backlash, causing Chen Fan's palm to crack, and his body was flung backward for 2 meters, crashing violently onto the muddy path outside the village. A deafening roar followed as the giant dwarf demon ignored the wall in front of it, violently shredding the wall with its steel claws, easily knocking it down. With a spray of dust and debris, its terrifyingly grotesque figure squeezed through the wall, continuing to pursue Chen Fan. "This guy is really stubborn." Chen Fan cursed under his breath, swiftly pushing off the ground with one hand and nimbly leaping up, sprinting after Zhao Yu and the others. There was no doubt that this giant dwarf demon was the most formidable opponent Chen Fan had ever faced. With his current abilities, he was not strong enough to defeat it. However, even though victory was out of reach, it wouldn't be easy for the giant dwarf demon to kill Chen Fan. The chase continued, with the distance between them gradually closing. The giant dwarf demon's sprinting speed even surpassed Chen Fan's. Moreover, more dwarven demons lay in ambush along the escape route, constantly creating trouble and slowing down their escape. Chen Fan had already caught up with Zhao Yu, while the giant dwarf demon had also closed in on him. As the monster drew nearer, the desperate escapees cried out in panic, "What do we do? We're going to die. Stop talking nonsense and run into the mountains. Once we reach the woods, we'll be safe." The only one remaining calm was Chen Fan. He quickly issued orders, and Zhao Yu and the others had no choice but to comply. After running for 5 or 6 minutes toward the back mountain, they reached the edge of the woods only to find many torches lighting up within. Zhao Yu sharply pointed at several moving figures in the woods and shouted, "Look, there are other survivors hiding in the woods. Stop talking and run." Li Rue pushed her from behind, immediately ramping up his speed and reaching the place where the torches burned brightly in less than 10 seconds. Zhao Yu was not mistaken. Indeed, many humans terrified by the aberrations were hiding in the woods. These people were villagers from nearby settlements, and when the rift to the other world opened, a multitude of aberrations and alien beings poured into the village, causing many deaths. The panicked villagers had no choice but to gather and flee into the woods, escaping from the monsters. However, who could have anticipated that this forest was not safe? Especially when Chen Fan and the others ran into the woods, numerous dwarf demons followed them here. When the villagers discovered that these frenzied humans were being pursued by such a terrifying giant beast, they screamed and scattered in panic. Chen Fan had no intention of dragging them into this mess, but it was just unfortunate for the villagers. The chaos created by the stampede of fleeing people led the giant dwarf demon to pause its massive steps, contemplating whether to continue hunting down Chen Fan and the others, as there was already plenty of food here. Taking advantage of its moment of hesitation, Chen Fan led Zhao Yu to another place. While running, he heard several screams and immediately turned to look in the direction of the cries, only to see Zhang Bin wielding an iron rod attacking the innocent villagers. Many villagers had already been knocked down by Zhang Bin. Each of his strikes targeted the villagers' legs, shattering their shin bones and rendering them unable to run. Li Rue and Feng Yuan shouted in disbelief, "Zhang Bin, what the hell are you doing? Why aren't you running? What grievance do you have with these villagers? Stop talking nonsense. We don't need to run faster than the monster, we just have to break these villagers' legs so they can't run anymore. The monster won't pass up the easy meal right in front of it, it will definitely chase us frantically, leaving these villagers behind to buy us time. While the monster is busy eating them, it naturally won't have the mind to pay attention to us. Zhang Bin, are you even human? How could you come up with such a vicious idea?" Though Li Rue had ordered his subordinates to commit unscrupulous acts while supervising construction, he was nonetheless shocked by Zhang Bin's insidious suggestion. After all, these were human lives. With blood smeared across his face and a twisted expression, Zhang Bin roared, "I don't care. As long as I can survive, I can do anything." Watching from a distance, Chen Fan's eyes suddenly lit up as a thought surged into his mind, and he immediately sneered and ran back. Taking advantage of Zhang Bin's distraction while he was arguing with Li Rue, Chen Fan swung his long knife and sliced through Zhang Bin's calf. Zhang Bin felt a chill in his calf, and his body inexplicably shrank by a section. Chen Fan's strike was too swift, and coupled with the blade's exceptional sharpness, it passed over his leg without causing immediate pain. It wasn't until a copious amount of blood gushed onto the ground that he felt excruciating agony, instinctively widening his mouth to emit a piercing scream. However, the scream was abruptly cut off halfway, as Chen Fan had already stuffed 2 ice orbs into Zhang Bin's freshly opened mouth at lightning speed. The ice orbs slid down his throat, blocking Zhang Bin's airway, rendering him unable to make any sound. Feeling extremely uncomfortable, he abruptly lifted his head, glaring at Chen Fan with bloodshot eyes. Chen Fan did not give him much time to react, sneering, "Thank you for giving me such a good idea." With that, Chen Fan effortlessly lifted Zhang Bin with one hand and flung him into the air. Zhang Bin, having lost his legs, was tossed like a spider with flailing limbs and was caught by the giant dwarf demon that arrived shortly after. The dwarf demon naturally would not pass up the snack that had been delivered to it. It swung its claws, piercing through Zhang Bin's body, hanging him up like a meat skewer. The intense pain made Zhang Bin struggle violently, unable to speak, and even less able to move his legs, issuing only weak gasps. In the next second, both ice orbs exploded simultaneously within Zhang Bin's stomach, resembling a splendid fireworks display. The white cold air mixed with a large amount of blood splattered across the face of the giant dwarf demon. Zhang Bin undoubtedly perished the moment of the explosion, while the giant dwarf demon could not evade the human bomb's assault either. An endless chill condensed into a layer of solid ice on its body, and a shadow suddenly shot forward, rushing towards the giant dwarf demon in the blink of an eye. The enraged long knife slashed down like a streak of flying rainbow across the sky. The power generated by the simultaneous explosion of 2 ice beads is absolutely not to be underestimated. Even the formidable giant orc cannot ignore such intense cold from the ice attribute. Its claws are already frozen stiff, encased in a thick layer of solid ice. Moreover, Chen Fan's assault speed is incredibly fast, like a bolt of lightning striking out of nowhere. The giant orc has no time to react, But when the arc of the blade descends from the air, it instinctively raises its claws as quickly as possible to block in front of itself. Boom. The long sword resembles a comet with a trailing tail, its cold blade slicing down with a swift arc, instantly colliding with the giant orc's claw. Under normal circumstances, even without doing anything, the hardness of this iron claw would be enough to push back Chen Fan. However, the coldness in the air is rapidly condensing, all focusing on that pair of claws. Even true steel would become brittle under such rapid cooling, so when the sword struck the iron claw, it surprisingly achieved a glorious result. With a crunch, the giant orc's claw was sliced in half, and the long sword, enveloped in a blizzard-like chill, continued to slash at its neck. The giant orc's hide armor is exceptionally sturdy, yet it is insufficient to withstand Chen Fan's full-powered strike. With a ripping sound, the blade tore through the tough hide, leaving a long gash on the giant orc's neck. The speed of this blow was like lightning. By the time Chen Fan landed, blood had yet to ooze from the wound. Only when Chen Fan used the tips of his toes to touch the ground and leaped back 2 meters did the fresh blood begin to gush from the torn wound, splattering like a fountain before Chen Fan's feet. A large amount of blood flowed away, yet the giant orc did not immediately fall. Instead it looked at the small human before it with an utterly incredulous gaze. It could not fathom why an apparently ordinary human would possess such immense power. The level demonstrated by that strike was not merely one of killing, but more like an art form. Finally, the giant orc collapsed, closing its ugly eyes with a deep sense of fear and unwillingness. As it fell, the remaining orcs also began to panic, looking at the human that had slain their leader with extreme fear. Chen Fan, however, raised his long sword high, casting a frigid gaze over the entire scene. Any orc that met his eyes felt a profound shiver originating from their souls, fleeing at the fastest speed. The orcs came quickly and left just as swiftly, vanishing into the woods in an instant, leaving behind a ground littered with corpses and blood splattered everywhere. Chen Fan retracted his cold gaze, slinging the long sword behind him, and then lowered his head to coldly regard the shattered Zhongbin, sighing. I didn't expect your final contribution to be greater than mine. Unfortunately, you will never see such a glorious outcome. After saying that, Chen Fan stepped on Zhongbin's head, buried beneath the ice. With a sudden force, there was a loud crack, and Zhongbin's frozen head shattered into countless pieces. Zhongbin is dead, and the giant orc has also had its life reaped by Chen Fan. At this moment, the woods are temporarily safe. The originally dispersed villagers gathered again, all feeling nauseated and numb as they looked at the ground full of dead bodies. Although the orc race did not stay here for long, they still inflicted harm on many unarmed villagers. The sight of severed limbs and scattered flesh deeply disturbed everyone's nerves, causing the villagers to numbly kneel on the ground, unsure whether to cry or how to react. Chen Fan did not pay them any mind. With the death of the giant orc, the remaining orcs no longer had the courage to attack him. He had more important matters to attend to and could not afford to waste any more time. Meanwhile, Li Rue and Feng Yuan, stunned on the side, still had not regained their senses. They looked at Chen Fan with expressions of inexplicable terror, and when they noticed Chen Fan approaching them, they couldn't help but shiver instinctively and step back, shouting, "You! Stay away!" Chen Fan was taken aback, reaching out with his left hand to wipe the blood from his face, furrowing his brow as he asked, "What do you two mean?" Li Rue turned his numb gaze towards the already shattered Zhongbin, nearly retching. It took a long time for him to calm down, and he asked with a trembling voice, "Did you kill him?" Chen Fan raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. "Did you not see clearly just now?" Li Rue shouted in an extremely agitated tone, "Why did you kill Zhongbin? In your eyes, human life is worthless. Am I and Feng Yuan the same? Once you have a need, will you use us without hesitation, treating us as shields?" Chen Fan neither admitted nor denied it. His non-committal attitude sent a chill through Li Rue's heart. "You devil, a devil." Li Rue could no longer contain his emotions, pointing at Chen Fan and angrily cursing, "I won't follow you. You are not a trustworthy partner at all. If I continue to go into the mountains with you, my fate will be the same as Zhongbin's." Chen Fan replied expressionlessly, "It sounds as if by not following me you would be able to survive here. Don't forget, the monsters here do not know about the orc race. Without me you wouldn't last. We are not exactly partners. You can consider it a form of mutual exploitation. Ultimately, whether you follow me or not is up to you. Out of goodwill, I remind you once more that the monster you just encountered may not be the strongest entity in this otherworldly passage. Too much blood has been spilled here, and there is a strong human presence. If you truly plan to stay, be prepared mentally as soon as possible." After saying this, Chen Fan walked towards the direction where Zhao Yu was hiding without looking back. Zhao Yu, however, was not as agitated as Li Rue. Instead, she obediently stayed in place, silently waiting for Chen Fan, for she understood that what Chen Fan said was not false. Without him, their not fully evolved bodies would not be able to withstand the other monsters. Feng Yuan, after a moment of awkward silence, caught up with Chen Fan, shouting, "Wait." Chen Fan stopped, turning to look at Feng Yuan. "Is there something else?" Feng Yuan lowered his head and said, "I will follow you." "Feng Yuan, why do you want to follow him? Aren't you afraid he will sell you out at any moment?" Li Rui looked at Feng Yuan in shock, letting out an angry roar. Feng Yuan, with a grim expression, said, "Zhang Bin brought this upon himself. You can't blame Chen Fan. Moreover, he is right. Without Chen Fan, how can we face the upcoming monsters? Li Rui, you should come with us too. You have no other choice." Li Rui was stunned, his mind tangled with complex feelings. When he noticed that Chen Fan was not waiting for him, but was turning to leave, he felt a sudden panic in his heart. Hesitating for less than 2 seconds, he could only force himself to pursue. Those who have survived to this point are not fools. In truth, Li Rui understood deep down that without Chen Fan, no one could survive. However, after walking for a short while, Chen Fan stopped again as he noticed that many frightened villagers were following him. These people had witnessed the earlier scene and instinctively regarded Chen Fan as their savior. They could think of no other way out except to follow him. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan could only sigh inwardly. He recalled his past self when he first arrived in this other world. He was just like these villagers, constantly living in fear, unable to find peace, hoping to find a strong human to protect him. But the truth proved that no one could be relied upon. Among the first batch of superpowered individuals, there were indeed many heroes filled with a sense of justice, willingly taking on the responsibility of protecting everyone. However, the final outcome could only be described as tragic. Human nature is inherently selfish when you treat them while they take it for granted. But once resources become scarce and not everyone can be cared for, these people will not only drag you down, but might even turn against you. Some are like parasites, and wherever you take them, the outcome will not be good. So Chen Fan decided not to leave, coldly scanning the villagers. "Why are you following me?" A villager mustered his courage and said, "Hero, only by following you can we survive. Please protect us, we have nowhere else to go. Yes, please don't abandon us. You are so powerful and not afraid of monsters, you can definitely protect everyone. You can't leave." Chen Fan found these ridiculous remarks amusing and couldn't help but chuckle, coldly interrupting the villagers. "Please, first, I am not a hero. Secondly, I cannot save anyone. Thirdly, the place I am going to may be even more dangerous than here. Following me would only lead to your deaths. It's better to find a place to hide." A villager shouted loudly, "I don't believe you. You are just afraid of trouble and won't take us along. No matter where you go, we will follow you." Chen Fan could only smile bitterly inwardly, but maintained a stern and indifferent expression, coldly surveying everyone as he said, "I will say this only once: do not continue to follow me, or even if the beasts do not eat you, I will take action." These villagers were indeed pitiful, but those who are pitiful are often also detestable. You cannot imagine what they might do in a desperate situation. Chen Fan had experienced this kind-hearted evil before, which is why he learned to be indifferent. "Ha, go ahead and kill us. Oh, what's so impressive about bullying us? I don't believe you will kill everyone." One villager did not believe him, thinking Chen Fan's warning was just a joke, so he immediately moved closer. Chen Fan did not waste any more words with them. He raised his long knife, and the cold blade sliced through the villager's pinky finger instantly, causing a bloody severed digit. The excruciating pain made the man scream. He covered his bleeding finger and stepped back, looking at Chen Fan with the gaze reserved for monsters. Chen Fan raised the knife again, unhesitatingly aiming for his head. "You madman, you lunatic." The man was instantly terrified, screaming as he fled into the crowd. Chen Fan, with the knife in hand, coldly approached the stunned villagers, his tone chilling, as he said, "You have angered me. From now on, anyone who enters my line of sight will be killed, starting with you." Chen Fan feigned an attack on the villagers, and they scattered in terror, quickly running in different directions until they disappeared from sight. Only then did Chen Fan silently retract his long knife and turn back, only to find Li Rui staring at him coldly. "You are truly impressive, threatening a bunch of women, children, and the elderly." Chen Fan replied with a faint smile, "If you are reluctant, you can stay and protect them. I have no objections." Li Rui immediately fell silent, burying his head. Everyone understood that being surrounded by these hindrances would not only accomplish nothing, but would also attract the attention of numerous otherworldly creatures. Chen Fan scaring them off was actually a reluctant choice. After all, with his abilities, if he truly wanted to kill, none of these villagers would escape. "Let's go." After sheathing his long knife, Chen Fan did not linger and continued following the footprints left by the golden-eating beast, while Zhao Yu looked at him with a complex expression, her eyes growing deeper and more peculiar, leaving no one to understand what she was thinking. Chen Fan noticed Zhao Ye's gaze and asked her what she was thinking as he walked. Zhao Ye's eyes flickered slightly as she lowered her head and said, "I just feel that you are not as cold-blooded as you seem. Why did you treat those villagers with such an attitude earlier?" Chen Fan sighed. "Once I passed by a town that was being slaughtered by beasts. Out of kindness, I saved a few people, took them to a safe house, and provided them with food and water. Zhao Yu curiously asked what happened then. Chen Fan said indifferently food and water quickly ran out, and these people began to blame each other in a bid to survive. At first there were just a few fights, but later it escalated to mutual killings, even cannibalism. I almost got killed by them because I was injured while saving them. They felt that an injured person would only consume resources, so Zhao Yu let out an "oh" and lowered her head, no longer asking. Human nature is complex. There are no born villains, nor are there born heroes. Chen Fan had experienced too much of this, and reality forced him to become indifferent. After searching in the woods for a long time until the sky was about to brighten, Zhao Yu finally found a large number of footprints left by the golden-eating beast near a small stream. She pointed at the footprints and said, "Look, the golden-eating beast must have come here to drink water." Chen Fan gazed at the footprints by the stream for a long time and nodded, saying this should be within the range of the other world. I have seen the topographical map of this area and did not find a similar environment. Clearly this water source does not belong to Earth. Zhao Yu was astonished. Huh? How can you say that? Chen Fan pointed to the dark-colored rocks by the stream and the peculiar plants growing nearby. Look at these stones and plants. They are nothing like those on Earth. While the environment of the other world is extremely similar to Earth, there are still some differences. This is lava formed by volcanic eruptions, but the geological structure of Eagle Valley is very stable. Have you ever heard of a volcanic eruption in this area? Li Rui and the others all replied in unison, "Indeed, there hasn't been." That's right. When the other world overlaps with the real world, a unique spatial passage will be opened. If we pass through these passages, we can reach the other world. This should be the boundary between the other world and the spatial passage. If we go deeper, we will soon reach the true otherworldly space. Then aren't we in great danger? Li Rui said, anxiously looking around. Chen Fan said, danger often coexists with opportunity. If you want to survive well in the future, besides running away and hiding, you must seize every opportunity to enhance your strength. Even if it means risking your life, you must not let it slip away. Once an opportunity is lost, it will be missed forever, and losing the chance to evolve means that when the next danger strikes, you will very likely perish. Suddenly, everyone sensed a terrifying aura, a chill surge from their hearts rushing straight to the top of their heads, causing Chen Fan's scalp to tingle and his back to feel cold. A level 3 beast. Hide now. This time, Chen Fan truly panicked. The scent of death hung palpable and immediate. With no time to hesitate, he seized Zhao Yu and dashed into the nearby woods, then pointed toward a patch of foul mud beside the stream. Cover yourselves in mud, quickly. Zhao Yu and the others had long been paralyzed by the terrifying aura emanating from ahead. Instinctively, they dug into the sludge and smeared it over their bodies. Under Chen Fan's urgent direction, they scrambled for concealment, burying themselves in a shadowed, nearly invisible corner, then stared wide-eyed and numb toward the direction of the other world. Ahead, thick white mist still shrouded the landscape, obscuring whatever unspeakable horror lurked within. Yet that dreadful aura seeped relentlessly through the air, forcing Chen Fan to unconsciously hold his breath. Chen Fan could never have imagined they would encounter a level 3 monstrous beast at the very terminus of this spatial conduit. His usual composure had vanished. Overwhelming terror gripped the deepest recesses of his mind. His limbs grew icy and numb. Though level 2 and level 3 beasts appeared separated by only a single step, Chen Fan knew all too well the chasm between them. If a level 1 beast's combat strength were fixed at 1, a level 2's would fluctuate between 5 and 10, whereas even the weakest level 3 beast surpassed 100. The higher an extra-dimensional creature's evolutionary tier, the more dramatically its power surged, with each ascending rank multiplying its strength near geometrically. With his current abilities, Chen Fan could effortlessly obliterate level 1 beasts. He could even slay lower-tier level 2 beasts outright. Though stronger level 2 adversaries might overwhelm him, escape remained assured, if he chose flight. Yet if a level 3 beast fixed its gaze upon him, even flight would become a luxury. Having returned from that other realm, Chen Fan understood its horror intimately. Such a creature could level an entire small city. He was not yet a true Esper. Not even as a newly ascended level 1 Esper could he possibly withstand such overwhelming power. Chen Fan's eyes remained locked on a single point within the mist. A colossal beast loomed there. So dense was the fog that only a hazy silhouette emerged, roughly 2 meters tall, its form otherwise indistinct. It paced restlessly along the mist's edge, lunging repeatedly toward the spatial conduit, only to be repelled each time by an invisible energy barrier. Thank the heavens, it cannot breach the threshold. After prolonged observation, Chen Fan exhaled in quiet relief. Fortunately, beasts exceeding level 3 could not force entry into the conduit. Otherwise, even 10 Chens would have been mere fodder. Yet though the behemoth could not enter its vigil at the conduit's aperture, rendered escape impossible, leaving them with no choice but to wait. Zhao Yu sensed Chen Fan's tension and whispered softly, "What is it? Why are you so afraid?" Chen Fan could only offer a wry smile. Who facing a level 3 beast would not tremble? Before attaining level 3 Esperhood, Chen Fan would never dare provoke such a titan. Zhao Yu murmured, "Since it blocks our exit and we cannot leave, why not simply turn back?" Chen Fan paused briefly, then shook his head resolute. "I will not retreat. Neither will you. I shall not depart until we secure every last energy seed." "Why?" Li Rue demanded urgently. "Are you unafraid of death? I grant you surpass us all, but you are not invincible. That gargantuan dwarf demon already outmatched you. Now a beast tenfold more terrible appears. You may seek your own end, but do not drag us down with you." Chen Fan replied calmly, "An arrow once loosed cannot be recalled. Is retreat truly safe?" Li Rue fell silent, then snapped, "Then what do you propose?" Chen Fan gestured toward the source of the dread aura within the mist, speaking with measured calm. "A level 3 beast cannot traverse so narrow a conduit. If it could, it would long since have descended upon the construction site or farmstead to feed. We still have time. We wait until it grows weary and departs. Only then do we advance to claim the energy seeds." Zhao Yu bit her lip. Is this plan truly viable? How long must we wait before it leaves? Chen Fan gave no answer. He did not know. Yet he knew with certainty the beast would depart, and the energy seeds lay hidden somewhere near this conduit. Memories of his past life lingered vividly in Chen Fan's mind. He recalled 2 espers who had emerged here, Zhang Guofu, already slain, and Li Rue standing beside him now. Both attained level 1 esperhood by discovering abundant energy seeds during their flight and slaughter. Though Chen Fan knew not the precise details, he held firm conviction the seeds could not lie far. Else how could Zhang Guofu and Li Rue have found them in his former life? At last, after 4 or 5 hours of taut vigilance, the mist began to dissipate, and with it the beast's horrifying aura vanished entirely. Chen Fan released a long, slow breath. Dawn's pale light now tinged the sky. By Earth's reckoning, it was nearing 6 o'clock in the morning. Time pressed mercilessly. Once the otherworld sky brightened, hordes of beasts would surely emerge, so they must locate every energy seed before daybreak. Without hesitation, Chen Fan rose, scooped a handful of sludge, and smeared it across his body. As he spoke, "Let us go. The beast is gone. The hour to enter the otherworld is now." Zhao Yu and the others followed obediently, yet every face bore the stark imprint of tension. To cross this conduit meant stepping fully into the alien realm, whose terrain would prove far more treacherous than any construction site. Even a formidable level 2 beast could overwhelm them now, let alone that level 3 terror they'd just evaded. Chen Fan knew full well this was perilous, but he had no alternative. Without swift power ascension before the apocalypse's onset, death would be inevitable. Reborn, he harbored far-reaching ambitions, and would absolutely not repeat the tragedies of his former life. Emerging from the conduit, Chen Fan unexpectedly discovered a secluded valley. Along its left cliff face ran a narrow fissure overgrown with wild grass and thorny brambles, 2 mountains converging to form a dark, impenetrable slit. Though nothing within was visible, a chilling draft hissed from its depths, raising gooseflesh along their spines. The valley exuded a strangely familiar aura, igniting Chen Fan's gaze with sudden fierce intensity. Though he detected no resonance from the energy seeds, he unmistakably caught the scent of a gold-devouring beast. Somewhere deep within that valley. Once the target was determined, Chen Fan no longer hesitated and immediately walked towards the stone crevice in the valley. The crevice was cold and damp, and the rocks beneath his feet were quite slippery. Chen Fan moved quickly, his steps light and unaffected, but his companions Li Rue and Feng Yuan stumbled several times, exerting great effort just to keep up. The passage within the crevice was not desolate. The surroundings were covered in dark green moss and vines hanging down from above. Under the starlight, they looked quite fearsome. Chen Fan made a concerted effort to memorize the environment, continuously calculating the steps to take when the time came to act, as well as the escape route after obtaining the energy fire seed. After crossing the entire gorge, they arrived at an open basin. Chen Fan cautiously stopped, choosing a pile of scattered rocks to conceal themselves. The terrain in the valley was peculiar, with high mountains and gorges on either side, and only one stone crevice for entry and exit. On the inner side of the gorge, there were many rocks piled up to half a person's height. The texture of these rocks was extremely hard, glimmering with a dark metallic sheen, with a hardness level of at least 10. Although they could not match the longsword in Chen Fan's hand, they were significantly harder than ordinary steel in the human world. This was the unique aspect of this other world, the complex environment. The treacherous terrain combined with the ever-present threat of man-eating beasts made everything appear perilous in this primal wilderness. Li Rue cautiously surveyed the surroundings and nervously swallowed, saying, "What material are these stones? They look almost like iron ore." Chen Fan quietly explained the spatial structure of this other world. is quite different from that of the real world. The air density here is greater than that of Earth, and the atmospheric pressure is many times stronger. Ordinary humans who come to such a place may find it hard to breathe after just a short distance, compounded by the heavy gravitational pull, so the density of any material here is greater than that on Earth. After Chen Fan's explanation, Li Rui and the others realized it was indeed the case. After crossing this gorge, their breathing had become significantly more labored, and they quickly grew tired. Such a phenomenon would be impossible in the human world. It was due to the powerful gravitational force in this other world which increased their bodily weight. Zhao Yu struggled to adjust her breathing. All right, what do we do next? Where do we go to find it? No need to search, it's not far ahead. Chen Fan pointed to the ground, and the three immediately looked down, noticing numerous large footprints. These footprints varied in depth and size, but shared a common characteristic: they were crescent-shaped with jagged edges. Chen Fan recognized these footprints. They were identical to those left by the gold-eater beast that had died at the construction site. It was evident that this was the lair of the gold-eater beasts. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry out to find it. Once we locate the energy fire seed, we can retreat immediately. I don't want to stay in this cursed place any longer. The longer one stayed in this other world, the greater the psychological pressure became. Feng Yuan could no longer contain himself. He only hoped to obtain the energy fire seed as soon as possible, after which Chen Fan would be satisfied to take them back. What are you so anxious about? This is the lair of the gold-eater beasts. Do you think there won't be other similar creatures around? Chen Fan shot him a cold glance. There are others. Oh my god. Feng Yuan's face changed dramatically. He was about to ask something, but before he could speak, it turned into a startled exclamation. He had spotted another gold-eater beast. Although it was smaller, standing less than 2 meters tall, its body was covered in hard steel-like black scales, and the massive bone spines waving from its tail made Feng Yuan feel a wave of weakness. Indeed there are, and quite a few, at least 5 or 6. Li Rui also peeked outside and immediately saw several gold-eater beasts leisurely strolling in the gorge. These beasts were not particularly large. Although they were only subadult, their aura was quite strong, all reaching the level of second-tier beasts. Li Rui's heels suddenly felt weak. A full 6 gold-eater beasts, while they were only subadults, each one alone would be enough to give him a hard time. Li Rui and Feng Yuan did not possess strong combat abilities. Although their evolutionary level was not low, their strength was at most comparable to first-tier beasts, unable to confront second-tier beasts. As for Chen Fan, although he had the capability to slay low-end second-tier beasts, he could not face so many large gold-eater beasts at once. Brute force would not work, and he could only rely on strategy. Except for Chen Fan, Zhao Yu was the only one who could remain calm. Although she was scared, at least her tone was relatively steady. So how do we steal the energy fire seed from the gold-eater beasts? Chen Fan pointed to a cave at the edge of the gorge and calmly said most gold-eater beasts hide in caves during the day and only come out to hunt at night. Since dawn is approaching, we must find a way to stop them from returning to their cave. Therefore, our team has to split up into 2 groups. One group will distract the gold-eater beasts, while the other will stealthily enter the cave to steal the energy fire seed hidden inside. We only have one chance. Li Rui exclaimed in surprise, but how should we divide the personnel? Chen Fan pointed to himself, and Zhao Yu and I will form one team responsible for sneaking into the cave to find the energy fire seed. You and Feng Yuan will. Before he could finish, Li Rui immediately shook his head in fear. No way, you're so capable, you should distract them. Don't worry, once we get the energy fire seed, we won't keep it for ourselves. We still need you to take us back to the real world. Chen Fan instantly displayed a sinister smile. The ones outside the cave are merely subadults. If you're already this scared, how do you know there won't be adult gold-eater beasts inside? Li Rui was momentarily speechless, nervously saying, then Feng Yuan and I will be responsible for drawing them away. You just go into the cave. By the way, after luring the gold-eater beasts out of the gorge, where should we regroup? Chen Fan replied, let's regroup in the forest where we previously avoided the third-tier beast. If this operation goes smoothly, I might share some of the energy fire seed with you, but of course the premise is that you must cooperate with me. Are you ready? Li Rui and Feng Yuan nodded cautiously. Just as they were about to say they were ready, Chen Fan had already kicked them both in the rear, swiftly pulling out an ice orb and hurling it towards the outside of the gorge. Boom. The shockwave from the explosion of the ice orb immediately spread out, enveloping the rocks on the outer side of the gorge. Such intense energy fluctuations naturally caught the attention of the gold-eater beasts who were lazily strolling in the gorge. They all raised their heads and immediately spotted Li Rui and Feng Yuan, who had been kicked out of the crevice by Chen Fan. Both of them were caught off guard, having been kicked far away by Chen Fan. After landing, they scrambled to get up, not even having time to brush off the grass and dirt on them, only to find that the several gold-eater beasts had already widened their copper bell-like eyes and were charging towards them. With great speed, the thunderous sound of hooves pounding the ground, shaking the entire gorge, each beast's eyes filled with a furious bloodthirst. Faced with the ferocious beasts charging towards them, Li Rui and Feng Yuan were already terrified. Although they cursed Chen Fan inwardly for being inhumane, such words could not be spoken aloud. Moreover, as the distance closed, the golden devouring beasts began to attack them. They had no choice but to turn around and flee in another direction. The golden devouring beasts, of course, were unaware that these two humans were merely bait to lure them, so they naturally gave chase. Once they had run far enough, Chen Fan stretched lazily and emerged from the rocky hideout, saying to Zhao Yu, who was following him, "Did you see the cave in the valley?" Zhao Yu followed Chen Fan's pointing finger and immediately spotted the enormous cave concealed on the other side of the gorge. The cave was arched about 4 meters high, a massive structure for a human, but just wide enough for the large golden devouring beasts to fit through. Zhao Yu said, "I see it. That's their lair, right? What should we do next?" Chen Fan replied casually, "This time you go in first and scout the situation. Once you find the energy fire seeds, come out immediately and tell me. I'll wait for your news at the entrance." "What if there's danger?" Zhao Yu was taken aback, her gaze towards Chen Fan shifting uncomfortably. Chen Fan said matter-of-factly, "Since entering here, you haven't exerted any strength at all. Most of the time, I have been protecting you. Not only have I rescued you from the beasts several times, but I also allocated the remaining energy fire seeds to you. Shouldn't you do something for me in return?" Although Chen Fan's words seemed quite reasonable, Zhao Yu remained unmoved. Chen Fan urged, "Hurry up. There's no time. Once the rift closes, we will be trapped here forever. Do you want to be stuck in such a dangerous place?" Zhao Yu certainly did not want that, and could only force herself to follow Chen Fan's instructions, cautiously making her way towards the cave entrance. The beasts of this other world were not much different from the wild animals on Earth, with the only distinction being their differences in strength. When Zhao Yu entered the cave, she was immediately stunned by the sight before her. Piles of golden devouring beast feces littered the cave entrance, the stench overwhelming her, forcing her to cover her nose to avoid fainting from the odor. Yet under Chen Fan's pressure, Zhao Yu had no choice but to continue forward. The cave walls were slippery, and the deeper she went, the darker it became. Aside from the remnants of animal feces, there were many peculiar items on the ground, most of which could not be seen on Earth. Zhao Yu cautiously moved further inside, glancing around at the filthy environment. After walking about 50 meters deeper, she suddenly stopped. She saw a naturally formed chamber, circular in structure, with the mottled cave walls covered in all kinds of strange vegetation and vines. Within the intertwining vines were numerous stone crevices, each containing several pearly crystals. A quick glance revealed at least over 50 energy fire seeds. From the strong aura emanating from the crystals, Zhao Yu quickly identified what they were, and her breathing became heated, her heart racing. Previously, she had only absorbed a few impure energy fire seeds, but their level of evolution was not low. If she could absorb all the energy fire seeds at once, then... This thought lingered deeply in Zhao Yu's mind, nearly overwhelming her. Fortunately, she had good mental fortitude and could still maintain some restraint. Although the aura of the energy fire seeds was extremely tempting, the psychological pressure from Chen Fan outweighed everything. As long as Chen Fan was present, she dared not covet those energy fire seeds. But what if Chen Fan was no longer around? A strange thought suddenly surged into Zhao Yu's mind, and a sly fox-like smile appeared on her face. Since coming to this alternate world, Chen Fan had saved Zhao Yu several times from danger, rescuing her from the clutches of the beasts, yet she had never felt grateful to this guy in her heart. After all, she had been coerced by Chen Fan to come here. To make matters worse, Chen Fan had also caused her to become a suspect in a murder case. Zhao Yu had always pretended to comply because she knew she could not escape Chen Fan's control. However, the current situation was different. Besides Chen Fan, there were so many powerful beasts here. If she seized the opportunity, she would become the biggest winner. With this in mind, Zhao Yu immediately began to devise a plan. At this moment, Chen Fan was still outside the cave waiting for news, and was unaware of the situation inside, which undoubtedly created a perfect opportunity for her. Quickly, Zhao Yu shifted her focus deeper into the cave. Although the golden devouring beasts outside were drawn away by those two fools, the cave still retained a significant amount of their scent. A thought crossed her mind, and she immediately made her way deeper into the cavern, discovering a robust golden devouring beast in another passage. This golden devouring beast was sleeping and had not yet noticed Zhao Yu's intrusion into the cave. After all, her target was too small. Even if the beast opened its eyes and saw Zhao Yu, it would not take her seriously. After all, a normal human, who couldn't even be considered a level 1 ability user, posed no threat to it. And since it was herbivorous, it generally would not attack other creatures unless provoked. Despite the fact that the golden devouring beast had not yet discovered Zhao Yu, she was already so nervous that she was sweating profusely. After all, it was a level 2 beast, and the aura it emitted alone made Zhao Ye's heart race. However, thinking of the energy fire seeds outside, she gritted her teeth and boldly set her plan into motion. She found a place to hide, concealing all her energy and waiting anxiously for half an hour. Sure enough, Chen Fan outside the cave could barely contain himself as faint footsteps were heard from the entrance, signaling that he was getting closer. For Chen Fan, Zhao Yu had been inside the cave for over half an hour without showing up, which was definitely not a good sign. Either she had been discovered by the beasts inside and killed, or this woman was harboring ulterior motives, planning to keep the energy fire seeds for herself. Thus he had no choice but to enter the cave himself to take a look. As soon as Chen Fan stepped into the underground chamber, he was immediately captivated by the numerous energy fire seeds embedded in the stone walls. This massive wealth caused him to lose his usual composure. He quickly drew his long knife and dashed towards the nearest crevice, swiftly prying out the energy fire seeds hidden within. Zhao Yu watched everything unfold and immediately smirked. Just as Chen Fan was prying out the energy fire seeds, Zhao Yu, who had been poised to act, made her move. She pulled out a delicate short dagger and hurled it towards the resting golden devouring beast in the cave. The dagger struck the soft belly of the beast, failing to penetrate its thick hide, but it startled the dangerous giant awake. The golden devouring beast immediately opened its eyes and began searching for the culprit that had attacked it. Naturally, it spotted Chen Fan, who was prying out the energy fire seeds, and its enormous pupils filled with rage as it swiftly charged out of the cave, letting out a thunderous roar. The thunderous roar reverberated through the cave, causing Chen Fan to shudder. He immediately turned his gaze backward and saw a massive gold-devouring beast charging toward him, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. This is bad. In that moment of hesitation, the gold-devouring beast's grotesque maw was already inches away. Chen Fan quickly tossed the energy fire seed onto the ground and sprinted toward the exit behind him, while the beast lifted its enormous head and crashed it into Chen Fan's back. Chen Fan's legs left the ground instantly. The tremendous impact sent him flying 2 meters, crashing heavily against a stone wall. After rolling several times upon landing, he got up and continued to run outside. Roar! The enraged gold-devouring beast let out a series of furious roars and gave chase. Utilizing his agility, Chen Fan dodged several of the beast's charges. With a clang, he drew his blade, his toes digging into the stone wall for leverage as he launched himself into a slash. The gold-devouring beast's body was as hard as iron, its only weakness being its eyes. The blade sliced through one of its eyeballs, exploding in a spray of pus-like blood. However, the immense pain only fueled the beast's fury. It raised its massive paw, stomping furiously on the ground. Each impact resonated like the beating of a drum. Chen Fan's attack had not dealt a fatal blow, rather it ignited the gold-devouring beast's wrath. With no place to gain leverage, Chen Fan fell to the ground narrowly, avoiding the beast's stomp and striking his long knife against the scales on the beast's leg. The blade clashed, creating a dazzling spark. The energy waves from the long knife pierced through the beast's scales, but failed to inflict any deadly harm. In pain, the gold-devouring beast let out a furious roar, swiftly lifting its paw and bringing it down toward Chen Fan's head. The beast's massive foot carried a violent wind pressure, rendering Chen Fan unable to resist. He quickly darted beneath the beast's belly, raising his long knife and slashing through the air. The blade, like a flash of lightning, cut open the beast's abdomen, causing a stream of dark green blood to spill. Unable to seize the slender Chen Fan, the gold-devouring beast retreated repeatedly. Yet this was its lair, but held its ground, forcing Chen Fan back with its enormous head. Chen Fan jumped aside, increasingly alarmed. Although he could kill the gold-devouring beast, it would take considerable time. Moreover, there were more beasts outside the cave, and being surrounded would mean certain death. Realizing this, Chen Fan reluctantly cast one last glance into the cave and swiftly fled. The wounded gold-devouring beast roared in pursuit, repeatedly slamming its head against the cave walls, unleashing a series of thunderous roars. The sounds of battle faded away, and the cave fell silent once more. Finally gone. The tranquility lasted for 5 or 6 minutes before it was shattered by a triumphant chuckle. Zhao Yu, hiding deep within the cave, let out a sigh of relief. Cautiously, she stepped out from her hiding spot and gazed at the exit from which Chen Fan had retreated, a sly smile appearing on her face. Even with Chen Fan's abilities, dealing with an enraged gold-devouring beast was no easy feat. It seemed he wouldn't be showing up again anytime soon. Zhao Yu quickly composed herself and walked towards the pile of energy fire seeds. The seeds emitted a crystalline glow, illuminating her exquisite face, rendering it extraordinarily enchanting. Zhao Yu felt a sense of pride, for she had successfully outsmarted Chen Fan. While his combat prowess was formidable, he wouldn't be killed by the gold-devouring beast. Simply driving him away was enough. The remaining energy fire seeds were hers to enjoy alone. Once she absorbed a complete seed, she would undergo her first evolution. By then, even if Chen Fan discovered that Zhao Yu was still alive, he would be powerless to do anything about it. With her scheme finally successful, Zhao Yu grew more and more pleased, breaking into a triumphant laugh. However, in her revelry, she failed to notice a greater danger drawing near. The vines entwined on the stone walls suddenly transformed into agile tentacles, moving without warning, creeping toward Zhao Yu like aquatic plants, and had already wrapped around her ankle without her noticing. Oblivious to the impending danger, Zhao Yu held the freshly dug energy fire seed in her hands, feeling smug as she tucked it into her bosom. Just as she reached for the third seed, she unexpectedly realized she couldn't move her feet. The writhing vines had ensnared her calves, and their venomous thorns had deeply pierced Zhao Yu's legs. Yet she felt little pain, only numbness, as if she were unaware of their presence. Zhao Yu quickly looked down to check, only to find the vines had silently coiled around her. Before she could scream, a tremendous force surged from the vines, lifting her into the air. Zhao Yu was entirely suspended upside down, finally letting out a scream. She desperately reached down to claw at the vines wrapped around her legs, but it was futile. The moving vines on the stone wall resembled agile snakes, wildly coiling around her thighs and arms. 10 seconds passed, and Zhao Yu was utterly immobilized. What kind of monster is this? Help! Help! Zhao Yu panicked, repeatedly shouting for help, her piercing cries echoing throughout the cave. However, the only response was the rustling sound of movement. When Zhao Yu lifted her gaze, a more terrifying scene unfolded before her eyes. A shadow slowly crawled out from the cave's ceiling. The distance was too great, coupled with the dim light inside the cave, making it hard for her to see clearly. The shadow resembled a mist drifting through the air, halting less than a meter away from Zhao Yu. The black gas swirled rapidly, concealing some fearsome creature within. Zhao Yu turned pale with fright, continually gasping and shouting. After 2 minutes of sustained screaming, she suddenly fell silent. Something was approaching within that mass of black gas. As the distance closed, Zhao Yu finally discerned it was a segmented creature resembling a spider's fuzzy leg, only straight, without joints, like a hollow bamboo pole. The black appendage neared Zhao Yu's abdomen, seemingly sensing something. Soon the fuzzy legs suddenly spread apart, extending a red intestine-like appendage from within, about the thickness of an adult's thumb. The tip of the red appendage sprouted a sharp black thorn approximately 10 centimeters long, shaped like a barbed cone. The sharp black thorn pointed directly at Zhao Yu's abdomen, moving swiftly like a flash of lightning. Zhao Yu had no idea what it was, but she instinctively felt fear. Before the appendage could reach her, she let out an exceptionally hoarse and terrified scream. Fear filled Zhao Yu's heart in an instant. Yet just as she despaired over her fate, a cold glimmer of blade light continued to enlarge in the narrow, dark cave. The spinning blade appeared like an opened fan, slicing toward the red intestine like a bolt of lightning. Swish! As the blade passed, the red appendage was instantly cleaved into a torrent of dark green blood splattering. From within the mist came a sharp hiss, as a black shadow plummeted straight down from above. In the next moment, Chen Fan, who had been driven out of the cave by the gold-devouring beast, appeared oddly in the cavern, raising the folding crossbow in his hand and frantically pulling the trigger. The black bolt traced a straight line through the air, precisely striking the black mass and pinning it firmly against the stone wall. Chen Fan dashed forward, a flash of silver flickering from his hand. The assault dagger struck like a bolt of lightning, plunging into the black mass and slicing it in half with a swift horizontal slash. Only then did Zhao Yu see clearly that the creature that had attacked her was a spherical entity, as large as a disc, covered in black fur, lacking limbs, and eyes a stream of pure black. Once Chen Fan eliminated the monster, the vines that had been tightly coiling around Zhao Yu loosened, and she felt her body lighten as she fell straight down. Chen Fan leaped forward and caught Zhao Yu around the waist. Having narrowly escaped death, Zhao Yu had no time to thank him before Chen Fan's calm voice reached her ears. "Did you really think I would be so easily deceived?" The laughter caused Zhao Yu's expression to freeze, and her entire body began to tremble involuntarily. However, Chen Fan seemed to have no intention of settling accounts with her. With a gentle toss, he threw Zhao Yu to the ground and walked toward the corpse of the monster, glancing at it with disdain before sheathing his long knife and combat dagger. Zhao Yu, who was thrown to the ground, looked at Chen Fan with a gaze filled with uncertainty. It was only when Chen Fan had stowed away his weapons that she, using her dagger to dig out the energy fire seed, realized he had no intention of attacking her. She quietly asked, "Why did you spare me? Was all of this part of your plan?" Chen Fan smiled and replied, "You executed the plan excellently. Why would I not spare you?" Zhao Yu found herself unable to comprehend Chen Fan at all, yet her clever mind did not cease its worrying. She seemed to guess something, but was not entirely sure, so she asked Chen Fan for clarification. "Was it intentional? Did you know I would betray you?" Chen Fan chuckled and said, "It's not really betrayal. I understand you quite well. After all, you were kidnapped here by me. Without me, you would still be a carefree thief, not only avoiding being a wanted criminal, but also not encountering so many dangers. So it's entirely natural for you to betray me at the most critical moment. Zhao Yu found herself at a loss for words. She could not grasp Chen Fan's thought process. Of course, if Chen Fan were so easily understood by her, he probably wouldn't have survived until now. After a long silence, Zhao Yu felt her legs gradually regaining sensation. She then pointed to the pile of the strange beast's corpse that Chen Fan had split in half on the ground, and asked with disgust, "What is that?" "That is the mother of the gold-eating beast, similar to a queen bee or ant queen. It is the king of this nest. Although it doesn't possess strong offensive capabilities, all gold-eating beasts will obey its commands. If we don't deal with this guy, we won't be able to obtain the energy fire seeds smoothly." While conversing, Chen Fan had already filled a bag and tied it shut with a rope, preparing to pry out the remaining energy fire seeds. Zhao Yu, still in shock, asked, "But you didn't tell me about it before." Chen Fan suddenly halted his actions, and with a half-smile looked at Zhao Yu and said, "If I had told you all the plans, the one lying on the ground would probably be me. You are an extremely clever and dangerous woman. I have never dared to underestimate you." Zhao Yu forced a smile and said, "You're overestimating me. I'm far from your level. You deliberately didn't tell me what the monster in the cave was because you had already anticipated that I would betray you after discovering these energy fire seeds. Then you pretended to be deceived by me getting chased out by that frenzied gold-eating beast, only to use me to draw out the mother of the gold-eating beast." "That's right." Chen Fan nodded and patiently explained, "This is the reason I went to great lengths to bring you here. Only you can draw out the mother of the gold-eating beast. If it remains hidden and doesn't show itself, I won't be able to find it, let alone take the energy fire seeds right under its nose. Since all gold-eating beasts obey the mother's orders, if it remembers me, I would be attacked by all the gold-eating beasts, and even if I obtain the energy fire seeds, I wouldn't be able to leave safely." Zhao Yu still couldn't understand why can only I draw out the mother of the gold-eating beast. Chen Fan suddenly smiled, a mysterious smile filled with mockery. He pointed to Zhao Yu's lower abdomen and asked, "Do you know why this monster attacked your abdomen?" "Why?" Zhao Yu pressed for an answer. Chen Fan said, "You once asked me how the gold-eating beast reproduces. At that time I didn't tell you, but I can say it now. Gold-eating beasts do not have the ability to reproduce on their own and must rely on other mothers to continue their species. Let me put it this way, borrowing a womb to give birth. Do you understand?" Zhao Yu trembled with anxiety, her face filled with terror, as she said, "So, just now, it was trying to." Chen Fan replied, "You guessed it right." Chen Fan chuckled, "Even if I hadn't shown up just now, the mother of the gold-eating beast wouldn't have killed you. It only wanted to use your belly to nurture the next offspring. What I cut off earlier wasn't a weapon, it was just its reproductive organ. If the eggs of the gold-eating beast had entered your body, it would have taken root in your belly, absorbing your strength to slowly hatch. Once it matured, it would break through your belly and crawl out. At that point, you would die, and the nutrients in your body would be completely drained by the newborn gold-eating beast, resulting in a terribly tragic death. This principle is similar to how bees build their nests. Before laying eggs, bees capture caterpillars and paralyze them with toxins, then inject their eggs into the captured caterpillars. Subsequently, the eggs hatch on the caterpillars, using them as food to slowly absorb their nutrients. When the bee larvae are fully developed, the caterpillars are drained dry, leaving only a bare shell." Zhao Yu felt nauseated. Before Chen Fan could finish, she was already clutching her mouth, retching heavily. Chen Fan walked towards her with a smile and said, "Don't worry, I arrived just in time. Before it could inject the eggs into your body, I cut that tube, so the scene I just described will not happen to you." Zhao Yu pale-faced, "Cursed you devil. If you had been a second late, I would have." Chen Fan coldly interrupted her, saying, "If I had arrived late, it would only mean your fate is unfortunate. Although I want to settle accounts with you, you have harbored thoughts of betraying me and even acted on them. Do you know how much effort I need to expend to deal with a fully grown gold-eating beast?" Zhao Yu fell silent, her expression bitter as she lowered her head and said, "All right, how do you plan to deal with me? Are you going to kill me with one blow or leave me here to be trampled into a meat pie by those gold-eating beasts returning to their lair?" Chen Fan pointed to the pile of energy fire seeds on the ground and shook his head, saying, "Neither. 50 energy fire seeds is no small number. I can't carry that much by myself. They'll leave this bag to you, and you help me transport them out. Once the otherworldly passage closes, we will part ways, and from then on we won't know each other." Zhao Yu, with an excited expression, exclaimed, "You're not going to kill me." Chen Fan coldly replied, "Why would I kill you? Do I seem bloodthirsty to you?" In fact, although Chen Fan often appeared cold and ruthless, he would not easily resort to killing if he had a choice, especially against his own kind. Even though he had slain numerous strange beasts and had killed Zhang Bin with his own hands, all of this was merely for survival. As for Zhao Yu, Chen Fan had previously stated that as long as she could endure until the end in the otherworldly passage, he would return her freedom. Chen Fan is a man of his word, and since he had made a promise, he was even less likely to turn against Zhao Yu. Chen Fan packed all the energy sparks and urged Zhao Yu to leave quickly. However, Zhao Yu's legs were uncooperative. The vines entangling her feet had injected a large amount of paralyzing toxin into her body, making it impossible for her to recover in a short time, and she moved extremely slowly. Unfortunately, time was running out. According to Chen Fan's plan, the interworld passage would close in a very short time, and the fate of being trapped here was bound to be tragic. He could only drag Zhao Yu along, and just as they stepped out of the cave, they noticed that the dense fog outside the canyon had significantly thinned. This was a signal that the interworld passage was about to close. Seeing this, Chen Fan immediately quickened his pace and said to the lagging Zhao Yu, "There's no time. Hurry up. We must return to the range of the interworld passage immediately, or we won't be able to leave." Zhao Yu also wanted to move faster, but her legs were already numb. It was quite impressive that she could walk this far, and she simply couldn't speed up. Noticing this, Chen Fan coldly said, "The interworld passage will close in half an hour at most. If you want to stay and live with these strange beasts, I can certainly accommodate you." These words acted like a shot of adrenaline, and Zhao Yu's previously numb legs suddenly regained strength, even moving faster than Chen Fan. People will never know their limits unless they are pushed to the brink. Zhao Yu was clearly a woman with great inner strength and remarkable willpower, a fact that even Chen Fan had to admire. Just as they were about to exit the canyon, Zhao Yu suddenly asked, "By the way, where are Li Rui and Feng Yuan? I wonder where they managed to lure the golden devouring beast." Chen Fan replied indifferently, "If we're lucky, they should have returned to that grove. If we're not lucky, they might not even know which strange beast has devoured them by now. Let's go. There's no time to worry about them." After saying that, Chen Fan quickened his pace, while Zhao Yu hobbled closely behind. Just as they were about to exit the canyon, the hope of survival in front of them made Zhao Yu quicken her pace, almost to a run. Unfortunately, before she could get very far, Chen Fan suddenly pulled her arm from behind, yanking her down forcefully and pressing her down. "What are you doing?" "Oh." Zhao Yu instinctively struggled, but her words turned into a terrified scream as an unprecedented danger suddenly descended. Following this was a blue electric ball resembling a comet streaking towards them and crashing down less than 10 meters away from Chen Fan. Boom! The violent explosion followed, and a strong gust shattered a section of rock. The fierce winds mixed with flames ravaged everything in their path, and even Chen Fan was lifted off the ground by the shockwave, crashing down far away. "Ah, what was that?" Zhao Yu, terrified by the deafening explosion, trembled as she raised her chin. Her gaze fell upon a nearly 10-meter-tall spotted giant beast resembling a leopard with light-colored fur that shimmered with a metallic sheen. When Zhao Yu spotted the giant beast, another blue energy ball came crashing down like a comet, sweeping across the plain at lightning speed above the canyon, landing on a massive rock and exploding with a thunderous roar. The rolling shockwave covered nearly a 20-meter radius instantly, and the smoke from the explosion had yet to dissipate when countless shattered stones began to rain down like a torrential downpour from above the canyon. The stones crashed down like a torrential rain, and just as they were about to bury Zhao Yu alive, a flash of bright blade light cut through the falling rocks, splitting them apart. Before Zhao Yu could even scream, she felt something grabbing her legs, dragging her desperately into the depths of the canyon. "Ah, help me. Let me go. Please let me go." Zhao Yu trembled uncontrollably, her delicate features pale, with fear her face like dead jade. Instinctively, she picked up a piece of rubble, intending to smash it against the monster dragging her, but unexpectedly a strong hand seized her wrist, and a figure quickly pressed down on her. Just as Zhao Yu was about to shout, her mouth was covered by a hand. "Don't shout, it's me." Panicking, Zhao Yu recognized Chen Fan's voice and immediately became as docile as a sheep, pressing her entire body against his iron-like chest. Chen Fan wrapped his arms around Zhao Yu and rolled them both to the side, away from the area covered by the falling rocks. After they were out of danger, Chen Fan spat out the sand in his mouth, found a suitable stone to hide behind, and pulled Zhao Yu behind it. The deafening explosion continued, and the canyon trembled as countless cracked stones fell like a giant hailstorm. Zhao Yu was completely paralyzed with fear, gripping Chen Fan's hands tightly, asking anxiously what was happening outside and why there was such a powerful explosion. Chen Fan shook off Zhao Yu's hand and cursed darkly, "Li Rui and Feng Yuan, those bastards. I told them to lure the golden devouring beast out of the canyon, and I didn't expect them to bring that third-level strange beast here. Those two idiots really caused trouble. Only a third-level or higher strange beast could cause such large-scale destruction." Now the road outside the canyon was blocked, and Chen Fan didn't dare to speak too loudly, fearing that they would attract the attention of the third-level strange beast. Zhao Yu said with a pale face, "Isn't this all your fault? They must have done it on purpose to take revenge, which is why they deliberately lured such a big monster to deal with us." Chen Fan shook his head and replied, "Impossible. Even if they were stupid, they wouldn't dare to provoke such a powerful strange beast. It's likely that those golden devouring beasts were targeted by this third-level beast after escaping the canyon. It's a coincidence. Regardless of whether it was a coincidence, Zhao Yu felt despair. The combat power of a third-level strange beast was enough to easily crush both her and Chen Fan. Faced with such a giant beast, they had almost no chance of escaping. She quickly grabbed Chen Fan's hand and asked what they should do now. Even the usually calm Chen Fan was flustered. In the face of absolute power, all wisdom seemed laughable. Fortunately, the third-level strange beast had not yet discovered them. Otherwise, if it charged into the canyon, it would truly be the end. Chen Fan could only say, "We don't need to do anything. Just hide here and stay quiet. The third-level strange beast won't see us as food. We're too small for it. It should be after those golden devouring beasts. Once it's full, it will leave." Zhao Yu slumped weakly to the ground and bitterly smiled, asking when it would be full enough to leave. At that moment, Chen Fan heard another desperate scream coming from outside the canyon. He quickly crawled out of their hiding spot and saw Feng Yuan covered in blood and looking terrified running towards them, crying out, "Chen Fan, help me. Li Rui has already been trampled to death by that monster. Help me. It's Feng Yuan. He actually came back." Zhao Yu also fearfully poked her head out and immediately recognized the terrified Feng Yuan urging Chen Fan. "What should we do? You need to think of a way." Chen Fan gritted his teeth, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. He swiftly drew out a folding crossbow, loaded a steel ball, and aimed at the fleeing Feng Yuan, pulling the trigger. Whoosh! The high-speed steel ball pierced Feng Yuan's forehead, and he collapsed instantly, twitching a few times before going silent. Zhao Yu let out a piercing scream. "What are you doing?" Chen Fan quickly covered her mouth, roaring in a low voice, "Shut up. If we don't kill Feng Yuan, he'll definitely attract the third-level strange beast. This is to save our lives." Chen Fan's words were indeed reasonable, and Zhao Yu was not the kind of foolish woman who laments the heavens. However, witnessing Chen Fan shoot Fei Yuan, she was still taken aback, her face filled with despair as she said, "Is there no other way? If there were, I would certainly save him, but we have no other choice." Chen Fan shook his head and said, "All right, this is not the time for debate. You heard it, as well. Li Rui has already died outside. Our only option now is to hide ourselves and prevent that third-level mutant beast from discovering our presence. If it charges into the canyon, we won't even have the legs to escape." Having returned with the memories of a decade of fleeing, Chen Fan naturally understood the terror of a third-level mutant beast. Although Zhao Yu was still unfamiliar with the other world, upon seeing the energy wave emitted by the third-level mutant beast easily pierce through a massive boulder weighing dozens of tons, she instinctively sensed the approach of death. They could do nothing but huddle in one place, concealing all traces of their human presence. The destruction caused by the third-level mutant beast outside the canyon was ongoing. Explosions erupted, and flying debris scattered like rubble, while yellow sand engulfed the entire canyon. Chen Fan could only bury his head deep in his arms to withstand the violent aftershocks of the explosions. Blue energy spheres pierced through the air continuously, resembling barrels of gunpowder that detonated repeatedly in the canyon. The power of the explosions far exceeded the ice beads in Chen Fan's hands, almost equivalent to 10 times the potency of black powder. The moment of the explosion generated a powerful shockwave that collapsed large areas of the canyon. Thick black smoke enveloped the charred ground, and Chen Fan even caught sight of a shattered corpse of a devouring beast amidst the debris of the explosion. Even with the devouring beast's notoriously formidable defensive armor, it could not withstand the shockwave from a single explosion, highlighting the terrifying destructive power of the third-level mutant beast. This was no longer a confrontation of the same level. Neither Zhao Yu nor Chen Fan had the capability to confront such a terrifying giant beast. All they could do was pray that the third-level mutant beast would not discover them. This experience of having one's fate out of their control left Zhao Yu feeling extremely uneasy. She curled up into a ball, snuggling into Chen Fan's embrace like a frightened kitten, her immense terror rendering her mind blank, leaving her unable to think. Chen Fan remained somewhat calmer. After all, he had long grown accustomed to this kind of life. No matter how hard humanity struggled in the apocalypse, their overall strength could not compete with the mutant beasts. More often than not, humans lived in a state of frantic and disordered flight. Even if you were a first-level esper, it would amount to nothing when faced with creatures evolved beyond third level. You were merely a slightly stronger ant. No matter how strong the ant, it could still be crushed underfoot. This is the tragic reality for all humanity. The other world had descended too quickly for humans to complete sufficient evolution through elemental resources. In contrast, mutant beasts had already existed in the other world for countless millennia, meaning they were no longer on the same starting line. The explosions had obliterated everything, leaving the area outside the canyon as a scorched wasteland. Just as Chen Fan was quietly waiting for the third-level mutant beast to leave, his expression suddenly changed, and he murmured, "Not good." Zhao Yu raised her terrified head and quickly asked, "What's wrong? Did that monster discover us and plan to charge in?" Chen Fan smiled wryly and said, "Not quite. The fluctuations of the otherworld passage are gradually dissipating. We might not be able to return to the real world." Chen Fan's words undoubtedly struck Zhao Yu with a heavy blow. She immediately cried out, "What do we do then? Are we going to be trapped here forever? I don't want to. We'll die. There are second-level and even third-level mutant beasts everywhere. How are we going to survive?" Zhao Yu went into a frenzy, her terror completely overwhelming her rationality. She clawed at Chen Fan, shouting that it was all his fault. If it weren't for his reckless idea to bring them here in search of energy seeds, they wouldn't be trapped here. Now all the energy seeds were in your hands, but what good would that do? Could you use them against a third-level mutant beast? Faced with Zhao Yu's frantic questioning, Chen Fan could only smile bitterly. Even if he could refine all the energy seeds in a short time, it would be impossible to boost his combat power to a level capable of contending with the third-level mutant beasts, as the human body has its limits. After absorbing a certain amount of energy seeds, the effects would be greatly diminished. These energy seeds were indeed precious, but they could not elevate Chen Fan to a second-level esper. Chen Fan could only grasp Zhao Yu's hand and say, "Calm down. We still have a chance. Don't think about anything now. Let's first safely navigate through this crisis. I promise I will definitely take you away from this place." Zhao Yu stared blankly at Chen Fan, and the bitter tears streamed down her cheeks like two beads. With a pained expression, she said, "How long will it take? A year? 2 years? By then we'll probably have been digested by the mutant beasts." Chen Fan, however, shook his head seriously, saying, "No, I have a way to get you out. Trust me." Chen Fan's words were always so confident, and Zhao Yu felt slightly reassured, no longer quarreling with him. The two of them huddled quietly in the canyon, hiding tightly, without daring to move. The violent explosions lasted for over an hour. When the sound of the explosions finally subsided, the presence of the third-level mutant beast also vanished. Out of caution, Chen Fan did not immediately lead Zhao Yu out of the canyon, but quietly waited for over 10 minutes. When the thick smoke in the canyon dissipated, revealing the devastated ground and the numerous patches of charred soil, Chen Fan, whose nerves had been taut, finally relaxed, leaning against the cold stone wall and exhaling slowly, saying, "It's finally over." Zhao Yu cautiously asked, "Is that spatial passage still there?" Chen Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "Don't think about it. The otherworld passage disappeared long ago when the third-level mutant beasts wreaked havoc. Where we are is a completely different world, countless light years away from Earth. Even if you boarded a spaceship, you wouldn't be able to return. After all, the otherworld and Earth do not belong to the same dimensional space." It was rare for Chen Fan to crack a cold joke at such a time. Zhao Yu, already on the brink of panic, clutched Chen Fan's hand tightly, saying, "What do we do then? Are we really unable to return?" "Not necessarily," Chen Fan said seriously. "There are currently 2 ways for us to return to the real world." Zhao Yu hurriedly said, "Quickly tell me. I don't want to stay in this hellish place for even a second longer." Chen Fan was just as unwilling to stay here. However, given the situation, a smart person should not complain about their fate, but instead seek a way out of the predicament. So he calmly analyzed, "The first method is to wait. The otherworld and our reality will eventually overlap. These otherworld passages are evidence of spatial merging, and at that time countless spatial wormholes will be created, allowing us to traverse freely. We can return to Earth mainly through these wormholes." Zhao Yu said, "Can you say something useful? How long do we have to wait? Do you know when the 2 worlds will completely overlap?" Chen Fan frowned and said, "If we calculate according to Earth's time, it should be more than 20 days. However, the otherworld and Earth do not exist on the same timeline. 20 days on Earth could be 20 years or even 200 years in the other world." Zhao Yu was stunned, suddenly laughing in anger. After she laughed enough, she coldly said, 200 years. Do you have such a long lifespan?" To her surprise, Chen Fan said it was possible. Zhao Yu was even more dumbfounded, twitching her lips as she said, "What nonsense are you talking about? It's rare for humans to live to 100 years. How could anyone live to 200? Chen Fan shook his head, saying that the situation in the other world was different from her assumptions. This was a universe where time and space were extremely chaotic, and one could not use Earth's methods to calculate time. Normally, the human lifespan should be between 60 to 80 years, but once Earth and the other world overlap, the dimensions of the 2 spaces will also merge, greatly extending human lifespan. For example, in his past life, Chen Fan once saw an elderly man on the brink of death, already at the stage of severe illness. Just when that old man was about to die, the overlap of the other world and the real world occurred, and afterwards the dying old man was influenced by the primordial energy, surprisingly standing up again and surviving for a long time in the apocalypse. Zhao Yu frowned and said, "So primordial energy can not only significantly enhance human physical strength, granting us unimaginable power, but it can also extend human lifespan, allowing a dying old man to cling to life for a few extra years. Chen Fan replied, "Your idea is not entirely correct, but it's not wrong either. As I mentioned, the impact caused by the fusion of the two-dimensional spaces is immense. This effect will not only manifest in humans, the overlap of space and time will further impact the operational rules of the entire universe. In other words, the timeline of the universe we live in has been infinitely extended. Do you understand what I'm saying? What was originally 1 minute may be stretched to an hour or even a whole day. Of course, there are also many places where the timeline compresses where 100 years could be compressed into 1 year." Before Chen Fan could finish, Zhao Yu was already sweating profusely, waving her hand. "All right, don't talk to me about these metaphysical theories. My education isn't high enough to understand. In short, the overlap of the other world will change human lifespan, and it's not wrong to say humans could live to 200 years or more." "Yes." Chen Fan nodded and continued, "So you don't need to worry about not having enough time. We do not belong to this dimension, so we naturally won't be affected by the time and space of this dimension. Even if 200 years pass, you and I will still remain young. For the entire other world, it may be thousands of years, but for you and me from Earth, it's merely the blink of an eye." Zhao Yu felt increasingly terrified. She didn't think this was a good thing. Aging, illness, and death are the laws of nature. As a life form on Earth, humanity had long gotten used to all of this, especially in such a terrifying place. Aside from the primitive desolation, there was only Chen Fan, this mentally unstable guy. She certainly didn't want to be stuck here for 200 years. So Zhao Yu asked, "What about the second method?" Chen Fan said, "If we find the next spatial passage, we can return quickly. When the two spaces begin to merge, countless spatial folds will be produced due to the pressure on space. Moreover, this folded plane is fixed. This means that if Chen Fan can find another passage nearby, they can return to the real world still within Yanqi City." Zhao Yu felt that the second method was more reliable, nodding and asking, "Where should we start looking?" Chen Fan shrugged and said, "How would I know? To determine where the next point of spatial folding is, we must undergo extremely complex spatial calculations. Do you understand the formulas?" Zhao Yu said, amused and exasperated, "What formulas are there? I'm afraid the scientists on Earth haven't invented them yet, right?" Chen Fan said, "That's just it. So what we need to do next is return to that cave, take the time to recover our bodies. I will take this opportunity to absorb the energy of the energy seeds, striving to become a level 1 ability user as soon as possible. In that case, my abilities will be greatly enhanced, and I can gain a measure of self-protection in the other world while waiting for the next dimensional passage to open." Zhao Yu asked, "What about me?" Chen Fan pointed to the pocket on his hand and said expressionlessly, "You can absorb them too and complete your first evolution as soon as possible. I don't want to carry a burden. Once your abilities increase, you can assist me better." Zhao Yu scoffed, "Aren't you afraid I'll betray you again? Once I become a level 1 ability user, you might not even be my match." Chen Fan said nothing, merely turning his neck to silently look at Zhao Yu's delicate face. This calmness frightened Zhao Yu. She quickly leaned back, forcing a pale smile. "Don't worry, I was just joking." Chen Fan shook his head and said, "No need to explain. I know very well what kind of person you are. If one day your combat power surpasses mine, you will definitely come to settle the score for today. The reason you're being so obedient now is that you know I can kill you at any time." Zhao Yu said with an unnatural expression, "Then are you still willing to share with me?" Chen Fan smiled and said, "Even if you might cause me trouble in the future, that's a matter far down the line. Right now, we must cooperate. You can't leave me for the time being, and similarly, I need your assistance." Zhao Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly smiled brightly, saying, "That may not be true. Perhaps in the future, I will come to like you." Chen Fan coldly shook his head and said, "It's best if you don't. Emotions can make a person lose their reason. Aside from my sister, I won't develop feelings for any other woman. You'd better not try to tempt me. If one day I find myself having romantic feelings for you, I might eliminate you before those feelings can take root." Zhao Yu opened her mouth, instantly speechless. Then the two supported each other back to the cave they had been in earlier. All the gold-eating beasts had been killed by the level 3 beasts outside, so they didn't need to worry about facing their threat. The cave instead became a temporary resting place, at least for a short time, while it hadn't been occupied by other beasts. Next came the arduous and lengthy wait. After absorbing the energy from 10 energy seeds, Chen Fan finally welcomed his first round of evolution. As for Zhao Yu, her talent turned out to be higher than Chen Fan's. After consuming 15 energy seeds, she finally encountered the opportunity for her first evolution. The effects of evolution vary from person to person. Different physiques lead to different efficiencies in absorbing and refining primal energy, and the energy required for evolution also differs. Evolving from an ordinary life form into a superhuman represents a qualitative leap, thus the energy required for each evolution is vast, and cannot be achieved through mere accumulation over a short period. There will always be differences between two distinct individuals, and even among superhumans of the same level their combat power can vary. For instance, during the first evolution, Chen Fan only needed to absorb 10 energy seeds to trigger his evolution, while Zhao Yu consumed a full 15, indicating that Zhao Yu's body can store primal energy nearly 1.5 times that of Chen Fan. This is a terrifying ratio. The more energy required for evolution, the more substantial the growth and power will be. Undoubtedly, Zhao Yu's talent far surpasses that of Chen Fan, and she is destined to become a powerhouse in the human world. This is a gift from the heavens that Chen Fan cannot envy. Although both have become level 1 superhumans, if a life-and-death battle were to ensue, Chen Fan would still come out victorious. After all, combat power is not solely determined by the magnitude of strength. The decade of bloodshed and training has endowed Chen Fan with more than just experience. After his first evolution, Chen Fan also welcomed the return of his superpower. The small black dot on his palm became more solid, indicating that his special ability from his previous life was awakening. Chen Fan merely sensed it briefly and chose to ignore it, as it was to be expected. What piqued Chen Fan's curiosity was that Zhao Yu had also become a level 1 superhuman. What could her special ability be? Each evolved human possesses their own unique superpower, with different individuals acquiring varying abilities. The differences in physique lead individuals down entirely different paths of evolution. Some are granted the power of invisibility, while others can harden their bodies or even evolve wings to soar through the skies. Chen Fan was merely curious and did not press Zhao Yu for the nature of her abilities, as such powers are the greatest trump cards for any superhuman, and no one would casually reveal their secrets. The two had already lived in this strange world for more than half a month, consuming half of the energy seeds that Chen Fan had painstakingly collected. As for the remaining half, Zhao Yu suggested they absorb them together. Although they had become level 1 superhumans, they still found themselves at the lowest end of the food chain in this world filled with powerful life forms. Any formidable beast could easily wipe them out, so absorbing more energy would grant them a better chance of survival. Chen Fan did not agree. Instead, he gathered all the remaining energy seeds, planning to bring them back to the real world. Zhao Yu asked in confusion, why not absorb them all at once? What if it helps you evolve again? Chen Fan replied with a faint smile, you are overestimating evolution. Do you think these energy seeds will still be effective for us? Energy seeds could only assist Chen Fan in completing his first evolution, but they could not help him break through again. It is similar to medication. If the same antibiotic is used repeatedly, the body will develop resistance. When Chen Fan had yet to undergo his first evolution, these energy seeds could indeed provide a significant boost to his strength, but once he crossed that threshold, the effectiveness of the energy seeds would dramatically decline. Even if he absorbed all the remaining energy seeds, a second evolution would not occur, unless he could find rarer level 2 seeds, which of course was impossible. Zhao Yu nodded, and then asked, why is our absorption efficiency of energy seeds so slow while the beasts can evolve quickly with them? Chen Fan responded, after all, humans are considered an invasive species, at least in the context of this world. The beasts have adapted to the environment and evolution methods here after countless generations of reproduction and genetic elimination, while humans are just beginning to interact with this world, making comparison impossible. Zhao Yu nodded in understanding and said, since these energy seeds are no longer useful to us, why keep them? Chen Fan explained, I have family and friends on Earth, and I intend to bring these back to them. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu fell silent, and her expression became much more desolate. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Chen Fan proactively asked Zhao Yu what was wrong. Zhao Yu replied that she had no family, her relatives had passed away when she was very young. She then fell into a life of hardship, being taken in by a gang leader and trained to become a genuine thief. Over the years, she had roamed from city to city, targeting the wealthy. If it weren't for meeting Chen Fan, she would not have encountered such a turn of fate. Chen Fan listened quietly, not interrupting. By the end of her story, Zhao Yu even cast him a grateful glance, saying, actually, I should thank you. Chen Fan was taken aback and asked her why she wanted to thank him. Zhao Yu replied with a wry smile, although you were using me, you have also given me a chance for a new life in the process. You could have killed me and monopolized these energy seeds, yet you did not. Instead, you taught me how to control these abilities. As you said, the apocalypse is approaching, and without these powers, the day it arrives could very well be my last. Chen Fan shook his head, saying, even if you possess these abilities, it does not guarantee survival in the apocalypse. Don't celebrate too early. Zhao Yu replied, I understand, but at least I have a certain level of self-preservation ability. By the way, do you have any way to return to the real world? Chen Fan nodded and said, don't worry, like you, I do not wish to remain in this world. For the past few days, I have been observing the environment outside the canyon. We are fortunate. The second portal to the alternate world should be opening soon. However, this time the appearance of the portal is rather peculiar, as it is in the water. Zhao Yu exclaimed impatiently, then what are we waiting for? Let's set off quickly. I don't want to rely on the flesh of beasts for survival any longer. At the banks of the Yonghua River, the crowds were bustling. The crowded docks were filled with a cacophony of sounds, with many vendors calling out their wares while sailors and fishermen moved about everywhere. This is the largest port in Yunxi City and the only place close to the water. In recent years, the city government has decided to vigorously develop tourism projects to boost the economy, and the picturesque banks of the Yonghua River have naturally become the preferred destination for tourists, with many waiting here early. By the water, a rather luxurious cruise ship was docked at side emblazoned with 3 impressive characters Chen Fan. This is the largest and most luxurious tourist cruise ship in Yunxi City, where one can enjoy various star-grade services at any time. Of course, the different levels of service correspond to different ticket prices, with the top cabin tickets reaching an astonishing 5-digit price, which has deterred many ordinary tourists. Today is the day the Chen Fan set sail. Even before the cruise ship docked, hundreds of tourists had gathered at the pier, their faces filled with excitement and joy. However, no one knew that their lives would be drastically transformed by a single ticket. With a dull horn blast, the crew lowered the deck, and a throng of tourists eagerly queued to board the ship, creating a bustling scene of competition. On the top deck of the cabin stood a middle-aged man in a crisp white shirt with a full beard, closely observing the bustling crowd below through binoculars. This man was Captain Luo Dafu of the Chen Fan, and before every voyage he would stand here with binoculars to observe the tourists, ensuring they could board in an orderly manner. The number of tourists boarding today has actually doubled compared to last time. It seems the company has invested quite a bit in advertising. Xiaozhen, come take a look, Luo Dafu said to a young man in a dark blue sailing outfit beside him as he moved the binoculars away. The young man took the binoculars with a smile and said, "Uncle Luo, the more tourists there are, the greater our responsibility. By the way, during the last voyage, I noticed a minor issue with the drainage compartment. I wonder if the technical staff assigned by the company have fixed it yet." Luo Dafu chuckled and said, "Don't worry, Xiaozhen, a dedicated team has already been dispatched to check and handle it. By the way, what's up with the chaos at the ticketing area? Why don't you take a few people down to check it out and maintain some order?" "All right, I'll head down now." Xiaozhen nodded with a smile and led several crew members to the ticketing area to restore order. As they approached, they indeed found a quarrel happening. A corpulent middle-aged woman was loudly causing a scene outside the ticket gate, showering the staff, trying to mediate with insults. Opposite the woman stood a tall, lean young man with slightly dark skin, wearing a baseball cap and a blue t-shirt, anxiously apologizing to the overweight woman. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on you. Just saying sorry is enough. Do you know how expensive my dress is? Country bumpkin, what do you think we should do?" The middle-aged woman spat as she spoke, nearly spraying the young man with her saliva. The young man, looking helpless, shrugged his shoulders in despair. If Chen Fan were present, he would be shocked, as this unfortunate fellow, unable to lift his head from the scolding, was none other than his childhood friend Wu Tian. After receiving a large sum of money from Chen Fan, last month Wu Tian took a long leave to rest at home. Unintentionally, he came across an advertisement for the Chen Fan and bought a discounted ticket to board, hoping to enjoy the riverside scenery along the Yonghua River. Little did he know such an unfortunate event would occur right after boarding. "Everyone, please step aside." "What happened?" At this moment, Xiaozhen had already led several staff members to push through the crowd, smiling as he addressed the situation. "Madam, why are you causing such a commotion at the ticketing area?" The middle-aged woman pointed at Wu Tian, continuing to berate him. "It's him. This filthy man tried to take advantage of me. Not only did he step on my foot, but he also took the opportunity to be inappropriate." Her words immediately drew laughter from several tourists watching the scene, while Wu Tian turned beet red, hurriedly explaining, "I didn't mean to, it was just too crowded at the ticketing area, and I lost my balance." Xiaozhen had already learned the gist of the situation from other tourists. He smiled at Wu Tian, then turned his attention to the rude middle-aged woman, politely saying, "I believe this gentleman is not at fault, and he has been apologizing. How about we let this matter go?" The middle-aged woman stubbornly shouted, "Just saying sorry isn't enough. No way. How do you handle matters here? You need to call the captain immediately." Xiaozhen smiled and replied, "I'm sorry, ma'am, but the captain is currently inspecting the ship and may not be available to see you." "What kind of service attitude is this? Do you believe I will lodge a complaint against you?" The middle-aged woman was getting more aggressive, her tone rising like an angry cat. Xiaozhen frowned, thinking to himself how this woman was acting like a rabid dog ready to bite anyone. Though he maintained a professional smile, his tone gradually turned colder. "Ma'am, I hope you won't make this difficult for me. If you continue to cause trouble here, I will have to ask the staff to escort you away." The Chen Fan was not an ordinary tourist ship. Its owner was a powerful figure with extensive connections, and Xiaozhen was a direct relative of that powerful owner. Hence, he became the second officer at such a young age. Although he had a good temperament, he wouldn't tolerate this unreasonable woman continuing her ruckus. Seeing the staff closing in on her, the middle-aged woman realized the situation was turning against her and dared not continue her outburst, though she refused to back down, saying, "Is this how you do business? I will definitely file a complaint against you." Xiaozheng merely smiled, ignoring her, and quietly instructed the nearby staff, "There are too many passengers boarding this time. Everyone stay alert to prevent anyone from causing trouble, understood?" The staff nodded in agreement, escorting the overweight woman to her designated cabin. Xiaozheng then approached Wu Tian, who was about to disembark, and politely asked, "Sir, the ship is about to depart. Where do you wish to go?" Wu Tian, feeling dejected, expressed his desire to disembark. He had come out to enjoy the trip, but after the woman's disturbance he had lost his enthusiasm for appreciating the riverside scenery. Xiaozheng quickly said, "Sir, I apologize for what happened earlier. To make up for our mistake, I will apply for a cabin change for you and provide you with complimentary premium service. Would that be satisfactory?" Hesitating, Wu Tian nodded, saying, "All right, but you need to arrange for me to be as far from that woman as possible. I really don't want to see her again." Xiaozheng couldn't help but smile, promptly agreeing, "Rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements for you." Upon entering the VIP cabin on the third floor, Wu Tian's mood had lightened considerably. He first went to the dining area to grab a bite, then returned to his cabin to enjoy the riverside view, gradually forgetting the unpleasant experience. Though the Yanghua River is merely a tributary of the Yangtze River and lacks fame, it is renowned for its magnificent scenery, beloved by locals. This area features steep mountains and rapid waters with sheer cliffs lining both sides of the river. It took millions of years of geological movement to create such unique karst topography, making it one of the region's most valuable natural tourist attractions. After sailing for half a day, the ship finally approached the most distinctive scenic spot in the area. Wu Tian rushed out of the cabin and was greeted by towering mountains on both sides, jagged and steep, their massive forms overlapping to create gaps filled with chaotic rocks resembling a dance of demons, captivating tourists who hurriedly took out their phones to capture the moment. Wu Tian took numerous photos and was about to upload them to his personal blog, but after a brief moment the phone signal weakened significantly. After several unsuccessful attempts to upload, he planned to find another spot, when suddenly he spotted a narrow gap filled with rocks up ahead, from which a thick white mist surged, enveloping the ship and obscuring his view. Of course, fog on the river is a normal occurrence, and the tourists didn't think much of it. Wu Tian, busy looking for a spot with a phone signal, similarly failed to notice the change in the environment. Unexpectedly, just as he stepped out of the corridor, the cruise ship suddenly lurched, causing his phone to slip from his fingers and roll straight into the gap of the staircase. "Damn it, my new phone!" Wu Tian cursed and quickly bent down to pick it up, but before he could retrieve his phone, the ship swayed violently again, throwing him off balance and making him fall onto the corridor. He hurriedly grabbed the handrail nearby, but felt the entire ship rocking while the sounds of terrified tourists screaming and cursing filled his ears. "What is going on?" As the ship stabilized somewhat, Wu Tian heard several shocked exclamations from below. "Oh no, the cruise ship hit a reef. We hit a reef. Could we really be this unlucky?" This was the first thought that popped into Wu Tian's mind, and the ensuing chaos of screams left him feeling at a loss. At this moment, he could no longer think about finding his phone, as other tourists in the VIP cabin rushed out, grabbing the railing to look down, nervously shouting what happened. "Why did the boat shake so violently just now?" A well-dressed beauty exclaimed loudly, "The cruise ship has hit a reef. Oh, we won't die, right?" This naturally incited more panic among the crowd. A large number of tourists pushed towards the stairs, making the already narrow passageway even more congested. Wu Tian was originally standing at the staircase, but was pushed to the back by the frantic crowd. Seeing the situation getting out of control, he quickly stepped forward and shouted, "Everyone stay calm. Even if the cruise ship really did hit a reef, it's not a big deal. Don't panic, please don't panic. After all, the Yanghua River is merely a tributary of the Yangtze River, and the river isn't wide. Even if something were to happen to the cruise ship, we could always just swim to the shore." Therefore, Wu Tian didn't think it was anything serious and instead tried to soothe everyone's emotions. At that moment, the announcement in the upper cabin suddenly rang out, "Attention, everyone, please listen. A minor malfunction has occurred on the cruise ship and our staff is working diligently to resolve it. Please return to your cabins and do not stand on the deck. Repeat, please return to your cabins and do not rush to the deck." The loudspeaker's voice quickly spread throughout every corner of the cabin, and many tourists looked up, while below there were lively discussions filled with confusion. "What is going on? At least give us an explanation. Why did the cruise ship suddenly shake so violently?" Wu Tian naturally heard the announcement and quickly pushed through the crowd toward the captain's office in the upper cabin. Many tourists shared the same thought as him, wanting to understand what malfunction the cruise ship had encountered. As Wu Tian ran, a large group of tourists immediately followed behind him. When Wu Tian arrived at the observation deck on the top level of the cruise ship, it was already packed with tourists. Many agitated visitors were questioning the security personnel on board, while timid passengers were crying and begging the crew to dock the ship. More people were chattering away discussing what kind of malfunction the Yang Fan had encountered. The chaos persisted for a short, while with some demanding the captain to step forward and provide an explanation. Faced with this emotionally charged crowd, Captain Luo Dafu could only appear outside the main cabin with a loudspeaker, shouting to the tourists at the front, "Please rest assured our maintenance team has already set out. Indeed, our ship has encountered a minor malfunction, but everything is under control, and we will absolutely guarantee everyone's safety." Of course, most tourists would not believe such words, and they clamored for refunds. Faced with the enraged crowd, Luo Dafu could only smile wryly and assure them, saying, "Everyone, please rest assured. As the captain, I bear undeniable responsibility for this incident. I guarantee on my personal honor that once we disembark, everyone will receive a refund." Just as Luo Dafu was trying to calm the tourists, several staff members rushed out from the rear cabin and quickly whispered something in his ear. Luo Dafu's expression changed, and he hurriedly put away the loudspeaker and ran towards the back. The tourists sensed something was wrong and crowded around to follow him. The cruise ship staff quickly moved forward to stop them, shouting, "Please be quiet, remain calm, and quickly return to your cabins. Don't worry, our captain has decades of sailing experience and will ensure everyone's safety." Wu Tian, trailing behind the chaotic crowd, had no idea what was happening up ahead. Continuing like this would lead to no resolution. He could only run to a less crowded area to smoke a cigarette. However, before he could light it, a violent tremor resonated through the ship, causing many tourists who had crowded outside the captain's office to stagger and fall, the scene descending into chaos. Something must have gone wrong. Wu Tian, scared, dropped his lighter and instinctively looked down at the water. He noticed that the previously calm water was now bubbling with fist-sized bubbles resembling water coming to a boil. A large number of bubbles were surfacing, releasing a thick, foul odor that made everyone instinctively cover their mouths. "What is that smell?" Someone shouted while covering their mouth, but before anyone could respond, the ship began to shake violently once more. Wu Tian clung tightly to the railing, his face paling in fear, and continued looking below the water. To his shock, he saw that beneath the murky surface a multitude of black shadows were emerging. Strange jellyfish-like creatures were surfacing from below, all clinging to the ship's hull. These jellyfish-like beings were not motionless. They moved their semi-transparent tentacles, crawling slowly along the iron walls of the cruise ship, giving the illusion of being still. Moreover, a thick fog was gathering along the riverbank, enveloping the entire riverside, as if a heavy curtain was obscuring visibility. Wu Tian strained to see the shore, but could only make out a hazy silhouette, everything swallowed by the dense fog, leaving him clueless as to where the ship was sailing. The more Wu Tian looked, the more bizarre it seemed. Although dense fog was common along the river, such thick mist was highly unusual. Just as he was watching the white fog in confusion, he felt a pat on his back. Turning around, he found Xiao Zheng, the crew member, who had previously helped him, standing behind him. "Sir, our cruise ship is currently rocking. You should hurry back to your cabin. Don't worry, we will handle these matters." Wu Tian had a good impression of Xiao Zheng and quickly asked him what exactly was wrong with the cruise ship. To his surprise, Xiao Zheng replied, "It's nothing, sir. You don't need to ask anything, just return to your cabin and wait quietly." Wu Tian shook off his hand, saying, "Don't lie to me. What on earth has happened?" The captain left in such a hurry. Something must have gone wrong in the lower cabin. Your maintenance team surely can't handle such a serious issue. Am I right? Xiao Zheng was taken aback and then smiled. "Don't worry, even if there is a leak in the lower cabin, we have a very efficient drainage system that is more than enough." Wu Tian's words left Xiao Zheng momentarily stunned, and with a curious expression, he asked, "How do you know our equipment has malfunctioned?" Wu Tian replied with a cold smile, "This is my old profession. Didn't I tell you I specialize in mechanical repairs? Under normal circumstances, such a large tonnage cruise ship would be equipped with at least 4 propellers powered by electric motors rather than directly by the engine. However, I can't hear the sound of the electric motors at all. If the electric motors malfunction, many instruments in the main cabin will shut down. That's why the captain left the broadcasting room and appeared with a loudspeaker. Am I right?" Xiao Zheng looked at Wu Tian in shock and said, "You really know your stuff." Wu Tian immediately took off his outer clothing and said, "Enough talk, hurry, and take me to the captain's cabin, I can help." Xiao Zheng hurriedly nodded and said, "All right, but please put on our work uniform or I can't take you to the captain's cabin. If other tourists see you, it will definitely cause a scene." Without further ado, Wu Tian immediately took the crew uniform Xiao Zheng handed him, and while putting it on, asked how many electric motors are on this ship, and how many of them are operational. Xiao Zheng replied while leading him towards the captain's cabin, "To be honest, there are still 2 electric motors that are functioning, but the bilge is taken on water and the motors cannot start at the moment. According to the crew below, it seems that all the motors have short-circuited." "How is that possible?" Wu Tian asked while running. Don't tell me your electric motors don't have waterproofing. Xiao Zheng sighed and said how could that be? But for some reason the insulation on the outside of the motors seems to be completely damaged. Right now they are essentially submerged in water. Once the motors start they will short-circuit immediately. At that moment they had squeezed past most of the tourists and hurried into the captain's cabin, where Captain Luo Dafu was desperately dialing numbers, but after several attempts with no success, he slammed the receiver down in frustration. Turning around, he saw Xiao Zheng leading a stranger into the cabin and roared in irritation, "Xiao Zheng, what are you doing? I told you to send all the tourists back to their cabins. Why did you bring someone here?" Without waiting for Xiao Zheng to respond, Wu Tian interjected, "Staying in the cabin may not be safe anymore. If the drainage system fails to operate normally, the bilge will be filled with water within 2 hours. At that point, everyone on the ship will sink and become fish food. Do you want everyone to stay in the cabin and wait for death?" Who are you?" Captain Luo Dafu broke out in a cold sweat, but stubbornly replied, "You're talking nonsense. Each bilge has isolation equipment. At worst, we can lower the gate and isolate all the leaking compartments. How could we allow the entire bilge to fill with water? Then why haven't you lowered the gate?" Wu Tian sneered. "Is it because the electric motors have malfunctioned, causing all operational instruments to fail?" "How do you know this?" Luo Dafu was not only sweating, but also began to tremble with fear. This was his greatest dilemma at the moment. All 4 electric motors had taken on water and short-circuited, preventing him from closing all the hatches from the control room. Although there were many manual devices below, for some reason the crew in the bilge had not closed them. Luo Dafu wanted to use the communication equipment to direct the crew, but discovered that even the communication instruments had failed. Just as he was getting angry, Wu Tian arrived. Wu Tian said the most critical task now is to quickly seal the leaking bilge. Without communication devices, just send someone down. As long as we can secure half of the bilge, this ship won't sink. Luo Dafu was sweating profusely and said, "But the communication devices have failed. I can't coordinate the manpower. I can't just go outside and shout into a loudspeaker. If the tourists find out about the cruise ship's malfunction, it will definitely cause a bigger mess." At this point, Wu Tian could no longer stand by idly and immediately said, "Then take me to the leaking bilge. Perhaps I can help you solve some of the troubles." "Fine. All right. Xiao Zheng, take a few flashlights and come with me." Luo Dafu hesitated briefly, but ultimately nodded helplessly and led Wu Tian out of the captain's cabin. The 3 quickly made their way to the internal staff passage. Before long, they descended to the bilge and found the situation was far more serious than they had imagined. The leaking bilge had not been effectively addressed, causing water to spread to other compartments. Now the entire bilge was filled with murky river water which had already risen to their knees. Wu Tian's face turned pale with fear. He quickly shouted to Luo Dafu, "Why is there no one in the bilge? Where did these people go?" Luo Dafu anxiously looked around, raised his flashlight to sweep the area, and indeed found that there was not a single staff member in the bilge. He felt it was strange and slapped his own face, saying, "That's not right. We clearly arranged for 8 repair workers to come down, and there were already several crew members in the bilge. Where did they all go? Never mind that. It's not the time to dwell on this. We should close the hatches quickly." Xiao Zheng hurriedly said, "No, maybe those repair workers went to other compartments. If we mistakenly close the hatches, won't they be trapped inside? Then why don't you call them out?" Wu Tian gritted his teeth. Finally, Luo Dafu opened the loudspeaker and called down the passage of the bilge, "Lao Huang, He-jun, where the hell are you? Hurry up and come out to close the hatches quickly." After calling several times, no one in the bilge responded. The 3 felt odd, and Xiao Zheng tugged at Luo Dafu, saying, "Captain, it seems they are all missing." "Impossible. After the cruise ship hit the reef, I arranged for them to check the bilge immediately. How could they all be gone? Search for them." Luo Dafu refused to give up and immediately waded through the water toward the deep passage of the bilge. Wu Tian and Xiao Zheng exchanged glances and immediately followed closely behind. In the bilge of the Yang Fan ship, there were approximately 20 independent hatches, each one separate. Wu Tian could only accompany Luo Dafu to search in the most severely leaking bilges, but before they had walked halfway, Xiao Zheng at the back suddenly pointed at a hatch and shouted, "Isn't that Zhao Qing? Why is he submerged in water?" Wu Tian immediately raised the flashlight and shone it on the place Xiao Zheng pointed. Indeed, he saw a person face down floating quietly in the water. The water level had already risen to waist deep. Zhao Qing seemed like a hard piece of rotten wood submerged in water and motionless. Wu Tian's heart sank. Could he be dead? Luo Dafu was startled and quickly reached out to pull Zhao Qing's pant leg. However, he found that Zhao Qing's legs were bulging as if something had been stuffed inside. He hurriedly shone the flashlight and was immediately scared by the scene that followed. He saw that Zhao Qing's legs were covered with a large number of translucent jellyfish, which clung to his legs like suction cups. Under the flashlight's illumination, the jellyfish glowed with a faint blue hue, slippery and emitting a foul odor. "What in the world is this thing, eh?" Luo Dafu instinctively shuddered, hastily recoiling backward. Xiao Zheng peered curiously at the floating shapes above and remarked, "These look like jellyfish, don't they?" Luo Dafu immediately retorted, "Nonsense. Have you ever heard of freshwater jellyfish farming? These are deep-sea creatures. How could they possibly appear on a river?" Wu Tian also felt intrigued. From the ship's deck, he had first noticed numerous gelatinous jellyfish-like organisms drifting beneath the surface. At first, he paid them little mind, until he discovered the same entities creeping into the lower hold. That was when unease took root. Just as he stepped forward for closer inspection, Luo Dafu abruptly raised a hand to stop him. "Don't go near them. Jellyfish are venomous. Look at Zhao Qing's condition. He may well have been poisoned by these very creatures." "Huh." Wu Tian jerked his hand back in alarm, paling as he staggered backward. Xiao Zheng, however, remained unconvinced. "Captain, surely not. It's unlikely. You touched one yourself just moments ago, and nothing happened." No sooner had Xiao Zheng spoken than a piercing, gut-wrenching scream tore through the air behind them. Luo Dafu's expression twisted in shock. He swung his flashlight toward the sound. Its beam revealing the cry had erupted from another lower hold. He urgently waved Xiao Zheng onward. "Come on. We must go see." The three sprinted toward the source of the scream. Wu Tian grew increasingly terrified with every stride. He tugged lightly at Xiao Zheng's sleeve and whispered, "We should seal the hatch right away. I sense something deeply wrong down here." Xiao Zheng's face tightened with tension. After all, they'd already found a corpse in the lower hold. A grave discovery. Though three grown men might not flinch at mere cadavers, the manner of this crewman's death was profoundly unnatural. Before they could grasp what had truly transpired, Luo Dafu had already burst into the shrieking hold and bellowed, "Who's in there? What's happening?" Wu Tian was about to follow. Yet before he crossed the threshold, he froze. Luo Dafu, who'd entered first, was scrambling backward in frantic retreat, as if confronted by unspeakable horror. His face had blanched to a sickly violet, lips trembling as he gasped, "Quick! Seal the hatch! Seal it now! There's a monster! A monster!" Wu Tian had been trembling, but Luo Dafu's words paradoxically steadied him. He scoffed inwardly. Monsters didn't exist. Curiosity overrode fear. He darted past Luo Dafu and cast a swift glance into the hold. And in that instant his blood turned to ice. His own scream ripped forth louder even than Luo Dafu's. "Ah, what are these things?" Inside the hold lay another corpse, far more grotesque than the first. Clinging to its back was a blue octopus the size of a wash basin. Its 7 or 8 sinuous tentacles undulated like living vines, while its soft, pulsating belly clung tightly to the corpse's spine, emitting wet, rhythmic plop-plop sounds as it fed. At first, Wu Tian couldn't fathom what the creature was doing, until he swept his flashlight beam across it. Then he saw it was devouring the flesh from the corpse's back. True octopuses possessed no teeth, yet this one required none. From beneath its abdomen it secreted a viscous green fluid. Where the fluid struck the corpse's skin, flesh dissolved, instantly liquefying into a murky yellow slurry that the beast greedily slurped inward with a sharp sucking hiss. The horrifying spectacle wrenched a shriek from Wu Tian. Luo Dafu lunged for the hydraulic valve beside the hatch, desperate to slam it shut. Yet before his fingers could turn the lever, a faint skittering shush-shush echoed up from the flooded hold. Xiao Zheng aimed his flashlight at the water's surface, and there, shimmering with an eerie cerulean luminescence, swarmed countless jellyfish. Fist-sized and radiant, they darted through the water with uncanny speed, their translucent bells rhythmically expanding and contracting, rising and falling like living tides, until the entire flooded chamber brimmed with their ghostly glow. "We're surrounded." Trapped between the revolting octopus monster behind and the advancing tide of luminous jellyfish below, Xiao Zheng cried out in panic and began wildly slapping the water's surface. But the jellyfish, light as helium-filled balloons, remained utterly unimpeded, surging forward with terrifying acceleration. Wu Tian didn't know what they were, or whether their stings carried venom, but his instincts screamed, "Do not stay submerged." He abandoned all thought of sealing the hatch and bolted toward the opposite end of the corridor. Luo Dayong, still wrestling with the valve, shouted after him, "The valve isn't closed yet. Where are you running?" "No time. Run now." Wu Tian wheeled around, grabbed Luo Dayong's arm, and roared, "Don't you see? Every crewman you sent down here is dead. Run. They're closing in." Wu Tian didn't wait for a reply. He sprinted for the exit. Xiao Zheng followed without hesitation, and Luo Dayong, recalling the corpse's ghastly state, needed no further persuasion. He fled hard on their heels. The floodwater now lapped at their waists, dragging at their limbs, sapping their speed. Wu Tian seized every protrusion he could find to haul himself forward, nearly reaching the stairwell, when suddenly Luo Dafu, lagging behind, slipped with a violent splash and vanished beneath the surface. "Uncle Luo!" Xiao Zheng yelled, lunging to grab his arm and yank him back, but Luo Dafu's body refused to budge. Helpless, he turned to Wu Tian. Wu Tian rushed back to assist. Together they gripped Luo Dafu's arms and heaved, straining until at last they dragged him upward, gasping and half-submerged. Then came his agonized shriek, "Something's got me. Pull." His cry hadn't faded when a colossal geyser erupted from the water, and the blue octopus surged upward, its 8 tentacles whipping through the air before coiling with brutal force around Luo Dafu's waist, dragging him downward once more. Pulled. Luo Dafu's face contorted, swelling purple with suffocating pain. His struggles intensified, yet Wu Tian sensed something horribly wrong. He glanced down at Luo Dafu's waist and saw the crimson bloom spreading across his soaked clothes. This was no ordinary octopus. Its tentacles bristled with irregular, jagged suckers, each ringed with rows of barbed hook-like teeth tearing hungrily into Luo Dafu's flesh. A monster. The word detonated in Wu Tian's mind. His limbs went numb, cold sweat drenched his brow. Xiao Zheng's face drained of all color. With every ounce of strength he hauled Luo Dafu toward the stairs. Yet no matter how fiercely they pulled, the man wouldn't budge. The octopus seemed small, but underwater its power was monstrous. Now only half of Luo Dafu remained above water. His lower body vanished beneath the black surface. His features warped under unbearable torment. His mouth opened in silent, ragged gasps, his voice long since devoured by agony. Xiao Zhang stood frozen, shouting in desperation, "What do we do? Think, think." Wu Tian scanned the corridor and spotted the emergency fire cabinet. In one fluid motion, he freed a hand and smashed the glass with his fist. Shards sliced deep into his knuckles, drawing blood, but he ignored the pain. He snatched the fire axe and brought it down in furious, thunderous blows upon the monster's writhing tentacles. After several strikes, the blue octopus finally released its tentacles. Wu Tian and Xiao Zheng swiftly pulled the severely injured Luo Dafu up the stairs to check his injuries. Upon closer inspection, Wu Tian noticed that Luo Daon's waist was covered in numerous jagged cuts resembling the marks left by an iron comb, each wound oozing blood. It was evident how sharp the serrated edges hidden in the suction cups were. The water began to churn violently, and when Wu Tian turned back, he saw not only the blue octopus that had attacked Luo Dafu, but also a large number of jellyfish approaching them. "Damn it, what the hell is this mess?" Xiao Zheng exclaimed, his voice trembling. Wu Tian tightened his grip on the axe and turned to say, "Forget it, let's get out of the lower cabin first." Together they managed to drag Luo Daong to the passenger cabin, where chaos had already ensued. The cruise ship was clearly sinking and many tourists had gathered on the deck, while only a few non-swimmers remained in the cabin. Wu Tian momentarily set aside the others and quickly unbuttoned Luo Daong's shirt. Aside from the dense array of bite marks on his body, it seemed that Luo Dafu had been poisoned. A large patch of black marks appeared on his hand, emitting a foul, purulent odor. The black venom spread rapidly, turning his entire arm black. With just a glance, Wu Tian understood what was happening. Luo Dafu had previously encountered a jellyfish. The seemingly harmless jellyfish was indeed poisonous. Xiao Zheng, terrified, knelt on the ground holding Luo Dafu's body and cried, "Uncle Luo, please don't scare me. What are we going to do about all these people on the ship?" Many tourists noticed them and rushed over to ask what was happening. Wu Tian maintained a serious expression and said, "We found a monster in the lower cabin." The onlookers looked puzzled, thinking Wu Tian was joking. Someone questioned, "How could there be a monster in the river? Have you been watching too many American movies?" Just as Wu Tian was about to defend himself, a woman claiming to be a doctor stepped out from the crowd, bent down to examine Luo Dafu, and exclaimed, "Oh no, he's been poisoned." Xiao Zheng quickly asked if she could treat him. The female doctor hesitated, saying, "I don't even know what kind of poison this is. Besides, there are no medicines on the ship." Just as she finished speaking, the ship suddenly tilted, and the massive vessel groaned with a metallic creak. The tourists gathered in the cabin immediately screamed and fell over. Wu Tian quickly said to Xiao Zheng, "Why is the ship sinking so fast?" Xiao Zheng bitterly replied, "The drainage system is already problematic and the lower cabin is nearly flooded. This ship will sink very soon." Many people heard Xiao Zheng's words and instantly screamed, "What? Did you all hear that? The ship is sinking. Everyone run for your lives." This shout echoed throughout the entire cabin and countless people joined in the screaming. Some rushed toward the deck, while others who couldn't swim helplessly shouted, "What do we do? We're going to drown. Quick, there must be life rings on the ship. Let's go find them." Yes, let's find the life rings." Upon realizing that the cruise ship was about to sink, the scene quickly spiraled out of control. On the deck and in the cabin, people were frantically running everywhere. Xiao Zheng instinctively stood up and shouted, "Everyone, don't panic, stay where you are. You'll only make the ship sink faster." But at such a moment, any words were futile. Some simply climbed over the railing and jumped into the water, intending to swim to the shore. However, those who jumped into the water did not resurface. Unknown creatures beneath the surface awaited them, and in that instant of jumping, they were dragged down by some unseen force. The chaos was impossible to stop. Xiao Zheng noticed several crew members running with the crowd and hurriedly ran over to stop them, saying, "Why are you running? Hurry up and control the tourists." One tall, thin crew member shouted, "The ship is about to sink. We can't take care of that right now. We need to find a lifeboat." Lifeboats? That's right. Wu Tian's eyes lit up as he immediately asked Xiao Zheng, "Are there any escape tools on the ship?" Xiao Zheng replied, "There are lifeboats in the storage room, but there aren't many. Only a dozen or so." Wu Tian shouted, "Quick to the storage room." The two rushed up to the deck, only to find that the storage room door had already been pried open by the crew. The crew had dragged all the lifeboats onto the deck and were inflating them while many people lurked around eyeing the boats greedily. Each lifeboat could accommodate 3 to 4 people, and if squeezed it could barely hold 5. However, the cruise ship was packed with over 300 tourists plus the crew members, making the number even larger. 12 lifeboats were simply insufficient. The riot broke out sooner than expected. The first to act was a muscular man with a full beard who kicked a crew member, inflating a lifeboat into the water, then climbed onto the boat himself. The other crew members rushed to stop him, but before they could succeed in pulling him down, more tourists surged forward. The crew members could not contain the uncontrollable crowd, and the lifeboat was swarmed with people fighting to get on. Seeing this, Wu Tian could only give up and turned to Xiao Zheng, saying, "Forget it, we can't squeeze in. Is there any other way?" Xiao Zheng was about to shake his head, but just before he could speak, he suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Yes. There's another lifeboat in the captain's cabin. I left it there when I went fishing last time." Wu Tian quickly urged him to lead the way. The two of them hoisted the unconscious Luo Dafu up to the captain's cabin, where they indeed found a forgotten lifeboat in the corner. Wu Tian hurriedly inflated the lifeboat, while Xiao Zheng helped him carry it out. They first lifted the injured Luo Dafu onto the lifeboat. Wu Tian took a moment to look down and saw that the deck was already flooded with river water. Many tourists had climbed onto lifeboats to escape, while those who had failed to secure a place resorted to jumping into the water with swimming rings. More people had no swimming rings at all. The most unfortunate were those who couldn't swim. When the river water surged in, they could do nothing but emit desperate screams. But this was not the true disaster. As the cruise ship slowly sank into the water, the monsters lurking beneath finally began to move. A bizarre scene unfolded. Jellyfish kill silently. They do not possess a fierce appearance or powerful limbs, nor do they have claws capable of easily tearing apart their prey. However, once they attach themselves to a human, they can release a large amount of toxins within a short period, permeating into the human body through skin contact. Luo Dafu had only touched a jellyfish and was already severely poisoned. Imagine the plight of those who were fully covered in jellyfish. A large number of people who fell into the water sank to the bottom without warning. It was not that they couldn't swim, but rather that they were silently injected with toxins by the jellyfish. Before they could swim far, they felt their limbs go numb and struggled to breathe, unable to call out, and quickly sank to the bottom. There were simply too many people in the water, and coupled with the obscured visibility from the thick fog, it took a while for anyone to notice. Eventually, some became aware that the number of people around them was rapidly decreasing. Over 200 who had jumped into the river suddenly dwindled to half. This was a silent massacre. No blood, no cries of despair. Only the unfortunate filled with hopelessness and unwillingness as they sank into the water. A silent massacre was unfolding, with the first victims being those who fell into the water. As the number of people submerged began to sharply decrease, someone finally sensed that something was amiss, though none had yet realized who the perpetrator was. People looked around in confusion, noticing that those around them were dwindling, while the number of blue jellyfish surfacing in the water was rapidly increasing, nearly filling the river. The more astute among them had begun to recognize the jellyfish's ominous nature and were trying to avoid contact. But even if they understood the jellyfish were poisonous, it was too late. The cruise ship had completely sunk, leaving no refuge for them. Wu Tian and Xiao Zheng were also aware that the jellyfish were attacking humans, yet they dared not warn anyone. If these people realized what was beneath the surface, they would surely rush to seize the lifeboat. There were many people in the small boat, so Wu Tian did not hesitate and hurriedly called Xiao Zheng to help. The two quickly paddled the lifeboat toward the area with fewer people. Xiao Zheng paddled while asking, "Why aren't we saving them? There are still empty spots on the boat." Wu Tian replied in a deep voice, "How many people can this lifeboat save? 2 or 3. If we get too close to the drowning crowd, they will surely drag us down as well. Are you willing to share their fate?" But Xiao Zheng wanted to say more, but Wu Tian quickly shoved the oar into his hands and shouted, "Don't say anything else, just paddle." In the face of disaster, everyone was looking out for themselves. Wu Tian had considered fixing the boat to ensure everyone could safely reach the shore, but he realized it was impossible. Upon discovering the blue monsters in the lower cabin, he immediately understood that everyone on board was in danger. Since he could not be a savior, he could only save himself. The sinking of the Chen Fan caused everyone to be submerged in the water. All around were calls for help from those who had fallen in, and the horrific scenes unfolding before them were too much for the two to bear. Wu Tian witnessed a middle-aged woman desperately holding her child in a swaddle, who after struggling in despair and crying sank helplessly beneath the surface, taking the infant with her into the icy river. Others were frantically swimming deeper into the thick fog. Wu Tian did not know their final fate, but judging by the desperate cries emanating from the mist, even the fastest swimmers were unlikely to have a good ending. It was truly tragic. The cacophony of screams and cries filled Wu Tian's ears, igniting countless impulses to turn back and save them. Yet reason told him that he absolutely could not look back. To do so would only lead to death. He could barely look after himself, let alone save others. The only thing they could do was paddle furiously, aiming to dock the lifeboat at the shore. Only this could ensure their safety. However, before they could paddle far, a new misfortune struck. Countless whirlpools the size of faces surfaced from below, and the turbulent water was filled with blue tentacles. Those were the blue octopuses from before. Oh no! Paddled backwards quickly. When dozens of blue octopuses emerged from the water, Wu Tian was already drenched in sweat. Without hesitation, he immediately turned the oar and paddled in the opposite direction. Compared to the previously encountered blue jellyfish, these more aggressive octopuses were the true source of despair. After all, jellyfish posed little threat beyond their toxins. As long as Wu Tian remained in the boat, he would be safe. But these octopuses were different. They were capable of surfacing. The boiling river water continuously erupted with splashes, each explosion signaling that a monster was about to surface. Wu Tian felt despair, yet the instinct to survive compelled him to paddle even harder in the opposite direction. Soon they were approaching the spot where the cruise ship had sunk. When the drowning people saw that there was still a lifeboat, it was as if they had found hope for escape. Without hesitation, they swam towards Wu Tian, frantically shouting, "Hurry, save us, please save us." At least 20 or 30 people began to swim towards the lifeboat, the fear of death pushing them to their limits as they swam faster. Soon the lifeboat was surrounded, and the first to reach it was none other than the fierce woman who had yelled at Wu Tian at the ticket gate. At this moment she appeared as weak as a little lamb, constantly pleading with Wu Tian to paddle over, promising that she would do anything to survive. Wu Tian did not want to abandon anyone, but the number of drowning people was overwhelming. He could save one, but not a second, thus he had to harden his heart to refuse the pleas of the overweight woman, turning away to avoid looking at her. The overweight woman was certainly unwilling to miss this opportunity. She thrashed in the water, desperately chasing after the lifeboat, crying out to Wu Tian not to abandon her. Xiaozheng, feeling a bit sorry for her, quickly asked Wu Tian if they could take one more person. Wu Tian hesitated, slightly glancing at the remaining space on the lifeboat, then cautiously said, "Fine, let's pull her up. We still have room." Xiaozheng quickly extended the oar to the overweight woman, who grabbed it and agilely climbed onto the lifeboat. At that moment, another woman swam towards them. She was the doctor who had previously examined Luo Dayong, pleading for Wu Tian to help her as well. The remaining space on the lifeboat was already limited. The overweight woman practically occupied the space of two people. Wu Tian was hesitating whether to pull the doctor up as well, but the overweight woman pushed him from behind, saying, "Hurry, paddle. Paddle. The monsters are coming." Xiaozheng pulled the overweight woman aside, scolding her, "How can you be so selfish?" After reprimanding her, Xiaozheng turned to Wu Tian and said, "Let's just save that woman too. Uncle Luo is poisoned, and we do need a doctor." Wu Tian gritted his teeth and said, "All right, let's save one last person. This is the lifeboat's weight limit." After saying this, Wu Tian quickly paddled towards the doctor. She was relatively slender, so she wouldn't take up much space, but even so, with 5 people it became cramped, and the lifeboat sat deeper in the water, slowing their speed. Trouble was still lurking behind. As they passed through the area covered by blue jellyfish, more people began to swim towards the lifeboat. A lifeboat filled with 5 people had already reached its saturation point, but the drowning individuals paid no heed, all frantically paddling, crying out for help. Wu Tian noticed the crowd swimming towards them and hurriedly urged Xiaozheng to paddle away quickly. When someone saw the lifeboat turning, they immediately shouted, "They are going to abandon us. Don't let them leave." The instinct to survive drove them into a frenzy. The crowd began to attack the lifeboat, attempting to drag Wu Tian and the others underwater to make space for themselves. "What are you doing? Get away!" Wu Tian quickly struck the hands of those attacking with the paddle, but it was ineffective. More and more people began to assault them, so Wu Tian had to switch to hitting their heads with the paddle. The dull thuds echoed continuously, each strike resonating in Wu Tian's heart. Wu Tian was no selfish man. He would gently assist elderly women across the street, always offer coins to beggars huddled on rain-soaked sidewalks, and in his workplace, he would rather bear loss himself than burden his colleagues. Yet when true despair descended, cold, absolute, and inescapable, he had no choice but to steal his heart and become a monster. The oar shattered a drowning man's skull with a sickening crunch. Wu Tian's tears spilled unbidden, his face contorted in anguish. But his hands did not falter, nor did his strike waver. He had to survive, not for himself alone, but for his family. The image of his aging father flashed before his eyes, and his resolve hardened like tempered steel. Thud! The rigid oar crushed a second assailant's skull, then swung wildly toward the next, sending a third lunging for the raft into panicked retreat. He shrieked, plunged his head beneath the churning water, and the oar struck empty air, splashing a violent arc of spray. From below came a raw, guttural cry. How heartless you are. Have you any humanity left? You'll pay for this. Wu Tian clenched his teeth until his jaw trembled, roaring with feral distortion. This raft is ours. You will not board it. Please, take us with you. We'll die here. We don't want to die. For mercy's sake, have pity on us. Those submerged, battered by blows, could not reach the raft, only screamed their desperate pleas into the void. Each cry pierced Wu Tian's tormented soul, like a blade carving wounds deeper than flesh could bear. He shattered, thrashing the oar with animal fury, bellowing, "Doesn't everyone have family? I don't want to die either. Save you, and I'll be dragged under by the things lurking in the depths. Who will pity me? You selfish wretch, you're a demon. You deserve no compassion. Everyone, attack together. Seize the raft. Nias, we're doomed anyway. Let's fight to the end." At the razor's edge of life and death, primal ferocity erupted. Their faces twisted, their eyes wild as they launched themselves at Wu Tian aboard the raft. They were powerless against the horrors beneath the waves, but seized the raft and survival became possible. Nan Wu Tian. Guilt clawed at him, relentless and suffocating, but the instinct to live overrode all else. Without hesitation, he raised the oar again, striking wildly at those swimming closer. "Don't force my hand. Get away." Wu Tian had lost himself. Yet those beneath the surface had gone madder still. Vast swarms of jellyfish blanketed the river's surface, claiming hundreds of lives. Death itself was terrifying, but more horrifying still was the madness it ignited in humankind. To survive, people would do anything. Seas vessels shed blood. It was no longer unthinkable. "If you won't let us aboard, I'll slit your raft open. No one escapes. Let's all drown together." A man drew a knife from his pocket, slashing it through the air with manic cries. Thud! His reply was a brutal swing of the oar. Impact detonated the man's skull, white matter dissolving into the dark water. At last the raft jumpers were driven off, only for greater peril to surge forth. Kraken-like leviathans surged from the depths, their grotesque tentacles slamming the surface in rhythmic, macabre cadence, the dance of the Reaper. Those still submerged were struck first, at least a dozen seized blue limbs coiling around heads, necks, and faces, dragging them downward with merciless strength. Suction cups lined with serrated blade-like teeth tore into flesh and muscle, rending skin and spilling torrents of crimson. Half the river turned scarlet. Go now! Those clinging beneath the raft scattered in shrieking panic, while Wu Tian redoubled his strokes. Already krakens glided silently toward the raft, undulating tentacles creeping up its hull. The female physician spotted them first, pointing, voice shattering, "Ah, they're climbing aboard. Drive them off, quickly." Wu Tian was straining every sinew to paddle. No time to turn and aid them. More krakens were breaching the surface by the second. Pause, even for breath, and he'd be ensnared in a web of writhing limbs. With no choice, the two women fought alone. The stout woman hurled off her shoe, smashing its rigid heel onto a kraken's back. The physician, weaponless, shoved with bare hands. Yet the creature's suction cups clung like iron, and all their frantic efforts failed to dislodge the monsters. Worse still, more krakens closed in. Spotting several converging on her, the stout woman froze in terror, then scrambled backward, cramming herself against the rear of the raft. Wu Tian, mid-stroke, nearly tumbled overboard and roared, "What are you doing? If you shove me in, you die too." "I didn't mean to. I just what?" Wu Tian snapped, voice raw with exhaustion and fury. "Want to live? Figure it out yourself. I can't save you." Now krakens massed at the raft's bow as well. Wu Tian abandoned paddling entirely, swinging the oar like a battle axe into the water. The two women were cornered, watching helplessly as the horde drew nearer. Though still some distance away, the tide of monsters was inevitable, their fate sealed. Xiao Zheng's face drained of color as he screamed, "What do we do? We're too slow. We'll never outrun them." "Then speed up, paddle faster." The women's shrieks pierced the air like screeching cats. Wu Tian strained to his limit, but ever more krakens breached the surface, some even lashing tentacles toward the oars. Defending the oars while paddling slowed them further still. "We must find a way to accelerate." The physician cried shrill with urgency. "And accelerate? How? This is only an inflatable raft." The stout woman's jowls quivered as she whispered, hollow-eyed, until her gaze fell upon Luo Dafu, slumped and half-conscious at their feet. Her eyes flared with sudden, terrible clarity. Silent as shadow, she crept beside Luo Dafu, grasped his ankles, hoisted his legs high, and with a single brutal heave tipped him limp and unresisting into the black water. The raft surged forward, lightened by one body's weight. Wu Tian sensed the change. The draft shallowed, the hull lifted, and spun around at the splash, just in time to witness Luo Dafu vanishing beneath the waves. His breath seized, his voice cracked with horror. "What are you doing?"